Chapter 1 Dragon Ball World, AI 738, Earth. A few thousand kilometers away from the city, a deep mountain called Bunza Mountain. There is a hut. The shape of the house is a small temple, high in the middle, low on the four sides, the four corners are arched, and the color of the wall is similar to that of the Forbidden City. There are also leaky windows, couplets pasted on the door, like that kind of authentic ancient Chinese architecture. I'm back. It's Gomen. Why did you come back so late to play? Didn't Grandpa tell you that the mountains at night are very dangerous, and there will be wild beasts? I know, but can Grandpa help me change my name? The name Gome is too ugly. Go Noodles, Grandpa's name is Son Gohan, you are my eldest grandson, it is natural to be called Son Gomayan. By the way, what about Goku? Why didn't he come back with you? Oh, Goku, he fell into the valley, I can't get down. Grandpa, you hurry up and save him. What? Where is it? You take Grandpa right away. Why don't you look at him well as an older brother? Why didn't you tell Grandpa earlier? What's the panic? You can't die anyway. Sun Mumian muttered softly. Familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, he has long known that one day this year, the Monkey King will fall into the valley, but he will not die, and as a result, his Saiyan fierce character will disappear. Speaking of which, it has been 5 years since he traveled to the world of Dragon Ball. He remembers that he was preparing to relieve Dragon Ball for the first time I don't know how many times, but he was slashed by lightning, and then traveled to the Dragon Ball world and became a child. At first, he was found by Grandpa Son Gohan next to a stream in Bun Mountain, and since then he has lived in his cabin with Grandpa Son Gohan, and gave him the name of Sun Mumian. A year ago, a spherical spaceship fell near Bun Mountain, and Son Gohan rushed over to check it, only to bring back a child with a tail, named Son Goku. Gomen, what are you muttering? Quickly take Grandpa to find Goku. Grandpa Son Gohan said, grabbed Gohan with one hand and rushed out. Soon, under an unnamed valley, the unconscious Goku is found and brought back. In the evening, when the three grandfathers and grandchildren eat. Grandpa, the world is so big, I want to go out and see. Sun Mumian said while eating. Gomen, you must be polite when eating, you see how well behaved Goku is, the outside world is very dangerous, you are still young, when you grow up, Grandpa will let you go out. Son Gohan tapped his hand with chopsticks and said. But. Sun Mumian opened his mouth to say something. Eat quietly, Grandpa Son Gohan said as he came over with another chopstick, you see how well behaved Goku is now. It's not because Goku hit his head and lost his memory, he became well behaved, the key is that he didn't eat well, he gobbled up 10 bowls, forget it, I don't compare with children. Although he is a full-fledged child physically, he is an adult at heart. In fact, Sun Mumian wanted to leave Bun Mountain because his Super Saiyan check-in system needed to find different masters to sign in to improve his combat effectiveness. 2 years ago, the system awakened and gave him Saiyan blood. And this check-in system he is bound to, the same person can only check in once a year, and the limit combat effectiveness is higher than his own and can only exceed 1 level at most. Combat power 0.1 to 60 is systematically classified as a pure ordinary level in the Dragon Ball world. Combat power 51 to 200 is systematically classified as an ordinary master. As for the higher combat effectiveness, the system did not tell him. Therefore, from 2 years ago to now, he has only signed 2 times, and both are Grandpa Son Gohan. And what about little Goku, who has just arrived on Earth for a year? His current combat effectiveness has not reached 10 o'clock, and he can't sign in, and his combat effectiveness will only reach 10 o'clock when he meets Bulma. Grandpa Son Gohan's combat power is usually 70. The successful check-in host increases the combat power of the check-in target by 5%, so Sun Mumian currently has a combat power of 10 points, including his initial combat power of 3 points. The next day. Brother Gomen, there are fish in the water, I want to eat grilled fish, my brother will help me catch it. Deep in the mountains and old forests, Gaku pointed to the river and shouted. Don't you have a tail? Put your tail in the water and a fish will be hooked. Really? I'll try. Watching the naked little Gaku put his tail into the water, Gom spoke, Gaku, do you want to go to the outside world with your brother? Okay, I want to go out too, but Grandpa said, we're still young and can't go out. If my brother secretly goes out, I'll tell Grandpa. I rely on, this Gaku has been so straight since he was a child, no, I have to find a way to change his simple personality. Gaku, I'm going to teach you some principles of being a human now, first of all. And then. Finally. Sun Yumian said a lot from an adult's point of view, feeling almost the same, before stopping. Suddenly, a fish larger than a human opened its mouth and flew out of the water, and Gaku reacted quickly and put his tail back in time. Seeing this, Sun Wu flew up and kicked up, and the big fish fainted directly to the ground. Good luck, Gaku, you drag the fish back. Dragged by Gaku, the two walked on their way back to the hut. Well? This picture is a little familiar, I wonder if Bulma will appear at this time? Sun Yumian thought as he walked. However, he thought more, the timeline did not change because of his crossing. This year, Bulma was only 5 years old, of course, it was impossible to appear in Bun Mountain. Gomen, Gaku, you all come over, today, Grandpa taught you to chop firewood. Back at the residence, Sun Gohan saw that the two brought back a big fish, and then said, Grandpa, what is chopping firewood, can I eat it? Little Gaku asked simply. When Sun Wuhan heard this, he smiled and said patiently, splitting firewood is to divide the wood neatly into pieces, and then make a fire to cook. I will demonstrate it once, and you will do it along. I saw him pick up a piece of wood, throw it in the air, and then jump up, continuous hand knife. Click! A pile of chopped wood fell neatly on the ground. Wow, Grandpa is so good! Little Gaku clapped his hands. Chopping wood every day, I'm tired, when will you teach me some real kung fu, such as turtle school qigong, drunken fist or something? Sun Yumian blurted out. Gomen, didn't Grandpa teach you to be down to earth? Your current strength is not yet the time to learn these moves. Is that so? No wonder the system says that there is a probability of learning moves from the check-in target. And he has not learned 1.5 moves from signing in to Grandpa Sun Gohan twice. In this way, Sun Wuhanyi, Sun Yumian, Sun Wukong, and Grandpa and grandson have been living peacefully near Bunza Mountain. Every day he went up the mountain, down the river, chopped firewood, and occasionally beat the beast. Later, Gom grew up and built an extra cabin of his own. Chapter 2. September 1st, 749. In the blink of an eye, 11 years have passed. During this period, on the night of the full moon, Sun Wukong went out to pee and turned into a gorilla. Fortunately, Sun Gomye had already prepared, took out a large pair of scissors, and successfully rescued Grandpa Sun Gohan from the feet of the gorilla Gaku. And Sun Yumian relied on the sign-in system to increase his combat effectiveness to 45 points. Strangely, although he has Saiyan blood, he has no belligerent heart at all. Unlike the future martial artist Sun Wukong, Sun Yumian just wants to be a beautiful man quietly. He loves this salted fish, calm, carefree life. It is precisely because Sun Yumian yearned for that kind of paradise life before crossing over, and remembers that when he was reading, his favorite was the peach blossom source. On this day, Gom and Gaku caught an unprecedented big fish in the deep mountains. As usual, Gaku dragged the big fish on the way back to the cabin. Suddenly, Gaku, a car is coming, let's pull over. Sun Yumian said, reaching out and pulling Gaku to the side of the road. No need to look back, Sun Yumian already knew who was coming. Phew! The car stopped, and a girl with blue and purple shorts jumped from the car. Hi, Miss Bulma, my name is Sun Wumian, first meeting, please advise. Sun Wumian stepped forward and said hello politely. Monster, hey? A person jumps out of the belly of a monster? Sun Wukong took out the Ruyi stick from behind and was about to smash it into the car. Gaku, stop! This is the car I told you about. Sun Wu covered his forehead and said, it seems that he has not trained him enough. Hey? Is it? It's true? Little Gaku looked around the car back and forth, left and right, is this a car? But it seems to be very weak. This handsome man, who are you, how do you know my name? Bulma looked at Sun Gomian and asked, while thinking to herself, is this the boyfriend that Dragon Ball guided me? It's really handsome. Because you're the genius daughter of Brief who invented the universal capsule, so I know you. Sun Wumian said casually. Is it? Hey, kid with a long tail over there, don't touch my car. Bulma said, and suddenly saw little Gaku over there running into the cab of the car, pressing on it, and the car started. Ah, it's really a monster, I'll fight. Sun Wukong smashed the car with a punch and jumped out. This poor car was still scrapped, and Sun Wumian did not expect that he already knew the plot or did not save the car. Wait, Miss Bulma, why do you look at me like that? Losing a car, Bulma was not distressed at all, but stared at Sun Wumian's face. Isn't it that it looks like Yamcha, and it's strange that I just saw Yamcha appear when I crossed over. According to Sun Gomian's vision, Bulma in the Dragon Ball world is not as beautiful as in the anime, this is not his dish, or leave it to Vegeta. Are you a girl, the same as my brother described? At this time, little Gaku ran back and patted Bulma with a wishful stick and asked. Yes, haven't you seen girls before? It's really a woman, Grandpa told me, you should be gentle when you see girls, you go to my house, I will treat you. Grandpa, we're back, and we've brought a girl. Before he got home, little Gaku shouted from afar. Grandpa, let me introduce you, this is Miss Bulma. Sun Gomian pointed to Bulma and said to Grandpa Sun Gohan. Wow! What a beautiful little girl, where are you from? Hello, Grandpa, I'm from the western capital. Bulma spoke. Sichu? So far away. Sun Gohan said in surprise. Hey? It's Dragon Ball, here. Bulma exclaimed suddenly, and she saw the Dragon Balls on the table inside the house from outside the door. You said that bead that glows? I picked it up in the mountains many years ago. Sun Gohan said. This is the legendary Dragon Ball, collect a total of 7 Dragon Balls from 1 to 7 stars, you can grant your wish. Bulma said, walking into the house and reaching for the 4 planets. Hey, don't touch my grandfather's treasures. At this time, Sun Wukong rushed over with an arrow and picked up the 4 planets first. Gaku, it's okay, if she wants this Dragon Ball, let it be given to him. Sun Gohan said with a smile. Really, can you really let me? Thank you Grandpa. But I have a condition, you have to send me a few magazines. Sun Gohan said and pulled out a magazine from his arms. A beauty photo magazine? Grandpa Gohan, I can't imagine that you are such a person, really worthy of being the apprentice of the Turtle Immortal, Sun Wu said in his heart. This kind of magazine, I just have it. Bulma took out a universal capsule and threw it on the ground, conjuring up a few good-looking magazines. By the way, Bulma, you're going to find the 7 Dragon Balls to fulfill your wish to find a boyfriend, right? Just take Gaku with you. Sun Wumian said suddenly. You, how do you know my wishes? I don't want to take him, what can a little fart help with, handsome guy, I want you to come with me. Me? I don't have any wishes to fulfill for the time being. Sun Wumian waved his hand. In this way, Gaku, you come over, brother will practice against you. Then, Sun Wu looked at Wukong and beckoned. Okay, brother Gomen, I will definitely be able to win you this time, but I'm hungry, and the strength is better than good after eating." A crow flew by, which was also too speechless. "There is no way." Sun Wumian went to make a fire to cook. Chinese food is broad and profound, although he has not learned half a song, but he has conquered Grandpa Gohan. So, over the years, the task of cooking has all fallen on him. A clearing in front of two huts. Sun Wumian and Sun Wukong stood opposite each other, clasped their hands together and saluted, and the battle was about to break out. After some punches and kicks, little Goku soon fell into the absolute downside. The turtle. Send. Chi. Little Wukong made the movement of turtle sect Qigong. Stop. You can't help but make the turtle send Qigong again, this time it's still my brother who wins. I don't know why, Sun Wu signed in more than 10 times, and Grandpa Wuhan didn't learn turtle pai Qigong, but only learned what a drunken fist. And Goku only watched his grandfather cast it once and learned it. Therefore, every time he competed with Wukong, he forbade little Goku to use turtle Qigong. Since the two often fight against each other, Xiao Wukong's current combat power is already 22 points, and his combat power is more than 30 points in the instant he uses the turtle sect Qigong. How about it? Goku's combat power is very strong, and it will definitely be no problem to go to find Dragon Ball with you. Sun Wumian looked at Bulmadeo. But I want you to come with me. I'll forget it, I have other things to do. Sun Wumian shook his head. It's almost time for a peaceful life, muttered Sun Gom, turning to Grandpa Gohan, who was reading a magazine. Chapter 3. Grandpa Gohan, Goku and I are planning to go out and practice. Well, go ahead, remember to come back to see Grandpa when you have time. Sun Wuhan was looking at the photo magazine with relish, and said casually. Okay, let's go, on a pleasant journey. Bulma raised her hand and shouted. But I don't want to leave my grandfather. At this time, Xiao Wukong was embarrassed. Let's go, if you want to become as strong as my brother and me, or even surpass me, then you should go out and practice. I tell you, there are many various people outside for you to see. Sun Wumian patted little Goku's head. At this time, he was several heads taller than Wukong, much taller than Bulma on the side. In fact, Goku is 12 years old this year, maybe Saiyans develop later than Earthlings. When Goku, Bulma and Gomian walked away, Grandpa Sun Gohan stood up, glanced at it from a distance, and then scolded. Two smelly boys, go so fast, and don't say goodbye to Grandpa. Oh, I forgot to ask Bulma for a boat, how to go to the Turtle Fairy House, which is separated by the sea. When Sun Wumian left Bunza Mountain alone, he suddenly remembered this stubble. At present, he can't dance the void technique. It's too fast, let's go back to Sun Wukong and Bulma first. He muttered to himself, turning around and walking back. By the time they were found, it was already dark, and Bulma and Monkey King had already settled in the vaulted house conjured up by the portable capsule. Through the window of the house, Sun Wumian seemed to faintly see Bulma taking a bath. Wow! Yes! Sadder, me! Isn't it? She can find out if I'm so light? No, it seems to be talking about Goku. It should be that Goku miscalculated his age and said that he was only 2 years younger than Bulma, I said. No matter, let's go first, Sun Wu thought to himself, and then walked over and knocked on the door. Goku, come and open the door, I'm Goman. Hey, brother Goman, why did you come back? Goman-kun, have you changed your mind to go to find Dragon Ball together? After a while, Bulma came out of the washing and asked while blowing her hair. No, I'll stay for one night, and tomorrow I'll go to the island where the turtle immortals are. Sun Wumian shook his head and said, this is the journey of Bulma and Sun Wukong, not his journey. Monkey King sleeps on the floor, he sleeps on the sofa, and Bulma sleeps on the big bed. One night without a word, the next day. Sun Wumian woke up from the sofa. Then, he saw the amazing scene. Gaku was lying between Boomer's legs, pillowing her stomach. Do you want to stop him from taking off other people's fat? Forget it, let's be a good person today. You can't be cheap turtle immortal this old man. Let go of that girl and let me come. No, Gaku, hurry down, children are not suitable, it's not right for you to do this. Sun Gomian said and hurriedly pulled Gaku off the bed. Vegeta, you owe me a favor to do all this, he thought silently in his heart. Brother Gom, she didn't. Bead. It's gone. Don't fuss, that's the difference between men and women. Sun Yumian was completely speechless, it seemed that he had to strengthen his education. What? Did you say Dragon Ball is missing? At this point, Bulma ran straight down from the bed. What? The Dragon Ball is still there, it's scaring me to death. Okay, I'm going out to exercise, Brother Goman, are you coming? Sun Wukong said and ran out of the house. After a while, Goku's shout came from outside the house, Brother Goman, come out quickly, there is a big turtle here. Yes, I almost forgot the turtle of the Turtle Immortal, and Sun Yumian walked out directly. At a glance, the character with the weakest combat power in all Dragon Balls is naturally Mr. Turtle, who has a combat power of 0.1. Excuse me, can you give me a glass of salt water, the kind with kelp? The turtle spoke. Bulma, bring it a glass of salt water, not the kind of kelp. Sun Wu said to Bulma, who also came out. No, drink a lot, she took out a bucket directly. Strange, here is 120 kilometers from the Southern Sea, how can there be a turtle? To be honest, I'm a turtle, the turtle said as he finished drinking, and accidentally got lost for more than a year. You must be the turtle next to the Turtle Immortal, so let's send you back, just as I was about to visit the Turtle Immortal. Sun Wu stepped forward and said to the turtle. Hey? It's true? Gaku, Boomer, you guys continue to look for Dragon Ball HA, we'll see you in 9 days. Sun Wu said goodbye to the two, and one person and one turtle set off. Hey, stop. Halfway there, I was stopped. Well? Sun Yumian looked up, it was a tall werewolf with a big scimitar, and his combat power was only 9? Litter. Boy, leave the turtle on your back, I love this the most. Drunken fist. Sun Yumian was too lazy to talk nonsense, and turned it over with a punch. I walked with the turtle on my back for a while, and finally, I saw the Southern Sea, which was too slow, so I could only walk on my back. Mr. Turtle, it's time for you to behave next, I'll stand on your back, and you take me to meet the Turtle Immortal. By the way, how do you know I'm a turtle with the Turtle Immortals? Because my grandfather told me that my grandfather is Son Gohan, the apprentice of the Turtle Immortal. So that's the case, then you come up, let's go. The speed of this turtle in the water is still quite fast, and one person and one turtle quickly arrived at the Turtle Fairy House. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, I am Son Gohan's eldest grandson Son Gomayan, and I came to visit. Well? Not at home? Sun Yumian pushed the door and entered. Lying in the groove, it turns out that the Turtle Immortal is watching a dance show that is not suitable for children. System, help me sign into the Turtle Immortal. Sun Yumian silently recited a sentence in his heart. Ding, sign into the Turtle Immortal, the target current combat strength is 75, sign in successfully, the host's combat power is increased by 4, do you want to learn Turtle School Qigong? Yes. Learn. Congratulations, successfully learned Turtle Sect Qigong. System, isn't the combat effectiveness of the Turtle Immortals more than 100 points? How do you increase my combat power by 4 points? No, the combat effectiveness of the Turtle Immortal in the normal state does not exceed 80 points, and rounding up is to add 4 points. The voice of the system answered in his head. Then I'll sign in when he improves his combat effectiveness, can I add more? Good. Eileen, then you don't remind me. You didn't ask. Sun Yumian was helpless, this system, not very reliable. On the other side, the turtle immortal finally finished reading it and stood up. Oh, you're Gohan's eldest grandson, Goman. Hey, you saved the turtles. Yes. It was this teenager who sent me back to the beach. The turtle pointed at Sun Yumian and said. Yes, then I'll give you a gift as a thank you. The turtle immortal looked at Sun Yumian. Chapter 4. Come out. Immortal birds. The turtle immortal came outside the house and shouted loudly. Belch. The scene was quiet and nothing happened. Isn't the immortal bird already poisoned? The turtle on the side spoke. Ah. Yes, forgot, I gave the name of this bird myself, then, change it. Somersault cloud. Swoosh. A cloud flew in the sky. Oh, you can sit on the somersaults cloud that flies in the sky, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, you can demonstrate it. Sun Wu said with a smile. Okay, I'll sit down for you. Bang. Oh, my waist. The Turtle Immortal got up and said in pain. I'll try. My heart is so pure, there should be no problem, Sun Yumian said, jumping up. Ah. Lying groove, it hurts. Sun Yumian followed in the footsteps of the Turtle Immortals. Haha. Are you okay? The turtle asked. Duyun or something, you help me leave it to my younger brother Sun Wukong, I'm not rare. Sun Wu said to the Turtle Immortal. Now that the 3 planets are still hanging around the neck of the Turtle Immortal, he estimates that Goku and Bulma will collect 6 Dragon Balls in about 9 days, and they will definitely find them by then. Okay, the thank you gift for saving the turtle has been given, now you can summon the Duyun at any time, as for anyone, but only those who have a pure heart can use it. So can I stay here for 10 days and 8 days? Sun Yumian asked. The Turtle Immortal held the crutch and shook his head, this is not okay, my turtle fairy house is not for anyone to live in. My grandfather's name is Sun Gohan, and he told me that you are his master. Oh, it's one of the 2 children Gohan picked up, I heard him say it a few years ago, but I still can't. Then that's always okay. Sun Yumian directly took out the killer tool, which was a photo magazine treasured by Gohan's grandfather that he secretly got before leaving. Stay, it doesn't matter how long you stay. The Turtle Immortal snatched the magazine from Sun Yumian's hand. Sure enough, the killer app is easy to use. By the way, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, do you know where your junior brother Crane Immortal is? I plan to find him in a few days. My junior brother with an unscrupulous mind? I don't know where, I have long been kicked out of the division. This is difficult, I originally wanted to sign into the Crane Immortal or Tianjin Rice to see if I could learn the art of dancing the air. Learn the art of dancing, and you can go anywhere in this Dragon Ball world, otherwise, it will be troublesome to find more masters to sign in. 5 days later, Sun Yumian was practicing drunken boxing outside the house of the Turtle Immortal. Is this the drunken fist that Sun Gohan taught you? I haven't learned home yet. At this time, the Turtle Immortal came over and said. Sun Yumian was about to say something, when he suddenly saw a plane coming in the distance and finally landed on the island. Coming out of the plane are Bulma, Sun Wukong, and Kiki, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. It turned out that Goku and Bulma came to the Flame Mountain in order to find the Dragon Ball and met the Bull Demon King. Just when Sun Wukong took out the Ruyi stick to deal with the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King learned that he was Sun Gohan's grandson, and it turned out that the Bull Demon King was the second disciple of teacher Wushan, and Sun Gohan was the eldest disciple. After that, the Bull Demon King asked Goku and them to go to the Turtle Immortal to borrow a banana fan, and promised to give them the Dragon Balls after extinguishing the fire in the Flame Mountain. However, Goku has not yet obtained the Duyun at this time, so Bulma takes him on a plane, and finds Kiki, the only daughter of the Bull Demon King, on the way. Grandpa, you are a Turtle Immortal, Right. Well, I'm a turtle immortal, are you looking for me for something? Grandpa, do you have a banana fan? Lend it to us, the fire of the flame mountain can only be extinguished. At this time, Kiki said with a pleading tone. Banana fan? Is it the fan that rises with a strong wind, 2 dark clouds coming, and 3 heavy rains? Yes, can you lend it to us, and pay it back when you run out? Sun Wukong also spoke. I can lend it to you, but I have one condition. You fancy old man, let you borrow. Hey? Do you have dragon balls around your neck? At this time, Bulma stepped forward and was about to scold the turtle immortal, and suddenly found that the turtle immortal also had a dragon ball. Grandpa, hello, my name is Bulma, can you give me this dragon ball? Her attitude instantly turned 180 degrees. You. To give. Show me your fat times, necklace and plantain fan for you. The turtle fairy glasses glowed and said with saliva. Hey, you're also an immortal, how do you say such words? I know why you can't sit on your somersaults. The turtle on the side said with a smile. You guys dodge, this old man must not be a turtle immortal, I'll fight. Kiki shouted over there, and at the same time launched the knife and axe on his head and slashed at the turtle immortal. When the turtle immortal heard the sound, he reacted quickly and dodged it directly. Well? The script is not right, shouldn't the turtle immortal be hit? Sun Wumian watched from a distance and thought to himself. He ignored this and sank his mind into the check-in system. System, help me take a look at Sun Wukong's current combat effectiveness and see if I can sign in. Sun Wukong's combat strength is 42, and he does not meet the conditions for signing in. Brother Wumian, are you practicing with Grandpa here? Gaku came over and asked Sun Gomayan. Well, sort of. Sun Wumian came back to his senses and said casually, by the way, I have something good for you, come out, Duyun. Looking at the clouds flying over, Sun Wukong said in surprise, what a beautiful cloud. This is the treasure of the grandfather of the turtle immortal, sit on it, it can fly, it belongs to you now. And the turtle immortal over there promised to personally extinguish the fire in the flame mountain, because the banana fan was lost by him. Moreover, Bulma also successfully obtained the dragon balls on the turtle immortals, at the cost of making him bleed his nose once. Since Bulma's plane can only seat a maximum of 3 people. So, Gaku and Kiki returned to the flame mountain on a somersault cloud, and Sun Gomayan, the turtle immortal, and Bulma took a plane to the flame mountain. The purpose of Sun Wumian's trip is, of course, to sign in with the Bull Demon King. Strange to say, this Bull Demon King does not look good, why does his daughter look so good? System, it's time to work, sign in to the Bull Demon King. Ding, sign in to the Bull Demon King, sign in successfully, combat effectiveness increases 3. It's only 3 o'clock, it's not powerful. Sun Wumian looked at his combat effectiveness through the system, and it was only 52 points. On the other side, the turtle immortal took off his shirt and directly began to explode, turning into a muscular state. His combat effectiveness increased from 75 to 120. At the moment when the turtle sect Qigong was played, the combat effectiveness soared to 170. I rely on it, the loss is great, if only I signed in again at this time. Sun Wumian secretly said after seeing the combat power of the turtle immortals through the system, it was a pity. Chapter 5. It is said that the turtle immortal a turtle sect Qigong extinguished the fire of the flame mountain, and even the castle of the Bull Demon King was destroyed. And Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and found the 6th Dragon Ball in the ruins of the castle. Monkey King, Bulma, and Oolong continue their search for the last Dragon Ball, far to the west. The turtle immortal returns to his turtle immortal house. As for Sun Wumian, he found Yamcha and Pool hidden on the side. As soon as he saw Sun Wu's face, Pool closed his mouth in shock. Yay! Yamuti? 2 Yamutis? Yamcha touched his chin. Hey, who are you? Why do you look so much like me? I see, you must be that oolong imp changed. Wolf Tooth Wind Fist, I'll let you change my appearance, look for a fight. Yamcha shot directly. System, it's now, check in. Ding, you sign in to Yamcha, the target's current combat strength is 34, the sign-in is successful, the combat effectiveness increases by 2, whether to learn the Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. No. This move is still not good to learn, it is not of great use, mainly because Sun Wumian does not like this trick. After the check-in is completed, he also makes a move, and the drunken fist can win him casually. I saw Sun Wu's face tilted and disorganized, but he easily dodged Yamcha's Wolf Tooth Wind Fist, and every punch and kick he could hit from an incredible angle. It didn't take long for him to defeat Yamcha. Yamcha, how are you? No, which is Yamuti? Pool couldn't tell the difference. My name is Sun Wumian, but by chance, I look a little like him. Sun Wumian patted the dust on his shoulder and spoke, although Yamcha's combat power when using the Wolf Tooth Wind Fist exceeded 50, however, his drunken fist was still powerful, and the highest combat power exceeded 80. It's too easy to play this kind of edge character in Dragon Ball. Is that so, Yamcha, are you all right? Get up, no need to lie down, the ground is cold, I have deliberately left my hand. Sun Wumian glanced at Yamcha, who was still lying on the ground, and said, Sure enough, are you really a disciple of Teacher Wushan? I see you came with him. Yamcha got up a little embarrassed. Teacher Wushan's disciple? Sort of, but isn't it time to say this, aren't you going to follow up and grab the Dragon Balls? Hurry up and go. Hey? What do you mean, do you want Dragon Ball to make a wish too? No, aren't you with Monkey King and them? Yamcha was surprised. The wish must be made, can't be cheap that oolong, what girl shorts this wish is too wasteful. He has already thought about it, so he made a wish to survive in the universe, like Frieza of the frozen demon race, he can survive in the space at will. Sun Wumian was too lazy to waste time talking nonsense, and asked Yamcha to take out the flying car of the 4-type capsule, and then chased in the direction of Goku and them. Soon, it came to Rabbit Village. Sun Gomye asks Yamcha to intervene and saves Bulma, who has been turned into a carrot. And he doesn't plan to make a move, he is too strong now, and he doesn't want to cause the plot to change because of this. In this way, Sun Wukong will not be able to achieve the purpose of cultivation, and if Wukong's combat power cannot be improved, he will have one less sign-in goal. So, next came to Pilaf's castle, and he was also watching from a distance. So, Goku, Bulma, and Yamcha were all locked up in the castle. And Pirav and his gang successfully collected 7 Dragon Balls. The time has come, and it is time for Sun Wumian to appear. Pirav, give me all the Dragon Balls, otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Sun Wumian came out of the hiding place, he couldn't think of anything cruel, so he had to learn the tone of the villain on the TV and said, Weren't you locked up inside by me, how did you get out? Pirav saw Sun Wumian looking, and it was Yamcha in the wild. Forget it, it seems that you don't want to hand it over, then you can only rob it. Sun Wumian said and started. Repair, dance, let's go on. Pirav said, and the 3 of them formed a combination robot. Sun Wumian a flying foot, and the combined robot turned into scrap copper and rotten iron. Vulnerable. Successfully getting the 7 Dragon Balls, Sun Wumian planned to summon the Divine Dragon on the spot. By the way, one more thing. He shouted towards the location of Goku in the castle, Goku, I am Goman, I will come to rescue you immediately, you wait for a while, don't hit the wall with Turtle Pai Kigong. He remembered that it was because Goku punched a hole in the wall that Oolong was able to come out and make a boring wish. Shenlong, come out, fulfill my wish. Then, Sun Wumian placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and shouted. A flash of light shot up into the sky, and a huge divine dragon appeared. System, how much combat power does the Shenlong have? Can I sign in? Give it a try. Before Shenlong spoke, Sun Wumian first asked the system. Ding, sign into the Earth Divine Dragon. The target's current combat strength is 100, the sign-in is successful, the host's combat power increases by 5. The combat power of the Divine Dragon is only 100 points, no wonder it will be killed by the old Piccolo Great Demon King. Say your wish, I can help you fulfill any wish, but there is only one. At this time, Shenlong spoke. My wish is to give my son Wumian the ability to survive in space. Sun Wumian said directly. Simple. Your wish has come true, then, goodbye. Then the Divine Dragon turned into 7 Dragon Balls and flew in all directions. Well, so fast, less than half a second and it's over? I didn't feel anything, really realized? Sun Wumian was a little puzzled. Forget it, don't care, let's go to the space in the future, let's rescue Gaku and them first. Coming to the place where they were locked, Sun Wumian said across a wall, Wukong, you now look at the sky and look at the moon in the sky. However, Grandpa said that you can't watch the night of the full moon, otherwise terrible monsters will appear. Gaku said inside. It's okay, you see, there is a brother here, what kind of monster are you afraid of? His method is simple, that is, to turn the Monkey King into a gorilla, and then they can be saved. Moreover, they can also check in once, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Goku's tail has grown back in. Although Bulma and Yamcha had already heard a little clue, however, Gaku finally listened to Gomen's meaning and looked at the full moon. The plan succeeds, the gorilla Gaku appears, and Pilaf's castle is in ruins in 3 or 2 strokes. System, check in gorilla Gaku. Sun Wumian said silently. Ding, sign into the giant ape Wukong, sign in successfully. Combat effectiveness increases by 42. Sun Wumian only felt that the whole person was full of power in an instant. Strange, why can this time increase so much combat effectiveness? System, what's going on? Could it be that Gaku turned into a gorilla with a combat power of more than 1000? Because it is a Super Saiyan check-in system, the check-in Saiyan host increases the combat power of 10% of the check-in target, which is twice that of non-Saiyan. What? And this operation? Sun Wu was shocked. Chapter 6. After Sun Wumian was surprised, he was also indifferent, because now there are 4 pure-blood Saiyans left, Gaku, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Of course, there is also himself, which is also 1, but he is not allowed to sign himself in. As for the Saiyans such as Broly, Paragus, Tabul, and Dales, don't think about it for the time being. Nangenshi Sun Gomain is not sure if he can find it. Following. Bulma and Yamcha sparked, so they went back to the city with Oolong and Pool. And Gaku called Du Yun, intending to go to the home of the Turtle Immortal to cultivate. The problem is that Sun Wumian can't sit on the clouds, there is no way, he has to ask Bulma to borrow a plane. Kames Enya. 1, 2, 1, 2. I leaned, this Turtle Immortal was watching a show that was not suitable for children. Grandpa, I'm coming. Sun Wukong walked directly to the ear of the Turtle Immortal in front of the TV and said loudly. It's Gaku, it scares me. The Turtle Immortal turned his head and said. Grandpa, I'm here to practice martial arts. I'll talk about this later, I'll talk about it later. The Turtle Immortal waved his hand again and again. After a while, the Turtle Immortal finally finished watching the show. Hey, what about that lovely girl with you? He ran to the door and looked around and asked. Grandpa Turtle, no need to look, she's home. Sun Wumian glanced at the Turtle Immortal with disdain. Yes, that's a shame, that, Gaku, you come over, if you want me to train you, you have to pay the tuition first. Hey? What is tuition fee? Sun Wukong wondered. It's that you want to bring a lovely girl, and I agree to teach you. I think, Gaku, let my brother train you, how about it? I'm stronger now. Sun Wumian couldn't stand it, and volunteered to stand up. When the turtle immortal heard this, he squinted his eyes and glanced at him. Well, the strength has indeed improved compared to before, but this is not possible. Oh, why not? Please, Grandpa Turtle may as well say it directly. Just kidding, I now have a combat power of up to 101, which is not strong enough. Sun Wumian thought to himself. Gomen, it seems that you are not convinced. Follow me outside, let you understand what is the real turtle fairy flow. The turtle immortal said calmly. So, the two came outside the house. Hey, what's going on? Do I still want to find a cute girl? Sun Wukong said and also followed. Gomen, you attack with all your strength, as long as you can hit me once, even if I lose. The turtle immortal said in a gesture of starting his hand. Then I'm welcome, offended, Grandpa Turtle Immortal. Sun Wumian also did not mean to be disrespectful. In the Dragon Ball world, he still admired the turtle immortals very much, of course, in addition to being. He just wanted to prove his strength. No, your fist is too slow. No, your drunken fist didn't learn the essence. Where are you kicking this kick? Hey, you can also do turtle pie Qigong? But your turtle school Qigong can't hit people. Sun Wumian made all the moves, and he didn't even touch the clothes of the turtle immortal. Okay, almost, stop, I can feel that your combat power is very strong, but it is useless if the move does not hit people, your breath overflows the surface, and even the most basic control breath has not been learned. Moreover, the combat skills are not as good as even Gaku. The turtle immortal said, pointing to Gaku on the side. As it turned out, Sun Gomye understood that the combat power obtained through check-in had to be trained to be used freely, and he made a similar mistake to Captain Kainu, thinking that he could use his strength by changing to Goku's body. Sure enough, known as the god of martial arts by the world, the turtle immortal, who was once the world's #1 martial artist, was not a wasted name, and he could see Sun Wumian's weakness at a glance. Teacher Wushan, please train me too. Sun Wu saluted the turtle immortal and said seriously. Well, it's good that you can understand, but you are the same, I will promise you to bring a cute girl back. Grandpa, look, there seems to be something over there. Sun Wukong suddenly pointed in the direction of the seaside. Boom, boom, a little bald head rowing the boat closer and closer. Oh, I almost forgot, at this time, the bald Klin should also appear handsomely, Sun Wumian muttered. I saw that Klin parked the boat not far from Turtle Immortal Island. Then jump up from the boat for continuous backflips, beautiful. However, in less than 3 seconds, he plunged headlong into the soil in front of the Turtle Immortal. Gomen, you pull him out. Sun Wu replied, grabbed Klin's leg, and pulled him out. I know that your name is Klin, and you are here to worship Master Wushan as a teacher, so go and find a lovely girl to come back, and I will accept you on Master's behalf. Sun Wumian said directly. Hey, how do you know my name? Klin looked at Sun Wumian in disbelief. Because you have the word Klin engraved on your forehead. Sun Wumian touched his nose and smiled. Yes. Klin touched his bald head. Gaku, summon the muscular cloud, you and Klin go find it together. Sun Wumian looked at Gaku. Hey, this cloud can also sit. Klin saw Gaku sitting on the cloud and asked curiously. Very comfortable, you come up quickly. Okay, then I'm coming. Bang, Klin fell on all fours. Hehe, people without a pure heart can't sit down. Hey, what are your bad motives for practicing martial arts under my door? The turtle immortal saw this scene and asked. No, I just want to practice superb martial arts and make girls like it. Well, this motive is quite good, then you guys go quickly. So, Gaku rides the somersault cloud, carrying Klin on his back to find the cute girl. Master Wushin, did I just do it right? Sun Mumian asked at this time. Well, it's good, the children can be taught, and when they come back, I will officially teach you martial arts. The turtle immortal nodded and said seriously. Not long after, Gaku and Klin found a girl named Lanky Back. Wow, that's beautiful, you guys did a great job. As soon as the turtle immortals saw Lan Chi, they didn't even know who they were. Hee, it's good, cute looks, beautiful body. Klin whispered in the turtle fairy's ear. Hello, my name is Lankai, I was in danger just now, thank you for saving me. Haha, so it is, you don't have to be polite, but they are not my grandsons. The turtle immortal said, and said positively, they are my younger brothers. Don't want the face, everyone falls. Ha! Just kidding, I am Master Wushin, also called the Turtle Immortals, and their martial arts are taught by me. The Turtle Immortal said again. Martial arts? No wonder it's so powerful. Good, so are you interested in learning martial arts with me? However, I'm a girl. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn. It's okay, as long as you learn happily, it's good for your body and beauty. The Turtle Immortal is a serious book. Master Wushin is known to everyone in the martial arts world, it can be said that he is the first in the world, he actually took the initiative to take you as an apprentice, you are lucky. Sun Mumian said on the side. Colin? How do you grab my lines? Don't talk about martial virtue. Wow, that's awesome. Then I have to learn too. Lan Chi was surprised. Gomin, good job. The Turtle Immortal leaned towards Sun Wu and said. Chapter 7 September 10th, 749. At dusk, the Turtle Immortals were finally about to teach martial arts. However, the island was too small, and the Turtle Immortals decided to move to a more suitable place for cultivation. A boat, 5 men, headed southeast toward a larger island. Lankai, don't sneeze when you're on the boat. The Turtle Immortal drove the boat and said to Lan Chi on the side. Everyone was afraid, and before leaving, Lan Chi sneezed and turned into a blonde violent Lan Chi, picking up a gun and seeing people was a sweep. Although it can't cause them fatal damage, it hurts. Soon after, they landed on a larger island, and on this island, there were hundreds of families. Before dinner, do a warm-up workout. The Turtle Immortals took out the house that was turned into capsules and relocated the good way. I'm so happy to finally start practicing martial arts. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and said excitedly. Please ask Master Wushin for more advice. Sun Gohan saluted, because Grandpa Sun Gohan was a person who paid great attention to etiquette, so he had formed a habit. Excuse me, do I want to practice martial arts with you too? Lan Chi on the side asked. You can do whatever you like. The Turtle Immortal replied. Then I'll do. Late. Rice, ha. Ha. Run. The 4 of them said in unison and quickly hid behind a rock, which was about to sneeze. Ha. It's really useless, so I'm scared, how can you practice martial arts with me? The Turtle Immortal said. I don't know who ran the fastest just now. Sun Mumian muttered softly. Okay, now start the special training, from this stone, to that tree, exactly 100 meters away, see if you can run in a few seconds. The Turtle Immortal looked at the distance, and then said. Klin was the first to stand up, I'll run first, let you see how powerful the world's #1 scud is, hee. Ready, run. The Turtle Immortal stood by the tree and kept a time. Klin crossed the finish line. Well, 10.4 seconds, it's a pretty good time, it's close to the human limit. The Turtle Immortal looked at the timer and said. Woo! 10 seconds 4? I'm as fast as 10 seconds, affected by the venue, haha. Okay, it's up to me. The second is Gaku run. Su. 8.5 seconds. Is that fast? Gaku asked happily. Well, it's all fast, but this is only the level of humans, and excellent martial artists must surpass human limits. The turtle immortal said, removing the turtle shell from his back. Klin, help me time. Run. An afterimage flew by. Oh my god. 5.6 seconds. Well, that's pretty much it, that's speed beyond human limits. Wait, I haven't run yet. Sun Wumian spoke. It's time for him to perform. Preparation. Run. Sun. Wumian flew over the finish line like a gust of wind. Klin, how many seconds did I run? Sun Wumian returned and asked. Oh my god. 6 seconds 5. It's about the same as Master. Brother Wumian is so powerful. Sun Wumian shook his head, he couldn't imagine that he was much worse than Master Wushan, it was indeed his own empty combat power and could not fully exert it. The turtle immortal took a look at the sky, it's getting dark, before eating, test you again. After that, he picked up a pebble and wrote the word turtle on it. See clearly. The turtle fairy showed it off, and then threw the pebbles far away from the cliff. Fly so far, do you want to test throwing stones? Klin wondered. Of course not, Teacher Wushan is asking us to find stones, moreover, those who lose cannot eat at night. Sun Wumian rushed to say. Hey, Goman, how do you know what I mean? Strange. The turtle immortal was very surprised, however, you also go to find it, otherwise there is no food. Back to Master, I won't eat at night. Just kidding, Sun Wumian has long known that eating puffer fish at night, this thing is going to be poisoned. On September 14, 749, their practice officially began, and they rested for 2 days because of puffer fish poisoning. At 4:30 am, the turtle immortals drove them all up. Now, formally teach you the martial arts of the turtle immortal flow. Outside the door, the turtle immortal said to the 3 standing straight disciples, however, you must first know what martial arts are. Learning martial arts is. Understood? I don't understand at all. Gaku shook his head. In short, it is to work hard to make life better. Oh, so I understand. Gaku was abrupt. The first lesson, running to deliver milk. The second lesson is to plow the fields with your bare hands. The third lesson is reading. Lesson 4, nap. Lesson 5, moving bricks on the construction site. Lesson 6, swimming, being chased by sharks. Lesson 7, dodge enemy, b. attacks within a limited range. Grandpa, what's the use of doing this? I don't want to do this, just teach us Kung Fu. Halfway through, Monkey King questioned. Sun Wu had no objections, his goal of cultivation was to let his combat power play out normally, and to learn the methods of using and controlling the aura of the turtle immortals. And these courses should be effective, except for reading, the turtle immortals teach elementary school level. What? Smelly boy, physical strength is not practiced, how to learn martial arts? The turtle immortal was angry, in this way, a big stone here, when it can be pushed, I will teach you martial arts. Haha, the stone moved. Sun Wukong pushed the big stone at once. The turtle immortals were shocked and underestimated Goku's strength. Make a mistake, it should be this piece, push this one. His crutches pointed at a hill-like rocky path. I can't push. Sun Wukong tried it and said weakly. So, you have to continue to practice, it's not enough. The turtle immortal said with his back hand. Then Teacher Wushan, you must be able to push it, right? Sun Wumian touched his nose and said with a slight smile. Of course. The turtle immortals make a gesture of victory. Awesome, let's see. Klin rode. The turtle immortal stood in front of the hill like rock and fell silent. Well, I don't have time to play with you. 8 months later it will be the world's first martial arts association, you must also participate, seize the time to start training. Well, it's a good topic to shift, Sun Wumian thought. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day's training was all completed. Very good, I'll be here today. Excuse me, do you have to do the same training every day? Clin asked with a sad face. Nonsense, for several months from tomorrow, you will train like this, moreover, you will have to carry these 20 kilograms of turtle shells. Clin, I poor Goman, this 50-kilogram turtle shell is for you, I see that you are too relaxed today, so the training is ineffective. Chapter 8 May 7th, 750. A large island in the south, the venue of the world's first martial arts association. The two of them are also going to compete, not coming to visit. Hey? 2 kids also going to compete? The people at the registration desk were surprised. Sign us up. Gaku and Clin stepped forward. And Sun Go-mye just watched from behind. Yes, he didn't plan to participate in the competition. Because his current combat strength is already 120, except for the training in these 8 months, it has improved a lot. He also once found that the turtle immortals were secretly training themselves, and they happened to be performing the turtle school Qigong, so he took the opportunity to sign in, because it had been a year. After signing up and letting them change into the martial arts uniform of the turtle immortal Flo, Sun Go-myan and the turtle immortal watched Gaku and Clin enter the preliminary zone. Help me write Cheng Long's name. At this time, the turtle immortal said to the staff at the registration office. Hey, Teacher Wushan, you also want to participate? No wonder I saw you secretly practicing martial arts, it turned out that I didn't want to lose to my own apprentice. Sun Wumian said next to him. Goman, you come with me. The turtle immortal ignored him, beckoned to him, and walked towards an unoccupied corner. What's wrong, Teacher Wushan, what do you have to say? Sun Wumian followed. I helped you prepare the mask and wig, and you participated in the world's first martial arts meeting in the name of Cheng Long. Hey? Do you want me to participate in the competition in the name of Cheng Long? Sun Wumian almost dropped his jaw in shock. This script is not right, it is clear that Teacher Wushan participated in the competition with Cheng Long's name and then won the championship. Now it's the world of your younger generation, but Gaku and Clin are still young, it's easy to be proud of winning the championship. Originally I planned to participate by myself, but Wushan sensei is already old. It's up to you to let them know that there are people outside the world, there is a sky outside the sky, you are much older than them, and you are much more mature than when you first met. The turtle immortal continued. What, after saying so much, I was afraid that I would not be able to win the apprentice, but it is true that Goku's current combat power is already 96, Clin also has 80, and the turtle immortal has a combat power of 90 after training. The existence of Sun Gomian has changed something, and compared to the original situation in the Dragon Ball world, the combat effectiveness of Gaku and Clin has improved to a certain extent. Okay, since Master Wushan has said this, I'll use Cheng Long's name to participate. Sun Wumian said that he had put on a fake mask and wig. After doing this, he walked straight to the preliminary area, and the competition was almost about to begin, and the host was reading the rules of the competition aloud. This competition will select 8 players from 137 masters from all over the country to enter the finals. Next, let me explain the rules of the competition. The 2 sides fight on the competition platform, fall off the stage, admit defeat or faint for more than 10 seconds to judge the defeat, stipulating that no weapons can be used, nor can the opponent be killed. The preliminary round will be divided into 8 groups. And the winner of each group will advance to the final, and the draw will begin. Sun Wumian, who assumed the name Cheng Long, walked to the lottery box and drew 1 casually, number 128. On the other side, Gaku is number 70 and Klin is number 93, and everyone happens to be in different groups. The preliminary round, it began. Sun Gomaien won easily in 4 rounds and advanced to the final, but his opponent was too weak and he kicked him off the stage. Gaku and Klin also easily advanced to the final, and Yamcha also came, also getting a place in the final. Outside the audience, Bulma and others were also there. "Hey, why didn't you see Go Noon?" Bulma asked the turtle immortal. "Yes, Grandpa, where is brother Goman?" During the break before the final, Sun Wukong and Klin had come over to tell Wushan that they had entered the final. This I asked him to go buy something and came back right away. "Come back, Gaku, Klin, you should all have successfully advanced to the finals. Bulma, Yamcha, you are also here, long time no see." Sun Wumian removed his disguise and appeared in front of everyone. "Brother Gomin, where have you been? We all made it to the finals, great. Good, keep up the good work and fight for the final championship fight. Good. Gather and draw lots to determine the order of the finals." The host, dressed in black and wearing black glasses, shouted. The quarter-finalists began to assemble for the draw. Final versus match order: Klin vs Barker, Yamcha vs Chenglong, Lan Fang vs Nanwu, Son Goku vs Kenan. Long waited, the first match was played by Klin against Buck. The host held the microphone and shouted loudly, "The prize of this conference is 500,000 yuan, now, ask the director of the Martial Arts Association to speak." A dog-like man walked up to the stage and took the microphone. "Woof. Thank you, curator. Now that the first tournament begins, 2 players will appear. This Klin player is the youngest player in this conference, and this smelly player Buck here has never bathed since birth." It was indeed smelly, and Sun Wumian quickly covered his nose in the waiting area and stayed away. "Klin, the author didn't paint your nose, I'm afraid of what smells, quickly eliminate him, the smell is dead." At the back of the venue, Sun Wumian shouted loudly. "Yes, I don't have a nose." Klin, who was overwhelmed by the stench, stood up and solved his opponent in a few strokes. "Good, great game, congratulations to Klin for winning." The second match is played by Chenglong player versus Yamcha player, please 2 on the field. "It's my turn." Sun Wumian walked towards the field. "Yamcha, come on, defeat him." Sun Wukong cheered Yamcha. "You should cheer me on, I'm your brother," Sun Wu said in his heart. On the field, the 2 stood opposite each other. "Second game, start. Your strength has not improved much." In the face of Yamcha's tentative attack, Sun Wumian easily dodged. "What? Look down on me, let you see my real strength." Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. The phantom of the wolf appeared, and Yamcha rushed up. Sun Wumian dodged a flip and gave him a kick. Off-site. Chenglong player wins. There was silence, followed by thunderous applause. "Wonderful game, Chenglong player won with a light kick." In the third game, Nanwu faced Lan Fang, and Nanwu faced the Beauty G by closing his eyes and winning. In the fourth scene, Gaku faced Kenan, who could fly, and was in trouble for a while, and, before he knew it, his tail grew out. The opponent saw his strength, and even the magic gum could not trap him, and directly raised the white flag. Monkey King player wins. "It's amazing, the little man has such terrifying power." Taking advantage of the intermission, I want to interview, and he and the first game Klin players are wearing turtle clothes, please Klin players also come to the field. Chapter 9. What? Master Wushan? The host looked shocked. Audience. Wu. Master Wushan. It turned out to be the apprentice of Master Wushan, who is known as the god of martial arts. No wonder these 2 little furry boys are so powerful. Really? It's amazing. Why don't you interview me? Sun Wumian also stepped onto the stage at this time. Hey? Chenglong player. Take it, you. Sun Wumian snatched the microphone in the host's hand. Hi audience, I'm Xiaolong, I'll sing a song for you, 1, 2, 3. Bounce, knock. The girl on the opposite side looked over, audience. Not to mention the audience, Sun Wumian himself also feels ashamed. This is the show arranged by the Turtle Immortals for him, and it is famous. They don't let Wukong recognize Chenglong as his son Wumian. However, Gaku did smell him with his nose before. Fortunately, he covered up his past with flower dew, and Nyamucha was also a little suspicious of him. The fifth game, starting now, Chenglong vs Klin. Kling's set of combo punches and kicks preemptively. However, it was easily resolved by Sun Wumian. Klin, the strength is good, until I make a move, optimistic. Boom. Bang. With a loud bang, Klin was hit against the wall and fell with a single move. How come? I can't see his fists at all. Too fast. Klin, who got up, said to himself. The two continued to make moves, although Klin had Goku's reminder and could already see each other's moves, but in the face of absolute strength, it was useless. Sun quickly knocked Klin to the ground. Start counting the seconds, 2, 8, 9, 10. Klin failed to stand up. Congratulations to Chenglong on his victory. I don't know who this Chenglong player is, every time he can easily win, it's too powerful. The host's voice sounded. After a short break. The sixth match is played by Sun Wukong against Nanwu. Originally, Nanwu had a little chance, and Gaku used the tornado move to stun himself. And Nanwu had to fly into the air to waste time, and came a sky cross fist. As a result, Gaku flew higher than him and won the game with one move. The Monkey King player won, and although he was young, he was strong and gave us a great game. After a 10-minute break, there will be the seventh game, which is the championship battle, and who will go to the First in the World award. Please wait and see. The world's first martial arts association championship, start now. Well, I haven't fought seriously for a long time, this time I can finally be a little more serious, let me force out your potential a little bit. Sun Wu thought to himself, and then took the lead. Hey! Whoops! The two moved at great speed on the field. The game was so amazing, the two of them moved so fast that they couldn't see it, and at the moment, it could be evenly matched. The moderator mobilized the atmosphere in a timely manner. Klin, can you see their movements clearly? In the audience, Yamcha asked. Barely, I saw that Chenglong seems to be using Master Wushan's stunt Drunken Fist, and Wukong's self-created boxing technique. When Sun Wumian suppressed his strength and Wukong fought back and forth, he glanced at the current sky, it was almost dark, and the full moon was about to appear. Because Goku's tail has grown out, so that you can check in again. It is worthy of being the champion of the world's one martial arts association, and it is not clear who has the upper hand yet, but it will be dark immediately, and our competition rules are not limited in time. The host's voice continued. And Sun Wumian is still hiding his strength, and the audience thinks that he has done his best. Only the Turtle Immortal saw a little clue. Wumian, this kid, why don't you use all your strength? Did he have other plans? Originally, I wanted to keep that move, depending on the situation, I couldn't win if I didn't use it. Seeing that he couldn't win after fighting for so long, Sun Wukong stopped and spoke. Turtle. Send. Chi. Gaku brought his wrists closer together and tucked them around his waist, gathering a ball of light in his palm. Gong then push forward and emit powerful Qigong waves. Sun Wumian did not dare to underestimate it, and also sent out the Turtle School Qigong against Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong. Bang! Syllable. The two were blown up in the ring by the colliding Turtle School Qigong at the same time. But Sun Wumian was pretending. He glanced up, not knowing when the full moon was high in the sky. Okay, it's time. Sun Gomye no longer kept his hand and threw his drunken punch with all his strength, quickly knocking Gaku to the ground. Start counting the seconds. 2. It's over, the full moon has appeared. Gaku won't look at the sky, right? In the audience, Bulma saw Gaku fall head-on. Damn, I won't lose. Monkey King struggled to stand up. Inadvertently, he saw the full moon. Ah! This Sun player turned into a giant ape. What kind of martial arts is this? The host looked shocked. This is not martial arts. This is miserable. Terrible things have happened. Bulma, Oolong and the others have seen the power of the giant ape Wukong. System, dry. Sun Yumian shouted in his heart. Ding, sign into the giant ape Wukong. The target's current combat power is 960, the host's combat power is increased by 96, the current combat power is 216, do you want to learn the Saiyan giant ape transformation? No. He didn't want to learn this, but Gaku was going to lose consciousness and only know how to destroy. Well, it's time to end this world's #1 martial arts meeting. Turtle. Send. Gas. Work, all out. Sun Yumian brought his wrists close together and closed them around his waist, and a huge shockwave that had never been seen before shot out. After a burst of dazzling light, the entire assembly martial arts hall was almost destroyed. When everything is calm, it's hard to believe that the Monkey King player who turned into a giant ape was defeated by the Jackie Chan player with Turtle Pai Qigong, and the Sun player also disappeared. I have to say that this host is also too dedicated, and picked up the microphone and shouted at the first time. Gaku, what about Gaku? He disappeared? Klin's eyes widened in disbelief. You murderer, why did you kill Gaku? Yes, why? Don't panic, look carefully at the ground. Sun Yumian pointed to the smooth Wukong Dao on the ground. Hey? It's Gaku, great, Gaku is fine. Klin was pleasantly surprised. Haha, I just hit the moon with Turtle Pai Qigong, not him. Sun Yumian explained. Moon? God, the moon is really gone. Everyone looked up. Klin, you come up, take Gaku to the lounge, help him change his clothes, it is estimated that he will not wake up for a while. Sun Wu looked at Klingdao in the audience. Chapter 10. I'm not defeated yet. Just then, Gaku struggled to stand up. Well? Sun Yumian was a little surprised. It seems that the science of the fighting nation cannot be measured by common sense. Hey, what about my clothes? Oh, forget it, just keep playing. Haha. Hee hee. The audience laughed when they saw that Gaku, who had no clothes, was going to continue the game. Excuse me, can you please put on your clothes, this is an official competition. Sun Wukong looked around. Where mine? Klin couldn't stand it anymore and went on stage to change his coat for Gaku. Okay, the game continues. It's time to end, let Gaku see how powerful his combat effectiveness has improved, maybe it can stimulate his fighting spirit and make him a Super Saiyan early, so that he can sign in. Sun Yumian thought about it, so he made a move, only his fluttering kick, seemingly not much strong, but kicked Wukong off the ring at once. Off-site. Chenglong player wins. Champion, Chenglong player won the final championship, applause, congratulations to him. It's wonderful, the strength of Chenglong's player may surpass that of Wushan teacher, the god of martial arts. I have never seen such a powerful player appear in the world's first martial arts association. This is a bonus of 500,000. The host took a stack of money and handed it to Sun Yumian. Thank you. Outside the competition field, the Turtle Immortal, Gaku, and Bulma walked together. What about Brother Gomen? Sun Wukong looked around a little puzzled. I haven't seen Gomin-kun. Bulma said. It's strange, he wouldn't have missed the game, would he? Klin was also a little puzzled. Hey, everyone's here. At this time, Sun Wumian had already removed his disguise and came over. I know what you want to say, I've seen all the matches. Klin and Wukong performed very well, but you must know that there are people outside the world, there is a truth outside the sky, continue to train hard, and next time you will definitely be able to defeat this player named Cheng Long. There is no end to martial arts, and the real cultivation has just begun. The Turtle Immortal also nodded. You're doing a great job, I'll treat you to a good meal. The Turtle Immortal continued. Eat? Hurry up, I'm hungry and faint. Sun Wukong said and drool came out. A restaurant. Ha! Ha! Grunt! Grunt! Gaku, he ate 30 alone, not 50 people. The others looked at him like monsters. Hey, can you have 2 more bowls? I'm sorry, but there are no more ingredients to cook. The restaurant staff said. Well, 80% is almost full. Sun Wukong patted his stomach. Gomin, I remember that my money seems to have been given to you for safekeeping, you go and buy the order. The Turtle Immortal nodded Sun Wu with his crutches, the meaning was obvious, and the bonus was taken out to settle the account. What? Isn't it Master Wushan, are you treating? Yes, but the money is with you, trouble you to run. Eileen, this bad old man, very bad, forget it, anyway, most of it is eaten by Gaku, and I check out reasonably. Oh, 470,000, no need to look for it. Sun Wumian walked to the cash register, dropped the money, turned around and left. Hey, it's exactly 470,000, how did he know, I haven't even said. Everyone left the restaurant and got in the car. Will you continue to practice after you go back? Yamcha asked Gaku Klin about them. Yes. After seeing how powerful that Cheng Long is, I want to become stronger. No need to follow me anymore to cultivate, everything that should be taught to you, in the future, you can cultivate by yourself. The Turtle Immortal spoke. Well, I'm going to help Grandpa get the 4-star Dragon Ball back. The main thing is that you can cultivate while looking for Dragon Balls. Gaku laughed. Klin, Gomin, what about you two? What are the plans? I want to continue to follow Master Wushan. Klin thought for a moment and said. I want to see all over the earth, it's boring to be bored all day. Sun Wumian has already thought about it, first find Tianjin rice, although the strength of Tianjin rice may not be comparable to him, but the same can be signed in case you learn the art of dancing the air. After that, go to Karantat, take some fairy beans for food, good things cannot be cheap ya Chilobe, by the way go to the temple to sign in. Duyun. Goodbye everyone, Grandpa, Brother Gume, everyone. Sun Wukong found his luggage and said goodbye to everyone. Well? No, isn't the time of a year still up? Dragon Ball should still be a stone at this time, so what's going on to find Dragon Ball now? Forget it, what does the bug in the Dragon Ball world have to do with my son Gomayan? By the way, Bulma, do you have an airplane capsule, borrow one to use? About to leave, Sun Wumian found that he had nothing, except for 30,000 yuan. Oops, bad, the plane capsules are gone, it is estimated that there were too many people at the venue at that time and lost it. How did you do it? How did you lose all the plane capsules? How can you go back to the western capital now? Yamuti ceremony. Less nonsense, beautiful women are easy to make mistakes, what's wrong? It's okay, I have an airplane capsule, let's come to my turtle fairy house for a while, and then send you back. The Turtle Immortal showed a lewd smile. At this time, Sun Wumian came to a nearby shop selling aircraft capsules alone. Boss, bring me an airplane capsule. He walked straight in and spoke. 20,000 A, please show your driver's license. A clerk-like man looked up at him and said. Driver's license? Does buying an airplane capsule have anything to do with a driver's license? Sun Yumian was a little speechless. Of course, it is related. You can fly airplanes, boats, cars, or other means of transportation with a universal driver's license, and you can buy aircraft capsules. What? Is this world so strange? Sun Yumian really doesn't know such a thing. Give you an extra 1,000, okay? Sun Wu said helplessly, he was too lazy to get by with these ordinary people. Sun Yumian spent 20,000 10,000 to successfully buy an airplane capsule. Haha, it's really a dirt bun, the capsule worth 10,000 actually gave so much, it's too good to deceive, what driver's license, it's all to lie to you. As soon as Sun Wu walked out of the store with his feet in front of him, he heard the boss laughing. Can this be tolerated? Can't bear it, he is a combat power of 216, and he has the strength to destroy a city. The system had previously told him that the combat power of 201-3000 was a master who could destroy a city. And the combat power 3001 to 50,000 is the 4th level, with the strength to destroy a country. Sun Yumian turned back and gently patted the table in front of the shop owner, and suddenly, the table turned into a pile of dust. You! What do you want? The shop owner was directly frightened. What for? Humph, get the money back, right away. Okay, I'll give you how much money you want, please let me go. A pile of money appeared in front of Sun Yumian and appeared. He took 10,100 directly, and then walked away. Be a good person, if I find out that you continue to deceive, this table will be your end. Sun Yumi's fluttering and clear voice came from afar. Chapter 11. With that, the system, can it detect the location of all the masters on the earth? Sun Yumian suddenly remembered something. It has been 3 days since the end of the world's first martial arts meeting, and he is aimlessly looking for the location of Tianjin Rice. From the southern capital to the western capital, now he does not know where he is. The system is being upgraded. Upgrade successfully and start searching for masters on Earth. It's really okay, if you don't use this function sooner, it's a waste of my time. Sun Yumian complained. There is a powerful force in the southwest direction, combat power 116. Oh, this should be the Monkey King who went to Pirav to get the Dragon Ball. In due west there are 3 forces together, and the combat power is 190,288,310. This is the Cat Fairy, Bobo, and the Gods. Southern 139 combat strength. It's obviously a turtle immortal, can your system be reliable? Sun Yumian was already impatient. In the east are 2 forces, 145 and 94. Well, it's them, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. Sun Wu looked beaming and drove the plane to the east. Oh, this is it. Sun Yumian remembered, isn't this the village where the Tianjin Rice Dumpling duo teamed up with Pig Deer Butterfly to cheat money? He put away the plane capsule and quickly landed. Suddenly, a car was speeding close and was about to crash. Stop! Sun Yumian stretched out his hand and stopped the car. Hey, don't get in the way, there are monsters in the village, let's run for our lives. In the car, a man's voice shouted. Oh, then you guys go ahead, I'll take a look. Sun Yumian said and walked towards the village. System, work. Soon, he met the duo. Ding, you signed into Tianjin Meal, failed to sign in, your combat effectiveness has surpassed this person. This is gone, what moves do I want to learn? Check in again and try that little one. Ding, you signed into Dumplings, failed to sign in, did you learn the art of dancing? Yes. Nonsense, definitely learn isn't the hard work for this? Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, how are you? After completing the purpose, Sun Yumian smiled and said hello. Who are you? How do you know our name? The three-eyed starman said with an unkind look in his eyes. Hee, who am I? Just ask Sun Wukong in the future. Now, hand over the money you deceived the villagers. Since you know it, then leave you alone. Tianjin Fan said that he was going to do it. Alas, why force me to make a move? Isn't it good to be obedient? In case you hang up, then Gaku will have one less sharpened opponent and friend in the future. Tianjin Fan jumped up and kicked, but Sun Wumian dodged it with a fluttering flutter, and gave him a kick by the way. Click! Tianjin Fan was directly kicked into the air, knocked down a large tree, and was just pressed under the tree. Dumpling, you come over, hand over the money and go. Sun Wumian will not kill them, after all, they will all change their evil ways in the future. By the way, this pig stays, let it help the villagers cultivate the land in the future. Oh, if you don't speak, I'll take your consent. He continued with the pig deer butterfly. The dumplings and Tianjin rice left in embarrassment, and the villagers enthusiastically kept him down to eat. Hey, this girl is so familiar. I rub, isn't this my original hero Agudo? It's just the same panda girl. During the meal, Sun Wumian was shocked to see the little girl in red sitting opposite. Dancing the air, finally experiencing the feeling of flying in the air, it turns out to be such a feeling, it's so cool. Sun Wumian left the village, and he had just learned the art of dancing for a long time before flying in the direction of Kailan Tat. Cat Immortal, hello, first meeting, please advise more. As soon as Sun Wumian reached the top of the Karan Tower, he saw that the Karan Immortal seemed to be waiting for him. Please call me Karan Immortal, someone from another world, what are you doing here? Hey, you know that? I am indeed a person who does not belong to this world. Sun Wumian was a little surprised, this cat immortal knows quite a lot. You haven't told me what your purpose is. The cat fairy squinted. Purpose? It's very simple, take some fairy beans and eat them. Of course, you also have to check in. System, check in this cat. Ding, you sign into the Karan Immortal, the sign-in fails, your combat effectiveness is higher than him, and nothing happens. After signing in, Wukong continued to speak, has Sun Wukong come up in the past few days? In 300 years, you are the second person to come here, and the last one was Master Wushan. In this way, forget it, hurry up and get some fairy beans, I still have to go to see the gods. Sun Wumian took the immortal beans and flew towards the temple above. I haven't seen such a strong young man for a long time, is this arranged to save the future of the earth? The Karan Immortal watched Goman's figure disappear and muttered to himself. Temple. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Sun Wumian maintained his usual politeness. Hi. What about the gods? Can I meet him? You want to compete with Bobo? I am a servant of the gods, and if I win, I can meet the gods. Compete or something first, sign in first, and then talk. Ding, you signed in to Bobo, signed in successfully, the combat effectiveness increased by 15, the host's current combat power was 231, did you learn to perceive chi? Ah? Didn't I learn it a long time ago? Sun Wumian said in his heart, could it be that the Turtle Immortal sect is all fake? In fact, he was confused, and the Turtle Immortals taught him to control his own breath and change his combat power on the detector. This one has learned to feel the position of the opponent through the breath, and can also sense the strength of the opponent. So strong? Learned. That's like having eyes on your back. You're the first of the humans to come here, let's get started. Bobo hasn't competed with anyone else for a long time. Good. Ah yay. Since Sun Wumian had just learned Bobo's perception chi, except that his combat effectiveness was a little worse than Bobo, he would basically not be caught as a weak point. Of course, Sun Wumian still fell into the downside. Try my trick, Turtle Pie. You're very good, but it's still a little worse than Bobo. Bobo actually easily took over the Turtle Pie Qigong. Although you don't know when you learn to perceive qi, qi should be combined with feeling subtle changes in the air, like this. Bobo said, as if a gust of wind disappeared in place and appeared behind Sun Wumian. Awesome, amazing, admire and admire. Sun Wumian clicked 3 likes. Chapter 12. You are not qualified to see the heavenly god now, martial arts and will are not passing, you can go back. Do you want to break in? The god must be inside the house, Sun Wumian thought. Pregnant. Just do that, he mused for a moment and thought of a way. Mr. Bobo, as far as I know, the Tenjin has an evil doppelganger, and he will be released as evil in 3 years. What? Are you telling the truth? Where did you hear about it? The voice of the gods came from inside. Sun Wu smiled, and the heavenly god slowly walked out from inside. System, help me sign into the gods. Ding, you sign into the earth celestial god, the sign-in is successful, the combat effectiveness increases by 16, and the host's current combat power is 246. Of course it's true, this is the truth, as for how to know, I guess. Sun Wumian replied. No wonder I've been feeling restless lately, so it is. The heavenly god said with a solemn expression. I've said what I need to say, and it's time to get out of here. Sun Wumian had already sensed that under the Karin Tower at this time, Gaku seemed to be about to fight with Doubai. He had to hurry to save Upa's father, Bra, and Shenlong's wish could not be wasted on him. He has already made his wish, now that there is no one on earth who can let him improve his combat effectiveness through check-in for the time being, he wants the Divine Dragon to send him to the planet Shadara in the 6th universe. Signing into a Saiyan can make him improve his strength quickly. Although his current combat effectiveness is not high, the Saiyans there have a kind personality and a strong sense of justice, and are hired to solve bad guys, fight criminals, and maintain peace in the 6th universe. So there should be nothing to worry about. Sun Wumian thought, the person has flown out of the temple and flew towards the Karin Pagoda. It's dangerous, just in time. When Sun Wu arrived, he just saw that the spear in the killer Doubai's hand had come out and flew towards Bra in the air. He accelerated, grabbing the spear dangerously, which was now no more than half an inch from Upa's father, Bra. Bang! With a loud bang, Bra fell heavily from the air to the ground. Oops, forgot about him. Sun Wumian was slightly embarrassed, this wave did not seem to be very handsome. The world's #1 killer is in vain, it seems to be like that, the name is not worthy of the name. Sun Wumian fell to the ground, turned to look at Doubai and said. Brother Goman, it's great that you saved him. Sun Wukong also saw clearly at this time. Boy, your tone is not small, it's good, kill one more and get an extra money. Mama Bai said with a smile. Yes. Sun Wumian learned Mr. Bobo's movements, flashed behind Doubai in an instant, and flew out with a kick. It's too weak to be interesting. He glanced at Doubai who was plopped on the ground and said. Brother Goman, when did you become so strong? Sun Wukong said in surprise. Gaku, you can become just as strong as long as you work hard. No, I must surpass you. Haha, that's right, this tower is the Karin Tower, you can see the Karin immortals when you climb up, and it will be stronger if you drink the super holy water, you climb it and try, then it will be up to you to defeat it. Hey? Isn't Peach Bibai already defeated by you? Look at the ground. Hey, when did you escape? Sun Wukong looked over, and the person was gone. I estimate that Doubai will come back in 3 days, Gaku, come on, I'll go back to Bun Mountain now to see Grandpa. He has already calculated the strength, and in about 3 days, the peach white injury will be healed. After Sun Wumian finished speaking, Wukong Shu flew in the direction of Bun Mountain. Back at Bun Mountain, looking at the familiar grass and trees below, he couldn't help but sigh, unconsciously, it has been more than 10 years since he came to this world. At the beginning, his idea was to be a salted fish and live here quietly, but unfortunately, in the Dragon Ball world, if you don't improve your strength, you will become cannon fodder. Grandpa Gohan, I'm back. It's Gohan. Well, it's good, the strength has surpassed Grandpa a lot. Son Gohan came out when he heard this. Grandpa, I plan to go to a very far away place, and I guess I won't see you for a long time. The sky is high and the birds fly, the sea is wide with the fish jumping, go, don't forget what Grandpa taught you. Then I'll go, Grandpa Gohan, goodbye. After Sun Yumian finished speaking, the person was already flying in the sky. Turtle House. Klin and Yamcha are practicing against each other outside the house. Klin, Master Wushan doesn't teach anything, just let us practice against each other, can we really become stronger? Maybe, I don't know what medicine is sold in Master's gourd, let's continue to practice. Klin shook his head and said. Hey, someone seems to be flying over there, who is it? Yamcha suddenly pointed behind Klin. Hey, everyone's here. As soon as Sun Yumian fell, he saw Klin and Yamcha fighting, while the turtle immortal was lying on a chair reading a book that was inappropriate for children, and Bulma was sitting bored in front of the door of the house. Go Noodle-kun, you came just in time, I'm going to die of boredom, originally I thought that Yamcha would be fun to practice here, who knows so. Bulma was overjoyed when she saw that it was Sun Yumian. Haha, yes, what does that have to do with me, I'm also very boring. Sun Yumian said with a smile. Gomen, didn't you say that you went to travel around the world, why did you come back so soon? Klin asked. I've already finished swimming, except for the northern capital is too cold, I have been to other places. What kind of move did you just fly in the sky, it's so powerful. Yamcha also spoke. Dancing the void, this took me a lot of effort to learn. Sun Yumian replied, in fact, where is the effort, it will be a gentle sign-in. When the turtle immortal heard this, he put down the book in his hand, so, you have already seen my junior brother who is not right-minded. Not really, I've seen 2 of his apprentices. So that's the case, I also know that he has 2 apprentices. Not to mention this, I will soon leave the earth and go to a faraway place, where I can improve my strength, and I will say goodbye to you by the way. Well, just do it when you think about it. The turtle immortal nodded, remember the purpose of my turtle immortal flow, learning martial arts is not to win others, but to surpass yourself. Okay, I remembered, then, guys, goodbye. Sun Yumian said, already flying in the sky, turned around and waved his hand, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Oh, I forgot to ask Gomen-kun where he was going, it seems quite interesting, and I want to follow along. Bulma suddenly slapped her thigh and said. What? Bulma, aren't you still going to school? Klin asked. I'm a genius, what's wrong with skipping class once in a while? Chapter 13. It is said that Sun Wukong's side successfully climbed the Karin Tower and met the cat immortal. However, if you want to drink super holy water, you have to pass the level of the cat immortal. Hey, where's Goku? Where did it go? When Sun Yumian arrived, he only saw the cat immortal at the top of the tower. He went down to pick up the Dragon Balls. Oh, you're training him, it's not bad. After waiting for a while, Goku climbed up again. Woo! It's so abominable, you angry cat, if the Dragon Ball is obtained by the people of the Red Ribbon Army, it will be broken. Sun Wukong said angrily as soon as he arrived. Hehe, don't you feel like you're getting stronger? It took you less than 3 hours to go back and forth this time. The cat fairy squinted. Goku, Dragon Ball radar and Dragon Ball for me first. At this time, Sun Yumian came over and said. However, I plan to take these 4 planets back to my grandfather. It's okay, I've already met Grandpa Gohan, it's not something important. Okay then, here you go. Monkey King said and handed the things over. Hey, boy, you wouldn't have any bad motives for collecting Dragon Balls, would you? At this time, the cat immortal squinted at Sun Mumian with his eyes. Do you see me like that? Sun Mumian asked rhetorically. The cat fairy squinted his eyes and was silent for a while. To be honest, I can't completely see through you. Sun Mumian said, flying out of the Karan Tower. Wukong, the world's first martial arts meeting will be held again in 3 years, and your cultivation in the past 3 years cannot use Duyun, either walking, running, or swimming. After saying that, he continued to fly forward. There are still 3 Dragon Balls left. He took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked up. The 2 on this side are not very far away, presumably this is the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Mumian said, adjusted his direction, and flew towards the southwest. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. Commander, Colonel Violet is back with the Dragon Balls. Very good, when Peach comes back, there will be 6 Dragon Balls. One-eyed Black Marshal Ning said with a sinister smile. Commander, those 4 Dragon Balls have begun to move. Is it Peachy? Efficiency so fast? Just got out. This is the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Well, then I'm welcome. Sun Mumian had already reached the position of the 2 Dragon Balls at this time. Turtle. Send. Gas. Gong. He didn't bother to waste time breaking in, first give a turtle pie kigong to them to taste before talking. Bang. A dazzling light flashed. The entire building of the Red Ribbon headquarters has been destroyed by him, which is still the result of his remaining hands. Successfully finding 2 Dragon Balls in a pile of ruins, he flew away. Hey? Why is the last Dragon Ball missing, which can be seen on the Dragon Ball radar just now? Sun Mumian was taken aback when he took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it again. By the way, I saw this scene, it was Pilaf and his gang who hid the Dragon Balls with a special device. He recalled the plot of Dragon Ball. However, where is the specific location? The combat effectiveness of the 3 of them is too low, and the system is difficult to detect clearly. There is no way. It seems that you still have to find the divination mother-in-law. After clarifying his train of thought, he flew in the direction of the turtle house, and if he wanted to find the divination mother-in-law, he had to ask the turtle immortal first. After all, it was his sister. Gomin-kun, why are you back? Back at the turtle house, Bulma was the first to ask. Come back to Master Wu Tian to ask something. What about the others? He looked at it, and only 4 people, Yamcha, Klin, Lanfang, and Bulma, came out. Well, he's watching a weekly show. Klin spoke. Master Wushan, don't look, first tell me where the divination mother-in-law is. I want to find the location of the last Dragon Ball. Sun Mumian came to the house and opened the door. What divination mother-in-law? Wait for the meeting, wait for the meeting. The turtle immortal waved his hand impatiently and said. After waiting for a while, the children's inappropriate program was finally finished. Hey, it's Gomen, when did you come back? Sun Mumian said, this is too fascinating. I want to know the location of the last Dragon Ball. The radar does not show. I don't know where your sister's divination mother-in-law is. Hey? Does Master Wu Tian still have a sister? Klin said in surprise, and the others nodded in surprise. I do have a sister, but I haven't seen each other for a long time. Klin, go get a map. The turtle immortal took the pipe, lit it, and continued. If you look at the map, it should be here. Getting the map, the turtle immortal pointed to a place. Master Wushan, you are so strong, then your sister must be more powerful, right? Yamcha asked. No, she and I are on a different path. She can divination, and if you can't find something, you can go to her. Well, then I'd like to see it. Klin, let's go with Gomen. Haha, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep up with the speed of my air dance. Sun Mumian touched his nose and said with a smile. How is it possible? I don't believe that aerial dancing can be faster than an airplane. Yamcha said unconvinced. Then let's compare and see. So, the group of 3 flew towards the place that the turtle immortal said. How about it, take it, the plane is too slow. Sun Yumian flew slowly, facing Yamcha and Clindeo in the plane on the side. It's really powerful, I didn't think the speed of the air dance technique could be so fast. Clin sighed. I don't know if this air dance is difficult to learn, you can teach us. Yamcha also asked. Simple, as long as you can feel your own chi, you can fly with a little control. Sun Yumian said casually. A few people said, and soon came to the place where the divination mother-in-law was. I saw that there were several platforms on the water by the lake below, and on the platforms were several domes connected to several platforms, and the outermost was a large competition platform. Mother-in-law, hello, I would like to ask you to help me find the location of the same thing. Seeing the divination mother-in-law, Sun Yumian went straight to the point. Yes, pay 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan? Do you still need money? Yamcha and Clin almost dropped their jaws when they heard the number. Sun Yumian was very calm, which he had known for a long time. I know, in addition to money, you also like competitions, and if you win the players you sent, you will help divination once for free. I also know that you will agree quickly, and there is no need to fight at all. Sun Wu's face changed. The divination mother-in-law was silent for a while. Presumably what might happen after divination, before continuing, young man, you are trying to rob my divination mother-in-law's job. Haha, don't you dare, can you now divinate to find the location of the last Dragon Ball? Sun Yumian said with a smile. In fact, with the divination mother-in-law's divination ability, how could she not know Sun Yumian's powerful strength? Sun Yumian predicted her prediction to say so. Chapter 14. Okay, I'll help you once, but only once, don't come to me next time. The divination mother-in-law came down from the divination crystal and began to recite the incantation. Hey, babbling. Babbling. Did you see it? The Dragon Ball was in the driving car. In what direction? Sun Yumian leaned in and took a look and asked. It's about 2,000 miles away from this direction, and it's coming here. The diviner pointed in one direction. Okay, I'll go back, Clin, help me hold these 6 Dragon Balls. Sun Gomian handed the bag of the Dragon Balls to Clin and flew in the right direction. Found it, it's this car. He was extremely fast, and soon saw the car shown by the crystal ball. A few children, we meet again. He landed directly in front of the car, said hello, and then flew with a kick, and the car was kicked directly to the side. You again? Why are you going against me, King Pirav everywhere? Pirav climbed out with difficulty holding a box. Sun Wu's face was lazy nonsense. A dodge rushed over, took the box in hand, opened it and looked. Sure enough, the Dragon Ball was sealed in this special box. No wonder the Dragon Ball radar could not be found. Thank you for your hard work finding of the Dragon Ball, then, goodbye. 3. Sun Yumian said, jumped up, and flew back to the original road. King Pilaf, how can he fly? How do I know? The Dragon Balls are gone, my desire to rule the world will not be fulfilled. Hurry up and find a way to snatch the Dragon Balls back. He must have collected all 7 Dragon Balls. But all 7 Dragon Balls are in hand, it's time to summon the Divine Dragon to come out and fulfill your wish. Sun Gomian placed the Dragon Balls neatly on the ground. In other words, Goman, what wish did you wish to fulfill when you summoned the dragon? Clin asked. I want the Divine Dragon to send me to the planet Shadara in the 6th universe, where I will soon be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. What 6th universe, what Super Saiyan? Completely incomprehensible. You'll know later, go away, I'm going to call the dragon out. Shenlong. Come out. Sun Yumian then shouted to the Dragon Ball placed on the ground. It's getting dark, what's going on? It was the first time Clin had seen the dragon appear. Wow, is this the Shenlong? So spectacular! Name your wish, I can help you fulfill any wish, but there is only one, said Shenlong looking down at everyone. Shenlong, can you send me to the planet Shadera in the 6th universe? Sun Yumian expressed his wish. Sorry, I can't do this, the distance is beyond the universe, this is beyond the scope of Ben Long's ability, change your wish. Isn't any wish granted? Sun Yumian was speechless, this Earth's divine dragon is this? I'm sorry, you can change your wish. Shenlong spoke again. This is difficult, Sun Yumian did not expect that this Earth's divine dragon is so watery. Do you want to let the divine dragon send himself to Namex to find the Polenga divine dragon to try? Well, it works, by the way, you can also sign in to improve your strength in Namexing. How, have you figured it out? If there is no other wish, Benlong is gone. Eileen, this Earth's divine dragon is really delicious and loves to pretend, when you see Beerus, you will know, then you dare not say more, Sun Yumian thought, said his wishes. Then send me to Namex, this can be achieved. Simple. Your wish has been fulfilled, goodbye. Swish. Sun Yumian turned into a virtual shadow and disappeared on the spot. The sky also returned to daylight. Leave without saying hello, then Miji? What is the place? Yamacha, have you heard of it? Clin asked. I haven't heard, maybe Bulma knows, let's go back to the turtle house and ask. Namex is a world made up of hundreds of islands. On an island on this planet whose name is unknown, a person appeared out of thin air, and I saw him wearing brown clothes with the word turtle printed on it, which was Sun Yumian. Oh, I forgot to say the specific location when I made the wish, where is this Mizing? He immediately looked at his surroundings. This planet is even more desolate than expected. The system, can it detect the location of the nemesis? The ability of the system is related to the combat effectiveness of the host. At present, only the nearest village can be detected. There are more than a dozen people with a combat power of about 1,000. Oh? In which direction, how far is it? In the southeast direction, more than 50,000 li, with the strength of the host, it will take about 3 days to arrive. What? One more zero, right? That's right, Namex is a super large planet that orbits more than 1,000,000 miles. This, I already knew that the strength was raised by a level point and then came again, and I forgot to bring my luggage. Fortunately, there are dozens of fairy beans in my pocket, and this time I really want to eat fairy beans as a meal. I don't know if the fish in the water can be eaten, it's best to save a little fairy beans. Sun Yumian thought and had already set out for the nearest village of the Namexan. When he was tired, he found an island to rest. Hungry, originally, he wanted to touch some fish to grill, but the nemesis was so desolate that he couldn't find firewood. I can only eat 1 fairy bean a day. The main thing is that there are 3 suns on Namex, only day and night, and he is a little confused about day and night, and from time to time he has to ask the current time of the system. Finally, 3 days later, he reached his first village. What people? A Nami star saw Sun Yumian suddenly appear in their village. Is it an alien? Sun Yumian looked over, and several green-skinned people were busy. System, those who can sign in will sign in once. Ding, sign into the Meizing Gren, sign in successfully, the host's combat effectiveness increases by 15. Ding, sign into the Nami Starman, sign in successfully, the host's combat effectiveness increases by 20. Do you learn the regeneration ability? At present, all he sees are ordinary Nameizing, who have only signed in 3 times, and their combat effectiveness adds up to less than 1,000, and some old people and children have lower combat effectiveness than him. Sun Yumian's combat effectiveness increased a little, reaching 294. As for the 2 or 3 nemesis warriors guarding the village, they probably didn't come back outside. What is surprising is that you can learn the regenerative ability of the beautiful star, and sure enough, quantitative changes will cause qualitative changes. Hello, my name is Sun Wumian and I came from a distant Earth. Is the elder there? I want to borrow your Dragon Balls to make a wish. It only took a few seconds to sign in, and then he said straight to the point. I'm an elder. What wish do you want Dragon Ball to fulfill? An old man came out and asked. Oh, you are an elder, my wish is simple, I want the Boringa divine dragon to send me to a distant place. You see that I am righteous, with 2 sleeves of clean breeze, thinking twice, all 4 are empty, my facial features are straight, and the 6 roots are clean, I am obviously a good person, it is not too much to borrow a Dragon Ball to fulfill my wishes. Everyone, it makes sense, I was speechless. The elder was silent for a while before he spoke. It is true that I can't feel the evil aura from you, but if you want to get the Dragon Ball, you need to pass my test. Oh? What a test, although let the horse come over. Sun Wumian also knows that things are not so simple, and he will be recognized if he is not bragging. The test or something, he knows, if you want to get the Dragon Ball, you must compete with the elders for wisdom and strength or simply say your wishes, only warriors who are approved by the elders can get the Dragon Ball. However, the elder should not come up with some completely unpassable tests. Chapter 15. The test is simple, help plant 100 trees in our village, and you can take the Dragon Ball when it's done. The elder looked at Sun Wumian with a smile and said his test. What? Seed? Planting trees? Sun Wumian couldn't have imagined that it was such a test. If you can't do it, go back, Dragon Ball can't give it to you. The elder continued. Okay, I promised, isn't it just planting trees, simple? So, he followed a few nemesis and really began to learn to plant trees. Once Namex, it was a very beautiful planet. However, due to the overdevelopment of the advanced civilization of Namex, the atmospheric environment of the planet was seriously damaged, and eventually the climate of the entire planet was abnormal. The last remaining Namazons reproduced their offspring through asexual reproduction. They cultivated a large number of plants called hydrangea trees on Namex, and in this way of farming, they continue to improve the environment of the planet. In the process of planting trees, Sun Wumian also gradually learned a lot about the history of name-seeing. At first, he thought it would be simple, dig a hole and plant the tree and it would be over. However, since the environment of this planet has not been restored, it is very troublesome to plant trees here. It took him 5 days to complete the task of 100 trees. During this period, he has become familiar with the Namex people, and also let the 3 warrior-type Nemesis people full of firepower, and the combined combat effectiveness of the 3 people exceeded 2,000, and successfully signed a wave. And his combat effectiveness also managed to reach 398. Young man, do a good job, you get my approval, Dragon Ball, you take it, good luck. The elder said and gave the Dragon Ball to Sun Wumian. After successfully getting the first Dragon Ball, he said goodbye to the nemesis of this village and moved on to the next one. This Megastar's Dragon Ball is a bit big, so it's too troublesome to hold and fly like this. Sun Wumian complained while flying. Then why not put the Dragon Balls into the system space? Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in his head. What? The system still has this function? Sun Wumian said in surprise. Of course, as long as the host meditates in his heart, things can be put into the system space, and in turn, they can also take out the things inside. I'll go, why didn't I say earlier with this function? He thought silently in his heart, and sure enough, the Dragon Balls in his hand disappeared and entered the system space, and he tried again, and he could easily take things out. Before he knew it, more than 2 days had passed and he had reached the second village. Unexpectedly, this is actually the village of Elder Muley, the second great elder, but he did not see Dandy, and it is estimated that at this time, Dandy has not yet been born. This he is familiar with, after taking the relationship between the Earth God and the future God. Elder Muley sent the Dragon Ball without any test. Moreover, the strength of the village on Elder Muley's side was a little stronger than the strength of the previous village, and after signing another wave, Sun Wumian's combat power soared to 598. In the third village, the test is combat ability, and the elders here are not too embarrassed by him, and sent a Namex with similar combat effectiveness to fight with him. As the saying goes, I have never eaten pork and seen pigs run, and he still won easily and successfully won the third Dragon Ball with a good understanding of the fighting methods of the Nemesis. In the fourth village, the test is wisdom. This is the Banman axe. After 9 years of compulsory education, he finally turned against the guest and was admitted to the Namexing people. In the end, after several different trials, more than a month had passed, and the last Dragon Ball was almost there, and at this time, he had already arrived at the location of the Great Elder. A platform on a pillar-like hill with a peculiar house. You came, the Great Elder let you in. Guarding in front of the house is Niru, the only combative type Nemeki. System, work, sign in Niru. Don't worry about anything else, the first thing is, of course, to sign in. Ding, you sign in to Niru, the check-in is successful, the combat power is increased by 1000, and the host's current maximum combat power is 1900. No, it's only 1000, isn't his combat power 42? That Miji can control combat power, this host should know. The voice of the system said in his head. It's a loss, so much less combat power, Sun Wu said with a face, but forget it, there is no way for him to use his full strength. At the same time, he had already walked in and saw the Great Elder. Young man, you are very good, you can be recognized by the other 6 elders, you are eligible to use the Dragon Ball, however, you can only make one wish. The Great Elder's old voice said. Thank you so much. One wish is enough. Sun Wumian said happily, he didn't expect it to be so smooth in the end. I am willing to assist aspiring young people, and the Dragon Ball will be given to you. The Great Elder said and handed over the last Dragon Ball. Niru, go and help him fulfill his wish. Yes, Grand Elder. Niru replied. Come to a little farther outside. It shouldn't affect the Great Elder here, that Niru, you're in trouble. Sun Wumian said, took out all the Dragon Balls and placed them on the ground. Niru checked. Namuk, who originally had no night, the sky darkened. The Boringa Divine Dragon, which is a few sizes larger than the Earth Divine Dragon, has appeared. Those who have Dragon Ball, say your wishes, within my ability, 3 wishes can be granted. The Boringa Divine Dragon looked down at the 2 people below and spoke. What wish are you going to fulfill? Niru asked Sun Gomye in a common language. My wish is for the Divine Dragon to send me to the distant planet Shadara in the 6th universe. Niru nodded and looked up at Shenlong instead. This is simple, the first wish has come true, and there are 2 wishes left. There are no other wishes. After Niru finished speaking, the Divine Dragon turned into 7 stones again and fell in place. Swish! Sun Wumian disappeared directly in place, and the Divine Dragon teleported him away. Is this the planet Shadara of the 6th universe? It feels like a remote corner of the Earth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a new place. Oh, what's going on? Sun Wumian suddenly couldn't stand steadily, and sat on the ground with one butt. After a while, he slowly stood up and moved his hands and feet before slowly adjusting to the gravity here. His current combat power in 1900 is higher than when Sun Wukong first arrived at the realm, which is also 10 times the gravity. So, this 10 times gravity can be quickly adapted to for him, but it is not as fast as it is on Earth. Chapter 16. Hey! There are many powerful auras coming to this side, is it a Saiyan from the 6th universe? Sun Wumian suddenly felt that no less than 10 powerful forces were approaching his location, and through the detection of the system, he learned that the lowest combat power exceeded 100,000 and the highest combat power exceeded 500,000. Boom! Boom! More than a dozen people fell from the air one after another. Captain Gris, this is it. The person who landed first spoke. This area is the so-called base controlled by Khalifa's gang of robbers? Well, today our Shadara army will take them down. Another said, seemingly their captain. Sun Gomayan, who was hiding behind a stone on one side, was stunned when he heard their conversation. Khalifa? Bandit? Did I watch the fake Dragon Ball Ultra? It's only 754 years now, it stands to reason that at the time of the power assembly, Khalifa will be no more than 25 years old at most, won't she have not yet been born? And she is still a female bandit, not the sister of the captain of Shadara's escort? System, what's going on? If you don't understand, ask the system and you're done. It is indeed the year 754 of IG, but because of the host, the world line has changed. The voice of the system rings in the head. Is that so? Sun Wumian will be suspicious. Hey, kid behind the stone over there, give me out, don't hide your head and show your tail. Suddenly, that Captain Gris's man looked in the direction where Sun Wumian was hiding. Sun Wumian chuckled in his heart, was he actually discovered? Hey? Before it comes out, I'll do it. In desperation, Sun Wumian had to show his figure, and the person who knew the time was Junja, and his combat power of less than 2,000 would not be stupid enough to keep up with 100,000 combat power. Captain, this man is also a Saiyan, but his combat uniform is very strange, I have never seen any Saiyan dressed like this. I suspect that he is Khalifa's man, sent to the outside to sentry. Captain, do you want to arrest and ask? Hey, hello, and listen to me, I just happened to pass by here, I'll go first if it's okay. Sun Wumian did not panic, said hello calmly, and then turned around to leave. Forget it, there is no need to pay attention to such a weak character. Gris waved his hand, the Lord has arrived, we still have to get down to business. Lord? Sun Wumian turned his head to look to the other side. A Saiyan with black hair, a hedgehog-like haircut, and wearing a bad girly outfit, was approaching this side with several people. Sun Wumian was just caught between the two parties. I heard it right, I didn't read it wrong, isn't this female Saiyan wearing wide trousers and only a bandeau on her upper body Khalifa? And one of them following her was Kyer, Sun Wu said with a face. Hey, what's your name? Stay behind us, don't get in the way. Khalifa crossed her waist, glanced at Sun Wumian and said. Me? Sun Wumian. He walked over and stood a little further behind Khalifa. If he could, Sun Wumian wanted to fly away with the dancing void technique, but he hadn't fully adapted to this 10 times gravity, and the dancing void technique couldn't be used. Khalifa glanced at him and no longer paid attention to him, but looked at the dozen or so people of the Shadara army on the opposite side. Hey, Uncle Opposite, are you guys coming to fight? No, I'm going to kick you out of planet Shadara. And I can't let you do evil here. Captain Grise spoke. What? The tone is not small, I am afraid that you do not have this ability. Khalifa crossed her hands at her waist and smiled disdainfully. Don't underestimate the strongest Shadara army in the universe, said Gris as he clenched his fist with his right hand and rushed forward. Don't be stubborn, uncle, you will lose your ability to work. California turned sideways, easily blocked her fist, grabbed his arm, and threw him to the ground. Combat power 1 million? It seems that it is not her full strength, so terrifying. Sun Wumian saw Khalifa's combat power through the system and almost exclaimed. He remembered that when the fighting power of the Saiyan body was higher than that after becoming a gorilla, the tail would not grow. The Saiyans of the 6th universe are born without a tail, which only shows that the Saiyans of the 6th universe have a high combat effectiveness when they are just born. Not long after, more than a dozen Saiyans of the Shadara army, one counting one, were all put down by Califra alone, all lying on the ground. "Bye-bye, bring some goods next time you pass here," she said, took Kel and a few of them, turned around and left. It can be seen that she did not put a heavy hand, because the dozen or so people on the ground quickly stood up. Abominable! One of them pulled out a laser gun, intending to sneak attack. Sun Wumian, who was standing watching from a distance, just wanted to remind him, but suddenly, he saw that Kair seemed to move, and the laser gun in the man's hand changed into her hand. Gently pinched by her behind her back and turned into powder, it was obvious that she was hiding her strength. However, Sun Wumian still saw that at that moment, Kair's combat power exceeded 2 million, and sure enough, it was worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. What's going on? The man looked at his hands blankly, wondering, why did the laser gun disappear? Gollum, Gollum! Califra crossed her waist with her left hand, took a sip of the bottle of water in her right hand, and looked at Sun Wumian. Sun Wumian? Does Shadara Star have a Saiyan with this name? Moreover, the strength is also too weak. Where did you come from? Actually, I'm from the 7th universe. Sun Wumian didn't care. The 7th universe or something, I don't know, forget it, you come with me. Califra said, walking in the direction she was coming. Hey? Where to go? Go to our base, let's go. At this time, a teenage boy who came with Califra said. Hey, you guys aren't really robbers, are you? Sun Wumian secretly asked. What is a robber? We are homeless, and it was the eldest sister who brought everyone back. So. It was. Sun Wumian finally understood that Shadara was actually similar to the Earth, a complete human society. There would always be some homeless children, and Califra brought them back and then did some business to rob the rich and help the poor. After walking for a while, I saw that there were many dome houses built in front of me, which looked similar to the houses where the Nemesis lived, which were too rough compared to the exquisite houses on Earth. Moreover, it can be faintly seen that the house is inhabited by young children. Why would such a good person be troubled by the Shadara army, which works to solve bad guys, fight criminals, and maintain peace in the 6th universe? I guess I snatched someone else's head. Chapter 17. I rely on, each of them has a combat power of more than 50,000, and I can't sign in. Sun Wumian thought unpleasantly. His current combat strength is only 1900, and he can only sign up to 50,000 people with combat strength. Through the detection function of the system, he can clearly know the combat effectiveness of everyone nearby, except for Califra and the 5 people following her. The combat effectiveness is more than 50,000, and none of the children living near the entire area have a combat effectiveness of more than 1,000. It seems that it is necessary to give full play to the ability of the Saiyan bloodline, and when the Saiyan is about to die, if it recovers, its strength can be greatly improved. Sun Wumian took a look at the immortal beans that had been collected into the system space by him. There were almost 10 left, and it was estimated that with one, the combat power could be increased to more than 3,000. Before I knew it, I had entered a house, and the inside of the house could only be described as simple. Hey, that one called Sun Wumian is in a daze, calling you over, didn't you hear? Califra half lay on the sofa, took a sip, cocked Erlang's legs, and said impatiently. This female Saiyan is really domineering, Sun Wu said with a face, and then walked over. Miss Califra, is there something wrong with bringing me here? Yo, it's quite polite, in this way, I see that you don't seem to have anywhere else to go, and the strength is really too poor, stay in our base for the time being. Yes, then thank you. How is the food here? To be honest, I haven't eaten normal things for a month. Eating fairy beans every day, Sun Wumian misses the food of the earth a little. It's good to have you to eat, there is so much nonsense, tomorrow you will follow them to work, within a radius of thousands of miles is my territory, see which passing by is not pleasing to the eye will snatch his goods over, and if you are not satisfied, report my name. Caliph dropped a sentence and closed her eyes to herself. Sun Yumian still wanted to say something, but when he saw this, he had to be silent. What is this? The confused one has become the female robber Caliph's subordinates. Forget it, both come and be safe, and when the strength is improved, it will always be returned. The method he has already thought of for a long time. The sixth universe also has Nami Star, a name translated in Cantonese in order to distinguish. Come with me, I'll take you to find a house to live in. At this time, the boy who had spoken to him before patted Sun Yumian on the shoulder and said, By the way, what's your name? On the way, Sun Yumian asked. Korean. Oh, Korean, I remembered, can you tell me the details of your situation? Most of the Saiyan children live here, who are homeless because their parents joined the Shadara army and died on the battlefield of the universe. Then the Shadara army doesn't care about you like this. Why care? We are a fighting nation, our combat effectiveness is low, and even the lower level fighters must be abandoned. Is it so miserable? Sun Yumian couldn't believe it. This was different from the Saiyan in the sixth universe in his memory. Yes, didn't you also come here because of your low combat effectiveness? If that's the case, I need to ask you this, I'm really from the seventh universe. That's right, forget it, don't talk about this, we have arrived. This house in front is where you live. Korean pointed to a simple house in front of him. The next day, Sun Yumian got up early in the morning to exercise, and since practicing with the turtle immortals, this has become his habit of not moving. Oops! Oh ho! He ran a few laps first, and then began to move his fists and feet, not to mention, in just a few moments, he has fully adapted to the 10 times the gravity here, and the air dance technique can also be performed at will. I'm bored, who is it in the early morning? Sun Yumian looked at the sound, and it was Califra who walked out. Miss Califra, good morning. Are you? What kind of plane are you working on, and let no one rest? I'm exercising myself, as the saying goes, why sleep for a long time before death, and sleep for a long time after death? Yes. Califra clenched her fingers and made a clicking sound, revealing an intriguing smile. You like exercise so much, don't you? Then let me exercise you. Hey? No need. As soon as he was about to refuse, Califra didn't give him a chance to speak, quickly moved to his side, and flew up. Bang! Sun Yumian was directly smashed into the mountain. Why? There will be a feeling of excitement. Sun Yumian, who was lying under the rubble, muttered to himself. It was such a cruel kick, but he did not feel pain, but his blood boiled. It seemed that the Saiyan bloodline was activated. Since coming to this world, relying on the system, he has always been smooth. When has he been suppressed so miserably? The Saiyan bloodline has also never been played. Aha! Sun Yumian exploded the rubble on his body and flew towards Califra. Hey? Can you still move? Then play with you again. After approaching, both sides fought a round of quick punches and feet. After that, Sun Gomian first made a right fist feint, allowing Califra's right arm to raise the defense, and at the same time, he swept his left fist. But Califra ducked his head slightly and dodged his attack, and he instead showed a gap, was kicked and flew, and slashed a mark on the ground. All this is a long story, but it is only a short moment. Sun Yumian didn't seem to feel pain, kicked his feet, stood up, and rushed over again. Califra thought he was going to attack head-on and defended with both arms. Unexpectedly, Sun Yumian quickly moved behind her, punched, and hit the right side of the face. It's just to play with you, you actually came really? Dare to hit me in the face? Well, Califra is furious. She lightly exploded, the earth shook, flying sand and stones, and Sun Wumian was shocked back hundreds of meters by the violent aura. Calipher did not relent, and before he could see what was going on, he was hit in the right side of the face, and then hit and smashed into the ground. Ugh! Sun Wumian was lying in the big pit, feeling the severe pain. The bones were about to fall apart. This crazy woman, don't know to control the strength, and if you hit hard, I'm afraid that you will hang up. Fortunately, he has fairy beans. System, can fairy beans be put directly into my mouth? Sun Wumian silently called the system in his heart. Unexpectedly, it really could. After eating fairy beans, Sun Wumian was resurrected with blood. A few of you, come and carry him back and let him rest well. Such a big movement had already alarmed the others in the base, and Calipher casually pointed to a few people and said, "No thanks." Sun Wumian stood up, patted the dust on his body, and said, "What? You? What's the matter with you?" Calipher was stunned, almost unable to say anything, frightened. Sun Wumian ignored her and walked to the house where he lived. Now his clothes are all broken, he has to change to a new one. Fortunately, he had asked the Turtle Immortals to help order several sets of martial arts uniforms before. Otherwise, in the Dragon Ball world, you will burst your clothes at every turn, and there is no way to change your costume. Chapter 18. Wait, why is the posture of being just beaten to the ground a little familiar? Come to think of it, isn't this Yamcha's exclusive street pose? Forget about the long look, what a joke. What a shame. Sun Wumian changed his martial arts uniform as he seemed to remember something. However, his goal was also achieved, and after recovering from serious injuries, his combat effectiveness almost doubled, from 1900 to 3500. Reach the 4th level, combat effectiveness 3001 to 50,000. And the 5th level, the strong with the ability to destroy a planet, combat power 50,001 to 530,000. That is, the combat effectiveness is in these two ranges, and it is higher than Sun Wumian and can be checked in, and most importantly, the check-in Saiyan can increase the combat effectiveness of the check-in target by 10% at a time. Hey, have you done it? Come out quickly, I have a question for you. Just as Sun Wumian was thinking about it, Calipher's voice came from outside. What's going on? Miss Karavra. He opened the door and walked out, asking nonchalantly. Quickly tell me what happened to you just now. Why is it obviously injured so badly? How can it be all of a sudden? Well, Sun Wumian pondered for a while. It's okay to tell you, but you promise me a condition. What? Are you trying to order me? Why do I have to promise you any conditions? Do you still want me to beat you again? Calipher said, shaking her fist. I'll go, it's my bad luck to meet such a violent woman, Sun Wumian thought. In this way, give you a fairy bean, as long as you eat one can quickly recover from the injury. How? Sun Wumian touched his nose and said with a smile, this time, you should always agree. Gee! Playing this despicable trick. Calipher looked at Sun Wumian with disdain, and then said, let's talk about your conditions first. It's simple, take me to meet the Saiyan powerhouse on your planet Shadara. He had already thought that with such a genius Saiyan as a bodyguard, he should go anywhere on this planet. Strong? Why do you want to meet them? I'm talking about Saiyans with a combat power of 30 to 530,000, you're not. Isn't it okay to say this earlier? I know the combat effectiveness. The Shadara army has a detection watch that can detect combat effectiveness, but this combat effectiveness is not a strong person. According to their words, the combat effectiveness of 3,000 to 50,000 is a lower level fighter, and the combat strength of 50,000 to 500,000 is a middle level fighter. Is that so? Sun Wumian didn't expect that the Saiyans of the 6th universe also had a detection table to detect combat effectiveness. Simple, just go to the royal city, I can take you, but give me 2 beans that can be recovered instantly. Didn't you say simple, why do you need one more? Sun Wu was speechless, this is a naked sitting price. So do you give or don't you give? Califra crossed her hands at her waist and brought them to his face with a sloppy look. Okay, okay. Sun Wumian had to take out 2 fairy beans from the system space and throw them over. Sure enough, it was a female robber, and it was so reasonable to rob things. That's pretty much it. Califra nodded in satisfaction, and then turned to look at Kair and the Kalians. Hey, you guys, the detection table that snatched the Shadara army before is still there, go and find it for me. There is really such a thing as a detection table. And Sun Wumian is also waiting with interest. He also wanted to know how the probe table compares to the detection function of the system. After waiting for a while, Kair came back with a few watches. Big sister, the thing has been found, for you. Here, put it on me and him. Califra pointed to Sun Wumian this way. When Kair heard this, he came over and put a detection watch on Sun Wumian. Don't bother, just give it to me. He quickly waved his hand. Well, it seems to be easier to use than the detection function of the system. Sun Wu interviewed and found that the distance of this detection table was much farther than the system, and it could be detected from 100,000 miles. And the system is much worse, the distance is no more than 10,000 miles. System, why are you so watery, you can't even compare to a gadget. Sun Wumian silently complained in his heart. This is not right, the ability of the system is bound to the host's own strength, isn't this scolding yourself? The sound of the system popped up in my head. Is that so? Forget it, help me sign into a few people over there. The combat effectiveness of several core members of the Califra base is still good, except that she and Kyle's combat effectiveness is 800,000 and 1 million, normal, and the combat effectiveness of the other 4 people is between 1 to 100,000. Ding, sign into the Saiyan successfully, the target's current combat power is 20,000, and the host's combat effectiveness is increased by 2,000. Ding. Beep. Hey? What are you doing? How to continuously improve combat effectiveness? The probe meter on Califra's wrist rang continuously. 5,500, 8,000, 12,000, 20,000. No fuss, I'm just improving my strength. After signing in, Sun Wumian said casually. Strange, I didn't find out that you had hidden power when I beat you down just now. Califra said suspiciously. Don't worry about these details, in other words, Miss Califra, when are we going to the royal city? Are you in a hurry? Then wait until later. Hey? What do you mean, if there is nothing to do, it's better to hurry. Before that, you have to do a big job. After Califra finished speaking, she went straight back to her house with a few of them. What do you mean by a big vote? Sun Wumian asked aloud, but no one answered him. For the next 2 days, they didn't see Califra again, and it seemed that they were really going to do something big. On the 3rd day, Sun Wumian finally knew what they were doing. Wow, a lot of food today. Haha, I don't know why anyone likes to collect food, count him unlucky. Great, get some for my younger brothers and sisters too. Sun Wumian was also present at this time, looking at the boxes piled up in a hill of food and couldn't help but be surprised. Where did so many goods come from? You guys won't go to rob, right? Hey! At this time, the dissatisfied voice of Califra, who was half lying on the sofa, came. Boy, don't talk so badly, what robbery? We call it robbing the rich and helping the poor, understand? Having said that, it's not a long-term solution, I have an idea, I don't know if I should talk about it. Sun Wumian pondered for a while and said to Califra. Humph, if you have something to say, if you have a fart, you will put it, what should be said or not, I don't know what you are talking about. Chapter 19. Just when Sun Wumian was about to say what he thought. Day. The door was opened. Everyone turned to look. Califra glanced at it and continued to play with the pendant hanging from her body, not knowing what she was thinking. Who are you? This is our base, get out. Kalian walked up to the trespasser and said unceremoniously. Sun Mumian also looked over. Hey? Gabe? The person who came was none other than Gabe, the sixth universe Saiyan he knew. Gabe ignored Korean and instead walked over and stared at Califra. You're Miss Califra. Gee. Yes, and how? Who are you? You stole my Shadara army's things and must return them. Gabe pointed to the pendant on Califra's neck. Gee, is it? If you want to get it back, try your best to fight with me, but I haven't seen a Saiyan who can beat me. Califra stood up and scoffed. Since that's the case, it's offended. Gabe said and took the lead in walking outside. The crowd followed. With one kick, just one kick, Califra kicked Gabe away, crashed into a small rocky mountain, and slid down. She glanced disdainfully at Gabe, who struggled to stand up. You still want to order me? A million years earlier, how about it? Do you want to return something? Damn it! Gabe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The ornament is a tribute to King Shadara, what to do? However, this pendant is too rustic, and if you want to take it back, there is no way. Califra suddenly spoke again. Hey? What way? When Gabe heard this, he was overjoyed in his heart and quickly asked. It's very simple, that kid over there wants to see the strength of your Shadara army. I heard that you are the first day in the Shadara army, take us to the royal city to see it, and this ornament will be returned to you after the matter is completed. Califra pointed to Sun Mumian who was standing beside him. In this way, it is indeed difficult for outsiders to enter the royal city without consent. Okay, I can take you there, but you can't make trouble. Am I that kind of person? Califra said with her hands crossed at her waist. Gabe, you're not, but when your name is mentioned, children don't dare to cry. Hearing this, Sun Mumian also understood. No wonder she dragged on for so many days. She hadn't thought about how to enter the royal city, but didn't she say that she hadn't seen a Saiyan who could defeat her, and it was okay to break in? I guess I don't want to make such a big move because of this little thing of myself. Miss Califra, can you return that ornament to me first? 3 days later it will be King Shadara's banquet, and the tribute must be delivered in advance. Gabe spoke again. Catch. Califra ripped off the pendant around her neck and threw it over. We are all Saiyans of the fighting nation, I believe in you, and I hope you don't forget what you promised. No problem, I'll let people send things back first, and then we'll go to the royal city together. If it's fast, we should be able to catch the king's banquet. I heard that there is a lot of delicious food to eat this time. By the way, I can only take up to 3 people to the banquet, and there is nothing I can do about more. Gabe took the pendant and continued. What? Delicious food? Then you don't hurry up, although I see that King Shadara is not pleasing to the eye, so I will reluctantly participate this time. Are all Saiyans foodies? They can't walk when they hear food. Goku is the same. Eating hundreds of people a day is not enough. Speaking of which, I'm also hungry. I can't come to 10 bowls and 8 bowls. Hey, why are the legs a little soft? Sun Wu said in his heart. After half a day, Gabe went and returned. So, Sun Gomayan, Califra, Kair, and Gabe set off for the royal city of the Shadara Saiyans. This speed will take at least 4 or 5 days to reach the royal city. Can you hurry? As soon as he set off, Gabe shook his head. This is my fastest speed. Sun Mumian is also helpless. His hair is blown crooked, but he still can't keep up with them. The gap in strength is a little big. Even Gabe's combat power is more than 500,000. Hey, don't you Shadara army have a fast flying car? Take it out. There is only one flying car, not to mention how fast the flying car is as fast as us. Don't joke. That's only up to Gabe, you fly with him. Califra continued. I have to say that 500,000 combat power is not the same as the speed of 20,000 combat power. Fortunately, Sun Yumian exercises his body every day, so he can barely withstand this speed. Speaking of which, the planet Shadara seems to be larger than Namek, and it takes almost 1 day for several people to reach the range of the royal city. From a distance, the grandeur of the royal city is definitely beyond your imagination. Go down. When there was still a little distance from the royal city, Gabi pointed to the ground with his thumb and fell first. What plane? Can't you fly straight in? Califra followed, landed on the ground at the same time, and asked unpleasantly. The royal city stipulates that flying is prohibited within the royal city. Of course, if you want to be chased and killed by the soldiers of the Shadara army, just try. Humph, when there are more such boring rules, I have to try. Okay, Miss Califra, even if I'm afraid of you, didn't we say okay, don't make trouble? Gabe saw that the situation was not good, and quickly stopped it. Did I say something like that? Why don't I remember? Sun Yumian couldn't stand it, so he spoke. Okay, it's all here, it won't take much time to walk a little. Just kidding, I don't have the strength to engage in these and some of them, just hurry into the city to find something to eat. Well? Something was wrong. Sun Yumian used the detection table to see the combat effectiveness of the Saiyans in the royal city. Strange, according to the division of Saiyans here, there are less than 50 lower-level Saiyan warriors, less than 10 intermediate warriors, and none of the senior warriors with a combat power of more than 500,000 have been detected. Gabe, ask you a question, why do I feel that there are not many masters in the royal city? Sun Yumian asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Our Shadara army has more than 100 powerful warriors, tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. Isn't this much? This is the strongest mercenary army in the universe. Gabe said in a particularly proud tone. Yes, yes. Sun Yumian was a little disappointed. If his combat effectiveness continued to improve, there were not many Saiyans who could sign in. The shortcomings of this Super Saiyan check-in system that he bound to are revealed. System, then help me calculate the order before signing in. He also had to come up with mathematical knowledge to get the system to find the optimal solution for him, so that his combat effectiveness could be maximized. It seems that you can't rely on the system all the time. And occasionally you have to use the power of the Saiyan bloodline to improve your combat effectiveness through battle. Sun Yumian said to himself. Unconsciously, they have successfully entered the royal city. With Gabe there is no problem, but he is the first day of Shadara's army, and this privilege is still there. Even the passing Saiyans would be scared when they saw Califra, and it seemed that her name was really not a joke. Chapter 20. Mr. Gabe, coming back so soon? Yes? You're going to put this she brought into our station? Why, I'm not welcome. Califra raised her eyebrows. How? Humph, I don't know if I want to beat you all down again. Forget it, Miss Califra, let's go first, don't worry about him. Gabe said, and led a few people into the garrison of the Shadara army. Before that, they had already eaten in the royal city, and on the planet Shadara, except for 80% of the Saiyans, the rest were other races from other planets. Because the Saiyans are a fighting people, the people who do business in the city are all other races, but the scale is not as large as the Earth in the 7th universe. However, Sun Yumian does not like the food of this planet at all, and the taste can only be described in one word, that is, very poor. Hey? What are a lot of people doing over there? When I entered the station, I saw at first glance a large number of Saiyan warriors gathered in one place, with 8 rings, and it seemed that they were fighting. Oh, they are selecting 8 people to participate in the martial arts conference of the King of Tomorrow. Gabe replied. Don't you know, according to the tradition of the Saiyans, this banquet is actually Queen Shadara to herself, and this time it is not limited to Saiyans to participate. Heck! Not sure what she was thinking. Califra said. What? King Shadara turned out to be a woman? Sun Wumian was thundered to exclaim, the script is not right, he went to the wrong set. Hey, I think you can also go and participate, it's completely eligible. Califra looked at Sun Wumian and smiled. Me? Don't joke with me, big sister, I want to know, your Saiyan King is really a woman? Because when I was at the base, everyone called Califra like this, and Sun Wumian would occasionally blurt out like this. Of course the queen is a woman, what's the problem? Without waiting for the others to speak, Gabe spoke first. That's right. It seems that the situation of the 6th universe cannot be thought of in terms of the situation of the 7th universe. After walking for a while, the four came to the vicinity of the ring. Almost all of our powerful fighters of the Shadara army are here, how about it, it's not bad. Gabe said confidently. Oh, it's okay. Sun Wumian said casually. Cut, it's just a child's game, I can knock them all down with one kick. System, it's time to work, the order has been arranged, be sure to maximize my combat effectiveness. The Saiyans of the 6th universe are the same as those of the 7th universe, unlike the martial artists on the earth, who can control their combat effectiveness downward, and the Saiyans can increase their combat effectiveness by exploding when they fight. Therefore, Sun Wumian had to watch every competition of intermediate fighters, and as for the lower level fighters, there was no need, because a few random sign-ins would surpass them. Beep beep. What's the situation? 25,000, 31,000, 49,000, 60,000. Are you a monster and have you increased your combat effectiveness again? Califra suddenly noticed a new reaction in the detection table in her hand. Sun Wumian's combat power has reached the 5th stage of 50,000 to 530,000, a strong person with the ability to destroy a planet. And the 6th strength stage, a strong person with a power comparable to Frisia, with a combat power range of 530,000 to 120 million. Califra came over and stared at Sun Wumian and looked at it, but she couldn't see why. Miss Califra, don't look at me like that. Sun Wumian was hairy in her heart when she was watched, and no one knew what she would do in the next second. Tell me honestly, what the hell is going on with you? Califra got closer, wondering what happened to the two. Okay, I'll tell you, every time I encounter a master who is stronger than me, the blood of the Saiyans in my body will boil, and my combat effectiveness will increase. Sun Wumian is a serious nonsense. Yes, it always feels like you are talking. Califra's eyes were written with the word unbelief. Sun Wumian nodded reasonably, of course, don't Saiyans improve after every battle? I had just experienced an earth-shattering battle of ideas. With the sound of beeps that changed in combat effectiveness from time to time, Sun Wumian had a combat power of more than 100,000. The competition here has also entered the final stage, and the last 16 Saiyans will face off in 8 groups, and 8 will be determined to participate in the Budokai of the King of Tomorrow. They are all young-looking Saiyans, definitely limiting their age, and at this time they are already in the ring, and their normal combat power is between 100,000 and 400,000. 8 rings are engaged in martial arts at the same time, which is exactly in the arms of Sun Wumian, so that you can temporarily decide how to check in to maximize combat effectiveness. Soon, the battle began, and the 16 Saiyans were in full swing. Ding, you sign into the Saiyan, the target combat power is 150,000, and the host's combat effectiveness is increased by 15,000. Ding. Beep. Beep. Combat effectiveness 115,000. 135,000, 300,000, 430,000. As the results of the game came out, Sun Wumian's combat effectiveness continued to soar. Califra was already surprised, it's improving combat effectiveness again, not bad, but it's still far from my strength. Sun Wumian did not respond to him, but continued to call the system, continue to sign into Gabe, Kyr, and Califra. Ding sign into Gabe, sign in successfully, increase combat effectiveness by 50,000, do you want to learn Afterburner? Afterburner? Much like that move from Vegeta's Ultimate Flash? Learn. Ding sign into Kyr, sign in successfully, combat effectiveness increases by 80,000. Ding sign into Califra, sign in successfully, combat effectiveness increases by 100,000. Haha, the combat effectiveness has been 660,000, Sun Wumian is ecstatic in his heart. Hey, are you listening to me? Califra suddenly came up and startled him. Boy, you just stared at the three of us, are you improving your combat power through us? Hey? You're right to say that, but I don't think you can mind. Gabe suddenly walked over and said, Mr. Sun Wumian just happened to have a place to participate in the King's Martial Arts meeting, I want to invite you to participate. How? Thank you for your kindness, I have no interest in this martial arts society, I refuse. Sun Wumian said without thinking. Califra suddenly clapped her hands and said, Gabe, you have a good idea, boy, you can't refuse, moreover, you must win the final victory, otherwise I will kick you away. Deadly scissor feet? I don't know why Sun Wumian suddenly thought of such a word. However, I really don't want to participate. I have no interest in you being the husband of your King Shadara. No, you have to participate, haha, I want to laugh at the thought that the husband she is looking for is someone from my Califra base, haha. Chapter 21 6th Universe, Planet Shadara, Royal City. Sun Wumian finally agreed to participate in Wang's martial arts meeting, and he was also helpless, and he didn't want to try again because he was pinched by Califra's neck. I said, why should I participate? Sun Wumian looked at Gabe and asked. I heard that there are powerful space warriors who will also participate, I don't want the non-me fighting nation Saiyan to win in the end, you are also a Saiyan, one more person and more strength. Gabe said seriously. However, although my combat effectiveness has improved, it is estimated that I still can't win Gabe. He knew that Gabe's power must be more than it seems. Mr. Gomin doesn't need to be modest, he can increase his strength by more than 10 times in a short period of time, and he is definitely a genius that I have never seen before. Sun Wumian thought to himself, this has all been discovered by you, it seems that I am not hiding deeply enough. In the evening, everyone rest at the garrison of our army, and tomorrow morning I will take you to the palace to attend the king's banquet. Gabe continued. The next day, in the morning. Okay, it's all here, get in the car and go. Gabe didn't know where to get a car, and said to Sun Gomayan, Califra, and Kale. Hey, Gabe, didn't you say that flying is not allowed in the royal city, what are those people doing? Califra suddenly pointed to several flying figures in the air. What? Gabe looked up, it's Frost, great, it's finally here. Frisia of the 6th universe? No, it should be called Frost, why did he appear here? Sun Wumian thought suspiciously, by the way, he and Gabe seemed to be comrades in arms. Soon, Frost and several people landed in front of Sun Wumian and them. Mr. Gabe, I'm sorry, we were still in a conflict zone when we received your invitation, so we came late. It's okay, the time can still catch up, who are the back? Gabe waved his hand and then asked. Tata. Laksum. Pat. Cheshi. Guru. Chinyu. All gathered together. Warrior Special Combat Team. Frost. Gabeka Livra and others. Sun Wumian really felt what was embarrassing dance, and the fighter in the strange was them. Ahem, they came to participate in King Shadara's martial arts meeting today on my behalf. So that's the case, I didn't even know you had such a strong subordinate. Gabe spoke, without further ado, let's hurry up. Mr. Gabe has won the prize, and the strength of several of them is not comparable to you. Gee, sure enough, it is a knife hidden in a smile, although it is polite and gentlemanly on the surface, see that I find an opportunity to reveal your true face." Sun Wumian looked down on Frost and said in his heart. "Who are these? Not consulted?" Frost seemed to see Sun Wu's disdain, so he asked. "Oh, I forgot to introduce it, this is Mr. Sun Wumian, a Saiyan genius who has only recently appeared, and he will participate in this martial arts meeting." Gabe pointed to Sun Gomayan. "Miss Califra, one of Shadera's most talented female Saiyan. Miss Cal, one of the few masters among the Saiyans. So that's the case, please give me a lot of advice." Frost smiled as always. King Shadera's royal palace, although not as exquisite as the palace that Sun Wumian had seen on the 7th universe Earth, was a rough beauty, and the entire palace was wider than a small city. "It's Mr. Gabe and Mr. Frost. You have arrived, the luncheon will begin immediately, please come with me." People come and go, and it is very lively, which is very similar to the kind of emperor's banquet in ancient times that Sun Wumian imagined. Following a female Saiyan who looked like a receptionist, the four of them came to a separate room. "Oh? So hearty, I'm welcome." Califra moved her index finger, forgetting her image, and sat down to eat. "You're welcome," Gabe said and sat down as well, and began to enjoy the big meal. Even if it is the Queen's banquet, the taste is average, obviously the ingredients are similar, the gap is so big, or miss the food on the earth, forget it, just barely fill your stomach, Sun Wumian thought while eating. 2 hours after Shadera time, the luncheon was over, and the much anticipated martial arts meeting was about to begin. Inside the palace, a huge venue had gathered tens of thousands of people at this time. Even if he had already experienced the world's first martial arts meeting, Sun Wumian was still a little surprised. "Hey, why didn't you see your queen show up?" Sun Wumian also wanted to see this Shadera king, what kind of charm could attract so many people, so he asked Gabe. "Wang Ri has all the opportunities, and it will naturally appear when the right time comes." After a while, a host-like person took the microphone to the ring and began to announce the start of the match while introducing the rules. The rules are similar to the world's first martial arts association: surrender or drop off field judgment, no killing, no weapons, no doping, and some additional conditions. Female or asexual, Nami-like Nami people, are not allowed to participate, and the age limit is 16 to 30 years old. There are now a total of 16 players who have qualified or been invited to the draw. "Let's go up," Gabe said, jumped into the ring. Sun Wumian hesitated for a while, and then jumped up. He has already thought about it, he has just gained a strong combat power, just need to consolidate through battle. As for the final victory, he has no interest, he does not want to be a son-in-law, when the time comes to lose to Gabe or someone who is not Frost. According to the combat effectiveness data he obtained through the detection table, it is very likely that he and Gabe will have a decisive battle in the end. Of the 16 people, the Shadera army accounted for 8 people plus Gabe and Sun Gomayan, then 5 people from the special combat team, and finally a strange Saiyan. I don't know if Sun Gomayan was lucky or unlucky, he actually drew number 1 and was the first to play, and his opponent was Lixum of the Warriors' special combat team. Frost's so-called maintenance of peace in the universe is actually to provoke a war and then calm it yourself, buy land that has been barren by the war cheaply, and then make a lot of money with the redevelopment and revived rights. Since this is the case, then there is no need to keep your hands, at least beat half to death, Sun Wumian thought to himself. With a sound from the host, the game begins. Warriors. Special Combat Team. Lee. Sun Wumian didn't wait for him to make an ugly pose, flew up and kicked him away, and then also flew into the air, and slammed Lixum into the ring below with both feet. Touch. A big hole smashed out. Chapter 22. Lixum stood up and patted the dust on his body. Good, you managed to me off, the warm-up exercise is over, and then it's time to play for real. I saw him kick his feet on the ground and rush towards Sun Wumian, Lexum Flying Legs Attack. Combat Power 120,000? It is much stronger than the same people in the 7th universe, and it just so happens that it is better to use you to practice. Sun Wumian was surprised for a moment, and met it at a faster speed, blocking the opponent's flying leg attack with one hand. From the perspective of others, the two seem to be up and down, but in fact, Sun Wumian is at ease, he is just constantly adapting to the newly acquired power. After fighting for a while, Lexum saw that ordinary attacks had no effect, and used his strength to open the distance. Look at my awesomeness, continuous missiles, attacks. A large number of air bombs exploded on Sun Wumian's body, and the smoke exploded, and everyone outside the field could not see his figure clearly. Cough, the fireworks are a little big, but unfortunately they don't have any effect. The smoke and dust cleared, and a figure unharmed was revealed. How is it possible, that guy's combat power is obviously only 60,000, but he can survive Lycum's all-out attack? Cheese said in disbelief. Hey, Lexum, are you merciful? Captain Chinu asked loudly. In fact, on the contrary, it was Sun Wumian who left his hand, and he didn't need to explode at all, he only needed to increase his strength at the moment of attack or defense, and the detection table simply did not have time to react. Humph, I was just careless just now, let you taste the taste of death next, are you mentally prepared? Lexum said, landing in the ring and making a new pose with his hands raised. Lexum. Attack, combat moves. Again. Sun Wumian increased his speed and instantly appeared in front of him, followed by a heavy punch. Ah! Darn! Whew! Whew! Lexum slowly fell down and appeared, Yamcha's classic falling posture. I'm sorry, your posture is too ugly, I can't help it. Sun Wumian dropped a sentence and turned back to the waiting area. Subsequently, the referee and host announced the victory. Your name is Sun Wumian, right? Why did you deal such a heavy hand on the people of my warrior special combat team? Captain Chinu came over and questioned with a gloomy face. Why, I just gained new power, and it's hard to control the weight. Sun Wumian was blunt, and he was too lazy to give a good face to Frost's group of hypocritical people. Very good, wait for you, my Captain Kainio will let you taste the same taste. Chinu left a cruel word, then walked towards the ring, and in the next fight, his opponent was a mid-level fighter of the Shadera army. Is it just to my liking? Then what? Lycum is too weak, it will not help me much to adapt to the newly acquired combat power, Sun Wumian thought to himself. It's getting more and more interesting, this Kainiu's combat power actually exceeds 200,000, it seems that this is not his full strength. Sun Wumian sat in the waiting area and watched the game on the field and said to himself. But he is not panicked at all, there is a sign-in system, he can almost be invincible, you are strong, I can catch up as soon as I sign in. After watching for a while, Kainiu knocked his opponent out of the field, and the soldiers of the Shadera army, whose maximum combat strength did not exceed 200,000, were not opponents at all. As the competition ended one by one, the top 8 were released one after another. Sun Gomayan, Chinu, Gabe, Mystic Saiyan, Cheshi, plus 3 Shadera army warriors whose strength is close to high-level warriors. After a 10-minute break, the second round will continue. The host's voice sounded. Good job, Sun Wumian, keep up the good work, give me the final victory. Califra walked up and patted Sun Wumian on the shoulder and said. This young lady, this is the waiting area for players, please do not enter non-competition players, go out immediately. At this time, a staff member came and said to Califra, who had entered the waiting area without permission. Hey? Don't you know who I am? I'm just going to be here? Califra turned her head and glared at the man. Yes. It's Miss Califra, please. Please feel free. After the staff saw it clearly, they were so frightened that they even used honorifics. Hey, Califra, why did you come here? Gabe walked over this side and asked in surprise. Hey, Gabe, who the hell is this Califra? How do you feel that other people are not afraid of her, but of her identity? Sun Mumian pulled Gabi aside and asked quietly. Hey? Don't you know? She is King Shadera's sister, everyone knows that. Hey? Is that so? Sun Mumian was surprised, then why did she leave the royal city to set up her own portal as a bandit? Gabe was just about to answer, but Califra leaned over. Hey, what are you two talking about? Didn't say anything, it has nothing to do with you anyway. What? That must have something to do with me, let's hear it. I'll go, Gabe, you don't fight yourself. Actually, I asked Gabe, why Califra you are so capable, why don't you join the Shadera army? Che, I thought it was something, of course, because I was too strong, there was no need to be with the weak. Powerful, I don't support the wall, just obey you. Finally, Sun Gomayan's second match began, and the opponent was none other than Kainyu. Boy, are you ready to accept my Chinyu's wrath? Yes, I'm afraid you don't have this ability. Sun Mumian wiped his nose and smiled. Oh? Quite confident, I estimate that your combat power is 300,000, and to tell you a news, I am also a person who can change combat power at will. Kainyu said, taking the lead, he dispatched at an extremely fast speed, and even formed an aerosolization around his body. Snap! Touch! The two attacked each other with fists and feet, and after a dazzling attack, they once again separated the two sides of the ring. So it is, interesting, you seem to be a little more powerful than I thought. I think you're a little weaker than I thought. Sun Mumian also spoke. What? You are too arrogant, and you will not be able to get up later. It is worthy of being Captain Chinu, unwavering, even if that kid's combat power is 300,000, the captain's combat power is still above him. Chesh said to himself in the waiting area. Drink! Chinu shouted, and the missile shot out of his palm. Boom! Exploded directly at the location where Sun Gomayan was. Swish! However, by this time he had disappeared, dodged behind his opponent's back, and kicked out in the air. Hat, Chinu bent over to dodge, and counterattacked with a backhand knife. Ka! Sun Mumian disappeared again. Ah yay! Another new round of fist and foot fights, Sun Mumian gradually gained the upper hand. The effect came out, and his combat power gradually transformed into his real strength. Seeing that ordinary attacks were fruitless, Chinu quickly flew into the air, intending to attack with Qigong waves. Unexpectedly, Sun Mumian was faster, and instantly flew above him. What? So fast, his speed is still above mine. Then, Chinu was knocked out of the ring with a hard kick and almost buried. Chapter 23. Sun Mumian took advantage of the victory to pursue, swooped down from the air, hit his opponent in the neck with a kick, and Kainyu tilted his head and passed out. Come on, drag him down to heal his wounds, otherwise he will hang up. After that, he walked out of the ring. The highest combat power of this Kainyu is 360,000, and there is no point in dragging it out, and, it can be seen that he seems to be using the move of exchanging bodies. Sun Mumian didn't want him to use this trick, and before that, he also tried to sign into Kainyu, but he didn't learn this trick. Aren't you a little overdone, seriously injuring two warriors of the warriors in a row, so it's hard for me to explain to Mr. Frost. Gabe came over and said to Sun Mumian. It's okay, just tell him that this is what Miss Califra meant. Hey? Did she make you do that? That's right, she doesn't see what Frost is not good at. Why did Sun Gomye push this onto Califra? In fact, I want to see how strong Califra's real strength is, whether she has reached the combat power of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and can also take the opportunity to see if she can reveal the true face of Frost. Kill two birds with one stone, perfect. The second round of the competition also ended quickly, and Sun Wumian, Gabe, the Mystic Scion, and a middle-level warrior with a maximum combat power of more than 500,000 entered the third round. Guys, the second round of the exciting battle is over, the third round will continue in 10 minutes, and our King of Shadara will be there to watch the match. As soon as the host's words fell, the scene exploded directly, and the cheers were heaven-shaking. Oh? Can you finally see the true face of Queen Shadara Lushan? Sun Wumian thought, and couldn't help but be a little curious. Wait until the sound of the venue stops, King Shadara. She, finally, showed up. Sun Wumian looked over, there is nothing special, wearing a combat uniform similar to Gabe, and the combat effectiveness feels a little worse than Gabe. Wait, this look is a little familiar, it seems to have been seen somewhere. Hey? Woman. Women's Vegeta, Groove. Standing up and taking a closer look, Sun Wu's face was stunned and he almost fell to the ground, but fortunately he grabbed Gabe's shoulders so as not to fall. This and this. What's wrong with you? It seems that he is surprised to see our king. Hey! Sun Wumian came back to his senses when he heard this, and patted his chest. Only then did he barely calm down, although this King of Shadara was lost like Vegeta, which was just 3 points of God, not very outrageous. It's basically a combination of Califra and Vegeta, how to say it, Sun Gomye himself can't tell, can only make up his brain. Gabe, I can see that your king doesn't seem to care, can it be that this martial arts will have another secret? King Nashadara just showed his face and then disappeared, that's why he asked. Gabe was silent for a while before he began. I don't know very well specifically, originally the king's martial arts meeting was only once in 30 years, and no one other than the Saiyans would be allowed to participate, and this time it seems to be related to Frost's proposal. With that said, Sun Wumian understood, and Frost extended his hand to the planet Shadara, intending to control the Saiyans of the fighting nation for his use. This is not okay. Sun Wumian also has the blood of Saiyans on his body. And the most important thing is that the Saiyans of this planet Shadara are a key part of his combat effectiveness. It's just that all the people in the warrior special combat team have been eliminated. Does Frost still have a backhand? The third round begins, and this time, Sun Gomye's opponent is the Saiyan warrior of the Shadara army who barely exceeds 500,000 combat power. Gabe told me that your strength is very strong. I don't think it's just that. How can my Shadara army, the first in the universe, raise the morale of others and destroy his own prestige? Is it strong or not? Just look at your detection table. Sun Wumian no longer hides his strength this time, and directly raises his combat effectiveness to the highest, and his opponent is experienced in hundreds of battles. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, no way. The numbers are still rising. 660,000? So, let's start fighting. Sun Wumian flashed in front of his opponent and flew out with a kick, but he didn't expect the opponent to react well, but quickly moved to his body. It is worthy of the Shadara army, which has experienced countless battles, and sure enough, there are 2 brushes. It's just that Sun Wumian is very calm, and by sensing the opponent's breath, he easily dodged the opponent's continuous punches in the back, and made a counterattack, and the fist went around his shoulder to hit his back. Hit the opponent's mouth, and the teeth were almost knocked away. Oops, sorry, I didn't see it clearly, I actually hit my mouth. Sun Wumian turned to look at the opponent who covered his mouth and said sorry. Abominable. The opponent turned his palm into a grasp and grabbed Sun Wumian's face, but he grabbed an empty one. Instead, he was grabbed by the hand and struck another heavy blow. What's going on? The invincible Saiyan warrior actually fell into the downwind? The audience at the venue was already silent at this time, and they were calmed by Sun Wumian's strength. It seems that it is indeed true, the combat effectiveness is greater than 30% of the opponent, basically it can be easily crushed, Sun Wumian thought, and at the same time the movements in his hands are non-stop, it is a completely one-sided violent beating. Afterburner. He opened his palms forward, used Gabiai's move, and a dazzling Qigong wave hit his opponent in mid-air. To this extent, this move is enough to knock the opponent out of the field, and there is no need for Turtle Qigong at all. When did he learn my moves? Gabe rushed from the waiting area to the edge of the ring, watching in amazement. At this time, Sun Gomayian's opponent had been shot down outside the venue. Haha, sorry, borrowed your move. Sun Wumian looked in Gabe's direction and said with a smile. Oh, it's okay, next, it's time for me to play. Your opponent, that mysterious Saiyan, is very strange, you have to pay attention, I can feel his great power. Sun Wumian reminded Gabetao. You're talking about Kabitz, he was one of the senior fighters of my Shadara army before, and then he became Frost's subordinate for unknown reasons. Oh? So this is Frost's backhand? On the surface, this person has the same combat power as Gabe, but Sun Wumian can feel the breath and can know that he is much stronger than Gabe. In fact, he didn't feel wrong, and the battle between Gabe and Kabitz had already begun on the field. And Gabe fell into the downside at the beginning, even if he burst out with full combat power of up to 1.5 million, he could not do anything about Kabitz. Because the opponent's combat effectiveness is higher, it directly exploded to 2 million. System, it's time to come out and work. Ding, you sign in to Saiyan Kabitz, sign in successfully, and the host's combat effectiveness increases by 200,000. Beep beep. One of the bad things about the system is that you can't hide your combat effectiveness when you sign in, which is also too pitted. Chapter 24. The gap in combat effectiveness, and the combat awareness of Kabitz and Gabe is not much different. So the battle did not last long, Gabe was defeated and not lightly wounded. He is really better than me, Goman, you should still have hidden power, and then it's up to you. Gabe came to Sun Wumian and covered his wound and said. Let me tell you the truth, in fact, Frost is a demon who destroys the peace of the universe, provokes a war by himself and then calms it down himself, directs and acts, and makes a lot of money, and now this situation is probably eyeing the planet Shadara. Gabe was stunned and couldn't believe it when he heard this, but he wasn't a fool either, and thinking back to what Frost had done, he couldn't help but not believe it. Damn, if what you say is true, I will definitely settle accounts with him. How can the Saiyans of the fighting nation be subordinate to others? You must win, cough. It seems that the injury is a little serious, forget it, give it, let him quickly upgrade to the level of being able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wumian thought to himself, conjured a fairy bean from the system space and handed it to Gabe. So far, there are still 5 fairy beans left. This is a fairy bean, if you eat it, your injuries will recover instantly. Titicaca. Gabe swallowed the fairy bean and spoke in disbelief, it's amazing, I was all right at once. Sendu. By the way, I don't have hidden power, but I have a hanging fairy bean. Sun Wumian suddenly woke up. Then he went into the ring. The final showdown begins, with Sun Go facing Kabitz, who will win the match and hold the beauty. Well, win the king's favor, we'll see. With the host's voice began. The two sides are ready to fight each other. In the first move, the two of them used a straight fist attack in unison. Wu, pain pain. Sun Wumian's fist directly revealed a mask of pain when it met his opponent's fist, and he could only bend his arm to retreat with strength. Kabitz chased after him and flew and kicked at breakneck speed. Sun Wumian reacted quickly enough, flicked his hands, unloaded the opponent's power, and dodged back from the side. Do you only dodge? Dare not fight head-on? Then you come. Sun Wumian became more intense, and even used Wuxian teacher's after-image fist. He just wanted to provoke his opponent and make him seriously injure himself, and Xiandul was ready. Boring moves. Kabits found the true location of Sun Wumian at a glance, and successively shot with air bomb attacks. It's difficult, sure enough, the gap between 860,000 combat power and 2 million is still too big. Sun Wumian tried his best to dodge and still hit a lot of tricks. Although he learned the control breath from teacher Wuxian, and learned from Mr. Bobo to feel the breath to avoid the opponent's attack, these skills can only make Sun Wumian and the stronger opponent back and forth at most. The gap in power is too large to be able to do anything. If you are not careful, you will lose all games, and at this time, Sun Wumian is already in a situation of being unilaterally beaten. Big sister, if this continues, I'm afraid he will lose soon, and he may even die. On the sidelines, Kair couldn't help but speak. Gee! What a useless fellow, such a garbage opponent can't win, it doesn't matter if he lives or dies. Although Califra said this, her eyes were fixed on the situation on the field. At this time, Sun Wumian was fisted by his opponent's hands and knocked down the ring like a volleyball, completely buried by rubble. Next, it's time to change me. System, Sendu. The timing was just right, and no one knew that he had eaten fairy beans. Let me confirm whether the Sun Gomayan player is still alive and announce the result. The host walked towards the big pit. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the pile of rubble, sat the host on the ground in fright. System, what is my highest combat power now? The detection tables were all broken, and Sun Wumian had to ask the system. The host's current maximum combat power has reached 2.2 million. Is this the ascension of the Saiyan from the near death, and the opening and hanging are not so exaggerated? You! What's the matter with you? Kabits was flabbergasted. This player, how did you recover in an instant? Did you use drugs and violate the rules of the Martial Arts Association? The host came over and asked. Sun Wumian spread his hands innocently, who saw me using drugs or something? What's more, how can there be such an amazing thing? This is my own ability, can't I? They. Host had nothing to say, then the game continues. Sun Wumian pinched his fingers and made a clicking sound. Next, it's up to me. He first returned Kabits with a straight punch, and then kicked him away. Continuous air bombs he will also, fast Qigong bullets hit the opponent. Immediately after Sun Wumian chased after him, the two sides attacked with fists and feet in the air. At this time, Sun Wumian's combat effectiveness was not much higher than the other party, but he just took advantage of his lack of preparation. When Kabits came back to his senses, the two fought more and more fiercely, hitting from the air to the ring, and the two sides did not give in to each other. Finally, Kabits couldn't bear it first, stood on the left side of the ring, and shot a huge Qigong wave towards Sun Wumian. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Sun Wumian also used the turtle sect Qigong, and then launched a strike, and suddenly suppressed the opponent's Qigong wave. Kabits screamed under the attack of the turtle school Qigong and was knocked off the ring. Fortunately, Sun Wumian deliberately controlled the direction of the turtle sect Qigong so as not to hit the audience behind. Wonderful match, unbelievable. Sun Wumian player turned from being suppressed at the beginning to turning defeat into victory, too strong. Winning is winning, but this also means that trouble follows. Sun Wumian is not happy at all, he didn't want to win in the first place, but if he didn't do this, he couldn't do it. Next, not only to face Frost, but also to find a way to deal with Queen Shadera. No, Frost flew down in the ring, ready to ask Xingshi for guilt, and Califra and Gabe also followed and landed beside Sun Gomayan. On the high platform in the distance, the figure of Queen Shadera also appeared. Good fight, I want to congratulate you on your victory, but you have seriously injured 3 of my soldiers in a row, should you give me an explanation? Frost looked at Sun Wumian and was the first to speak. Oh? What do you want to account for? Sun Wumian asked instead. Your strength is very good, join my space peacekeeping force, and this matter will be revealed. What a joke! I have no interest in destroying the peace of the universe. Then we have to stand on the opposite side. I have to beat you out, for a few useless subordinates. Frost sighed, looking embarrassed. Hey, what did you just mean by destroying the peace of the universe? Califra heard what Sun Wumian said. Chapter 25. What? And this kind of thing? Gabe, you actually become comrades in arms with such people. Although Califra was a female robber, she robbed the rich and helped the poor, and when she learned that Frost was doing that kind of business, she was indignant. She turned to look at Frost. Hey, that little man over there, yes, it's you, just you want to fight, I'll play with you. This lady, if you want to talk to me, I will be happy to accompany you, but before that, I want him to pay. Frost pointed to Sun Wumian and said. This Frost is really annoying, isn't it just bad for your plan, not happy at all, and pretending to be a polite and gentlemanly good man, or Frisia is completely bad. Sun Wu thought to himself, then retreated to Califra's side and whispered a few words in her ear. Little dwarf, if you want to trouble me, come with me. Sun Wumian said, jumped up, and flew at high speed in the direction of leaving the royal city. After his strength improved, he didn't care what royal city could not fly, the rules were only set by the strong for the weak. Swish! 3 more figures followed Sun Wumian in the high-speed flight. Don't move, stay here, I'll keep an eye on them. Gabe hesitated, said the same to the soldiers of the Shadara army, and followed. The air around the 5 figures formed an aerosol and flew at high speed, and after a while, they landed in an open area of the Shadara planet plateau. It's a good place to fight, but as your burial place, it's chilling. Frost stopped pretending, revealing his true face. Don't talk nonsense, I can't fight yet, if I don't hit me, I'll go back to wash and sleep. Sun Wumian said unceremoniously. Do you know what I hate the most? I hate people saying I'm short. Boom! Frost slammed his feet on the ground and teleported in front of his opponent by moving quickly, intending to attack with his shoulder. Ha! Sun Wumian flew his feet to salute his opponent. Shout! Swish! The two hit from the ground to the air, from the air to the top of the mountain, and the rocks flew everywhere. Gee! Boring, what is there to tempt? Hurry up and beat that little man down with real strength. Califra cursed with her teeth tickling in the distance. So far, Frost is the first form. And Sun Wumian did not use all his strength, he was looking for the feeling of battle. After all, in a few days, the combat effectiveness increased from several thousand to 2.2 million, it is not so simple to master it all. Oh yes! At this moment, Sun Wumian kicked his opponent into the air. Unexpectedly, the opponent teleported back with the force, and the tail suddenly entangled his right foot that stopped in mid-air. Is this worth it? Sun Wumian didn't want to be counterattacked by his opponent, so he supported his left foot on the ground as a fulcrum and spun like a top. What kind of trick is this? Frost was almost dizzy and quickly released his tail. It's so dizzy. Sun Wumian swayed by himself, almost unsteady on his feet. It seems that the method used temporarily injured the enemy by 800, and self-damaged by 1000. Very good, just let you taste the power of this trick. Frost condensed his chi into his index finger, and then sent out a continuous stream of rapid red light wave attacks. Insect carving trick, this trick is useless for me. Sun Wumian dodged the death beam while approaching, hitting his opponent's waist with a punch. Frost's aching eyes protruded, and then kicked him with all his strength. Gah! Yes! Bang bang! Frost smashed through 2 mountains in a row before stopping. It's not interesting, hurry up and transform into the final form. Sun Wumian looked at Frost, who got up from the pile of rubble, and said. Why did you know I could transform? You don't need to know that, but continue like this, beware of being killed by me without using your full strength. Okay, then allow me to become the final form. Hurry up, I'm still waiting to sign you in, don't waste time, Sun Yumian can't wait. Way woohoo. Quack, quack. Frost began to roar like constipation, and his breath grew stronger. Finally, after a strong flash, Frost changed into a salt form. Woo! Wait, let's start the second round. I rely on, didn't I say that the final form is good? This is just the ugliest assault form, and the combat power is only 3 million, which is not enough. However, Sun Gomye did not plan to fight him, but flew in front of Califra. Big sister, it's time for you to appear next, and I understand the methods I taught you. Gee! Don't call me that, it's awkward to hear. Califra glanced at Sun Yumian and teleported to Frost. Then he said, Hey, your form is really ugly, there is no way, I can only beat me up to make me comfortable. What did you say? The tone is quite big, let me see what you are capable of. In short, much more powerful than you. Califra clenched her hands into fists and burst out with all her strength. And Sun Yumian stood from a distance to watch the battle, and through the system, he knew the true strength of Califra, 3.6 million combat power. System, there should be no problem with this combat power transformation into a Super Saiyan. He called the system and asked. Theoretically, the talent is good enough, there are enough S-cells, and the combat power reaches 2.4 million to transform into a Super Saiyan. The voice of the system sounded in his head. So, on my terms, can I turn into a Super Saiyan with a combat power of 2.4 million? In the case of the host, the combat power needs to reach 4 million, and it can only transform in a situation of anger. What? System, you are not kind, give me such a bad talent? Through the system, Sun Yumian also knows the 7th strength level of the Dragon Ball world. At present, his strength is in the 6th level, and he has a strong person comparable to Frisia's combat power range, 530,000 to 120 million. 7th level, a strong person who has reached the level of the first stage of Super Saiyan, and the combat power range, 120 million to 1 billion. On the other side, the battle between Califra and Frost has begun, and both of them are masters of battles. Therefore, even if Califra's combat effectiveness exceeds 20% of her opponent, she can't kill her opponent in seconds, she can only say that she has the upper hand. Big sister, come on, beat this ugly monster down. Kair, who was standing next to Sun Yumian, shouted from afar. Don't worry, Miss Califra is so strong, she will be able to defeat the other party soon. Gabe spoke. Sun Yumian just watched silently, he knew that Frost still had the transformation of the final form, and Califra would also transform into a Super Saiyan at that time. Chapter 26. Originally, Sun Yumian also wanted to clean up the guy himself, but helplessly his plug-in expired. The system tells him that he can't get stronger by recovering from Saiyan injury at the moment, because he has reached the upper limit of his potential. Therefore, his current combat strength has no way to force out Frost's final form, and he can only change it for Karif. At this point, after Califra had the upper hand, she knocked Frost away with a punch and a kick, followed by a continuous bombardment of red energy bombs. However, it is true that there is the law of smoke without harm, and the greater the smoke, the slight the damage caused by the attack. Gee! Already made such a strong chi. It doesn't seem to have an effect. Califra was surprised to see Frost appear in the smoke. What's going on? Did the eldest sister keep her hand? Kair said strangely. No, Miss Califra didn't keep her hand, but her opponent seemed to hide superpower. Gabe stared at Frost and shook his head. Frost patted the dust on his body. It's a good fight, I underestimated you before, and I should also show my true skills. Yes, then hurry up, let me see how capable you are. Califra said disapprovingly. Oh ah! Frost showed a constipated expression, his breath grew stronger and stronger, the surrounding terrain was shattered, and the rebel floated up. Titicaca. Frost's huge aura formed a ball of light and exploded, and Sun Wumian couldn't help but raise his hand to block this dazzling light. Gee! Tang Yuan head shape? It's still so small, and it doesn't seem to be terrible. Califra crossed her hands at her waist and scoffed. Good, finally in its final form. System, what is Frost's combat power now? The initial combat power of Frost's final form is 30 million. It's only 30 million, that's not enough, if you sign in now, it's wasted, or wait and say, Sun Wumian thought. Then shouted to Califra, now transform into a Super Saiyan, with your abilities, it's easy. I don't know if she heard. Wait, you just said Super Saiyan? What is that thing? Gabe looked over with a puzzled look. You'll know later, see. Sun Wu looked at Califra intently. If there is no accident, this will be the first time he has come to the Dragon Ball world to see the transformation of a Super Saiyan, a little excited. I saw Califra clench her hands into fists, close her eyes, and recall the method that Sun Wumian told her. Gather your strength to the center of the back. They. Golden light gathered behind Califra, and she suddenly opened her eyes, her hair windless and automatic. Then there was a flash of electricity, the hair and eyebrows turned golden, the hair stood up except for Lu Wei, and the whole body erupted with golden flames. Crackling, crackling, like a rainstorm hitting the ground, like a butter boiling pan. What? What's going on? Can Saiyan still transform? Frost opened his mouth in disbelief. The hair turned blonde. What a powerful aura! Is this what you just said about a Super Saiyan? I can feel even more powerful than Frost. Gabe, who was standing next to Sun Wu's face, said in shock. Big sister! It's amazing! Kyle also clenched his fists. Sun Wumian really saw the birth of the Super Saiyan, and his blood was boiling, and he also wanted to transform immediately. Moreover, Saiyans in the 6th universe are more likely to become Super Saiyans than those in the 7th universe. The combat power has reached an amazing 180 million, but unfortunately, there is no way to sign in for the time being, and the previous strength improvement was too excited, forgetting this stubble. Is this a Super Saiyan? Easily, you can feel the strength increase dozens of times, Califra said to herself, then looked at her opponent. Now, let's really start the showdown. The corners of Frost's mouth were crooked. Then let you see my true strength. Don't think that if your hair changes color, you can fight me in my final form. Ha! Frost shouted, entered a serious state, used half of his strength, and the combat power was as high as 60 million. With both hands half-clasped, he aimed at Califra and used the air cannon, and the powerful airflow knocked the opponent away, and then reflexively jumped upwards, and the condensation ability bullet of his right hand was thrown. Califra stood firm and casually knocked the energy bullet away. Seeing that one hand was not enough, Frost made a two-pronged move, and both hands continuously emitted air bombs. Califra just kept swinging with one hand, and she knocked her opponent's air bombs flying one by one, and it didn't work at all. Boom! She actually began to play, the same hands half-clasped, using the trick Frost had just made. This is for you. The situation reversed. Frost crossed his hands and failed to block the attack, was knocked away by the air, cut a long mark on the ground, and crashed into a mountain before barely stopping. Whew, haha! Frost suddenly crooked the corners of his mouth and smiled. It's too powerful, beyond my imagination, but I won't lose. He once again showed a constipated expression and increased his strength to 100%, at this time, the combat power reached 120 million and rushed back again. Oh? Did you use 100% of your strength? Been waiting for you for a long time. System, work. Sun Yumian called the system as soon as possible. Ding, you sign in to Frost, the check-in is successful, the host's combat power increases by 6 million after transforming into a Super Saiyan, do you learn the Death Beam? Death Beam? Condense chi into your index finger and send out a quick red wave of light to attack your opponent's move? Nope. Something is wrong? Isn't it an increase of 6 million? Why didn't I feel that much improvement? System, are you mistaken? Host, you are mistaken, it is 6 million more combat power after transforming into a Super Saiyan. What? It means that the norm only added 120,000 combat effectiveness? Is this limiting my imagination? I've never seen a system so critical. The system ignored him and there was no sound. Back to the battle between Califra and Frost, at this point it has come to an end. Ah! The fist and foot attacks of the two were so fast that Sun Wu's face could not see clearly, but he could see that Frost had eaten an unknown number of attacks, and his aura had begun to weaken, and his attacks were all blocked. As a last resort, Frost could only use the last resort, the chi of the whole body, raised to the maximum, and released the strongest move of the big explosion centered on himself. At the same time, Califra also used a special move to smash the cannon, accumulate energy in her body, condense her strength with one hand, and send red energy waves to her opponent. Boom! The dazzling light was accompanied by a strong explosion. Only a long crater was left at the scene, and Frost was knocked out of the planet Shadera, and his life and death are unknown. Chapter 27. Oops, too hard. Califra muttered to herself, changing from Super Saiyan back to normal. Big sister, it's really powerful. Kyle couldn't hold back, and flew over for the first time, looking at the huge traces left by the battle and marveling. It's just a small meaning. Califra crossed her hands at her waist and said lightly. I can't imagine that Frost still hides such a high form, before I only knew the breakthrough form, and Miss Califra is even more powerful, Super Saiyan, how to do it? At this time, Gabe also rushed over from a distance. I also just learned that Saiyans can transform, Califra said, turning to look at Sun Yumian and said with difficulty, thank you. Hey! Sun Yumian almost laughed, too, with her personality, it is estimated that she did not thank her much. Gee! What are you laughing at? Well, since you thank so reluctantly, you don't have to. Che, speaking of which, how did you know that we Saiyans could transform into such a thing? Unheard of. Califra voiced her doubts. Well, it's a long story, I'll make a long story short, because I'm from the 7th universe, and the Saiyans over there can transform into Super Saiyans, but they can't transform yet, and Miss Califra is the first person ever. This is strange, your so-called Saiyan in the 7th universe cannot transform, so how do you know? Gabe wondered. It's just a legend. Is it? It always feels like it's not that simple. Califra stared at Sun Yumian and fell into deep thought. By the way, there is another question, Frost was beaten into space by you, and he can't confirm his life and death, what if he is still alive? Gabe remembered something and said suddenly. Sun Yumian touched his nose and smiled slightly, this matter is easy to handle, I'll go back when I go. After he said that, he soared into the sky and followed the route where Frost was sent flying, and flew out of the planet Shadera. Hey? Nothing, was it really destroyed by the beating? He wandered around space for a while, couldn't find Frost, and saw only a large number of stars and a wide variety of galaxies. Strange, it stands to reason that it should not be wiped out, forget it, let's go back first. Hey, are you still a Saiyan? I've never heard that Saiyans can survive in space. Califra saw Sun Yumian fly out of the planet Shadera, circle around in space and come back, her eyes widened in surprise. Kyle and Gabe also nodded, showing curiosity. This is my special ability, don't imitate it. Humph, don't say anything, Kyer, bring water, beat for a long time, your throat is dry. Big sister, no. I didn't bring water. Didn't you? Then forget it, let's go back to the royal city first. Gabe, when will the second half of the banquet start? Shall. It should have already begun. Faced with such a calibre, Gabe did not dare to speak loudly. A group of 4 people flew at high speed in the direction of the royal city. Mr. Sun Gomayan, I also want to transform into a Super Saiyan. I don't know how to do it. Is there any special know-how? Can you teach me too? On the way back, Gabe turned to look at Sun Wumian and asked. Ask me, I'll tell you, it's very simple, just need a sound of doin dot. Califra, who had been flying ahead, slowed down and said when she heard this. What bang ground, what it means, I don't understand at all. Gabe heard her words, in the clouds. Haha, don't listen to her. Your current strength is similar to mine, we have to double our combat power cultivation to transform into a Super Saiyan. Also, I'm not as talented as Miss Califra, it's really naive to think. By the way, speaking of cultivation, Gabe, do you know the gravity room? Can you find someone to help build a gravity room? If you can cultivate in a higher gravity, you will definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Sun Wumian suddenly remembered the method of cultivation in the gravity room. Gravity room? What is that? Haven't heard. Gabe shook his head in bewilderment. It seems that the gravity chamber is something that only people like Bulma and her father can come up with. In this way, you can only improve by training. If Gabe wants to transform, come to Califra to find me at that time, and the 2 of us can also improve quickly when they fight. Good. Phew, I'm full, eat it after exercise, these originally not very good foods actually feel a lot better. Sun Wumian put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, looked at the mess on the table, and let out a long breath. And Califra, they are still struggling with food, and it is not an exaggeration to call the Saiyan fighting nation a dry rice people. Only when the empty bowl on the table could no longer fit did the 3 stop. Several, the food is still satisfactory, the king wants to see you. At this time, a female Saiyan came over and said to the 4 of them. No, you tell her, we don't have time to see him. When Califra heard this, she raised her eyebrows and said. But, my good sister, I knew you would say that, so I came in person. At this time, a voice came from outside, and Sun Wumian turned to see that it was Queen Shadera coming. Califra, you've almost had enough. She walked up to several people and spoke. Humph, you and I don't agree with each other, you are your king, I do my own thing, I don't need you to care. Califra stood up, crossed her hands at her waist, and hummed. Is it? In this case, after many years, it is time for us to fight again. Haha, joke, 5 years ago you just beat me a little, now let's see the strength of Super Saiyan. Califra burst out laughing, then let out a low snort, and instantly her hair stood up and turned blonde, transforming into a Super Saiyan. If she hadn't controlled the breath and just smashed the bowls and chopsticks table around her, I was afraid that the entire royal city would suffer. Now you have nothing to say, if there is nothing to do, we will go first. Let's go. Califra, Kair, and Sun Wumian appeared in the sky above the royal city in the next instant, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Super Saiyan? The records in ancient books turned out to be true. Queen Shadera froze for a moment, muttered to herself, and then when nothing happened, turned and left. Hey, Miss Califra, wait for us, why are you flying so fast? Oh. Califra went back to normal. Next, Sun Gomye plans to stay here on planet Shadera for another year, when Gabe and Kyle also transform into Super Saiyan, most notably Cal, the legendary Saiyan. Then complete the check-in, and then go to Nami Star to find Dragon Ball and return to the 7th universe. Chapter 28. The planet Shadera, a no-man's land not far from Califra's base. Sun Woomian and Gabe have just finished their battle training. Woo! It's really powerful, you can't win every time you fight with Gomei. I thought that my strength improved and I couldn't think of catching up. Gabe sat on the ground with his butt, took a deep breath, and said. Let's go here today, I've been fighting for half a day, I'm hungry, it's time to eat. Sun Woomian didn't care either, there was nothing to say about winning Gabe. There is a system in a fairy bean plug-in, he feels that his strength is improving too slowly, so far, the combat power is only 3 million, it has been half a year, not much improvement, and he has not been able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Finally, it's over, I'm sleepy when I see it. At this time, Califla came over. Sunwoo noodles, hurry, delicious whole ah. What's the panic, you can't die of hunger, bring water, it's best to have a drink, let me rest for a while. Did you hear that, you guys, hurry up and get drinks. Yes. B. The onlookers Kyer, Kilian and others quickly answered. Why is it so good to serve? It's because Sun Woomian really can't eat the food of the Saiyans here, after once showing his own cooking hands. Califra bluntly said that she had never eaten such a delicious food, so she was entangled like this. In fact, in Sun Woomian's opinion, the food made by himself using the ingredients of the planet Shadera is only reluctant, and it is really difficult to cook without rice. You know, before crossing over, he was a real food writer and head chef. There is a chance that you can go to Earth in the 7th universe, where you can eat the most delicious food without touching your hands, and more importantly, Califra, you can train with opponents who are stronger than yourself. Earth? Can I eat it for free? Free? Not. There is indeed a place to go. What Sun Woomian is talking about is, of course, the home of the richest man in the Earth world, Bulma. The problem is that I don't know how to get there. If what you said is true, how did you cross the universe? Dragon Ball summons the dragon to make a wish, but there is another way, that is, to find the god of destruction. Sun Woomian said and turned his head to look at Gabe. Gabe, I asked you to spread the news, the destruction god Elephant Pa will already know about it. As you requested, the news has been brought to all known intelligent planets in the current universe. That's okay, if the gods of destruction like Pa and Bardos know that there is the most delicious food in the universe at the gastronomic base of the planet Shadera Califra, they will definitely come. Yes, after returning to Califra's base half a year ago, Sun Gomaian suggested that Califra transform the base into a food base, and Califra agreed without much thought. Now the entire food base has a certain scale, and various snacks, restaurants, and the like on several streets have already appeared, and they are all in accordance with the style of the 7th universe Earth. Of course, Sun Woomian will not personally fix this, it is the children brought back by Califra to be responsible, he only needs to draw a rough picture, and then write some recipes according to the ingredients here. These are all to get along with the god of destruction and the angel Bardos. And it will be much more convenient to sign in or practice in the future. The main problem is that he asked Gabe before that the Nami Starmen in the 6th universe do not have Dragon Balls, and now there is only one way to go back to the 7th universe. Hey, what are you talking about, is the god of destruction really strong? At the dinner table, Califra asked Sunwoo Noodles vaguely while eating. Don't talk while eating. Gee. Where are so many rules? Hey, invincibility is really lonely, I really want to test whether the so-called god of destruction is really so strong. I have to say that in terms of personality, Califra has a big grin, really a little like the Monkey King. I suggest that it is better not to provoke the god of destruction, he is the strongest in this universe, otherwise there will be no good fruit for you to eat. Sun Woomian shook his head. Cut, always try to know. Califra disagreed. At this moment, a little boy walked in. Big sister, there are 2 people outside, as if they are looking for you. Is it really said that Cao arrived? Elephant Pa and Bardos are coming? What do they look like? Sun Yumian put down the bowl and chopsticks and asked busily. One is purple, upright cat-like, and the other seems to be holding a long staff. Lying in the groove, it is undoubtedly them. Sun Yumian does not dare to slack, quickly walk out. The god of destruction is not so easy to talk to, a careless planet may be destroyed. Lord Xiangpa, Lord Bardos, when we meet for the first time, in the face of the next grandson, please ask the two of you to give more advice. Although this god of destruction Pabaruth prefers Ruth a little more, but the surface work still needs to be done. Hey, you actually know us, I heard that there is a food base here, with the most delicious food in the universe, so we came, hurry up and take it out. Xiangpa picked his teeth and said, almost drooling. Lord Elephant Paw, pay attention to your image. Bardos reminds him to stop this indecent movement. This is Lord Pa, the god of destruction. I don't feel powerful at all. At this time, Califra also walked out and said without care. Of course, human beings cannot feel the breath of God. Bardos smiled and spoke. In this way, Lord Elephant Pa, can you fight me? I heard that you are the strongest in this universe. Hey, didn't I hear you wrong, you're going to fight me? Xiangpa dug his ears, thinking he had misheard. Yes, is there a problem? I didn't spend so much time here to fight, what about the food? Hurry up and take it out, if not, I will destroy the planet. Seeing that Xiangpa was impatient, Sun Yumian hurriedly came to the rescue. She means it's good right away, but it's better to exercise before eating. Is that so? Bardos. Elephant Paw looked at Bardos. He is right, and Lord Xiangpa, you are getting fatter, and you still have to exercise occasionally. Okay, but you're a female Saiyan who is too weak, will it have an effect? Elephant Paw turned to look at Califra. Click, AAA. Califra instantly transforms into a Super Saiyan. So, how? Well, it seems to be a little stronger, it's okay, let's play with you. You guys play slowly, I'll cook it myself, and the food will be ready right away. Sun Yumian said and walked into the house. Chapter 29. Califra tried with Elephant Baby, and the results speak for themselves. After 30 minutes. Ha, ha, ha. Wow. This one is delicious, that one is the best. How come the Saiyans have not heard of such a delicacy before? Xiangpa has completely ignored the image by eating food. It does taste very good, but Master Xiangpa should pay attention to health, it's almost the same. Bardos reminded again. Don't be so discouraged, Bardos. He didn't mean to stop at all, and said as he picked up a bun. After taking a bite, Xiangpa said strangely, Hey, what is this? Round white, soft, and a little sweet, very delicious. Sun Yumian stood aside, glanced at it and said, It's just an ordinary bun. This thing is called a bun, well, decided, next time I go to Beerus, I will use this to fight him. Bun, showdown? Don't understand. Gabe was confused when he heard this, and couldn't help but speak up. It should be a food showdown between Lord Elephant Paw and Lord Beerus. Sun Yumian said casually. Hey? How do you know about me and that guy? Xiangpa was eating a bun and almost choked. I guess, this is not important, let's talk about the food duel between you and Lord Beerus, Lord Pa. Sun Yumian directly changed the topic. Go and go, don't want to mention that guy, ask Bardos if you want to know. When Sun Yumian heard this, he looked at Bardos. Oh, this is a long story, a long time ago. Bardos began to recall the battle of the gods between Elephant Paw and Beerus. Damn, I won't let you go, Beerus. In the cosmic space, Xiangpa chased after Beerus angrily and refused to stop. Elephant Paw hits several balls of destructive energy with one hand and can control turns. Haha. No matter where you go, it will chase you. Whoosh. Beerus found a nearby planet and landed. Tap-da-da. After standing firm, he charged his fist and continuously punched Xiongpa's destructive energy balls one by one. Look at the move. At this moment, a powerful kick from the sky came from the sky. However, the heavy kick was empty, and Beerus reacted and narrowly avoided. The next second, boom! The planet was directly exploded by the destructive energy that had just flown away, and the figures of the two destruction gods appeared in space again. Bang bang bang! Elephant Pa and Beerus fought from planet to planet, and they didn't know how many were blown up in the process. Finally, the two stood on a rocky rock left over from the planet's explosion. Beerus, you guy, actually. Eat the tummy fruit on the birthday cake first. It was my birthday, of course. Beerus responded as a matter of course. That's my birthday too. You bastard. Bardos and Ves watched their battle not far away. Oh, I thought it would be a good idea to have 2 birthday cakes. Bardos laughed with his hands behind his back. Sister. I'm afraid you have expected this outcome for a long time. Bardos smiled and touched his face, non-committal. On the other side, the quarrel between Elephant Pa and Beerus continued. Although the cake of Suishyen planet is very good, the fruit of the tummy is even better. Elephant Pa chattered as he punched Beerus. This kind of thing, the 7th universe also has Suizwan planet, it is obvious that the 7th universe is better than yours. Beerus easily blocked the punch that Xiongpa's punch had. No, our 6th universe is absolutely delicious. Xiongpa continued with another punch. Beerus still dodged easily and jumped onto another rock. Xiongpa was already angry and corrupted, condensing a super large destructive energy. This universe, it doesn't matter anymore. Humph, as you wish. Not to be outdone, Beerus made the same motion. At this moment, Xiongpa and Beerus alone suffered a brain crush. You can't do that. Weiss and Bardos spoke in unison. Since you are so confident in your food, how about a food duel next time? Weiss suggested. What else could this be? The 2 Lord Destroyers were lying on the ground. From then on, the 2 gods of destruction duel only on food. So it was, Califra, Kyr and Gabe listened to it with interest. As for Sun Wumian, he already knew this, and he just asked casually. And Lord Elephant seemed to be asleep lying on Califra's exclusive sofa. By the way, Miss Bardos, there is something I want to ask you. In fact, I am from the 7th universe, I want to go back there in half a year, I wonder if I can let you take me for a ride. Oh? 7th universe? So how did you come to our side? Make a wish with the Dragon Ball of Namek, and besides, there are more delicious foods on Earth in the 7th universe, and what I learned there is even more delicious than just now. Hearing the word food, Xiongpa jumped up from the sofa. Bardos, promise him, but don't wait half a year, go back to my planet Xiongpa now, and leave tomorrow. Hey? Tomorrow? This is different from what Sun Wumian expected. That's right, didn't you say that there is a planet called Earth in the 7th universe that has better food? Hey? Don't run that far, Bardos, our universe should also have Earth, search for it. Yes, Lord Elephant Pa. Bardos said, using his staff to begin to look. Found it, Lord Elephant Pa, we also have an Earth in the 6th universe. Then let's see if there is any food. It's a pity that the Earth here seems to have become extinct because of stupid fighting. Not. The previous duel Beerus did not mention the food of the Earth, he should not have found it yet. Bardos, we will go to the Earth of the 7th universe tomorrow. First Beerus one step to eat the food, haha, that guy should still be sleeping. Worthy of Lord Xiongpa, you can think of this. Hehe, that's a matter of course. Xiongpa said and turned his head to look at Sun Wumian. When you get to Earth, when the time comes, you will take us to taste better food. Hey? Lord Xiongpa, can you wait for half a year, I really have something to do. Sun Wu said with a sad face. No, I hate waiting the most. Let's go, Bardos, take him and we'll go back. There was no way to do this, so Sun Wumien had to follow Bardos and Xiongpa. Califra, Gabe, take care. He only had time to say goodbye. The plan could not catch up with the change, and he was supposed to wait a full year to sign in before returning to the 7th universe. Chapter 30. I don't know how many notches lower the planet of Elephanta is compared to the star of Beerus. As Bardos said, to create works of art that even the owner cannot understand is to blaspheme the owner. 2 days later. The 7th universe, Earth, Western capital, an oversized semicircular house. It's very lively, there are quite a few humans on a small planet. Lord Xiongpa, we have arrived, this is the home of a friend of mine, I will let her entertain you later. Sun Wumien said and rang the doorbell of Bulma's house. Hey, who? Inside came Bulma's voice. It's me, Sun Wumien. After a while, the door opened, and Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Pool came out. Hey, how are you all? Hey, Yamcha, you are also there, shouldn't you be practicing in Wushan teacher, why are you here? I haven't seen it for a long time, and my cultivation is almost over, so I came here to rest for a while. Gomin-kun, I haven't seen you for a long time, why are you here? Upon seeing Sun Wumi, Bulma was pleasantly surprised. It didn't take long, it was less than a year. Sun Wumien said with a smile. What a year, it's been almost 3 years. Hey! Sun Wumien looked stunned, what happened? The host, according to the time of the Earth, has indeed passed almost 3 years, and the time of each planet is different. Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in his head. There is also this statement, no wonder Vegeta has a saying that a Saiyan is still a youth until he is 80 years old, it turns out that the problem lies here. What's wrong, Gomen, have you been away for too long and your head is confused? Bulma couldn't help but ask when she saw Sun Wu's surprised look. At this moment, Xiongpa became impatient. Hey, I said, it's almost time to reminisce, shouldn't you take out the food? Hey, this fat cat mister seems to be quite powerful, and this beautiful young lady, is it your friend? Yamcha did not treat himself as an outsider, patted Xiongpa's shoulder, and glanced at Bardos several times. Fat cat? Sun Wumien was frightened into a cold sweat by Yamcha's words, and quickly pulled him away. This is Lord Elephant Pa, the god of destruction, and the other is Lord Elephant Pa's entourage and Master Bardos. God of destruction? Haven't you heard, it's powerful? Of course it's powerful, it belongs to the strongest god in the universe, and it can break a planet with a single click. What? Really so strong? Yamcha shrunk his neck. Bulma, Lord Xiongpa has come here to taste the food of the earth, this task will be entrusted to you, treat her well, if Lord Xiongpa is not happy, the earth will disappear in minutes. Sun Wumien ignored him, but walked to Bulma's side and whispered. What? You're going to let me do this kind of thing as soon as you come back? Bulma's voice grew a little louder. Please, after completing the task, I will pack you to find Prince Charming who is more handsome than Yamcha in the future. Really? All right. Bulma said and gestured to Pa and Bardos, too, if you want to eat, come with me. Oh, that's really bothering you. Bardos said and followed with Elephant Pa. Hey, Gomen, half a month from now it will be the 22nd First Martial Arts Association under heaven, you will also participate, right? When the people walked away, Yamcha spoke. Hey? The world's first martial arts association? I won't participate, you guys are too weak now, it's not challenging for me. Is it? Are you that strong now? Of course, in terms of combat effectiveness, Sun Wumien looked at Yamcha's current combat power through the system, your current combat power is 120, and I am 3 million. Just kidding, there's such a big gap, I'll try you, Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. Yamcha directly made a trick. Sun Wu's face didn't move, and he showed a little bit of chi and flipped him to the ground. Yamcha, are you okay? Pool anxiously ran up and asked. I'm fine, it's really strong. Yamcha climbed up and said with a palpitation. It's a prize, compared to Lord Pa, the god of destruction, I'm still 108,000 li behind. Sun Wumian touched his nose and said with a smile. 1 hour later. Xiongpa and Bardos finally had enough to eat and drink, ready to leave the earth, and before leaving, they also asked Sun Wumian to cook a large number of buns to take away. Of course, countless other foods were also taken away. Thanks for the hospitality, let's go first. Bardos said thanks, and the elephant turned into a white light and disappeared into the air. It seems that Bulma is not bad, and she looks satisfied. Goman, I didn't think you could cook, would you do anything other than buns? Mrs. Brive asked enthusiastically. A little bit, what's wrong? Sun Wumian replied casually. That's it, are you interested in being my cook? Mom, what are you talking about? Someone else is a martial artist, how can he be a cook? Be the chef of the richest man in the world? It sounds quite interesting, but Sun Wumian thinks about it, he is a martial arts master, what a cook. After that, Sun Wumian went back to Bunza Mountain, and then went to the Turtle Immortal house to meet the Turtle Immortal. In the blink of an eye, a month later, the place where the world's first martial arts association was held, Papaya Island. Before coming to Papaya Island, Bulma and they first went to the Turtle Immortal house to join teacher Wuxian and Klin. It's so nostalgic, this day has come again. At the registration office of the world's first martial arts association, Klin sighed. Yes. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Don't sigh, two of you, let's go sign up first. The Turtle Immortal urged. Then quietly said to Sun Wumian, Wumian, this session you continue to participate in the name of Chen Long, I have just reported Chen Long's name. Hey? Teacher Wu Tian, why didn't you ask me beforehand? He's just here because he's bored, and by the way, to get together with them, this kind of competition is a kid's house for him. Smelly boy, this is a matter of course, do you want to let this old bone of mine go to the conference? This, okay. After that, Sun Wumian continued to participate in the 22nd Tianxia First Martial Arts Association under the name of Chen Long, and Wukong also caught up at the last moment, because Sun Wumian gave him a 3-year contract, he actually swam from the other side of the world. In the end, Tianjin Rice won the championship of this year. As for Sun Wumian, he jumped off the ring and admitted defeat when he fought against Tianjin Rice. Because he's really fed up, just like Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super, it is the hardest to control the smallest power. Wumian, good job, an excellent martial artist should be like this, it doesn't have to be about winning or losing, this is the purpose of my turtle fairy flow. Teacher Wu Tian said about reforming Tianjin Rice? Sorry, he didn't think that much. It was just an accident. Chapter 31. See you in 3 years. Goodbye. Outside the martial arts hall, everyone gathered together to say goodbye. Gaku, your clothes are all tattered, I have a belt, change a new set of you. Klin took out a martial arts suit from the luggage he brought and handed it over. Thank you. It's a shame that I almost won the championship. There is no way, losing is losing. Gaku laughed. Actually, I'm just lucky, don't you really want that half of the bonus? At this time, Tianjin Fan looked at Wukong and asked. Don't. Anyway, I won't use the money, it's useless. Gaku said casually as he changed his clothes. What the? If you don't want me, who will be afraid of less money? Sun Wumian quickly spoke, Tianjin Rice, you just give me that half, I'll thank you on behalf of Wukong. Is that okay? Yes, I am his eldest brother, I will accept it for him. Hey? Is that true? but you two don't look like each other at all. Haha, in fact, Goku and Gomen are both children picked up by my apprentice son Gohan. The turtle fairy said. So it is, okay. Tianjin Fan said and took half of the bonus to Sun Wumian. So, let's go to dinner together now, how about recovering your strength? The turtle immortal suggested. Okay, okay. When Goku heard that he was going to eat, he almost drooled. Yes. Let me treat you to a big meal. Bulma said generously. Oops. Dragon Ball and Ruyi Stick were left inside and forgot to take it. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered something. Shock me, I thought what happened, I'll help you get it. Klin said and walked inside. Well? By the way, the Piccolo Great Demon King has been released by the Pilaf trio at this time, and Sun Wumian suddenly remembered. Klin, you come back. He hurriedly shouted to stop Klin, wait for me to get it. Hey? What's wrong, what happened? Klin stopped, turned around and asked suspiciously. It's nothing, I'm afraid you'll die if you walk in. Hey? Just kidding, are there any monsters in it? Yes, there will indeed be monsters, the details will be explained to you later, I will go back. Sun Wumian dropped a sentence and walked into the martial arts hall with his own care. Then he saw that the tambourine created by the Great Demon King of Piccolo got the roster of Goku's 4 planets and the Budokai. Boy, if you don't want to die, get out of the way, don't get in the way. Tambourine got something and was about to leave. It's so ugly, polluting my eyes, disappear. Sun Wumian glanced at him, and it seemed that he didn't move, so he took the Dragon Ball and the roster over, and by the way, he threw a Kigong wave to make it disappear forever. Gee, dirty soot. He remembered a quote Vegeta had said, which was too classic and impressive. What happened? The turtle immortal, Wukong, and the others rushed over when they heard the movement. Goku, Dragon Ball, and Ruyi Stick are for you, don't keep losing everything. Sun Wumian handed the things to Goku, and then turned to everyone, it's nothing, it's just that the Piccolo Great Demon King has reappeared, and I just killed a small character under him. What? Short. Piccolo the Great Devil? He should never appear in this world again. When the Turtle Immortals heard this, they remembered some bad memories. Of course, someone released him, and the magic seal wave just sealed him into the rice cooker and sank to the bottom of the sea. Piccolo Great Devil? Who took this ridiculous name? Yamcha said with a smile. I seem to have heard that he is the Great Demon King who used to plunge the world into the abyss of fear. But Tianjin Fan also spoke. However, although his name is cute, he is very terrifying, invincible, and he and the monsters he produces turn the peaceful world into the world of death. The Turtle Immortal continued, I am no match for the young Crane Immortal, even our master Wutedu, and in the end, he created the secret technique of the magic sealing wave to seal the Piccolo Great Demon King into the rice cooker and sacrifice himself at the same time. The Turtle Immortal continued, I personally sank the rice cooker that sealed him into the depths of the sea, and the Piccolo Great Demon should not appear again. Could it be, the Crane Immortals, Dumpling guessed. No, he understands the horror of the Great Demon King and will not do this. The Turtle Immortal shook his head. Okay, everyone understands, with me here, I will let him know what horror is, should I eat first at this time? Sun Wumian said without care. Gomen, I don't know how strong you have become now, but the terrifying strength of the Piccolo Great Demon King is not as simple as you think. The Turtle Immortal had a solemn face. Bulma, didn't you say that you had a treat? Leave them alone, the two of us will eat. Sun Wumian turned his head to look at Bulma, the Piccolo Great Demon King or something, he could handle it with one finger, there was nothing to worry about. I don't know why, his amount of food is also getting bigger and bigger, maybe this has something to do with the blood of the Saiyan. Brother Gumian is right, only after eating will you have the strength to fight with the Great Demon King, and I will let me fight him first. Monkey King raised his hand in approval. Okay, eat first, and then I also want to meet the Piccolo Great Devil. Bulma said without fear. Boom! Bulma drove a large plane to catch up with a black plane in front. Are you the Piccolo Great Devil? Hey, are you three? Sun Wumian jumped onto the platform atop the black plane and pointed at the Pilaf trio. No, it's not us, the Piccolo demon you said is inside the plane. The trio waved their hands in fright. Little ghost, is there something wrong with you? At this time, a green-skinned man walked out from inside. I heard that you are very strong, I want to talk to you. Sun Wukong said innocently. Haha, don't you know the horror of my great devil? Also, after all, it's been so long. Don't talk nonsense, look at the move. The two hit from the plane to the ground. Although Sun Wukong's combat power is a little higher than the normal development situation, reaching 180, the combat power of the old Piccolo Great Demon King has 210. Therefore, Goku still lost after holding on for a while, and at this time, it was Sun Gomayan's turn to appear. Sun Wumian just lightly fingered, and a Qigong wave opened a big hole in the chest of the Great Demon King of Piccolo. What's going on? My Piccolo Great Demon King was defeated in one move. It happened so fast that he couldn't believe it. However, my demon clan will not disappear. The Piccolo Great Demon King muttered, and then spat out an egg, which flew far away. The Piccolo Great Demon never expected that he was counting on his child Vic to avenge him. In the future, Vic not only did not take revenge, but became the grand nanny of the Sun family. Chapter 32. Goman, good job, but even if you have become stronger now, don't forget the purpose of my turtle immortal flow. The turtle immortal praised, and then said positively. I understand, Teacher Wushan. Sun Wumian nodded solemnly. Well, I will practice seriously in the future, the gap is so big, I am really unwilling. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, said, and then left with dumplings. As a martial artist, Tianjin Fan still has a martial arts spirit, but it's a pity that the three-eyed star man is not comparable to the Saiyan who is hanging up, and the final result Sun Wumian already knows. I'm also going to practice alone, and in the future, I must become stronger than Brother Gumian, Duyun. Goku is also ready. Goku, you wait, I'll take you to a good place to practice. Sun Wumian stopped him loudly. Hey? Where to go? Go to the temple, but, before that, Bulma, there is something I want to ask you. Sun Wumian turned to look at Bulma. What's wrong? What's the matter? Your cultivation doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. That's it. Sun Wumian conjured up a circular spaceship, which was exactly what Goku sat on when he was a child, and specially found it when he returned to Bun Mountain before, and was loaded into the system space by him. Hey? Is this round iron pimple a spaceship? Bulma is worthy of being a genius girl scientist, and she can see the clue at a glance. Yes, this is the spaceship that Goku came to Earth when he was a child, and I want you to help modify it and install an artificial gravity device. I'm here? No way. Goku was taken aback when he heard this. Well, Goku, in fact, you are not a native of the Earth, your real identity is actually a Saiyan, and this is the spaceship that the Saiyans sent you here. Saiyan? Forget it, it's what it is, it doesn't matter. Goku said nonchalantly, this is very Goku, his personality is like this. This spacecraft is truly an admirable scientific achievement. Bulma opened the hatch and went in, took a general look, and then marveled. Then he walked out. I'll help you modify this spaceship with my father, he should also want to learn about the science of the Saiyans, but it will take a little time. It's okay, then trouble you Bulma, me and Goku have left beforehand. Sun Gomian said and flew in the direction of Karen Tao, while Goku followed behind with Duyun on his back. Coming to Kalen Tat, the first thing Sun Wumian saw was not the Karin Immortal, but Yachirobe, the fleshy Yaso. Eileen, this guy came to chew fairy beans, strange, obviously Gaku didn't know him, how could he be here? Sun Yumian thought doubtfully. Karin Immortal, long time no see. Sun Yumian ignored Yachilobe, but looked at the cat Immortal, said hello, and then went straight to the jar containing the fairy beans. I went, all gone. I knew it would have been better to come and take it early. Well, here you are. You also knew we were coming. At this time, Sun Wukong also arrived, and couldn't help but speak out. Humph, of course. I know everything. The cat fairy held a wooden staff, squinting his eyes, and looked like he knew it in his chest. Yes, then you know why we're here this time? Sun Yumian asked rhetorically. The Karin Immortal squinted his eyes and was silent for a while, then used a mind-reading technique on Gaku. You want to go to the temple to practice. It's amazing, you can know this. Gaku was surprised. In other words, why is this little fat man here? Sun Yumian pointed at Achirobe and asked. What little fat man? My name is Archilobe, it's really excessive, call others like that. Hehe, Archirobe heard that I have good food here, climbed up, I saw that he was quite interesting, so I let him stay here. The cat fairy said. By the way, Brother Guman, didn't you say that you went to some temple to practice? Why come here? Sun Wukong suddenly remembered the purpose of this time. The temple is above the Karen Tat, only those I approve of can go up to the temple to meet the gods, this person must be powerful, and the heart must be pure. Tenjin? What kind of gods? Just kidding. Archirobe heard their conversation on the side and couldn't help but complain. You see, people like Akilobe can't, and Gaku you are fully qualified, as for Goman, you can be your own home as a temple. The cat fairy glanced at Archilobe and continued. On this? So can I sit on a somersault? Gaku asked. Of course this can't work, the highest can only fly here, and you can't get in by plane. So how do you get up? It's very simple, that Ruyi stick on your back is the stick that connects to the temple, and I lent it to him when the turtle immortal was stalked. Ruyi stick, I thought this was a weapon, it should be that the grandfather of the turtle immortal gave it to my grandfather later. Sun Wukong took down the Ruyi stick behind him. In that case, I will take the first step and wait for you above the temple. Sun Yumian said, flew up, and soon came to the temple again. Mr. Bobo, I haven't seen you for a long time, and Tenjin-sama, too. Hehe, don't be so polite to me, you are the one who can defeat the great demon king of Piccolo with one move. Tenjin shook his head and smiled. Well, I'm here to borrow the spirit time house to cultivate, there should be no problem with this. Sun Wu said straight to the point. This can't be helped, the plug-in expires, the fairy beans are gone, and if you want to transform into a Super Saiyan as soon as possible, you can only rely on the spirit time house. That's fine, Mr. Bobo, you take him. Don't bother with this, I'll just go by myself. By the way, when Gaku will come up, trouble Mr. Bobo to help me train him, and then let him come into the spirit time house to practice with me in 8 hours. Inside the spirit time house, everything is white, except for one room, the outside is also white and nothing. A day on Earth is equal to a year here, and the air is a quarter of the ground, but the gravity is 4 times that of the ground. Then, start cultivating, this place is just right, I hope that after the practice is completed, you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Yumian said to himself. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed in the spirit time house, and Gaku also came in. What's going on? It's such a strange place, moreover, the body becomes so heavy, can you become stronger by practicing here? Gaku just came in and almost couldn't stand. Also, with his current combat strength, 4 times gravity is a little more difficult. Chapter 33. From the time Sun Yumian entered the spirit time house, almost 12 hours had passed on Earth. Gaku, This practice ends here, rest for one night, and we will leave here tomorrow. Sun Wumian could see that Wukong at this time was close to the limit after staying here for 2 months. Through the system, I learned that Goku's combat power at this time has exceeded 300, and the effect is still good. As for Sun Wumian, his own combat effectiveness has also increased from 3 million to 3.5 million. Brother Gomen, can you fight me once with all your strength? In the past 2 months, although we have often fought against each other, it is obvious that you have not used your full strength. Full strength? Good. Then let you see a good thing. Hello, yes. Sun Wumian's eyes began to turn light green first, and with a flash of electricity, his hair and eyebrows turned blonde, his hair stood up except for Lu Wei, and his body burned with golden flames. That's right, he instantly became the strongest warrior in the legendary universe, Super Saiyan. What a powerful breath! Sun Wukong covered his eyes with his hands, and because he stood too close, he was oppressed by the breath of the Super Saiyan and couldn't breathe. In fact, the system made a joke on Sun Wumian before. In fact, he can transform into a Super Saiyan with a combat power of 3.5 million. It is simply possible in a situation of anger. His Saiyan bloodline is equivalent to that of a Saiyan in the 6th universe, and he has always been stable inside, suitable for the explosive growth of S cells. Unlike Vegeta, he is hot-tempered, psychologically impetuous, and very belligerent, so Vegeta will not become a Super Saiyan until his normal combat power exceeds 4 million. Goku, this is a Super Saiyan. If you practice hard, you can also do it, because you are a purebred Saiyan. Well, I will, someday I'll surpass you. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and was full of fighting spirit. Zidu, Universal Capsule Company. Hey, Bulma's mother, how is the matter with the spaceship? I asked Bulma to help modify. When she came to Bulma's house, she seemed to have gone to school, and Sun Wumian asked Mrs. Brive. Yo, isn't this a handsome little guy with Gohan? How did it come so soon? Bulma, his dad has just started working on spaceships, and he only got them back yesterday. Yes, in fact, it has only been half a day. It is impossible not to be so fast. Sun Wumian is confused by himself. Oh, that's fine, I'll go find the doctor to borrow the Dragon Ball radar. Suddenly. Just then, Bulma returned on an aerial motorcycle. Hey, Gomen? Didn't you go to practice? How did it take only 1 day to complete it? Bulma asked strangely. Yes, I went to a place where 1 day equals 1 year to practice. 1 day equals 1 year? And this magical place? Yes, you'll know about this later. By the way, Bulma, Dragon Ball radar borrowed me a bit. Sun Wumian wanted to find the Dragon Ball. The purpose was to let the Divine Dragon send him to the Star of Adrit. Teleportation, such an external trick, he has long wanted to learn. And let Bulma transform the spacecraft for the return journey at that time. The Star of Adrit is so far away, it must not be able to feel the breath on the earth, and then you can only rely on it to come back. Dragon Ball? Are you going to collect Dragon Balls and give them to me so that I can grant my wishes? Hey? Of course not. I want to fulfill my wishes. Sun Wumian simply shook his head directly. Don't worry, I already know who your Prince Charming is, and I don't need to make a wish. Seeing Bulma's mistake, this is not okay, the Dragon Ball radar is in her hand, he had to add. Okay, how can this kind of thing be said, you guy, I'm sure now, you're not that him. Bulma complained, still taking out the Dragon Ball radar. After getting the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Gomye directly began to collect Dragon Balls, and the 4 planets had asked Goku to come over before, and now there were still 6 left. Half a day later, all the Dragon Balls were collected, and then he temporarily stayed at Bulma's house, and by the way, he also experienced the life of the richest man in the world. 3 months later, the spacecraft was finally remodeled. This is an artificial gravity device, according to your requirements, the maximum gravity can reach 300 guaranis. Inside the spaceship, Dr. Brive introduced Sun Gomayan. After Sun Wumian read it roughly, he was very satisfied, not only artificial gravity, but also three-dimensional music and other equipment. Doctor, it's really bothering you. Hehe, no problem, just so I can also learn about the science and technology of the Saiyans. Hey, should you thank me too? Haha, Miss Bulma, hard work. By the way, Goman, which planet are you going to take this spaceship to? You have to enter the coordinates in advance. Bulma remembered something and asked. A planet named Yadraith, coordinates? I don't know, Bulma, you should know, right? Sun Wumian asked uncertainly. What star? Haven't heard of it, how could we possibly know? Well, but I just need to know the coordinates of the Earth, I'm just going to come back from there in a spaceship. Sun Wumian, are you stupid? How can you come back without the coordinates of the initial land? This is common sense. Bulma scolded. Is that so? I'll go, I'm a liberal arts student, how can I possibly know this kind of math problem? Forget it, play the piano to the cow, now you need to know the coordinates of the planet you want to go to, otherwise, according to the current level of science and technology on Earth, this spacecraft can only go to the planets in the solar system at most, and there is another place, that is, the same way back to the place where it started from the Earth. The original place? Planet Vegeta? It has long been destroyed by Frisia. With it, this kind of thing can be asked to the King of the Northern Realm, and by the way, you can also learn a King Fist of the realm. Although you can't use the Realm King Fist when you become Super Saiyan 123, the Super Saiyan God of the Super Saiyan after that, that is, Super Saiyan Blue, can use the Realm King Fist. Okay, I'll go find someone to ask. By the way, Doctor, if I can, help modify the spaceship, plus video games, video machines, and table tennis facilities. Perhaps this is the purpose of Turtle Fairy Flow. Exercise well, study well, have fun, eat well, and rest well. Sun Wumian left a sentence, and then prepared to go to the divination mother-in-law to help. To go to the planet of the Northern Realm King, you have to go to the prefecture through the divination mother-in-law, and walk the Snake Road. Chapter 34. What? Want 10 million? How about less or not, 250,000? Sun Wumian found the divination mother-in-law, but he didn't expect that it was directly the lion who opened his mouth, and asked for 10 million Sony to help. No, I already helped you divinate once for free last time, and this time I want to go to the prefecture. This kind of thing is more troublesome, 10 million is not much at all. The divination mother-in-law did not promise to help anyway. This kin stump Sun Wumian, is a penny a hero. Where to find so much money for a while, you can't grab it. Unexpectedly, in the end, Sun Wumian still scraped together enough 10 million Sonys, successfully asked the divination mother-in-law to help, and then passed through the Snake Road to the Northern Realm King Star. The price was that he worked as a full-time chef at Bulma's house for a month. It took Wukong 6 months to run the Snake Road, but at that time, his combat power was only a few hundred, and with Sun Wumian's current strength, it would arrive in one day. Hi Barbas, I want to see Lord Kai Wang. Oh, he's inside, he's coming out right away. The King of the Northern Realm, wearing sunglasses, wearing the uniform of the King of the Realm, with blue skin, walked out. System, check into the Realm King to try. Ding, sign into the King of the Realm, the sign-in failed. The target combat effectiveness is much lower than the host, nothing happened. Originally, Sun Wumian wanted to sign in to see if he could learn the King of the Realm Fist or any other moves, obviously, failed. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? I'm Sun Wumian and I want to ask you about some questions, Lord King of the Realm. Sun Wu said politely. Yes, don't you think the joke just now is funny? Hehe. You're welcome, although laughing. The Realm King suddenly laughed to himself. Ha 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 ha. The King of the Realm is the King of the Realm, too powerful. Sun Yumian was puzzled at first, and then remembered the evil taste of the Realm King, and pretended to laugh. The King of this realm is a joke genius, so if you can make me laugh with jokes, I will answer your question. The King of the Realm said seriously. Well, in addition to asking some questions, I also want to learn the King Fist of the world, can I? Realm King Fist? This is my secret trick, but it's not impossible, it depends on your level, I won't laugh easily. Once upon a time there was a mountain, there was a temple on the mountain, there was an old monk and a little monk in the temple. The old monk was telling a story to the little monk. The content of the story was, once upon a time there was a mountain, there was a temple on the mountain, and there was an old monk in the temple. Sun Yumian directly said the ultimate cold joke. Poof! Poof! Ha. The Realm King laughed directly until he rolled on the ground. Damn, boy, you are really not simple, are you a professional master? Subsequently, Sun Yumian asked the location of the Star of Adrat, and then prepared to start learning the Realm King Fist. Realm King Fist is not so easy to learn. First of all, let me see your skills first. Skill. When Sun Yumian heard this, he moved, and flew around the little realm star in an instant, I don't know how many times. So powerful? Lord Realm King was directly stunned. The strength is not bad. And I can indeed learn the Realm King Fist that I have worked so hard to create. After that, Sun Yumian stayed in the Realm King Star to learn the Realm King Fist. 2 months later, Sun Yumian passed through the Snake Road again and returned to Earth, which he agreed with his fortune-teller mother-in-law to pick him up at this time. Shenlong, come out and fulfill my wish. Coming to Bulma's house, Sun Gumian took the dragon balls that had been placed here before to the courtyard and summoned the divine dragon. Before that, the spacecraft had been transformed, and he had asked Bulma to enter the coordinates into it, and learned how to operate it, and then directly into the system space. The sky darkened instantly, and after a moment, daylight returned again. And Sun Yumian has been teleported away at this time, the target, Adrated Star. Hey? It's very lively, is this the Star of Yadrit? Sun Yumian took a look at the environment, and he seemed to be in a huge modern city. Squeaking, a group of Yadrits saw Sun Yumian appear and talked about it, casting curious eyes. Hey, are you an alien? Several Yadrits walked up to Sun Yumian and one of them asked. Fortunately, Sun Yumian had learned the universal language of the universe from the King of the Realm before, otherwise he really didn't know what they were talking about. From your point of view, count it is, my name is Sun Yumian and I am an Earthling. Sun Yumian replied in the common language. Hey! Welcome, Sun Gomayan. Very friendly greetings from the Yadrits. Hehe, excuse me, actually, I came here to learn the move of teleportation. I don't know if there are so many of you, who will do this move. Who? Sorry, I'm actually just here. They. Large number of Adrath starmen who were still lively before disappeared in an instant, leaving only the one who had just spoken. Sun Yumian then realized that the excitement just now was an illusion. Our strength is very weak, in order not to be underestimated, we usually increase the number of people a little. Increase. Sun Yumian remembered, he was able to multiply by controlling that stellito, which is called Qi. Come with me, I'll take you to the Elder. Sun Yumian heard this, and followed. He didn't expect that things were going so smoothly, then the Elder should be the Adrated Star who could teleport. So that's the case, I understand, you want to learn teleportation, you can, but I have a request, I can see that you have a very strong power, I hope that if there is any disaster on our planet in the future, I hope you can help. Sun Yumian already knew that this elder who could teleport was named Pyraba. Of course. In fact, people on our planet know how to control Shillito, and teleportation is achieved by moving Shillito, so, first of all, you have to learn to control Shillito. What Elder Pulaba said was simple, but as soon as he arrived at Sun Wumian here, it became extremely difficult. No wonder Wukong had to learn for so long to only learn one move to teleport. Fortunately, Sun Wumian had been mentally prepared, and before he left, he also brought a lot of food, all of which were placed in the system space, and he was not afraid that there was no food here. As long as you can learn to teleport, nothing else is a problem. Chapter 35. Thank you for teaching me how to control Shillito, then, there will be a period later. Sun Wumian said goodbye to the Adrath Starman, took the spaceship out of the system space, and prepared to leave. Spaceship, start. After pressing the start button, the circular spaceship turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky of Adrath. Okay, before turning on the gravity system cultivation, let's have some music. I'm gradually attracted to you. GT theme song? No way. The familiar music startled Sun Wumian. Fortunately, in this way, there is a passion cultivation. Let's start with 100 times gravity. Oh, drink. 100 times gravity is no longer a problem. Next, adjust to 200 times. Sun Wumian himself didn't know how long it had been. Arriving on Frisia Planet 79, soon to arrive. Sudden prompt voice in the spaceship's control room startled Sun Wumian. What situation? He was confused. How did he fly to the planet of the universe Emperor Frisia? It doesn't make sense, Bulma said, just press that red button. Sun Wumian recalled it. It doesn't seem right, because I learned to teleport, I was a little excited, it seems that I pressed the yellow button. It doesn't matter, since you're here, let's play with Frisia. You haven't tried your power after becoming a Super Saiyan, just use him as a whetstone. Sun Wumian thought about it, but felt that this was also very good. Meanwhile, Beep. Something is coming. The minions on planet Frisia 79 discovered Sun Wumian's spaceship. Round spaceship, its combatants. One of Frisia's minions said. This signal, it's a Saiyan, strange, isn't planet Vegeta destroyed by a meteorite? I don't know, I haven't received a return contact. Hey, this is the controller, there are Saiyans who have arrived, go and check immediately. Here it comes. Bang. As soon as the words fell, the huge circular spaceship destroyed the original good landing place a lot. The landing site was originally designed for a circular spaceship that could only hold one person, but Bulma and her father made the originally small spaceship several times larger. A few soldiers who came to check were speechless. What was the situation? Sun Wumian slowly opened the hatch and walked out, and then moved his hand, and by the way, he took the spacecraft into the system space. Sure enough, it's a Saiyan combatant. Hey, who are you? Why is there no Saiyan like you in the record? There's no need for you to know, Frisia. Is it on this planet? Sun Wumian didn't bother to answer them, and asked bluntly. King Frisia? Great King, he is here. Are you a surviving Saiyan? Want to get back to playing for King Frisia? Report the name first. Of course. No, my purpose is to find Frisia. Ha ha ha. The combat power is only 5,000, so you want to fight the king? A soldier pressed the detector on his face and laughed. Yes. Sun Wumian said, slightly improving his combat effectiveness. Boom. Several sounds of detectors exploding sounded one after another. This. Several soldiers were frightened and speechless. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wumian threw out an air bomb, and a huge hole exploded in the building not far away, and he had already felt Frisia's chi, right over there. King Frisia in a stroller makes a brilliant appearance. Who broke my rules and fought here? Frisia, it's me, sorry, suddenly my hand slipped. Sun Wumian touched his nose and smiled. Saiyan? Unexpectedly, there are other Scions alive besides Vegeta. Frisia, quickly transform into your final form and fight against me, I don't want you to be killed by me before you transform. Hey! Scions, do you know anything? But with your little strength? Are you kidding King Ben? Frisia touched his chin and smiled. Gee! That's a lot of nonsense, of course I know that planet Vegeta was destroyed by you. Sun Yumian said as he moved behind Frisia at high speed and flew out with one kick. Bang! Frisia and his men crashed their car into the ground and became ashen. Hey? It seems that you are not talking big, but you really have a little skill. Frisia quickly stood up and patted the dust on his body. It's average, it's just better than you, hurry up and transform into your final form, I'm very busy. Humph, it's quite good to say, it's okay, let you experience the abyss of despair. The huge ball of light exploded on Frisia's body, and by the time he revealed his true face, he had already become a soup ball's head form. This is what Frisia is, and Frisia's other forms are deliberately weakened in order to suppress his powerful combat power. How many years have I not seen the king change into this form? Is this Saiyan really that strong? It should have some strength, otherwise where would you have the audacity to provoke the king? Several small soldiers retreated into the distance at the same time. It's getting more and more interesting, then, I hope you can make me happy. Because of the Saiyan blood on his body, Sun Yumian began to get excited. What? Arrogant! Frisia obviously heard Sun Yumian's words, and directly used the signature attack Death Beam. Snap! This trick doesn't work for me, let's get something new. Sun Yumian easily shot the Death Beam with a slight wave of his right hand. It can't be. You can block it with one hand? Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief. Universe Emperor Frisia would be too boring if he only had this strength. Sun Yumian shook his head and said, he just wanted to provoke Frisia. Saiyan, if you are smart, you should hide, just now I only used half of my strength, the horror has just begun. Frisia remained calm. The two fought together again, and the fist and foot confrontation seemed intense, but in fact it was just a warm-up exercise. I wonder if you are better at air or land warfare. Sun Yumian remembered something, and suddenly asked with a smile. Nasty guy, what are you trying to say? You are a little stronger than I thought, but you can't win me. I mean, give you an advantage, otherwise it's not interesting. Sun Yumian continued. Hey, so confident? I don't care, how about air combat? So, go up. Sun Yumian pointed upwards. Then, the two flew into the air and stood opposite each other. The real battle is only now about to begin. Chapter 36. Sun Yumian now has a normal combat power of 4 million, and after 20 times the Realm King Fist, the combat power is 80 million. On the other side, Frisia used half of his strength, with a combat power of 60 million. Hehe, so be it, I'm a very good person, and give you a special favor. Through the system, knowing Frisia's current combat strength, Sun Wu smiled. How about I fight you with one hand? What a big breath, dare to underestimate me. Find death. Again and again with contempt, Frisia was completely enraged. Immediately afterward, Frisia rushed forward. Oh! All the fists and feet plus the tail attack, Sun Yumian is easy to block or dodge, only with his right hand, with ease. The two intersect fists and feet, fast attack and defense. Bang bang! In the end, Sun Yumian punched back, instantly knocking Frisia under the ground, and all the original buildings of the planet were in ruins. Then Sun Yumian followed and fell, standing on top of the ruins, looking at Frisia's position, not knowing what he was thinking. You are strong, and praiseworthy. Frisia got up from the rubble and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yes, the Emperor of the Universe praised me, should I say thank you? However, to tell you the good news, I can do much more than that. Frisia smiled confidently. Before the showdown, I would like to ask, are you interested in working under me? Just kidding. Conversely, are you interested in being my little brother? Sun Yumian asked rhetorically. That's a pity, such a strong force, the ability to do things will definitely be stronger than Captain Kainu. Frisia seemed to be really a little sorry, and continued, then you have only one way to go, and that is death. Sun Yumian laughed out loud. Humph! I already know your power, and I grasp it. Frisia clasped his hands to his chest, still confused and confident, so that I can use 80% of my power to turn you into the garbage of the universe. The cowhide blows quite big, just try it. Swish! Frisia attacked Sun Yumian at an invisible speed, hitting Sun Yumian with an elbow in the chin, knocking him to the ground. Good fight, yes, that's how it feels. Sun Yumian turned over and stood up with a carp. The Saiyan bloodline made him excited and more interesting. It had not felt like this for a long time, and he decided to play a little longer and was in no hurry to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although, Frisia used 80% of his strength, which was much stronger than Sun Yumian's 20-fold Realm King Fist. However, Sun Yumian has a better sense of battle. Since he was a child, he has often fought more Wukong, and he can be regarded as experienced in hundreds of battles. Moreover, he can determine the position of his opponent through his breath. Therefore, taking advantage of this, the two often come and go in mid-air, fighting for dozens of rounds, regardless of victory or defeat. Of course, Sun Yumian is slower than his opponent in speed, otherwise he would not have been hit at the beginning, so, gradually, he fell into the downside. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. After using the ultimate move, Turtle Sect Kigong, was also fruitless. Sun Yumian decided to transform into a Super Saiyan. Hello ya! Sun Yumian was surrounded by golden chi, and his head was all erected, and finally, he was going to end this duel. What the? Can Saiyans transform into giant apes in addition to other transformations? Frisia couldn't believe his eyes. This is the legendary Super Saiyan you fear the most, Frisia, it's time for the game to end. Sun Yumian raised his head slightly, and his sharp eyes looked at Frisia. What? Super Saiyan? Hey! Are you kidding me? Frisia's eyes widened when he heard this, and then he let out his signature laugh. Sun Yumian stopped talking nonsense with him, and hit Frisia in the chest with a kick, directly beating him until he vomited blood. Abominable! Frisia became angry and cast a death beam again. Sun Yumian did not dodge, he ate this trick hard, there was nothing at all, he turned into a Super Saiyan, his combat power was as high as 200 million, this is just itching. How, what about your confidence just now? Humph! Damn it! Frisia clenched his fists and roared unwillingly. This guy, just a Saiyan, I don't believe that's the truth, I'm Frisia. It is impossible to lose to him. At this point, Frisia thought to himself. Frisia, you're finished, I'll turn you into cosmic garbage. Sun Yumian returned his previous words. Can you Saiyans survive in space? Frisia raised his hands and condensed a huge ball of energy. I want to destroy this planet. Look at me. Frisia was so fierce that he even blew up his own planet. Rumble. Planet Frisia 79 disappeared into space. In fact, Sun Gomye did not intend to kill Frisia, he just wanted to fight. Frisia still had to leave it to Goku, only in this way can Goku grow faster. With the check-in system, the faster Wukong's strength improves, the faster Sun Yumian will also improve. Frisia wiped out his planet, and he thought that Sun Gumian would definitely die in the explosion, and even if he couldn't die, he couldn't survive in space, and he would have to die. However, at this time, Sun Yumian appeared on the planet of the Northern Realm King. When the planet exploded, he had already flown into the cosmic space, and then, he suddenly discovered the breath of the Realm King, and since the purpose of the battle training had been achieved, he was lazy to entangle with Frisia again. So he moved to the Realm King in an instant. Frisia, Planet 79, is only 10 days away from the spaceship of the Realm King, which is not far away, so Sun Wumian will accidentally feel the breath of the Realm King. At this time, the King of the Realm was racing, and Sun Wumian suddenly appeared, which startled him, and hurriedly turned. Quack! Boom! King Ji's house was unfortunately hit by a car and a big hole was knocked out. Ah, my house, Go Mu boy, what's going on? Suddenly appeared. You have to help me fix the house. The King of the Realm stepped down from the car and said angrily. I don't know how to repair houses, I'm just passing by, goodbye. Sun Wumian quickly slipped away, teleported and disappeared in place. Hey? What about people, where did they run? Leaving the Realm King there looking around, his face puzzled. Of course, Sun Wumian returned to Earth, and he easily found the breath of Gaku. Chapter 37. Russell. On Papaya Island, in front of the world's first martial arts hall, it was raining at this time. How not yet come, the time is almost up. The turtle immortal glanced at his watch. Ah! They're coming. Lan Chi, who was giving an umbrella to the turtle immortal, looked ahead and was pleasantly surprised. Two of you, long time no see. But it was Oolong, Pool, and Bulma. What about the others? Haven't come yet? Bulma asked. Wow! It's really getting more and more feminine. The turtle immortal touched behind Bulma and marveled. Syllable. Don't touch it. Haha, Teacher Wushan, you really haven't changed at all. At this time, Sun Wumian suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It is said that half a year ago, after Sun Wumian found Wukong's breath and teleported back to Earth, he did not disturb Wukong's solitary practice, but returned to Bun Mountain alone to live for a while. It's just. Yes? Gomin-kun, how did you come out? Bulma was taken aback. A new trick recently learned, teleportation. How's that? It's not bad. Speaking of which, what about the others? How about just a few of you? Sun Wumian looked around. It seemed that Wukong, Yamcha, and Klin had not arrived. Yamcha, he went to practice alone. Said Pool. Klin and Gaku are the same, they went to practice, maybe 3 years ago, Goku Mayu stimulated them too much. The turtle immortal began. It's just that Xiao Xiaoluo has a skill, won't it? Sun Wumian thought. Hey! Guys, long time no see. At this moment, Sun Wukong, with an umbrella and a turban tied around his head, also arrived. Is it your friend? The turtle fairy was puzzled and asked Bulma. It's not. Grandpa Turtle, and everyone, it seems to be very good. Could it be? Could it be? Gaku? Hey? What are you talking about? Of course it's me. Gaku took the turban off. Look, yes. This kid, it's really surprising. The turtle immortal was surprised. I can't believe that Gaku has become so handsome when he grows up. Bulma's eyes straightened. As the rain gradually stopped, the 4 people of Kellen, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Yamcha arrived together, and now, everyone arrived. Boom! 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 All the players who participated in this world's #1 martial arts meeting, the preliminary round will be held immediately, please gather at the martial arts hall. A loud horn sounded. It's about to start. By the way, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, did you help us bring the Daoist costume? Gaku asked. You have already gone to your own path of martial arts, you can't always wear the Dao uniform of the Turtle Immortal flow. The Turtle Immortal said that in fact he was too poor. Oh, speaking of which, my costume doesn't fit, Sun Wumian thought to himself. By the way, Check in Vic to see if I can learn his cross-dressing magic. Vic's breath. Pregnant. Sun Wumian himself did not sign up for the competition. In order not to cause trouble, he directly teleported into the location of the martial arts hall Bic in the preliminary round. System, don't sleep, get up and work. Since I haven't checked in much lately, the system has not been sound for a long time. Ding, sign into bike, the check-in is successful, the host's combat effectiveness has not improved, do you learn cross-dressing magic? Learn. Unexpectedly, it succeeded so easily. At this time, Vic closed his eyes and sat cross-kneeled 3 feet off the ground, seemingly not noticing the appearance of Sun Wumian. After the sign-in was completed, Sun Gumian ignored him and turned to find Gaku. Since they are all here, let's take a look at their game. Damn, why am I trembling? I don't even dare to look at him, this person is too strong, I can't help my father take revenge. When Sun Wumian left, Vic suddenly opened his eyes and thought with palpitations. No, I must take revenge, just start with those of his companions. Hey, Goman, are you going to participate in the competition when you are so strong? Clin asked. I don't participate, idle boring, come in to see your competition, see if you have grown, you have been practicing for so long. Hey? If you don't sign up, how did you get in? Hehe, my newly learned trick, teleportation, I will have the opportunity to let you see it in the future, the drawing ceremony seems to be about to begin, you guys go first. Teleportation? It won't be high-speed movement to achieve the effect of teleportation, right? If you don't believe it, then I'll bring the turtle immortals in. Sun Wumian said and disappeared instantly, and then said a little to the turtle immortal. Yikes! Hey, Goman, what's so nice about the preliminaries? I just happened to see a beautiful woman, interrupted by you. The turtle fairy complained endlessly. That's awesome. Clin was not convinced this time. Yo, I can't imagine there's a beautiful contestant over there, wow. The turtle immortals discover a new target. Just as the girl also looked over, she suddenly showed a happy expression and walked towards them. Oh, it turns out that Kiki, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Kiki walked straight to Sun Wukong. Hey! Sun Wukong! Hey! Who are you? Sun Wukong didn't recognize it at all, and touched his chin to express doubt. Bastard! Kiki cursed, then turned and left. Gaku, that one just now. What a cute girl! The turtle fairy nosebleeds came out. Old man came, don't think about it, that's Goku's future wife. Sun Wumian patted the turtle immortal and said. My wife? I seem to have seen it somewhere, I can't remember. Gaku is still like that even if he grows up. Dear players, wait a long time, the Triennial World's first martial arts association is now starting the preliminary round, there are 72 participants this time, please start the draw. At this moment, the sound of the horn sounded, and the competition finally officially began. Chapter 38. Now that you've learned Bike's cross-dressing magic, what kind of costume should you get yourself? The preliminary round was indeed too boring, and Sun Wumian was already wandering the world. Yes, let's have a set of the kind of costume that Mr. Weiss gave to Gaku, so that there are cards. As the competition progressed, Gaku, Clin, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha easily won and all advanced to the quarter-finals. Now in the race for the last place in the top 8, the masked man faces Mr. Shen. Kind of interesting. Sun Wumian came back to his senses, this masked man he knew that it was Archie Loeb, the key is that this Mr. Shen is not a god. Because the heavenly god knew that with Sun Wumian there, it was impossible for the second generation of Demon Big to set off any storms, so there was no need to go down to the mortal to participate in the martial arts meeting. Because of this, Archilobi won easily and managed to reach the quarter-finals, which is amazing, and he even has a chance to go further. Ask the 8 finalists who qualified for the final to gather and draw lots to decide who will be in the final. Still the dedicated host dressed in black and wearing sunglasses. Hey? Aren't you the Achirobe who was in Carintha before? Archirobe successfully qualified, and he did not hide it, took off his hood, and Gaku found out. Soon, the draw ended and the quarterfinals matchups were announced. Momo Bibai vs Tianjin Rice, Anonymous Player, Kiki, vs Sun Wukong, Vic vs Klin, Archie Loeb vs Yamcha. After a half-hour break, the final officially began. Peachy White? Wasn't he killed by Gaku? On the sidelines, everyone gathered together and the Turtle Immortal asked. He's still alive, moreover, he's transformed into a half-human, half-robot, and in the first competition, Tianjin Fan will face him. Said Klin worriedly. This guy is very tricky, he must know the moves of Tianjin Rice, I'm afraid. The Turtle Immortal's expression was solemn. Don't worry, that guy is definitely not the opponent of Tianjin Rice. Sun Wumian said casually. Brother Gomi is right, I think so too. Gaku nodded in agreement. I can't ignore that. Everyone turned to look, but it was the Crane Immortal who walked over. Hee, you idiots, give you a piece of advice, escape before the whole army is destroyed, the mechanized peach is white, beyond imagination. The Crane Immortal laughed viciously and blew up incessantly. Noisy. Sun Wu's face was kicked, and the Crane Immortal was directly kicked and flew thousands of miles away and disappeared. Goman, good job, this nasty old man should give him a little color. Bulma clapped. Really powerful people are not for nothing. Gaku suddenly said something without a beginning or end. At this time, the meat Yasuo didn't know when it came out. That's right, the really powerful person is me Yachirobe. The competition is about to start, please assemble the players. The host's voice sounded throughout the venue. Let's go, let me see the results of your practice, but don't force it. The Turtle Immortal said to Gaku and the others. Come on everyone. Bulma cheered everyone on. Yamcha, you want to win the championship? Pool shouted. And Sun Wumian just smiled slightly, he has the script, he knows the result, there is nothing to say. Later, Bulma manages to make Lanky turn into Blonde Fury mode. Bang bang! Playing a passage. They smoothly took the position in the front row. Tianjin Rice, come on, don't lose. It can be seen that Lan Chi has a soft spot for Tianjin Rice. At this time, Tianjin Rice and Dobai Bibai have appeared. Traitor, enlighten, let you be half dead first, and when I get the championship, I will solve you and Sun Wukong. Peach comes up in vain as ruthless. However, it is useless to just say ruthless words, the combat effectiveness of Tianjin Rice exceeds 260, and the combat effectiveness of Dobai is only 150. Tianjin took down his opponent in a few strokes, and even if Dobai blatantly violated the rules of the Martial Arts Association, the use of weapons had no effect. The first one, that's the simple end. Next, the second match will be played against the Monkey King player who missed out on the championship in the last tournament, and the female anonymous player who for some reason did not want to disclose her real name. The host's voice sounded again. Monkey King, What's wrong? You seem to have been angry. On the field, Sun Wukong faced his opponent, very puzzled. Ask your own conscience. Did you recognize the wrong person? Gaku still doesn't understand. Audience. Bulma, do the two of them know each other? Oolong. As if there is some hatred. Turtle. Immortal, what a cute girl. Back. On the field, Gaku and Kiki had already started fighting. Sand. Swish. Syllable. Gaku couldn't figure things out, just passively beaten and didn't fight back at all. Hey! Have I seen you? Gaku asked as he blocked. Of course I've seen it. Really? When is the thing? I'm angry, you just forgot everything, and I'll have to wait all the time. Wait for what? Monkey King, have you forgotten our agreement? Kiki said as she continued to punch her hands and feet. Wow, agreement? Is there such a thing? Gaku hurriedly resisted. What's going on? That girl's strength is very good, moreover, it is very similar to my turtle immortal Flo's martial arts. On the sidelines, the more the turtle immortal looked at it, the more puzzled he became, and he didn't recognize it. Boom! What agreement do I have with you? Gaku landed on the jousting arena and asked. That is, you want to marry me as a bride. Hey! As soon as these words came out, the audience, the turtle immortals, Bulma, and others were stunned. Of course, Sun Wumian has always been very calm. Ah! Bride? Klin and Yamcha after the field are also tongue-opening. Gaku was directly speechless, turned around and asked, Klin, tell me what a bride is. Kiki was directly knocked down by lightning. Stupid, marrying her as a bride means getting married. Stinky boy, when did you make an agreement with such a cute girl, what a treacherous. Klin scolded. That is, two people live together forever. Yamcha added. Gaku, now you really have to thank me, I already knew that there would be such a day, so I haven't told you about this. Sun Wumian thought silently in the audience, smiling without speaking. Gaku was also surprised, and turned to look at Kiki, living together? Did I really promise you? Who the hell are you? Tell me okay? Humph, I'll talk until you win. Kiki makes a fighting stance. It's so simple, it's great. Humph. You thought you would win? Tell you, it's not so easy to knock me down. I'm going to make a move. Be careful ha! Gaku reminded. Burst. Bang. Gaku punched on the spot. And Kiki was knocked out of the arena by his shockwave. Strange, this move is very similar to my demon clan. Vic stood on the roof and muttered to himself, of course it would be similar, Gaku had been practicing above the temple for a long time. Oops, is it too hard, are you okay? Oops. I didn't expect you to become so powerful, and you really deserve to be my husband. Kiki got up with difficulty, touched her head and said, actually, I am the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Kiki. At this moment, everyone finally realized. Ah! I remember. I did say that I would take the bride. Sun Wukong said, thinking, I thought the bride was something delicious. Forget it, I have to keep my promise. Then let's get married. Then, Gaku walked up to Kiki and solemnly spoke. Chapter 39. It's amazing, the Monkey King player actually married his opponent after winning the victory. The host was shocked, and this kind of thing? In the third game after that, Klin faced Vic. Just let the horses come, miscellaneous. At this time, Vic only wanted to conquer the world and talk to the sky. Miscellaneous? What a nasty guy, then I'm welcome. Klin smiled confidently. It's a pity that even if Klin is the strongest earthling, how can Klin, who has a combat effectiveness of only in his early 200s, be the opponent of Vic who has a combat power of more than 360. Klin used all his strength to survive several rounds, but in the end, he was knocked out and had to admit defeat. Oh, Klin threw in the towel, Vic won, great game, Klin lost, but we also saw his amazing performance. Rushing. Snap. The scene erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Klin, you're really making amazing progress. Gaku hurried up and helped Klin, who couldn't move, down. In the audience, the turtle immortal also nodded with satisfaction, and thought, unconsciously, Klin has become an excellent martial artist. Vic was also surprised, thinking that he had overexerted himself and killed him, but he did not expect that Klin could barely stand up. It seems that this world does not fall into my hands so easily. That is, since seeing Klin's tenacity, Vic did not notice that his mentality had changed unconsciously. Next, the fourth match. So far, all 8 players of the world's #1 martial arts association have appeared. Now, please 2 players appear. In the backcourt, Klin envied, Yamcha, you are also too lucky to meet the weakest player. Haha, I'm really sorry, Klin, and I'll make a quick fix. Is Yamcha, who has stopped in the top 8 for 2 consecutive times, finally going to stand up this time? Indeed, he stood up, and Akirobe, who could not use a sword, lost 1/3 of his combat power. In the end, Yamcha made a unique move, defeated his opponent, and successfully reached the semifinals. Outside the boundary, congratulations to the Yamcha contestants for their victory. Wonderful game! The host loudly announced his victory. After a round of fierce battles, the 4 masters who advanced to the semi-finals are Tianjin Rice player, Sun Wukong player, Vic player, and Yamcha player. These 4 are extremely powerful martial artists, and the level of this conference is really unbelievable. As the host's shouts fell, the battle table was also released, Tianjin Rice vs Sun Wukong, Vic vs Yamcha. Now, the semi-finals begin, with Sun Wukong vs Tianjin Rice. As soon as the host's words fell, the audience was enthusiastic. Finally, you can see Goku's true strength. Klin looked at the 2 people who landed on the competition field at the same time and said, that opponent is strong. Kiki worries about Goku. Well, it's unbelievably strong. As Yamcha, who has fought with Tianjin Rice for 300 rounds, he has the most say. Let me see what they're capable of first, Vic said to himself as he touched his chin. On the field, Tianjin Fan was full of morale. Wukong, come on, let me see the results of your cultivation. Ha! Tianjin Rice preemptively came up to send out a Qigong wave to hit Sun Wukong. Ah! The 2 hit from the ground to the air, moving so fast that ordinary people could not see it. Ah! Both of them disappeared. On the sidelines, the Turtle Immortals watched their battle in disbelief. The battle between Goku and Tianjin Rice can only be heard. Very powerful, regardless of the attack and defense. Klin couldn't help but marvel. Yes. Yamcha stared at the field and said, hey? You too. See? Kiki didn't know why, Kan Yan said. Instead, Sun Wumian shook his head. Wukong's old problem, every time he fights, he likes a little temptation. Obviously he can easily defeat Tianjin Rice. Saiyans just love waves, and even Sun Wumian himself does it unconsciously. No, the situation on the field was instantly reversed, and Wukong couldn't keep up with the speed of Tianjin Rice. However, Sun Wumian already knew, because at this time Wukong was still wearing a full set of 100 kilograms of gravity suit. Wu! Call! Goku, it's a shame that I won this game. Although you have good eyesight and can keep up with my speed, your body can't catch up. Tianjin Rice clasped his hands to his chest, ready to open champagne in advance. Wait, Tianjin Fan, pause, I'm going to undress. Goku suddenly waved his hand and said, hey? Whatever you want, it's hot anyway. Boom! The gravity suit that Goku took off directly smashed the justing arena into pieces. Hey! The host and those spectators were stunned by the surprised mouth-opening boss. So it's getting more and more interesting. Tianjin Rice is still full of confidence. Drink! The 2 started over and quickly passed a move. It's a pity, you still can't escape my eyes now. Hee hee. What do you see this is? Sun Wukong pointed to the trouser belt on his hand. This. How can it make sense, when are you? The famous scene of Tianjin Rice, his pants slipped half off. In this way, it is necessary to perform the stunt I reserved in advance. Then, Tianjin Fan quickly tied his pants and said, "For body fist." Tianjin rice turned out to be 4 people. So that's the case. I can't imagine that Tianjin Fan can comprehend on its own the method similar to the method of the Adrath Starman to control the number of people in Stel Lido. Looking at the 4 Tianjin meals on the field, Sun Wumian thought to himself. In fact, Sun Wumian can also use this move, not only 4, but 400, but this move has a fatal weakness, that is, its own power will be dispersed to each branch. Sure enough, Wukong on the field only exchanged 2 or 3 moves to discover this, and easily knocked the 4 Tianjin rice off the field one by one. Turning into 4 people is indeed a very powerful move, but the strength of one person is divided into 4 parts, and the strength and speed have also become 1/4, which is really not like you, Tianjin rice. After winning the match, Gaku explained. Ha, a complete failure. I didn't expect to be seen through by you at once. Tianjin rice climbed up with difficulty. And the tea god was confused. What are they talking about? I didn't even see how Tianjin rice was beaten off the court. Chapter 40. Yamcha, your opponent is not simple, it is best to use your full strength at the beginning. Before Yamcha plays, Gaku reminds him that while practicing in the temple, the gods tell him that the Piccolo Great Demon King has been reincarnated. Well, I will. Yamcha walked up to the competition stage with a solemn expression. Yamcha. Yamuti. Outside the audience, Pool shouted. It's noisy. Oolong said unpleasantly. At this time, Vic glanced at his opponent and said disdainfully, another miscellaneous. This game decides the last finals spot. The 2 players are ready, please start. The host's voice sounded throughout the venue. Ha! Yamcha held his right hand in his left hand and condensed a ball of energy in the palm of his right hand. Enlightened? Bombs. They. Ball of energy smashed into Vic at speed. Insect tricks. Vic jumped lightly, jumped into the air, and dodged. This thing, I can't dodge. Phew. Yamcha swiped with 2 fingers, and the energy bounced in a circle, chasing after him. What? Vic didn't have time to fight back, so he could only stretch out one hand and take this trick hard. Rumble. Unexpectedly, Yamcha's strongest move was easily blocked, and Vic threw his hand, just a little numb. At this moment, Yamcha's pursuit arrived, and a punch hit the opponent in the face. It's just that it seems that the strength is weaker, and Vic only repelled a few positions before using the dance void technique to stabilize his figure. Damn, it doesn't seem to be of any use. Yamcha landed again on the justing platform. You are weaker than the little bald head in front, so let's solve you. Vic also flew back onto the stage. Bang! Yamcha didn't see clearly at all, only felt a hard blow in the chest, and the person flew up. The audience only saw Yamcha scream, and the whole person flew up and pounced on the place outside the competition platform. There is, the classic Yamcha pouring pose. Yamcha, Yamcha, are you okay? Pool rushed over and asked. Ahem. Can't die yet, Pool. Yamcha struggled to get up. This pose is quite familiar. Sun Wumian looked at the Yamuti that was poured not far in front of him, and almost laughed. Off the field. Yamcha contestant loses. The host's voice sounded. In this way, the finals will be a duel between the Monkey King and the Vic player. This decisive battle must be unprecedented. We will rest for 10 minutes and start immediately. Humph, just defeat some garbage, why rest? Said Vic displeased. After the reincarnated Piccolo Great Devil, he can only win these weak people, and he does not dare to come to me as the righteous lord for trouble. Sun Wumian suddenly opened his mouth and said such a sentence. At this moment, Vic's face was green when he was just about to leave the competition platform, and his hearing was far beyond ordinary people. Ganamin? What did you just say? The turtle immortal was shocked when he heard this. Impossible, we saw with our own eyes that he was destroyed by you. There is nothing impossible about the nemesis, he left an egg before he died, and the second generation of demons was born, that is, Vec. Gaku explained casually. What about the Mexiers? Is it some kind of alien? Bulma asked. Yes, the celestial god and the Piccolo Great Demon King are divergent from the same person, and that person was originally a nemesis. I don't understand at all, forget it. You can handle this kind of thing yourself, I'd better watch the beauty. The turtle immortal looked at Bulma with lewd eyes. Syllable. Loud applause, this turtle immortal, see who is not good, but want to provoke Bulma. Dear audience, long wait. Is the world's #1 master a Monkey King player or a Vic player? Please both of you. Boom. The air in the whole venue was lively. The two slowly walked onto the competition stage. Your subordinates are defeated, have you realized it? Defeated men? It doesn't matter, I will definitely win you this time. Gaku said calmly. Drink. Ha. Vic stretched his arm directly and grabbed his opponent. Son Goku's start is still without using all his strength, grabbing Bike's arm and throwing it into the air. Then chased after him, but he didn't expect that Big seized the opportunity, and a Qigong wave knocked him off the competition platform. This is followed by continuous Qigong waves. Boom! Huge smoke and dust exploded, and Gaku also came to lie down with a T-God. Poor. Fell. Start counting the seconds, A. 2. Gaku. Kiki, who was watching in the backcourt, couldn't help but worry about making a sound. Shut up, it's useless to read the seconds, Sun Wukong, don't pretend, such an attack, you can't be fine. Vic clasped his hands to his chest, glared at the host, and then looked at Gaku who was lying on the stage and said. It turned out to be seen through by you. Gaku stood up, the clothes are torn. At this time, Gaku, the clothes are all exploded, and the next is the real showdown, and the Gaku who does not explode his clothes is not used with all his strength. Don't show your real skills, are you trying to test me? Each other, you are also good, I am starting to get excited, but you can't win me. Sun Wukong tore off his tattered shirt, and then said with a smile. Nonsense, look how I clean you up. At this time, Sun Wumian on the sidelines also knew Wukong's current strongest combat power. Well, the combat effectiveness exceeds 600, which is nearly twice as high as the combat effectiveness of the Bach 364, but this growth rate is slower than expected. These are coming. When can I turn into a Super Saiyan? Let me sign in. Under normal circumstances, the combat power exceeds 30% of the opponent can be achieved in seconds, such as the future Trunks' 160 million combat power can instantly kill the mechanical Frieza and Kurdish King who did not have time to use their full strength, and the combat effectiveness of the two of them before death was only 85 million and 99 million. And the battle between Gaku and Vic dragged on for a while before it ended, and there was no doubt that Vic lost miserably and was beaten out of the field by Gaku. Sun player wins. The winner of the world's first martial arts association is Sun Wukong player. The combat effectiveness is so bad, if you can't easily defeat the opponent, it's better to be a martial artist. Finally, Gaku, who has been runner-up for 2 consecutive times, won the championship this time. Chapter 41. After the end of the 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Association, everyone also gathered, and Vic was also released. Great, Gaku, you got the championship, how the hell did you cultivate, you are so much better than me. Klin said with excitement and a little envy. Haha, although I won the championship, it was because Brother Gomi did not participate in the competition, and my strength is far worse than Gomen. Gaku laughed. Sun Wumian nodded, that's right, your strength improvement is too slow. 10 days later, people who want to improve their strength come to Kailanta to gather, I will take you to improve, and soon after, there will be powerful Saiyans attacking. Saiyan? Gomen, what are you talking about? Yamcha asked suspiciously, because he had healed his injuries because he had eaten the fairy beans brought by Yachilobe. Saiyans with tails like Goku, of course, the strength of the Saiyans is relative to you. As for me, I won't make a move. If you don't want to be killed at that time, it's best to practice hard. Sun Yumian continued. Haha, how can there be such a thing? Who knows what will happen in the future? You are joking. Yamcha waved his hand and smiled. It's a very simple truth. Goku is a Saiyan, then, sooner or later, other Saiyans will find Earth, and my news is absolutely accurate. For this attitude of Yamcha, Sun Yumian regarded it as not seeing, compared to him as an elegant and easygoing person. It seems that you have some truth in saying this. Well, I will go to you to cultivate then. Instead, Klin was the most active. In fact, Sun Yumian wants to help them cultivate. The main purpose is Klin. As long as Klin improves quickly, Wukong's ability to improve can be faster. Originally, Goku was strong when he was strong, but Sun Yumian was so strong, but he didn't have such an effect, so for the time being, Klin became this springboard, and then there was Vegeta. Of course, there is another meaning. After all, Sun Yumian has practiced with Klin and Wukong before, and he does not want to encounter more powerful enemies later, and Klin has become a marginal character. The ultimate goal, of course, is that Sun Yumian wants to use the check-in system to become stronger, although he can now transform into a Super Saiyan, but this is far from enough, and the Super Saiyan will soon be rotten. It's not that he didn't think about other universes except the 6th and 7th universes, but the problem is that shuttling through the universe uses the shuttle block of the God of Destruction, and this thing is not there. Polenga Shenlong may be able to do it, the question is, how to get back? Gomen, can I also come and practice together? At this time, Sun Wukong also came over and said. Monkey King. What are you talking about? We said we would get married, so come with me. Kiki directly pulled Goku away, and soon, the two flew away on a somersault cloud. Sun Yumian watched the two quickly walk away and thought, well, since it is Wukong who wants to get married, as the eldest brother, I will find a way to give them the biggest wedding, and then give them a new home. So, Sun Yumian said goodbye to Klin, Bulma, and the Turtle Immortal, and set out alone to find the treasure under the sea. There is no way, in a short time, if you want to do this, you can only rely on the treasure. Fortunately, he clearly remembered that Pirate Harbor was on the sea not far northeast of the Turtle Immortal house, which was easy to do. Hey? What's the situation? After Sun Yumian took the treasure, he exchanged it for several $100 million, and then moved to Wukong in an instant, but found that it seemed that the Bull Demon King's castle was on fire again. Dad is trapped inside because of the dress, what should I do? Kiki shouted anxiously. Hey, are these original plots going to happen too? Sun Yumian thought strangely. I can't get close, Uncle Bull Demon King is trapped inside. Goku looked at the raging fire and said helplessly. This is easy to do, isn't there a big river here? I'll go and hit the river up, Goku, you'll go in quickly and bring people out later. Okay, I'll try my best. Boom, boom. A large amount of water was hit by Sun Yumian's turtle school Kigong and flew to the castle. And Goku also seized the opportunity and rushed in to bring the Bull Demon King out, and the dress was successfully saved. My castle! Ruined again! The Bull Demon King watched the castle turn into ruins, unwillingly. Little things, just give up here, go to Bunzishan to build a new home, this is 100 million yuan, take it and use it, it should be my gift to Wukong and Kiki to get married. Sun Yumian took out a box from the system and handed it to the Bull Demon King. 100 million? Kiki and the Bull Demon King were so frightened that they could hardly speak. This is too much, we can't take it. It's just a small thing, as Goku's eldest brother, can't let him live too cold. 100 million? How much is that? But Goku doesn't know what that number is. This. That's it, the date is set, give advance notice, and when the time comes, I will call everyone to participate. Sun Yumian left the box behind, teleported and disappeared in place. Sun Yumian? How did you get haunted? Kailan Tat, Yachai Lobe was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Sun Yumian. Hey? You boy, make Karen Ta your home. A few days after the end of the world's first martial arts meeting, you ran here. Humph. Yachai Lobe turned his back and stopped talking. Goman, is there something going on with me Karen Tat? The Karan immortal asked, squinting his eyes. Oh, it's not a big deal, there should be a few people coming to practice at that time, and then I have to trouble you to test them first. Sun Yumian replied. In this way, as long as I can rely on my own strength to climb up, a righteous martial artist, I will. In fact, Sun Yumian planned very simple, first let Klin and the others pass the test of the Karan immortals and go to the temple to practice, and in the end, Sun Yumian will take out the circular spaceship and let them practice gravity inside. Soon, the 10-day period arrived. Klin, Tianjin rice, yamacha, and dumplings went up to Kailan Ta together. Sun Yumian, are you looking for me to be happy? Their strength is very strong, even surpassing the immortals. The Karan immortal pulled Sun Yumian aside and asked in a low voice. Goman, what are you muttering? Is this what you call the Karlan immortals? I feel that the strength is similar to mine. Klin spoke. Nonsense, of course it's about the same, your combat power is 190, and the Karan immortal is also 190. I can already see that your strength is very good, and you are qualified to go to the temple to meet the heavenly gods. The Karan immortal was even exempt from the process and said directly. Chapter 42. After the 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Meeting, Goku's wedding was held a month later, and everyone attended. And just like that, half a year passed. And the four people of Klin, Tianjin rice, yamacha, and dumplings have begun to enter the modified spaceship and use gravity devices to cultivate. However, with their current strength, 10 times gravity is reluctant, and they have to take their time. Hey? Klin, Yamacha, you cultivate and practice, how did you play table tennis? On this day, Sun Yumian plans to come and see how their cultivation is doing. Hey? Isn't this for cultivation? Klin wondered. Playing table tennis in 10 times the gravity works well, and it's fun. Yamacha also said. Yes. Sun Yumian didn't expect it to be like this. He just casually asked Bulma to install it. After all, table tennis is his favorite sport since childhood. Yes, it seems to be really effective, their strength has improved rapidly, but unfortunately I won't play this. Tianjin Fan stopped cultivating at this time and walked over and said. Oh, then keep going, I brought a lot of capsules for food, enough for you to eat for a long time. Sun Yumian said and took out a box of capsules containing food for them. Time passed quickly, the growth rate of the Z warriors exceeded Sun Yumian's expectations, and a year later, the weakest dumplings had a combat effectiveness of more than 200, and the gravity training was indeed effective. As for Goku, because he just got married, he can't leave the house, and can only train with him by Sun Gomayan in the back mountain of his new home during the day. By the way, during this period, Goku's son Gohan was also born. Why it is also called Gohan? Because Goku inadvertently said the 3 words of Son Gohan when discussing the child's name with the Bull Demon King after Kiki gave birth to the child. And little Gohan kept laughing when he heard it, but he had a bitter face when he said other names, so Goku stupidly took his son's name as Son Gohan. Well, this is also very much in line with Goku's character, Big Grin. Another thing, after the new home that was comparable to Bulma's family was built, Sun Gomian planned to let Grandpa Gohan also come to live together, but he was accustomed to the life of the deep mountains and old forests, and finally did not come. Helpless Goming had to find someone to renovate Grandpa Gohan's house and let him live comfortably alone. 3 years passed, a calm day. Bang! Wow! What was that just now? A farmer was toiling when suddenly, something fell from the sky. What was it just now? Meteorites? I'll take a look. Ka! A round spaceship smashed the ground into a large circular pit, and then the hatch opened, and out of it came a Saiyan wearing unique armor, a machine measuring combat effectiveness in his left eye, and long black flowing hair. Unexpectedly, history changed, and only 3 years later, the Saiyans came. Raditz came out of the spaceship and jumped out of the crater. The people of this planet are really alive, Kaka wrote this kid. Who are you? The farmer trembled and pointed his gun at Raditz. Beep! Don't come near me, or I'll kill you, your Raditz took the bullet with one hand, and with a flick of his thumb, the bullet killed the farmer. Humph, dregs in garbage. Beep! Hey! There is a powerful guy, 4880. Is it Cockroach? The sound of the probe sounded, and Raditz hurried in that direction. Soon, Vic discovers that there is an amazing force approaching. Is this Power the Monkey King? Vic looked up, that's not right. Raditz landed in front of bike, humph, not Cockroach. What are you looking for me? Vic spoke. It's okay. So what are you doing? Looking for death? Such a crazy fellow, let me see your combat effectiveness. Beep. Raditz pressed the detector. Oh, there is a combat power of 322, but it is not my opponent. What? Do you know who you're talking to? Vic's face is green, this guy's strength. I don't know. Drink. As soon as Vic raised his hand, the Qigong wave exploded in front of Raditz. Ahem! The kung fu of a three-legged cat can only raise dust. Nothing at all? Vic turned greener. It's my turn, I'll show you. Raditz raised his hand and was about to start making a move. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the detector kept ringing. What's going on? There are so many powerful forces. Beep. Combat effectiveness 800, combat effectiveness 1200, combat effectiveness 1800, combat effectiveness 2500. What's going on? Is the detector broken? The highest combat power has already surpassed me? Phew! Raditz didn't even have time to deal with Vic and quickly flew into the sky and returned the same way. Impossible! How can there be people on this planet whose combat power exceeds that of me as a superior warrior, and there is even one who has a combat power of 2500? Shout! The spaceship restarts, and Raditz comes and runs fast. Nonsense, with his own combat power is up to 1500, he is not an opponent at all, so he has to inform Vegeta first. Fortunately, he ran fast, because not long after, Klin and the others rushed over. There was really a powerful force that came to the earth just now, and it seems to have run away. Klin said as he looked at the big hole in the ground. Could it be that the Saiyan mentioned before Gume just wanted to try the results of cultivation, count him running fast? Yamcha clenched his fists and jumped to try. I don't know, Gome and Gaku went to the Realm King to cultivate, and they won't know until he comes back and asks. Tianjin Fan spoke. Later, Sun Wumian asked Bulma to build a gravity room in Wukong's new home for cultivation. After all these years of cultivation, Wukong's strength improved rapidly, and his combat effectiveness soon reached 3000, but he heard that the move of the Realm King Fist had to go to the Realm King Star to learn the King Fist. Helplessly, Sun Wumian thought for a while, and the time was almost the same, so he teleported to take Wukong to the Realm King, the small planet of the King of the Northern Realm. Gaku and Gome have been here for a few months. I have to say that Wukong's talent is even better than that of Wumian, and he learned the Realm King Fist in just 3 months, and I think back then, Sun Wumian used 5 months. At present, Gaku is learning the Genki Bomb, and he has learned almost the same, perhaps because of the higher combat effectiveness, compared to the original plot, learning these is much faster. Chapter 43. Raditz, you are such a trash, you actually fled without a fight, and the dignity of the scions of the fighting nation was lost by you. Inside the detector, Vegeta cursed angrily. On a planet in the distant universe, Vegeta and Nappa are invading a planet. Vegeta, I can't say that, they have more than one more combat power than mine. Humph, the combat power is only more than 2000, isn't it good that you become a giant ape? It's strange to say that there is no moon on that planet. Raditz continued, using the detector's communication function. Humph, waste, you can't go to a small planet and bring a low-level warrior back, what use do you want? Vegeta didn't want to listen to his excuses at all. What to do? Now it's a bit troublesome for the two of us to clean up the planet in a short period of time. At this time, Nappa asked Vegeta. Nappa said that the close to 3000 combat power must be Kakarot. I can't imagine that the lower level warriors grow up so fast and interesting in that place, and if you can have one more scion with giant ape combat power, it will be much easier. Vegeta said as he nibbled on the meat. It's only 3 months from that planet, how about we take a trip ourselves? Come back and clean up here. Good. Let's go. Vegeta said and stood up. Well, let's see what's going on with Kakarot, and wipe out all the Earthlings by the way. Yikes! The two circular spacecraft began to head in the direction of the Earth. Kames Enya. What? Is the location not far east? After finishing his cultivation with Goku in the realm King Star and returning to Earth, he was a little puzzled. The time was not right. How could the scions come so early? Hey, Goman, how do you know? It is true that almost 5,000 miles west of the eastern capital, there are traces of the landing of circular spacecraft, and ordinary people have been killed by one blow. Klin spoke. That's true, then, what about the scions? It seems to have left, we didn't see it when we arrived. Yamcha interjected. So it is. Sun Yumian understood that it must have been Raditz who detected Klin's combat power with a detector, so he went back to find Vegeta. This is also normal, now their combat effectiveness has improved greatly, Dumplings 800, Yamcha 1200, Klin 1800, Tianjin Rice 2500. And the moon of the earth was destroyed by Chenglong, and of course Raditz could only temporarily retreat. Originally, the gods wanted to restore the moon, but they were stopped by Sun Gumian. I saw the scions you said. Suddenly, a voice appeared that did not belong to them. Vic. Everyone turned to look, and Vic came out from behind the house. Why are you here, want to fight? Now you are no match for me. Klin rubbed his fists and smiled. Damn, my great demon king is now no better than you is a little doubting? What the hell is going on? Vic's face turned green. Have you really seen the Nasaiyans? Is it strong? Goku asked. That man looks a bit like you, Sun Wukong. He may not be as strong as you, but when I followed him, I heard him say that it seemed that he was going to call 2 other super strong scions over, and they would arrive in 3 months. Sun Yumian was a little puzzled when he heard this. The script is not right, 3 months? Isn't it a year? However, forget it, it is also good that Vegeta comes early. So, I think that even if it is you, no matter how strong you are not necessarily the opponent of the scion, it is better to make me stronger, and then I will cooperate with you. Then, Vic looked at Sun Yumian and said. Bike, you changed quite quickly, I went to you to cultivate with a few of them before, didn't you refuse? Sun Yumian touched his nose and was non-committal. Humph. This kind of thing is really disgusting, if it weren't for facing an unknown strong enemy. Sun Wu smiled, it was all an excuse, not because he was surpassed by Klin and them, and he would change his words if he was not convinced in his heart. 3 months later, Dragon Ball time, Earth, Eastern capital, 2 circular spaceships suddenly arrived. What's going on? It's scary. It looks like something has fallen. Someone. There is also a way here. Boom. Humph. Is this the Earth? It's not great. Vegeta glanced at the noisy crowd. Well, first say hello to those. Whoa, Vegeta, blame you for killing Raditz, this kind of thing he would have done. Naba stretched out his fingers and gathered his strength, intending to blow up this place. At this moment, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Naba and grabbed his hand. Click, without warning, Naba's finger was actually broken. Hey, how could anyone say hello like that? That's what I call hello. Sun Mumian's figure was revealed and said with a smile. You. Narba let out a pig-killing scream. Hey? Who are you and why did you suddenly appear? That's when Vegeta noticed something was wrong. Want to know? Keep up. Sun Mumian said, and the person got into the air and flew southwest. Vegeta, my finger is broken. It has to be treated first. Useless waste, isn't it a broken finger? What a big deal, hurry up, I can feel that the guy just now seems to be a Saiyan too. What? Isn't he out? Are there other Saiyans? In a no man's land, Sun Mumian fell, and then Vegeta and Naba also fell to the ground. Boy, let's say, why do you have Saiyan blood in you? Vegeta asked in an unquestioning tone. Hey, you can know this kind of thing? Sun Mumian was a little puzzled. Humph. I am the prince of the Saiyan, of course, I can clearly know the Saiyan blood in you. So it is, and this operation. Gohan, these two are the so-called Saiyans, it seems that their strength is not very good. At this time, Goku, Klin, and Vic also arrived, and Klin was the first to speak. Yes, this is Vegeta, and this is Naba. Sun Mumian introduced it familiarly, and I didn't know that. I thought he came with these two people. Hey? Why does this man named Gonoodle know our name? It's so suspicious, what the hell is going on? Vegeta's mind couldn't turn. Goku, next, these two will be handed over to you to deal with. Haha, I'm a little sleepy, I have to go take a nap. After Sun Mumian finished speaking, the person disappeared, and he really ran to sleep. He completely treated the attack of Vegeta and Naba as a child. This is also normal, nowadays, Goku's normal combat power can reach up to 9,000, as long as he uses the out-of-realm King Fist, isn't it a small test of Vegeta? This is just a small trial to test the results of cultivation, nothing more. Chapter 44. Strange fellow, Vegeta, did you see how he disappeared? Naba asked. I didn't see it at all, don't care about him first, let's clean up these little minions first. Naba, there should be 6 cultivators, they are exactly 6 people, try their skills first. Indeed, Sun Wukong, Klin, Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, Dumplings, and Bic are exactly 6 people. Gag, what a disgusting thing. Watching several monsters break through the ground, Klin snorted. Well, you guys take turns fighting our cultivators, it's a fun game, isn't it? Vegeta folded his hands to his chest and smiled. Game? Boring, I'll clean you up in one go. Vic couldn't take it anymore. Before, in order to survive and not lag behind others, Vic had to turn to his enemies, and he had already held his breath, and at this time it broke out. I saw Vic emitting 8 energy waves in a row, hitting the 6 cultivators and Vegeta and Naba. Boom! Continuous explosions. In addition to the natives of the Earth, the Saiyans have plug-ins, and the Nemesis also have plug-ins, and in just 3 months of gravity training, Vic's combat effectiveness has been increased to 2000. The 6 cultivators were destroyed by him in an instant, but Vegeta and Naba had nothing to do. The warm-up exercise is over, and next, the good show begins. Vegeta patted the dust on his hand and said, Vegeta, let me come, I can clean up the 6 of them in an instant. Naba clenched his hands into fists, forgetting that his fingers were broken, and volunteered. Whatever you want. Okay, I'll meet him. On the other side, Yamcha stepped out and said. Then, Yamcha, Klin and the others took turns, however, they were all quickly defeated by Naba's men. Wait, you all retreat a little farther, his strength is not something you can deal with, just let me deal with it alone. At this time, Sun Wukong finally spoke. You're alone? Even if you are powerful, I thought that my strength had improved a lot at first, but I was not his opponent at all. Klin said worriedly. No problem, Bike, you also back away, you can't die, otherwise the Dragon Ball can't be used. Dragon Ball? This thing seems to have been heard somewhere. Goku's casual words made Vegeta hear, by the way, there's a Namex over there, so there are also Dragon Balls on Earth that can make wishes. Kakarot, are you finally going to play? I thought you were too scared to fight. Naba defeated several people in a row and became arrogant. Naba, be careful, this guy's combat power reaches about 5,000. At this time, Vegeta reminded loudly. 5,000. Naba broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. It's impossible, it must be a mistake. Vegeta didn't speak again, but thought to himself, it is really impossible for Kakarot before, but the combat value of these guys will change, which means that 5,000 is his lowest value. Let's start, for me, dealing with you is just a warm-up exercise. Sun Wukong said bluntly. As Goku boosted his power, he raised a large amount of gravel. Combat effectiveness 9,000? Outrageous! Click! Vegeta crushed the detector. What? 9,000? This? The detector is definitely broken, this kid, it can't be my Naba's opponent. However, Naba miscalculated and Goku knocked him to the ground with 3 strokes and 5x2, unable to move. Vegeta, he can't fight anymore, it's better to treat him right away. Humph! The immobile Saiyans are useless. Vegeta threw Naba into the air and burst out with a powerful aura, killing Naba. Interestingly, Vegeta was so ruthless that he didn't even let go of his own people. What a cruel guy, even kill his own partner. At the same time, Goku also saw Vegeta's strength, which was indeed powerful. Haha, Kakarot, what's wrong, what about the momentum just now? You should be happy that a low-level warrior like you can have a genius Saiyan like me to play with you. As soon as a Saiyan is born, he will check his qualities as a warrior, and stupid people with low combat effectiveness will be sent to a planet without strong opponents, just like people, so you are that stupid thing. Vegeta continued. Yes, according to my estimates, we are probably evenly matched. Hey! Just kidding, it is absolutely impossible for a lower-level warrior to compare to a super genius like me. Vegeta smiled confidently. Ah! The two hit one large rock to another and then into the air, after which Goku was kicked down by his opponent. What's wrong? Kakarot, didn't you say that you are equal to me, is your degree only a little? Well, I'll let you see. Realm King Fist. The temptation was almost over, and Goku finally used it. Next, it is really evenly matched, you punch me, I kick you, even the wave is comparable. The combat power of Sun Wukong and Vegeta is 18,000, and this time there is a fight, the two fight from day to night, and they are already out of breath at this time. In fact, in the current situation, Goku and Vegeta have no hatred at all. Vegeta does not believe that the lower warriors can stand at his height, and Goku is getting more and more excited in the face of evenly matched opponents. Therefore, there is no need for them to use forced moves, such as the Triple Realm King Fist or the Artificial Moon. Two of you, are you hungry? Why not eat first and then fight? Sun Gomayan suddenly appeared between Vegeta and Goku, and said while eating chicken legs. Gollum. Wu. Eat, can you fight again next time you have a chance, Vegeta? Goku is already drooling. Wu. Then stop for now, but I won't eat your stuff. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief and said. By the way, Vegeta, do you know who destroyed planet Vegeta? Sun Mumian suddenly pointed to Vegeta with a half-eaten chicken leg in his hand and asked. Destroyed by whom? Wasn't it destroyed by the impact of a meteorite? No, the truth was destroyed by Frisia's own hands, who is afraid of the legendary Super Saiyan. Sun Mumian said the truth lightly. I have long suspected the argument that planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteorite impact. Frisia, one day I will defeat him, not for revenge, but because the pride of my Saiyan prince does not allow me to do things for him. Vegeta said as he clenched his fists. Yes, it turns out that you think so, so let's show you something good. Sun Goku said and began to explode. He planned to let Vegeta see the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 45. Snap. Sun Mumian instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was oppressed by the powerful aura and retreated one after another, breaking out in a cold sweat. What the? Blonde. This is the Super Saiyan that Frisia fears. Sun Wu said lightly. Super Saiyan? Don't. You were the one who attacked planet Frisia 79 before? Vegeta remembered the news he had learned that a transformable Saiyan had attacked Frisia 79. Oh? You know, yes, I did go to Frisia to play. That's strange, Frisia says that the Super Saiyan has been destroyed by him along with the planets. Vegeta said, just because of that incident, Frisia ordered me to occupy multiple planets in a short period of time, and if I can't do it, I will be destroyed. When Sun Mumian heard this, he understood, no wonder Vegeta would arrive early, it turned out to be a lack of manpower. Vegeta, do you want to become a Super Saiyan, do you want to win Frisia, and stop working for him? The one who rules the universe should be me. Vegeta gritted his teeth. I couldn't think of little Vegeta, the heart was quite big, and then I had to train him well. Sun Wu thought to himself, and then continued to speak, even if you rule the universe, what you have to do should be that you can't let the lower-level warrior Sun Wukong surpass you. Will my Saiyan prince be surpassed by him? He's just a low-level warrior banished to a remote planet, ha ha ha. Vegeta glanced at Monkey King and spoke contemptuously. It's not easy to say, forget it, I'll eat first and then talk about it, and then eat half of it. Vegeta, do you want to eat it? Sun Mumian casually fell to a flat ground, conjuring up a dining table and a table full of delicacies. Vegeta was surprised, and said in his heart, this person, too strange, before disappeared and appeared in an instant, now he can conjure things, people can't figure it out. Then Sun Mumian conjured up several chairs and prepared for a picnic. I don't believe it, you Vegeta can still be arrogant and obediently conquered by food at this time. Sun Mumian thought to himself. Klin, Yamu tea, Tianjin rice. Don't stand there in a daze, hurry up, everyone has a share. Sun Mumian glanced at Klin and they all seemed to be frozen, so he shouted. Dare to be shocked by Sun Mumian just now Super Saiyan, which is normal, after all, they are still the first time to see Sun Mumian transform. But Goku had already seen it strangely, and had already gobbled it up at this time. Hey, Vegeta, what are you waiting for? Wait until the yellow cauliflower is cold, besides, how can I teach you to become a Super Saiyan if you don't eat enough? Seeing that Vegeta still looked unmoved, Sun Mumian shouted again. I Saiyan Prince needs you to teach? Although Vegeta said so, his body was very honest, and in the next second, he was already eating it. Is this still the Vegeta I know? Super Saiyan is so attractive. In fact, Sun Wumian thought wrong. In Vegeta's values, being defeated by a strong enemy can only blame himself for being too weak. But as a Saiyan prince, he was caught up by a guy who was banished to a remote planet, and maybe even surpassed, which seriously hit his self-esteem and made him feel extremely angry. Hey, Goman, what do you think? This is a ruthless guy, why not just kill him? At this time, Klin asked Sun Wumian and joked. This Vegeta did not even let go of his partner, and it was a scourge for such a person to stay. Klin, this is not okay, it is rare to meet a close opponent, our battle is not over. Instead, Goku spoke first. Little bald head, are you looking for death, when I don't exist? Vegeta stared at Klin and said with murderous eyes, is he a Saiyan prince who can discuss it at will? Vegeta, calm down, tell you the truth, if you want to become a Super Saiyan, you must maintain a calm heart. Sun Wumian spoke. Humph. Vegeta stopped talking and continued to wipe out the food on the table. What? Silver Frieza? Vegeta's subsequent news made Sun Wumian a little dazed, saying that after Frieza was humiliated by the Super Saiyan, he began training, exceeded his limits, and evolved into Silver Frieza. But if you think about it, it is indeed possible that the Frozen Demon's combat talent is already as high as Asian, and more than 3 years have passed. The main thing is that through the probe worn by Vegeta, Frieza knows that Sun Gomayan did not die in the planetary explosion, that he is still on Earth, and that he will soon come to Earth to find Sun Gomayan's obscurity. Of course, the main thing is that Frieza learned about the Dragon Ball. Sun Wumian, what are you doing? How can you bring people to my house casually, and still live with me? What gravity room do you have to get for him to cultivate? Bulma said displeased. Bulma, are you here? Isn't this Gohan? I haven't seen it for a few years, and I'm getting more and more handsome. At this time, Bulma's mother came over. Hey, there is another handsome young man, strange, is this tail an ornament? Bulma's mother saw Vegeta, noticed his tail, and couldn't help but say curiously. Humph, bah, Sun Wumian, are you kidding me? What do you say you can become a Super Saiyan by living here? Vegeta clasped his hands to his chest, looking unhappy. Calm, calm, if you want to become a Super Saiyan, don't get angry at every turn. Sun Wumian reminded. Then, Bulma, he will be handed over to you, and I will go back first. Then, Sun Wumian said, teleporting and disappearing in place. Leave Bulma sulking there. Originally, Sun Wumian planned to teach Vegeta to train by himself, but when he thought about it, he felt inappropriate. After all, Vegeta, who has been groping alone since he was a child, has never had such a thing as a master, everything, it is only right to let him come by himself. Silver Frieza. I don't know what the strength is, it's best to make me satisfied. Speaking of which, my own strength has not improved much recently, the normal combat effectiveness has only increased to 5 million, sure enough, you still have to rely on the system check-in to be able to quickly improve the combat effectiveness. In front of the Turtle Immortal House, Sun Wumian looked at the endless sea and muttered to himself. By the way, there is another thing, I thought about going to Wampa Star to find Broly before, but even the king of the realm does not know the location of this planet. By the way, this kind of thing should be known by the Universe Emperor Frieza, why didn't I expect it? Broly is a Saiyan who inherits the ancient bloodline, called the Demon Saiyan in the 6th universe, and he is extremely talented, which is a springboard for Sun Wumian to sign in and improve his strength. Chapter 46. Goman, what are you thinking? Is it that Silver Frieza is very powerful, and even you are not an opponent? Just as Sun Wumian was lost in thought, Klin patted him on the shoulder, startling him. It's Klin, it's shocked, it scares me, to be honest, I don't know Frieza's current strength, but that's not the role of the Piccolo Great Demon before. This kind of thing, he has no bottom in his heart, as long as it is not directly opened and turned into Gold Frieza, then the matter is okay. According to the division of the system, the 7th strength level is a master who has reached the first stage of Super Saiyan, and the combat power range, 120 million, 1 billion. The 8th strength level is a master who surpasses the Super Saiyan, with a combat power range of 1 billion to 8 billion. According to what Vegeta said, there was at least 1 year left. As long as this Silver Frisia's strength did not reach the 8th strength level by then, there would be no problem. Sun Wumian is confident that as long as he works a little hard in this year, and uses Goku to play in Shailu, when he has always maintained the cultivation method of Super Saiyan in addition to eating and sleeping, he can simply reach the level of Speed Vegeta. Sun Gomayan then returns to Goku's new home in Bun Mountain. Hey, why is Vic here? Moreover, little Gohan actually called him Uncle Vic, as if the two were still having fun. This is the underworld. Is Vic and Gohan bonded? Speaking of which, after Sun Wumian deliberately changed, the current Sun Wuhan no longer wants to become a scholar when he grows up, but to become a powerful warrior. Such a good talent, it will be wasted if he does not become a top fighter. To hell with Yebihan or something. Originally, Sun Wumian had the idea of waiting until he was 4 years old to let Vic train him, but he didn't expect that he didn't have to worry about it at all. A year later, outer space, not far from Earth. King Frisia, you have arrived on Earth. Good, IT seems to be a good planet, maybe IT can sell for a good price, a bonus, oh ho 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 ho. Frisia looked down through the window of the large spaceship and let out her signature laugh. King Frisia, Vegeta, this traitor, is still on this planet. Yes, Mr. Dodoria, when the time comes, clean him up as well, Science, no one can be left. Okay, a traitor like Vegeta, leave it to me. Dodoria said. At the same time, on Earth, Sun Wumian and the others were already waiting. Here it comes. Over there. Boom. Frisia's spaceship landed on Earth. Is this Frisia's anger? Powerful, amazing, Gom, have you really fought him? Frisia's powerful aura made Yamcha sweat coldly, and he couldn't believe it. It's terrifying. Humph, you weaklings, it's better to stay away, Frisia, I'll let my Saiyan prince clean up. Vegeta is wearing a button-down shirt and belt pants at this time. The whole person looks like he is not easy to mess with, and he will beat you up in the next second. His eyes are super sharp. Sun Wumian glanced at Vegeta. After a year of hard training, Vegeta's combat effectiveness actually exceeded 1 million. Something was something, but being too confident was not a good thing. Vegeta, you are also far away, you haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, don't be too confident. Subsequently, Sun Gomian flew alone to Frisia's spaceship. Oh ho ho ho! Saiyan, are you in such a hurry to send to death? Don't worry. I'll let you experience the taste of despair first. Frisia laughed when she saw Sun Wumian arrive. Frisia, it's good, the strength seems to have improved. Since I was a child, I have never trained. I was originally a genius, and this time, in just 1 month, my strength exceeded the limit. Frisia held out a finger and said. Yes, then there is no need to tempt, come on. You guys, disperse, go and destroy all the Earthlings. Frisia's minions were ordered to disperse in all directions. Sun Wu was lazy to manage these small soldiers. With the strength of Goku and Vegeta, he could clean them up casually. Moreover, the Kinnet team did not appear. It should be that Frisia came too quickly. It is worth mentioning that Duodolia and Chuyi went directly to Vegeta. Counting them unlucky, they were directly exploded into fireworks by Vegeta's trick dirty fireworks. There were few other minions who were not powerful. Sob was killed by Goku, and the others were cleaned up by Klin and others. At this time, the battle between Sun Wumian and Frisia had already begun, saying that there was no need to tempt. In fact, the two did not use real strength at the beginning, they were completely tempted. Frisia, what's wrong? I didn't find you getting stronger, quickly show my hand for me to see. Sun Wumian kicked Frisia back, and then said. Well, since you said so, then, I will use my real strength and be optimistic. Frisia's strength began to increase, but his own form did not change much, but the original white skin turned silver, and there was an additional circle of flames around it. Combat power 750 million? The combat effectiveness is comparable to the speedy Vegeta, which is a lot improved. Through the system's ability, Sun Wumian clearly knew Frisia's current combat effectiveness. However, it is not of any use, because Sun Wumian is now the strongest combat power of 780 million, and, don't forget, he still has hanging awe. Ding sign in silver Frisia, sign in successfully, the highest combat effectiveness increases by 37.5 million. At the beginning, Frisia was still able to fight back and forth with Sun Wu. However, soon, Sun Wumian didn't want to play. Moreover, this is the Earth, everyone's combat power is so strong, in case one accidentally destroys the Earth will not be beautiful. With Frisia's character, it is very likely that he will destroy a planet again, in order to avoid long dreams at night. So. Turtle. Send. Gas. Damn, how could I, Frisia? Wow. Oh. Originally, Frisia was going to leave it to Goku to clean up, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, so there was no way. However, it doesn't matter anymore, now that there is Vegeta, as soon as Goku and he meet together, the two will be able to catch up with each other and become stronger. Oh, don't you all have a living mouth? Coming back to his senses, Sun Wumian found a problem. Frisia and his gang were all hanging. Who would tell him the location of the planet Wampa? Originally, Goku's left alive, but Vegeta would not be soft and killed them all. Well, the plan really can't keep up with the changes. Chapter 47. Damn, the super elite who guards the peace of the entire galaxy, why should they be sent to such a place? In outer space, not far from Earth, Garker, the salted egg Superman, glanced at his destination and complained. Because of the abnormal movements of Frisia and his gang, Galaxy Ranger Gok was forced to patrol Earth. Okay, so be it, I'll circle the planet for 1 week, and it's time to complete the mission. Hey, the super elite really has to complete the task. On Earth, Frisia's landing site, Sun Go Mye and Goku they end their battle with Frisia's gang. Yamcha. It turned out that it was Pool and Bulma who came in a plane. Hey, why are you here? Yamcha turned his head and asked suspiciously. I heard that a guy named Frisia invaded Earth, let me see it. Bulma jumped out of the plane and said with interest. What is there to see? Fortunately you came late, the battle is over, otherwise it is too dangerous. What are you afraid of? Isn't there Gohan and Goku? If they can't figure it out, it's useless. Bulma smiled nonchalantly. Vegeta glanced at Bulma at this time and thought, humph, loud woman, count you a little guts. At this moment, a spaceship that was a bit like a car fell from the sky. Boom! Hey, this kind of spaceship, when did you seem to have seen it? Bulma looked up and remembered something. Isn't that the super elite chosen to defend the peace of the universe, Galaxy Ranger Gark? Instead, Sun Wumian said it at once. For this amusing elite, he is quite impressed. Gark? I remembered, isn't this what I saw when I was a child? Also asked if I wanted to join them. When Bulma heard this, she remembered what happened when she was 5 years old. In 737, the day after Goku arrived on Earth, there was a member of the Galaxy Patrol named Gark who went to Earth because he had to perform an important mission. The radar at the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol has detected a flying object from an extremely dangerous planet, and this flying object should have landed on a certain area of the Earth. The purpose of Gok's visit to Earth was to eliminate this dangerous object. That extremely dangerous planet is planet Vegeta, and the flying object is the Monkey King who came to Earth on a spaceship. However, because Gok's ability to do things is really worrying. He first met the moon before reaching Earth, and then under the influence of ties, he perfectly missed the opportunity to find the Saiyan flying object. Back in the present, by this time Gok had landed and walked off the spaceship. What's going on? So many people died? As a super elite, Gok immediately spotted a large area of Frisia's men falling to the ground. Gink, these are Frisia's men, they were wiped out by us, there is no problem. Sun Wumian walked over and said to Gark. What? What's going on? Gark looked shocked, that. What about Frisia? Gok was shocked and thought, super elite Gark's name is known to anyone, ha 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 ha. Frisia has been beaten to slag by me. Mian Sun Wu said lightly. Gark, long time no see. At this time, Bulma came over to say hello. Which one are you? What? Are the Galaxy Patrolmen so forgetful? I am Bulma. Hey! Gok was even more shocked than just now, it's really a female 18 changes, Xiadu Ding Bulma actually looks so beautiful. Humph, if you can't speak, say less. Bulma said displeased. Ganamin? What kind of person is this? As if you and Bulma know him. At this time, Klin came up and asked curiously. Hey? You must be Earthlings like Bulma. What do you mean, is this salted egg-looking alien? Yamcha had no insightful opening. Haha, don't think I'm an ordinary alien. Gok smiled confidently and made a gesture. I am. To defend galactic peace. And the chosen elite. Galaxy Patrol. Gok is also. A crow flew by. Embarrassing. The crowd was speechless. Okay, I'm embarrassed, Gark, you haven't been to Earth for so long, what are you doing this time? Bulma broke the silence. Nonsense, of course I came to patrol, but since you have all eliminated Frisia and deserve praise, then I should almost go back to my life. I'll go later, Gark, I have a question for you, a super elite. Just in time to ask him about the planet Wanpa, how could Sun Wumian let him go? Although you can also ask Shenlong for this kind of question, you can't rely on Dragon Balls for everything. Well, since you've talked about this, let's talk, what's the problem? This Gyak, just eat this set, you call him elite, he will tell you everything, Sun Wumian got the answer very smoothly. By the way, elite Gark, there is a matter here, these Frisia's subordinates trouble you to help clean it up. Klin suddenly had a flash of light. Hey? Do you let a great genius do this kind of thing? Sun Wumian pretended to be dissatisfied with Klin and said. Okay, leave this little thing to me, sprinkle water. Gok agreed on the spot and immediately began the clean-up work. Speaking of which, why are you so powerful? Even Frisia can beat? Gark suddenly remembered a very important question. Don't you know? Because there are Saiyans here. Klin replied casually. What? Are there those scary Saiyans on planet Vegeta? Where is it? Have the unusually warlike evil races, Saiyans who are constantly occupying alien planets, already taken over Earth? When Gok heard it, he directly babbled in fright. Hey, boy, what evil race, believe it or not, I slapped you to death. Vegeta, who had been standing in the distance, not knowing what he was thinking, suddenly spoke. Vegeta, how many times have you said that you have to be calm, do you want to become a Super Saiyan? Sun Wumian reminded. Humph. Vegeta snorted arrogantly, stopped looking away, and stopped talking. Gark, to tell you the truth, he is the prince of the Saiyan, don't mess with him if you don't have anything, otherwise, your headquarters may not be able to keep it. Sun Wumian turned to Gark and said. Goodbye, the elite of every day is going to be busy. After a while, Gark finished his work and left Earth. Haha, this galaxy patrolman doesn't seem to be remarkable, at the beginning of such a big breath, I thought I had some skills. Yamcha laughed. Chapter 48. What, Gaku, you're going away for a year? Absolutely not. Kiki's voice was almost 10 miles away. The cause of the matter was that Sun Go-Mye was going to go to Wampa Star to find Broly, just in time to let Gaku and Vegeta go to Adrata Star to cultivate together. Don't look at the rapid improvement of the strength of the two of them, but compared to the original plot, there is no growth at all. This is the case, the two of them must keep up. The villains also have to keep up with Sun Wumian's own progress. Okay, Kiki, don't make trouble, I can't let Vegeta surpass me. Here are 10 million, just take it as the income from my work in the next year, give it to you. Gaku has decided to go. 10 million? Okay, but it's only been a year, Gohan is still young, and you, the father, have to do your duty occasionally. Kiki had to compromise in the end. A circular spaceship rode across the starry sky. Ha! Drink! Hey, you two, fight back, don't accidentally break the spaceship, otherwise at that time, even if I can survive in space, I won't be able to save you. Sun Wumian walked out of the spaceship's control room. Glancing at the battle between Gaku and Vegeta, he reminded. Wu! Vegeta, fighting with you always reveals your shortcomings. After the two stopped, Sun Wukong spoke. Humph! Vegeta snorted, thinking, I should say this. Very good, it's going so fast, so that you can become Super Saiyan soon. Sun Wumian nodded in satisfaction. Sun Wumian didn't know how long it took. Arriving at your destination, about to reach your destination. The Star of Adratat was already close at hand. Well, come on. After landing, Sun Wumian said a word, started the spacecraft alone, and headed for the planet Wampa. The year 732, the year Broly was born, was also the time when Vegeta was born. My proudest son, has he grown this big? In front of Vegeta's nursery cabin, King Vegeta smiled, what a genius level, it will not be Frieza Monster who will become the king of the universe in the future, but you. Hey? Who is this imp? Why is it in the special cabin? King Vegeta turned and was about to leave when he saw Broly. This child is the son of Paragus, named Broly. The two Saiyans in charge of the caregiver hurriedly walked up and said. Why? Nurseries like this one are designed to train elite Saiyans. King Vegeta was not happy. Yes, that, because Broly's potential ability is quite special. Is his ability comparable to my son? Looking at the results of the detector, Broly has surpassed His Majesty the Prince. This can't happen, the Prince's value is the highest ever, give it to me. King Vegeta snatched the probe over. Beep beep beep. Boom. That is, Broly's birth combat power is more than 10,000, at least exceeding the upper limit of the detector of 24,000. King Vegeta did not want to believe that Broly was more powerful than his son Vegeta, and Broly was exiled to the lifeless Wampa Star. Broly then relies on his father, Paragus, who came to the rescue. But Broly's powerful potential leads him to become a tool for revenge for Paragus, living a life of training every day and losing his friend Baya, a creature on the planet. Speaking of Sun Go-Mye, at this time, he was almost at his destination, an asteroid orbiting star 94 on the same galactic border as Earth. Is this the planet Wampa? Is this world really strange? Such a planet can also survive? After landing, Sun Wumian couldn't help but complain that this environment was really harsh to the extreme. Hey, and strange-shaped creatures? Better give me peace of mind, otherwise I won't show mercy to my subordinates. Sun Wumian didn't care if this creature could understand or not, and said lightly. Host, 2 human breaths have been found. In this case, to find someone, you need the detection function of the system. Of course, Sun Wumian himself can also feel the breath, but he has never seen Broly. There are actually many creatures on this planet, and the breath is too chaotic. Finally, Sun Woomian saw the purpose of the trip. Broly. Broly wore a standard Saiyan combat suit and purple leggings. The fur tied around the waist is a memory of becoming friends with the monster Baya, and the collar worn around his neck is controlled by a special electric current. It has strong muscles and proportionally longer arms and legs and feet. Sure enough, he is a genius. The usual combat effectiveness is already 1 million, and he has always been in a place where such birds do not. Sun Woomian couldn't help but admire. He was also curious whether Broly's current strongest strength would surpass him. What people? No, for so many years, someone will come here? Am I blinded? When Paragus saw Sun Woomian and thought it was an illusion. Broly, are you interested in leaving this place where birds don't poop with me? Sun Woomian didn't bother to pay attention to Paragus, but looked at Broly and said straight to the point. Get out of this place? But, said Broly, looking at Paragus, unable to speak. Haha. Finally saved, Broly, we are going back to King Vegeta for revenge. Paragus was convinced that he could finally leave the place. Happy gibberish. I'm sorry, planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza, and there are few surviving Saiyans. Sun Wu said lightly. Of course, in fact, Prince Vegeta is still alive, but Sun Woomian will not tell him how a genius like Broly can be buried in hatred. Moreover, with Vegeta's current strength, it is basically impossible to be Broly's opponent, or it is better not to hit his self-esteem for the time being. Subsequently, Sun Gomayan took Broly and Paragus and left this place where birds don't. Who are you? Also Saiyan? Why save us? Inside the spaceship, Broly asked. Speaking of which, Broly is a person who likes to communicate with people, is filial, is serious, and does not like to fight. But as a Saiyan, a person who still longs to fight in his heart. It's called Sun Woomian. There are not so many whys, you will know this kind of thing later. Chapter 49. Sun Wumi's spaceship rode across the starry sky and returned to Earth. By the way, Broly, you shouldn't have eaten normal food, come on. Sun Woomian took out a large pile of food from the system space. Hey! Broly looked at Paragath with inquiring eyes. Eat, Broly. Broly, who had been allowed, began to chirp. What is this? It's delicious. Hey? It's just plain water. Dare to love this. Broly has not even drunk normal water since he was a child. Just plain water. Also, you guys are so dirty, hurry up and take a shower after eating. Sun Woomian covered his nose and said in disgust. Your name is Sun Woomian, right? Don't you know where to take us after you rescue us? Paragath asked, the doubts in his heart. Where to go? Yes, it's too rushed. How to arrange, Broly, you have to think about it. Sun Woomian fell into deep thought. Bring to Earth? It doesn't work, Broly is a destabilizing factor and prone to problems. Where to go? To the little planet of the King of the Northern Realm? No, the combat power of the Realm King 2500 can't stop him. With it, go to the Realm King God Realm. The Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's combat effectiveness is much higher than that of me now. Moreover, where to fight, I am not afraid to break the planet, and I can also start to stimulate some of Broly's strength. As for Paragus, Sun Woomian initially wanted to find a random planet to leave him behind, but for Broly's sake of such filial piety, he reluctantly let him follow, but he had to teach this person a good lesson on how to be a good father. Paragus, give me the thing that controlled Broly's rampage. Impossible, although you rescued me, it can be that this must not be given to you. Humph, it's not up to you. Sun Woomian seemed to move, and it didn't seem to move, and there was an extra controller thing in his hand, clicking, and it was directly pinched by him. On the other hand, Broly was indifferent to all this and seemed relieved. Broly, get that thing off your neck too, it's ugly, and you have to learn to control yourself instead of letting this stuff bind you. Sun Woomian turned his head to look at Broly as if something trivial had happened. Broly hesitated, but still made up his mind. No, Broly, are you going to disobey me? Paragus immediately stopped Broly's movements. Click. That's right, Broly, if the conference is equally powerful in the future, there will be your quota, and it should be in the name of the alternate destroyer. That's right, Sun Wumian even thought about the things that followed. Since the sixth universe has the participation of legendary Saiyans, why can't the seventh universe have it? However, these are all what Sun Wumian thinks blindly, future things, who knows, no way, under the subtle influence of Sun Wumian, the original plot has changed a lot. After a while, Goman, what's wrong with you? Don't bring people to me casually. Realm King, the Realm King complained. Speaking of which, Sun Wumian doesn't know where the Realm King God Realm is, so he can only take Broly to the Realm King's planet. Perhaps, the Realm King can know how to go to the Realm King God Realm. What? You say the Realm King God Realm? It was a holy domain, independent of the universe, and even I didn't have permission to go there. Mentioning the Realm King God Realm, the Northern Realm King became serious and said solemnly. The world view of the Dragon Ball world is a bit strange to say. Roughly speaking, the universe in Dragon Ball is divided into 5 major spaces, which are the present world, the other world, the Realm King God Realm, the Demon World, and the subspace. The present world is composed of 4 major galaxies, East, West, South and North, and each large galaxy has countless galaxies. His life mainly includes the Yan Demon Realm, the Realm King Realm, and the Hell Realm. Generally speaking, the people who live in other lives are people who have passed away, so it is a soul state, but there are a few living people who can travel between this life and the other as exceptions, such as divination mothers-in-law. Therefore, if Sun Wumian wanted to go to the Realm King God Realm, there was no way for the spaceship to go. However, there is still a way, and that is Dragon Ball. In order to be safe, in case the Divine Dragon on Earth does not have this ability, so Sun Wumian plans to take Broly in one step and instantly move to Namex with Broly. Sun Wumian casually found a nemesis breath and moved over instantly, but found that something seemed wrong. Hey, what's going on? Sun Wumian casually found a nemesis and asked. It's a bad thing, there are 5 guys who claim to be Kainu's special forces who want to grab the Dragon Ball. Several villages have already suffered, and it will be their turn right here. Kainu's special forces? Oops, how did I forget them? They must have known that Frieza was killed. This is to use the Dragon Ball of Namex to revive Frieza. Their strength is so terrifying that people in several villages have been killed, and none of them have been spared. In that case, I'll wipe them out. By the way, Broly, you wait here, I'll go back. Sun Wumian said, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, searching for the breath of the Kainu special forces. Hey? Captain, suddenly a brat appeared. What is the origin? Sun Wumian suddenly blocked the path of the Kainu special forces and others. Beeb. Combat effectiveness of 5000? Hey, boy, what do you want to do? If you don't want to die, get out of the way. We are very busy, anxious to collect Dragon Balls. Guys used the detector to look at Sun Wumian's combat power and said impatiently. I don't want to do anything, I just want to kill you. Sun Wu showed a faint smile. Haha, Captain, did you hear that? His tone turned out to be so loud that he treated our Kainu special forces as soft persimmons. No, you are not soft persimmons, but look good with your detector. Hey? Combat effectiveness 100,000. 200,000, 500,000. 1 million. Boom. All 5 people of the Kainu special forces were stunned. What is the situation? The detector must be broken. Click click. 5 people of the Kainu special forces began to pose, which was preparation before the battle. Sun Wumian didn't bother to give them a chance to dance, because it was too ugly, and with a flick of his finger, the Kainu special forces, all turned into dirty fireworks. No way, he likes Vegeta's trick dirty fireworks, which is too enjoyable to use against this soy sauce character. Subsequently, Sun Gomayan used the Dragon Balls of Namek, Wish and Broly to the Realm King God realm. As for Paragath, left on Earth by Sun Wumian as an opponent, sandbag, for the cultivation of Klin, Tianjin rice and others. Chapter 50. The Realm King God realm is composed of the Realm King God star, which is the only star in the Realm King God realm, and there are countless small suns around it. Those who are in the Realm King God realm are only the Realm King God and those responsible for support. The Realm King God realm is where all creatures and all souls other than the Realm King God cannot be mixed in, and under normal circumstances, they can only use the power of Jebit to move instantaneously. The Eastern King God Xian Lu has a white punk head, purple skin, earbands of Padala earrings, and wears the uniform of the King of the Realm, and is short in stature. Lord Realm King God, I found that a human with an unknown origin has entered the holy domain. Jebit, I know, go see who it is. In the next second, the two appeared in front of Sun Wumian and Broly, who had just arrived in the Realm King God realm. Is there really a human being who has broken into a holy domain that even the great Realm King can't enter? It was Jebit who spoke, while the Eastern Realm King God Shin just had a bohemian villain smile. Presumably, this is the Lord of the Realm King God, please take care of it when we meet for the first time. Sun Wumian maintained his usual politeness and joked, this Xian's combat power reached 3.6 billion, and he also had a good special ability. Much higher than the current Sun Wumian combat effectiveness. You are Sun Wumian, I've heard about you. The Realm King God spoke, still maintaining a bohemian smile. Human, you'd better leave immediately, do you know what the consequences will be if you trespass into the holy domain? Jebit scolded. Oh? What are the consequences? I would like to hear about it. Sun Wumian pretended not to know, and asked half-jokingly. Jebit, don't rush to drive them away first, at least ask them the purpose of coming here first. As Sun Wumian knew, in fact, the Eastern Realm King God was very interesting, he had the status of the Supreme God, did not have the temper of the Supreme God, and did not even have the strength of the Shui Strong. The purpose is simple, to talk to you. I heard that you defeated Frisia, but with Frisia's strength, I can defeat him with just one blow. The Realm King God floated in the air half a meter away from the ground, his smile did not decrease, and the villain was even stronger. Powerful, admire, Lord God of the Realm King is quite confident, but the person who wants to compete with you is not me, but him, Broly. Don't say it, humans can't be the opponents of the Realm King God Lord, leave here immediately, otherwise I won't show mercy to my subordinates. Jebit was already impatient. Jebit is a little floating, only 40 million combat power, Sun Wumian only needs to use the Out of Realm King Fist to defeat him. Yes, so how about this? Ho! Sun Gomayan directly transformed into a Super Saiyan, in fact, his transformation was mainly for Broly to see. What? This is... Cold sweat broke out on Jebit's forehead, incredible power, it's really hard to imagine that this is a mortal person. Actually, I know that the sealed Majin Buu was left on Earth by you, and the Earth is where I live now, Broly, he has unimaginable potential. Sun Wumian paused and glanced at Broly, as long as you train a little, even if 100 Majin Buu are released in the future, it will not be his opponent. Seriously? It's fine, but you don't have to hand it over. Just let him shake my hand. The Realm King God said, just floated sideways in front of Broly, and stretched out his hand. Hey! Broly was a little dazed. The strength is indeed very strong, but... Obviously, he didn't believe Sun Wumian's words at all. The biggest reason why the Eastern Realm King God Xian Feng did not have a high rating was precisely because he lacked insight and did not know that Saiyans could improve their combat effectiveness through transformation. Lord Realm King God, this is not right, Broly's combat power is not visible on the surface, at least you have to fight to see it. Sun Wumian had to remind him. Yes, since you insist, then I will try to fight him, come on. But Broly hesitated, he didn't like to fight, and his heart longed to fight, he was such a contradictory person. I'm so hard. Sun Wumian couldn't help but complain in his heart. Broly, you are a fighting nation Saiyan, go and fight boldly, don't back down. Sun Wumian raised his voice a little louder, trying to wake up Broly. Useful, I saw Broly rushing towards the Realm King God, and the battle began. It's just that his combat skills are really unbelievable, and the first move is completely straight. The Eastern Realm King God Xian lived for more than 50 million years and easily suppressed Broly with experience alone. However, Saiyans were born to fight, and Broly's talent is extraordinary, and after slowly learning combat skills, he gradually fought back and forth with the King God of the realm, and then actually knocked his opponent away with absolute strength. What? Has Lord Realm King God been defeated? Jebet was shocked and thought the battle was over. Jebet, don't worry, it's still early. Xian flew back at a faster speed, and it could be seen that it was just a test just now, and the real strength had not yet been used. Sun Wumian also knows, because Broly's current power of the giant ape has not yet been exerted, and the combat power is similar to Sun Wumian himself's strongest state, far from enough to defeat the opponent. After that, Xian used all his strength, and Broly was defeated again. However, the situation soon went wrong, and Broly's strength was also improving wildly, and he was about to run away and be controlled by power. First the muscles swelled, then the pupils turned golden, the hair stood on end, and the breath turned green, which was to store the power of the great ape in human form. According to Paragus, this force is beyond Broly's control. The combat effectiveness soon approached 8 billion, and Sun Wumian completely checked into Broly as quickly as possible, and he was busy stopping Broly loudly. Ding sign into Broly, check in successfully, because the target is a Saiyan, the maximum combat power of the host increases by 800 million. Broly, Lord God of the realm, stop. Fortunately, Vegeta is not here, otherwise no one can stop Broly, because Vegeta's father originally sent Broly to a planet where birds don't, that is, Vegeta's father wanted Broly to fend for himself on that planet. But unexpectedly, Broly's father rushed over and saved Broly, and since then Broly's father and son have regarded Vegeta and his son as enemies. How about it, Lord Realm King God, you know Broly's potential, and besides, what broke out just now is only the tip of the iceberg. Looking at the embarrassed Realm King God, Sun Wu smiled and asked the system to sign into the Realm King God at the same time. Ding sign into the Eastern Realm King God Xian, sign in successfully, the maximum combat power of the host increases by 180 million, do you learn the ability to create? I can't imagine that there is also an unexpected joy, the ability to create, can use superpowers to change objects, such as the hardest thunderbolt steel in the 7th universe, of course, you have to learn. Sure enough, there is a system, the combat effectiveness has been improved, as for cultivation, this kind of thing is too tiring, just do it occasionally. Sun Wumian thought to himself, after coming to the Realm King God realm once, the combat power has been increased to 1.8 billion. According to the strength level divided by the system, he is already a master of surpassing the Super Saiyan in the Dragon Ball world. The 8th strength level, a master who surpasses Super Saiyan, with a combat power range of 1 billion to 8 billion. And the 9th strength level, a master who has reached the power of Super Saiyan 2, with a combat power range of 8 billion to 30 billion. The lower limit is Shale Game Super 2 Gohan, and the upper limit is not more than Bu Chapter Super 3 Goku. Chapter 51. Unbelievable. The Realm King God no longer had the original bohemian villain smile, but a shocked face. I have a question to ask Lord God of the Realm, in which direction is the King of the Northern Realm? King of the Northern Realm? I haven't looked for him for so long, I want to think. In this direction. The Realm King God didn't know what the intention was, but he still said it. Then, there is a lot of food in these universal capsules, let Broly stay here for the time being to cultivate, trouble the Lord of the Realm King God. Sun Wumian didn't give them a chance to react at all, first dropped a large pile of capsules, and then put his index and middle fingers on his forehead, found the breath of the Northern Realm King, and teleported and disappeared in place. Hey? What's going on? I haven't even promised him, man. Broly, I'm so hard, I just escaped from a place where birds don't, and went into a similar place. Originally, it was best for Broly to go to Beerus Star and let Whis teach him cultivation, but at present, Sun Wumian's strength is far from reaching the level of the Super Saiyan God. At this time, if Beerus wakes up, it is not fun, and if you can't find the Saiyan God, it is very likely to destroy the earth. King of the North. Goman, why are you here again? Hey, smelly boy, leave without saying hello? Oh, I'm sorry, Lord Realm, I'm just passing by. Sun Wumian was indeed passing by, and at this time he had returned to Earth. Outside Bun Mountain's new home, on a large rock, Gohan and Vic were talking about something. Uncle Vic, I heard that you fought with your father before. Humph. Vic remembered the unpleasant past, his face turned green. The battle is not over yet, I will definitely defeat him after that. But, Dad said, after being reborn, Vic is no longer a bad person. Humph. Before letting Vic use the gravity room here to cultivate, I didn't think that these two were already acquainted, Sun Wu said with a face, and then walked over to Vic and Gohan. Not bad, Vic, it's not been long since I've improved a lot. It can only be said that the gravity room is a good place to cultivate. Vic said, thinking in his heart, damn, are the Saiyans all open? Obviously I have improved, but I feel that the gap has become even bigger. By the way, Gohan, are you practicing with bike cultivation? Yes, I want to be a great martial artist, just like Dad and Uncle Vic and them. Gohan said seriously. This is wonderful, and sure enough, it is right for Goku to train his son Gohan as a martial artist. After all, Gohan's potential is higher than that of Kyuubi. Gohan. First finish today's homework before you can practice. At this moment, Kiki's big voice came out. It seems that Gohan can't escape learning even if he wants to become a martial artist, but it's good, Son Goku doesn't want him to be mindless like Goku, or unhappy like Vegeta. Mindless and unhappy combination. I'm going to study, Uncle Bike, and I'll practice later. Hey, this kid, don't call me a word, really. Sun Wumian is a little speechless, he was automatically ignored. Then, Vic Kerr, the matter of Gohan's cultivation will be left to you, and you also know that his father Goku is not a good teacher who can teach people cultivation, and I am also very busy. Sun Wumian said and left. Following Bun Mountain, not far from Goku's new home, a chic villa suddenly appeared, and everyone nearby was stunned. Because it was not something they knew at all. It turned out that Sun Wumian said that he was very busy, and he went to build a villa for himself. Using the creation ability of the King God of the Upper Eastern Realm, it was almost completed overnight. Sun Wumian looked at the villa in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed, and both Goku and Vegeta have learned to teleport and have already returned to Earth. Surprisingly, the normal combat power of both Kong Bei has reached 4 million, and they should be able to transform into Super Saiyan. Sure enough, Vegeta, who had just returned, came to the door to challenge Sun Wumian. Sun Wumian, come out, now Lao Tzu has become a Super Saiyan, he will definitely be able to win you. Yo-he, Vegeta, who just became a Super Saiyan, is a little floating, and Sun Wumian is a little disappointed, and he is enjoying it in the villa. Hey, Vegeta, haven't you noticed how high-end my place is? What do you mean? Come and fight me, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Vegeta completely ignored Sun Gomayan's words and was bent on fighting. Well, I really don't know how to appreciate, in that case, let you see how big the gap is. Later, the two came to a no-man's land. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time, and the scene was no less spectacular than Sun Wumian, intending to suppress it with momentum. At this time, Vegeta's blue long-sleeved tights and white combat suit, without shoulder pads, looked closer to the combat uniform when he first came to Earth, still wearing white gloves and boots, but the front of the boots had yellow stripes. Vegeta's pupils will turn green when transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair will stand up except for Lu Wei, this is not obvious, and turn golden, and his breath will also turn golden, handsome. It's a pity that he thought wrong. Sun Wumian was not moved at all, the opponent only had a combat power of 200 million, and he couldn't raise his interest in fighting at all. The final result is already self-evident, one move, just one move, Vegeta lost his combat effectiveness. Impossible, I am a Saiyan Prince, why, one move is defeated. Sun Wumian did not forget to hit him, the more he hit, the faster he could become stronger. Vegeta, I said it all, you can't be the opponent of Big Brother Goman, you can't beat me. Goku, who was watching the battle on the side, came with a slap in the sword. Hey, it turns out that you guys are fighting, and suddenly a powerful chi appears, I thought something had happened. Klin, Bike, and Yamcha all rushed over when they felt the battle. Wow, what kind of house is this, the luxury that has never been seen before. Yamcha was immediately attracted by Sun Wumian's villa, and there are still people who know how to appreciate it. Haha, this is my new home, how about it, do you want to come in and visit? Sun Wumian said with a smile. Is that okay? That's wonderful. What are you talking about? Isn't it just a house? Goku, on the other hand, didn't appreciate it at all, no different from Vegeta. Chapter 52. What's going on? Why hasn't Frieza come yet? North of the western capital and west of the central capital, a handsome young man with a melancholy temperament said to himself. Forget it, don't wait, go to Mr. Goku's house and see what's going on. Wearing a purple jacket with the Capsule Company emblem on it, a black vest underneath, and a catchy sword used as a weapon on his back, the boy stood up and flew southeast. This teenager is none other than Trunks, who traveled from the future in a time machine. Trunks soon arrives at Goku's house, just in time to see Gohan and Vic cultivating outside. Mr. Bike, and Gohan. Hello, you guys. Is this cultivation? Trunks almost blurted out from Gohan's big brother. Hey? Who are you? Do we know each other? When Vic heard this, he stopped his cultivation with Gohan. I'll talk about this later, is Mr. Monkey King at home? Hey? Are you a friend of Daddy? Dad is practicing in the gravity room. Sort of, that, Gohan, can you call Mr. Goku out? After a while, Goku came out. My friend? Who is this person? Son Goku, you really don't know him, but he said he came to find you. Not only that, he also knows me and Gohan. Vic asked strangely. Mr. Sun Wukong, I have something to tell you, can you follow me over there? Trunks said straight to the point. Hey? Is there anything you can't say in front of Gohan and Bike? Well, I'm sorry, I can only tell you to know alone. Okay. So, the two walked into the distance. To answer me first, can you become a Super Saiyan of your own volition? Trunks asked first. Yes, does this have anything to do with what you're going to say? Just show me here, okay? Please. Good. Sun Wukong drank lowly, and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. It's really powerful, exactly the same as me who became a Super Saiyan. Hey? You say you're also a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Good. Trunks also became a Super Saiyan in an instant, and it really was exactly the same. At this time, Zidu, Vegeta was cultivating, and suddenly felt a powerful and strange chi. This chi, what's going on? Kakarot, who are you fighting with? South, came Enya. Yamcha, an unusually powerful aura has appeared, let's take a look. Klin and Yamcha rushed in the direction of Goku's house. So it is, you are really a Super Saiyan, exactly the same as me, Vegeta, and Gomen's big brother. Goku was really frightened at first, but soon calmed down. You mean, Vegeta, there's another person who is also a Super Saiyan? Now it was Trunks' turn to be shocked. Yes, what's the problem? Strange, has history changed completely? History? What history? Faux pas. Trunks suddenly pulled out the sword behind his back and slashed at Sun Wukong. Goku didn't panic at all, didn't dodge or dodge. Why not hide? You're not murderous, I know you'll definitely stop. Goku flashed a confident smile. Oh. I won't leave my hands this time, be careful. Trunks swung his sword continuously, but was blocked by one finger of Goku. It's worthy of the name, it's even more powerful than I thought. Trunks put away his sword and marveled. The combat power is only 160 million, and the future Trunks is a little tender, no wonder you can't win against artificial humans. Sun Wukong thought silently in his heart, before, feeling this chi, he already knew who was coming. And the state of the Trunks Super Saiyan disappeared. Changed back to normal, and after that, told Goku his origins. Are you Vegeta's son? It's really unexpected, take a closer look, it seems that you are quite similar. I'm not here in a time machine to tell you this, but because there's something big and I'm sure you know. Trunks then spoke about the artificial humans turning the future world into hell. Red Ribbon Army? Android? Wait, you said the other party is 2 people. And what about your partner? In 20 years, I'm the only soldier left. Vic, who was eavesdropping, turned green. In a battle 3 years later, my father, Mr. Klin, as well as Yamcha, Tianjin rice, dumplings and Bic were all killed, and the eldest brother Gohan, who escaped, was also 4 years ago. Trunks said, clenching his hands into fists and yelling. Slowly, what about me, why didn't you mention me? Was I killed too? No, you didn't fight, you died of a heart attack, a serious illness that even Super Saiyans couldn't resist. Damn, I want to fight with them too. Sun Wukong opened unwillingly. It's a shame that you can't fight them, but aren't you afraid? Trunks didn't expect Goku to think like that. I'll be scared, too, but I really want to see how strong they are. Brother Gohan is right, you are indeed a full-fledged Saiyan warrior, which is admirable, and eat this when you have symptoms. Trunks suddenly pulled out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Goku. What is it? This medicine can save you from dying, and the heart disease drug that will appear 20 years later. Really? That's great. This kind of thing should have been said earlier. In fact, it would change history, but that kind of history. I'm sure you'll have a way, and my mother also worked hard to complete the time machine for this. Do I know your mother? Yes, very familiar. Can you make a time machine, can it be Bulma? Sun Wukong couldn't believe his guess, and his forehead sweated. Yes, you guessed correctly. Wow! Goku jumped up in shock, what a surprise, I thought he would marry Yamcha. It is said that Mr. Yamcha was inattentive and broke up in a fit of anger, and then saw that his father was lonely, and that's it. But they were not married. Ah! I don't understand. Goku couldn't help but glance at Vegeta, still feeling surprised. My father passed away before I could understand it, and this is the first time I've seen him. Trunks also looked over and smiled, this matter must be kept secret, and I am afraid that it will affect them if I say it. Well, knowing you, I have hope in my heart, then, take my leave. Hopefully it can change the future. Can we meet again? I don't know, if I am still alive, I will definitely come to help you in 3 years. After Trunks finished speaking, he quickly took the time machine back. It's nerve-wracking, how do I tell them? Sun Wukong looked at everyone who had arrived and fell into embarrassment. Say, those things are important to us. Vic spoke. Hey? Did you hear it all? Of course, my hearing is different from yours. If you can't open your mouth, it's up to me. Don't worry, I won't say anything that affects that guy's existence. Vic avoided Trunks and told everyone the reason, and everyone showed a shocked expression. Only Vegeta and Sun Wumian were very calm. Humph, what artificial people, I can defeat them in minutes. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest, dressed tall. Chapter 53. I'm going to surpass Super Saiyan. Vegeta dropped a sentence and returned to Zidu to cultivate. Therefore, in order to face the strong enemy that appeared 3 years later, they each began to practice strictly. Goku. Stop messing around. Gohan can't completely give up studying, saying that after practice, it will become stronger, and it is enough for you to practice by yourself. I know, but the situation forces it, and Gohan has the heart to fight. I say no, I can't do it, I can only let Gohan practice after finishing the book. Kiki's voice came out from afar, and even if Sun Wumian didn't have Bike's hearing, he could hear it clearly. No kidding. Syllable. Goku pushed Kiki, completely forgetting how powerful he was, and slapped his wife out, and the house was smashed into a big hole. Wow, sorry, I didn't mean to. Super Saiyans also have weaknesses. I don't understand. Vic is such a nemesis, he couldn't understand these things between men and women at all. After that, Goku, Gomen, Gohan, and Vic cultivated together. Of course, most of the time, it is Sun Gomye and Sun Wukong who practice against each other, while Vic helps Gohan cultivate. After 3 years, Sun Wumian's maximum combat power has increased from 1.8 billion to 4 billion, reaching the level of full power of Super Saiyan, half of which is the credit of the system, improved by signing into Broly, and the other half is the result of cultivation. Every once in a while, he would go to the Realm King God Realm to fight with Broly, and Broly used the power he could control to fight with Sun Wumian, so the combat effectiveness was only about the same as Sun Wumian, so there was not much improvement through check-in. But it's already very powerful, just normal, it's stronger than Sun Wumian's Super Saiyan state. And Goku, which may be the cause of the immediate heart attack, the combat power of Goku, who has improved slightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan, is only 250 million. Look at Vegeta next door, it really allowed him to surpass Super Saiyan and become a speedy Vegeta, with a combat power of 750 million. Even Gohan, whose normal combat power has reached 3.5 million, will soon be able to transform into a Super Saiyan, and Vic also has 3 million. On May 12th, the Sun of Destiny rose. According to Trunks, at 10 a.m. on this day, a terrifying duo appeared on an island 9 kilometers southwest of the southern capital. Goku, Gohan, Bike, you guys have to be careful, by the way, don't you really bring a bento? No need, thanks, we're leaving. The three rushed to the small island in the south. Gohan, you don't have to fly so fast, you have to preserve your strength before fighting. How can we win the enemy? Vic asked Goku. I don't know, if Big Brother Wumian also came with him, he should be able to answer. It's just a month ago that he went to the King God realm again, and he hasn't returned until now. You're all so laid back, it's not that I don't have confidence in myself. I just don't know why, there is always a bad premonition in my heart. Goku is right, at this time, Sun Wumian is chatting with the Realm King in the Realm King God realm, and he doesn't pay much attention to the matter of artificial humans. Instead, he was more interested in what the Eastern King God said about Majin Buu. About 50 million years ago, the magician Bibidai lifted the seal of Majin Buu. And the pure Majin Buu destroyed hundreds of planets in a few years, and the King God of the Northern Realm and the King God of the Western Realm were also killed by the Majin Buu, and then the strongest of the 5 King Gods of the 5 realms was unfortunately absorbed, and then the King God of the Great Realm to protect the King God of the Eastern Realm Xian was also absorbed. Xian was the youngest and weakest, and luckily escaped. The position of the 7th Universe King God was originally owned by the King God of the Great Realm. The King God of the East, West, South and North realms is a disciple of the King God of the Great Realm, and belongs to the King God of the Internship World. After the Majin Buu incident, and the 4 realm King Gods were killed, Xian was promoted from the King God of the Eastern Realm to the official King God of the realm, while continuing to maintain a life connection with Beerus. Bibidai sealed him in the magic egg because it was difficult to control Majin Buu, and Xian seized the opportunity to kill Bibidai, because he was worried that Majin Buu would be stimulated and resurrected, so Xian left the demon egg on Earth. However, Bibidai has a son, Babadai, who has been planning to resurrect Majin Buu for many years. Sun Wumian has known these things for a long time, but he has always had a question. Why do you want to leave the magic egg on Earth? Shouldn't it be transferred to another lifeless planet? I'm ashamed to say, I don't know the specific location of the magic egg. It was Babadai who transferred the magic egg to the Earth. I went to the Earth several times to explore, but I didn't find out. Xian said bluntly. As it is, the intelligence ability of this realm King God is really not very good. Like the King of the Northern Realm, he is the real intelligence master. Hey? Are you talking about Majin Buu strong? Broly looked interested. How, Broly, do you want to fight it? Sun Wumian glanced at Broly and said with a smile. It's not, it's just curiosity. 2 flowers, 1 on each side. Son Goku, Gohan, and Vic meet Klin on the way, converge, and continue to set off. Klin, why are you listless? Goku, you said it easily, you have to fight monsters, I'm not a Super Saiyan. That's the island. Let's go down. Vic discerned the location and said. What a big island. Goku spoke. It's nerve-wracking, the battle will destroy the town below. Klin said worriedly. Yes, not leading artificial humans to uninhabited places will affect the inhabitants of the island. Gohan also spoke. There is a powerful chi on that mountain, it seems to be Yamcha them. Go. Sure enough, it's Goku, I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Yamuti, Tianjin Rice. Hey? Bulma? Why are you here too? Of course, come to see, don't worry, I will leave after seeing the artificial human. Bulma said, holding a child. Leave this alone, it's surprising that the little child on your hands. Noticed Klin, are you married to Yamcha? Humph, it's not my child, if you know whose child it is, you will be shocked. At this time, Yamcha's hair became shorter, and the person seemed to become stronger. Trunks, your dad is Vegeta. Goku stepped in, teased little Trunks, and laughed. What? Goku, how do you know, and even the name is right, we didn't tell anyone else beforehand, I want to surprise you. Really? I have superpowers. Chapter 54. We're not here to talk, what about Vegeta? Why is it missing? Vic saw that they didn't seem to stop talking, and his face turned green. Vic Kerr, my face is green, don't talk about it. I don't know, I don't live together at the moment. I believe he will come, and for that he did the most rigorous training. Yes, he will definitely come. The person who knows Vegeta best has to be the Monkey King. Humph, love doesn't come, don't let this matter in your heart, Sun Wumian is like this, Vegeta is also like this, expect me Vic Great Demon King to save the earth. Ha 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 ha, ridiculous. Bike, don't worry, isn't it me? Gaku said confidently. I didn't let Dumpling follow, and honestly his deeds weren't enough. It's better to be honest, I don't want to come, I'm so much worse than Super Saiyan. Clin agreed with Tianjin Rice. Someone is coming here, not the evil one. In addition to his hearing, Vic has the same eyesight. Ah! Is it Archie Loeb, are you also coming to fight? Gaku asked when he saw that he was an acquaintance. This is the fairy bean that the Karin immortals asked me to send, goodbye, come on. Akilobe sent the fairy beans, immediately got on the plane, and prepared to run. Hey! Don't you go into battle? You fools, I don't want to die yet, and I'm not interested in being with you. Boom! As soon as Archirobe's plane flew up, it was attacked and the plane was blown to pieces. Shout! After the two figures attacked, they landed in the town on the island. Gaku, did you see that? No, I can't feel the chi at all, what's going on? Since it's an artificial human, isn't there gas at all? But Gohan was smart and understood the truth at once. Ah! What? Yamcha's shocked forehead broke out in sweat. Since you can't feel the presence of chi, you can only find it with your eyes. In this way, everyone goes to look for it separately, and as soon as they find it, they immediately raise their chi and notify everyone. Sun Wukong spoke, Gohan, you go to find Akirobe, he should still be alive. Let's go. Vic Dang flew down first. Several soldiers were divided into 6 ways. Damn, somewhere, I already knew to let Trunks show me their pictures. Gaku stood on a circular roof and said ruefully. Damn, I can't find it anywhere. Clin landed on a street and found nothing. Hey, did you see strange people? Yes, that's you. And by the sea, Gohan succeeds in rescuing Akilobe. Is there really that kind of person? Yamcha searched between the corners of several houses, scream. Did it appear? Yamcha hurriedly rushed in the direction of the voice, it should be in this area. Strange, where did it run? Beep. On the 19th, this person's energy is abnormally high, far beyond the limits of humans, check whether the system is faulty. On the 20th, there is no glitch, I also got the same message. It's not Sun Wukong, it doesn't match the information, there is a 96% probability that it is a human named Yamcha. Yamcha asked around, and no one saw the murderer. Have you seen the duo who killed innocents? He even asked about the 19th and 20th of the Lord. It's us. Cyborg number 19 had a mechanical smile on his face. Cyborg number 20 immediately covered Yamcha's mouth and began to absorb the power from him. Ka. Then Yamcha was put through his chest with 5 fingers, which was really miserable. A big breath of gas is gradually disappearing. Who? Is it Yamuti? There it is. Wukong, Clin, Tianjin Fan, and Bic arrived at the same time. Clin, Yamcha is not dead yet, quickly take him to eat the fairy beans. Gaku shouted immediately. I see. Clin took Yamuti and returned to the place just now. You are artificial humans. Finally found it. Strange, why would you know that we are artificial humans? Seems to know that we will be here? Want to know? It depends on real skills. Is it? As you wish. Mechanical 20's smile is unpleasant. Wait, go where no one is, what do you say? Gaku spoke. A place where no one is? Yes, but there is no need to move specifically. Cyborg 20 fired a beam attack from his eyes, destroying a large part of the island town in an instant. Stop! Gaku was furious and knocked off the number 20's hat with a punch. I just want to make a place where no one is, it seems that you don't like it very much. Number 20 picked up the hat and put it back on. Abominable! I'm going to knock you two down and follow me. Okay, Monkey King, let you choose your own burial place. Hey! Why do you know Goku's name? Not only that, but I also know your names, Vic and Tianjin Rice, right? I'll ask later, let's go. Goku took the lead, followed by 4 other figures. Oh? They're going to change places, Klin said as he saw Goku leave quickly. Oops, they will draw on the power of others and must tell Goku. Yamcha, who had eaten fairy beans, came to life. Hey? Yamcha, you say they will draw strength? I also don't understand that after being caught by them, the power gradually disappears. If that's true, Dr. Gallo has really invented an amazing device. Bulma spoke. Oh, I have to go and tell my dad right away. At this time, the realm King God realm. Broly, I can't imagine that your talent is so good, so that you will soon be able to completely control the power of the great ape. After some battle, Sun Wumian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Great ape power? What is that? Do I have that power? Broly looked puzzled. What kind of race are the Saiyans? I should observe more. Even Sun Wumian, you are now surpassing me, the king god of the realm. In this way, Majin Buu is not a problem. As the supreme god, Xian is not unwilling, but can know people and make good use of them, which is also one of his character advantages. You know, Broly is the same age as Vegeta. At this age, just normal, combat effectiveness is already the same as Sun Wumian in the full power state of Super Saiyan, if he becomes Super Saiyan green form. But now Broly can't change, only in extreme anger, such as when Frieza killed him Odosen. That kind of power is too terrifying, and Sun Wumian has no intention of seeing it for the time being. Chapter 55. Monkey King, when else will you fly? You don't have the right to choose, here you can. Boom! Goku, Tianjin Fan, and Big had to follow the 2 artificial humans to land on a plateau. Gee! Although it is a plateau, it is surrounded by rocky mountains, so do they want to take advantage of the terrain in case? Vic frowned, heartily. Wu! Call! Before you start, tell me why you know about us. Gohan's panting look seemed to be struggling. I'll tell you. I'm afraid you'll regret asking this question. When Tianjin Fan saw Wukong like this, he wondered, what is going on with Goku? It's just flying here. Monkey King, ever since you broke our Red Ribbon Army, we've been scouting you with small insect-type machines, including during the Martial Arts Society, as well as duels with Vic and Vegeta. Design an artificial human that can take you down. Revenge on me? You are probably mistaken, I just broke a few of your branches, but it was someone else who destroyed your headquarters. Wukong said with a smile. He was right, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army was blown up by Sun Wumian. There is no mistake, that is, you destroyed the dream of the Red Ribbon Army to conquer the world, leaving only Dr. Gallo alone. It is quite lofty to say that the conquest of the world is quite high. Listen to your tone as if you are Dr. Gallo. Vic spoke. In fact, he wasn't mistaken, Cyborg 20 was Drive Gallo. Nonsense, I am the artificial human number 20 created by the doctor, and Dr. Gallo is long gone. So it is. Goku understood, but did you see the battle with Frieza? There is no need for that, with your age, even if you improve slightly, you will not grow much. You guys overlooked the fatal point, which is Super Saiyan. The powerful chi burst out, and Sun Wukong directly transformed into a Super Saiyan with a combat power of 200 million. At this time, Klin, Yamcha, and Gohan felt the aura of the Super Saiyan and rushed here. Such a powerful breath, is this Goku who became a Super Saiyan? Tianjin Fan looked shocked. You two don't do it, their purpose is me. It is indeed quite powerful, beyond our estimates, however, don't say it's me, the 19th alone is more than enough to deal with you. Oh? Then let me see. Drink. Goku said, taking the lead. Swish. Bang! Goku knocked out number 19 in 3 or 2 strokes. But the 19th didn't seem to have taken much damage and rushed back right away. In the air, Sun Wukong's continuous punches and kicks beat his opponent without being able to fight back. Wow, what a powerful force, there is too much difference, Goku is going to win. Tianjin Rice, who watched the battle, made a conclusion in advance. Is it? Vic didn't feel optimistic. Although Tianjin Fan discovered that something was wrong with Goku at the beginning, he did not think deeply. Day. Just then, Klin, Gohan, and Yamcha arrived. Dad. Gohan, don't worry, Goku is strong, he is a Super Saiyan, the other party can only talk big, and there is nothing to do at all. Tianjin Fan said with a relaxed face. It's amazing, is it my delusion that they absorb energy? Yamcha looked at the two who were fighting in the air, and Goku clearly had the upper hand. Hey! Gohan muttered after watching it for a moment. Gohan, did you also find out, Son Goku, he has done everything he can, but that's all. Bike, what are you talking about? Goku, he has an overwhelming advantage. Tianjin Fan turned his head and said. It's not. Super Saiyan's Goku power should be stronger. Vic, who has practiced with Goku, knows Goku's true strength. Yamcha said that they will absorb the energy of others, could it be the reason? Gohan guessed. What? Absorbing energy? Just grab your face and feel your chi being sucked away. Yamcha explained. Boom! With a loud bang, Cyborg 19 was shot to the ground. You see, the other party has been beaten all the time, and there is still nothing to do. Goku in the air sends out Turtle Kigong and chases the cyborg number 19 who has just gotten up. Good to go, haha. The artificial man opened his palm and actually absorbed all of Wukong's Turtle School Kigong. Oops, really absorb energy from the hands. Goku, they will use their hands to absorb other people's chi, don't send Kigong waves, be careful not to be caught. Vic reminded Goku loudly. Wu. Call. Will it absorb gas? Are you kidding? Call. Goku's expression was extremely painful. Hey, Goku doesn't look quite right, has he been taken away from so much chi? Klin spoke with a worried look. No, it shouldn't have been sucked out of him directly. Vic shook his head. At this time, the situation of the battle is reversed, and Goku retreats in defeat, panting heavily, and his hand covers the place where his heart is located. Sure enough, Daddy had a heart attack. What? That heart disease prophesied by the future teenager? Didn't you bring a special medicine? Goku was just sucked out. Klin opened the bag containing fairy beans, took out one and threw it over. Goku, this is fairy beans, eat it quickly. Great, Klin, thanks. Goku took Sendu and ate it with a click. However, Saiyan did not take effect at all. At this time, although Sun Wukong was a Super Saiyan, his combat power was only 70 million, and he was pressed to the ground by Artificial Man 19 and rubbed. The problem is in the heart. Gohan said anxiously. Why, didn't you take medicine to heal? Klin was puzzled. No, Dad hasn't been sick, so he hasn't taken medicine. On the other hand, Goku couldn't even maintain his Super Saiyan state, and after being knocked down, he returned to normal. Oops, Goku's energy. The others saw that Goku's energy was about to be sucked out, and they all rushed over. You are not allowed to go one step further, you can try if you don't die. Dr. Gallo blocked everyone's way. Try it, try it. Vic smiled confidently, as if he had something to hide. However, Shui was only a second away by the beam of light emitted by Dr. Gallo's eyes. Wearing a blue long-sleeved tights and a white combat suit, Vegeta is handsome. Vegeta kicked Artificial Man number 19 into the air, and the deep shoe print engraved the face of Artificial Man 19. Vegeta. Everyone looked over. It's my job to bring down Kakarot, there's no room for you to meddle. Vegeta spoke grimly. Chapter 56. Vegeta, this wave is good, I appreciate you. I don't know when, Sun Woomian suddenly appeared among everyone. That's right, he had teleported back to Earth and just happened to see Vegeta's handsome scene. Hey, Gome, is it teleportation again? Really, it always appears out of nowhere, disappears suddenly. Klin complained. Kakarot, you are so naive, you discovered the changes in your body, but forcibly transformed into a Super Saiyan, accelerating the heart attack. Then, Vegeta kicked Goku over, which of you will take him home and give him the original medicine? Goku. Dad. I'll take him back. Yamcha stood up, I'm really ashamed, I can't help. This is viral heart disease, may be contagious, you also need to take medicine. Vic reminded. Yamcha, please, Dad, he must get better. Don't worry, Gohan, after taking the medicine, Goku will be cured in 3 days. Sun Wu said with a smile, accidentally spoiler again. Really? Come on. Yamcha said, carrying Goku on his back and leaving. Number 19, no need to chase. Cyborg 19 was about to catch up when Dr. Gallo stopped him. The most fun stay at the end is also a pleasure, first clean up these minions, plus Vegeta, it should be more interesting. Dr. Gallo continued. On the 20th, there is one more person on their side, and there is a 70% probability that it is a guy called Yamcha. The problem is, the one who just flew away is also Yamcha, which is really strange. Hey, Gomen, you should have made a move, Goku lost, and Vegeta should not be an opponent. Klin looked at Sun Woomian and said. Don't panic, there are at least 3 people here who can beat these 2 artificial humans, you say, Vic. Sun Wu calmly opened his mouth and glanced at Bike. Oh? You know that? Vic was surprised. Of course, Sun Woomian knows that Vic hides his strength, and his combat power is 168 million, far exceeding the initial combat power of Cyborg 19 and 20 of 85 million and 90 million. Number 20, it's up to me to solve Vegeta. Really greedy, you have absorbed a lot of Sun Wukong's energy. Forget it, leave the rest to me. Humph. In fact, you are not as powerful as Legendary, and I know it after seeing your actions just now. Facing the artificial human, Vegeta smiled and spoke confidently. Hehe, I know everything about you. The shoe prints on No 19's face were not eliminated, and his smile was extremely funny. We are Saiyan, it's hard to calculate, when Kakarot became a Super Saiyan, you seem to be surprised, that is to say, your information is outdated, I just need to pay attention to your palms that absorb energy. I wonder if artificial humans are scared too. Hey! Then Vegeta clenched his fists, and the huge wave of air made people breathless. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan. Combat effectiveness 250 million. Hey! No matter how you change, you can't beat us artificial humans, just like the Monkey King. Number 19 flew up and punched out, right in front of Vegeta's face. Humph! Sure enough, that's all. Vegeta wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. I forgot to say, Super Saiyans have a short temper. You're lucky that you don't feel pain. Then Vegeta began to fight back, with incredible speed, kicking his opponent into the air with a hard kick. Number 19 was quite a fighter, one stood up to take the opportunity to counterattack, however, Vegeta reacted faster and fell backwards. Supporting the ground with his hands behind his back and kicking his opponent into the air with both feet. Then he reflexively caught up with another punch. Humph, is that blood or oil? Boom! It was useless for Cyborg 19 to shoot beams of light from both eyes, and Vegeta easily dodged it. The last volleyball punch knocked the opponent to the ground, smashing a huge deep pit. Vulnerable. Vegeta fell, opening his mouth contemptuously. Hey! Catch you, don't suck up your energy, I will never let go. Is it? Drink. Vegeta put his feet on No 19's face hard. Titicaca. It turns out that it is from the palm of the hand to absorb energy. Vegeta took the broken hand of the artificial human, glanced at it, and then threw it away. Wow! Whoa! I'm scared, Cyborg. Look at the move, this is my super attack. Vegeta fired a one-handed gas bomb at Cyborg 19, who was fleeing. Boom! Bang! Cyborg 19 was left with only a round head that fell to the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, Dr. Gallo fled directly. Hey, Vegeta, the other one escaped and hid over the rock. Tianjin Fan's third eye found it and hurriedly reminded him. Che, go home and drink milk leisurely, don't get in my way. After Vegeta finished speaking, he flew at an extremely fast speed, forming a vaporization around him, and chased after him. Although Vegeta was absorbed by number 19 with some of his energy, however, he did not use all his strength, so he went straight to catch up. I'm going to go over and take a look, I want to make sure the android is dead. Tianjin Fan said. I'm going to, isn't the practice just for this time? Gohan said. I'll go too, what about you? Although Vegeta has become stronger, but with your strength, it should be more powerful than him, why don't you make a move? Klin asked. I don't have to make a move, have you ever seen an elephant deliberately trample an ant to death? You guys catch up, I'm waiting for someone here. Sun Wumian said casually, and the person he was waiting for was, of course, Trunks. You are not the opponent of the number 20, he should be hiding in the rock mountain, because he is an artificial human, he can't find him by chi, be more careful, and notify me or Vegeta when you find him. Vic finally said. Gohan, Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Vic also chased after them. Above the small island 9 kilometers southwest of Nandu, the figure of Trunks appeared in the future. What's going on? The island is in chaos, Sun Wukong, they and the artificial people are not there, is it really late? Trunks said to himself. I wanted to move the time machine forward a little, but only the energy left was back. Yes? Gas, I feel the breath of fighting, by the way, they fight somewhere else. Ugh. See? It's the one from the future, who also has to fight, and that's right. It turned out that Bulma was driving the plane, and Archie Loeb, and little Trunks were also going to join in the fun, and just happened to see Trunks flying at high speed. Chapter 57. There. Trunks soon discovered traces of the battle. Hey, Trunks, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hey, is it Mr. Sun Gomayan? What's wrong with this artificial human that is different from the artificial human I know? Is there a third artificial human? The fourth and fifth will have, history has changed, but Trunks 3 years have passed, how come the strength has hardly increased? No, in the future, time has only passed half a year. Is that so? Ah, it's so hot, I'll go back first, come on, Trunks. Subsequently, Sun Wumian instantly moved to the turtle house, and then flew back to his home, well, because it was faster. Then he drank the coconut milk leisurely, and so on, what seems to be wrong? According to the original history, we were all wiped out by 2 artificial humans. Looks like the future has changed. Vic, who lost his gravity suit, showed his true strength. Humph! Bike, hurry up and clean him up, are you going to leave it to me? Vegeta urged with an unhappy look. Nope. I refuse, I was originally the evil embodiment of the god doppelganger, different from the Monkey King. At this moment, someone was approaching quickly, and everyone turned their heads to look. Who is it? Yes. That was Trunks. Vic said the name of the boy from the future. Hey? Trunks? His name is Trunks? Same name as my son. From the future. Is it? Vegeta heard this, thought for a while, and finally understood. Who is that guy? Did you fight him? Trunks immediately noticed Dr. Gallo below. What? Isn't he the artificial human you said? Vegeta asked aloud. Trunks looked solemn. What's going on? Isn't that right? Hey, what? How come? Bike, Gohan, Klin, and Tianjin Fan all looked shocked. Dr. Gallo noticed that a new guy had arrived and had decided to go back to the institute first. Hey, that's Bulma, right? Klin looked up. It just so happened that Bulma came in a plane and gave Dr. Gallo a ride. You said it was a coincidence. Hey! Everyone's there, hey? Bulma said hello, only to discover the fact that Cyborg 20 was Drive Gallo. Danger! Don't come over, leave quickly. Trunks reminded loudly. I said, you have no chance of victory, and the 17th and 18th will soon come to kill you. Dr. Gallo roared, sending out a powerful shockwave with one hand, pointing straight at Bulma's plane in the air. Thundered. In the huge explosion, Dr. Gallo took the opportunity to escape with the help of the terrain. Whew! It scares me to death. Trunks? It's okay, it's great. Bulma, who was saved by the future Trunks, said with trepidation. Gone. Hateful. Escaped. Damn, you have to find him and don't let him run. Vegeta said through gritted teeth as he clenched his fists. Swish. Suddenly, future Trunks stopped Vegeta angrily. Why didn't you reach out just now? It's your wife and children. Boring. Get out of the way, stay out of the way. Vegeta pouted. Trunks was speechless. In fact, the reason why Vegeta didn't care, the relationship during this period is not strong, although there are children, but the Saiyan family concept is very low, not to mention that he is still in the battle state of the Super Saiyan, Sundara, and does not want to save, but if something really happens, Dr. Gallo's brain is estimated to be flown away. Moreover, Vegeta's gritted teeth and anger after the engagement also explained, otherwise why did Bike, Klin and the others not show such anger about Dr. Gallo's escape? Or the kind that grits its teeth? Klin, is that strange old man just now also an artificial human? Hey? Oh, yes. That's probably Dr. Gallo himself. I've seen pictures in scientists' books. Strange, did he transform himself? Hey, that guy is Dr. Gallo. Klin shouted to the others. That artificial human is Dr. Gallo, what's going on? Vegeta gave up blind searching, fell down, and asked. I've seen pictures of him, he's a famous scientist, a nasty genius, probably reinvented himself for immortality. Didn't you say that Dr. Gallo was killed by an artificial human? All this is just nonsense, now even artificial humans are different. Vegeta glanced at Trunks and said unceremoniously. It can only be said that history has changed. Trunks could only explain. He said androids 17 and 18, or that's what you call androids, tell me their characteristics, I don't want to be mistaken again. As soon as Vic spoke, he asked directly about the point. This. Number 17 is a boy with long black hair and a scarf around his neck. Number 18 is a cute girl, the clothes feel similar to mine, both of them have cold eyes, wearing round earrings, and they should be able to tell the difference if they look closely. Trunks described. Ah! Cute girl? Kling's focus is different. Is it also drawing energy from your hands? Vic asked. Absorb energy? No, their energy is infinite. Trunks denied. Unlimited? Is it never decreasing? Vegeta said a little unpleasantly, Che, you can really cheat. By the way, what about Mr. Monkey King? Why isn't he here? Trunks was a little puzzled. Had a heart attack. Bulma. Do you know where Dr. Gallo's institute is? He must have returned to the institute. Vegeta asked, turning to Bulma. Chapter 58. Are you trying to destroy Cyborg 17 and 18 before Gallo returns to the institute to activate them? Vic asked Vegeta. Humph. I don't do such a timid thing. Vegeta smiled disdainfully. I just want to clean them up with my own hands. It's really boring to fight with those androids just now. No, you underestimate the artificial man. You should destroy it before he acts, as Vic said. The least waveless Saiyan Trunks retorted, if you can't make it, at least avoid fighting until Goku recovers. Humph. There is no need to wait for Kakarot. I am also a Super Saiyan. As a prince, the number of segments is of course relatively high. Don't try to hinder me. Vegeta said as the man flew away. Trunks, let him go, no matter what, we still have the final whole card. Vic spoke. Whole cards? What whole cards? Trunks looked puzzled. The whole card that Vic said is Sunwoo Noodles. Klin interjected. Yes, his strength must be above Goku and Vegeta, unfathomable. Vic nodded. Really that powerful? When I came here 3 years ago, I only heard Goku introduce him, but I am also a Super Saiyan, and I still don't make enemies, they are too powerful. It is indeed so powerful, when I still wanted to conquer the world, I was defeated by him with one move. Vic continued. Then I'll be a little relieved, but I'm also going to the northern capital. Although my father hates it, I can't let him die anymore. Ugh. After Trunks finished speaking, he chased in the direction of Baidu. Father? He said, Father, what is going on? Could it be that his father was also killed by artificial humans? Bulma asked strangely as she looked in the direction Trunks had left. There's no need to hide it, I'll tell you, his name is Trunks, Big said, pointing to the child Bulma was holding, and he's what this child will look like when he grows up. Everyone was taken aback. Hey? Bulma exclaimed in surprise, yes. Is it? It's really like. Klin came back from his shock, finally understand why he has become a Super Saiyan too. You'll be a good boy in the future. Bulma lifted little Trunks up and said, your eyes are fierce, and my mother was still worried. Klin, Gohan. Let's go to Gallo's Research Institute together. It is best to destroy the android before it can act. Vic was already ready, and said to Klin and the others. Yes. Yes. Tianjin Rice, Klin and Gohan answered. Aunt Bulma, please help inform my father about this, and if he is well, please come quickly. Gohan walked over and said to Bulma. Okay, but how do I inform? The plane is broken. Gohan, you take him, the artificial man's side, just destroy, we're enough. After Vic finished speaking, the 3 aerosolized figures flew extremely fast and rushed towards the direction of the northern capital. By this time, Trunks had caught up with Vegeta. Dead father? Although he has done a lot of bad things, he also has merits. Although he is proud and not gentle, I know him. Liar, he has no advantages at all, even my mother and my young me do not save. Want to follow me all the time? Well. Interesting, drink. Vegeta sped up, intending to throw off Trunks who was following behind him. However, Trunks also became a Super Saiyan and instantly closed the distance. How long are you going to spy on me? Get out of here. Vegeta glanced back at Trunks unhappily. Hugh, you want to fight the androids? You really underestimate the horror of the 17th and 18th. Humph. If you say so, I will be more combative, this is a Saiyan. Vegeta was even more excited. And the 3 of them were not slow, and soon arrived in the northern capital. See. Gallo's Research Institute is in the cave near here, surrounded by mountains, Can you find it? Let's look for it separately, according to the custom. If you find it, make a code. Vic said. Whew! The north is really cold. Clint shrunk his neck. What code is you going to do? Just raise your breath suddenly. Good. Tianjin Fan agreed. Tianjin Rice, do you have any money? I want to buy a coat. Nope. Bear with me, I'll feel cold too. Earthlings are really troublesome. If you don't hurry, the 17th and 18th will start moving. Vic said impatiently. Vic said it because, at this time, the androids 17 and 18 had already been released, and had already killed Dr. Gallo, who made them, and the 16th was also released. The original history has changed, and this time, Clint did not discover the location of the Institute in time, as did the others. It wasn't until half a day later that they went around and found the location of Dr. Gallo's Institute. The door of the Institute was not closed, and only Dr. Gallo was found in a different place, and nothing else was found. Damn, it's so fast. Must be afraid of my strength. Vegeta clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan, intending to find Cyborg 17 and 18. No, since the 17th and 18th have already been released, let's wait until Goku recovers. Trunks reached out to stop Vegeta. Hehe, you're mistaken, what I'm most dissatisfied with is not the artificial human, but Kakarot. I can clean up the artificial human without his power. Don't mess around, you're just going to die in vain. Vegeta suddenly punched Trunks in the chest, and then flew away without looking back. Whew! Yes. It's a pity that Vegeta could have been highlighted again, because his current strongest combat power is 750 million, while the cyborg number 18 is only 275 million, and the number 17 has a combat power of 300 million. What now? Tianjin Fan asked. Unable to find artificial people, everyone had to regroup. Go to Sun Wukong's house first and transfer him elsewhere. The target of the artificial man seems to be Sun Wukong, and he must be cured of his disease first. Vic pondered for a moment and spoke. Then I'll go find Vegeta. I don't know what he is going to plan, I must not let him mess around. Trunks voiced his intentions. No need to hide it, everyone knows, you are the child who grows up, only Vegeta alone does not know. Clint said, looking at Trunks. So that's it, I'm sorry. It's just a trifle, you don't have to apologize. Chapter 59. Day. Number 17, why did you land? Go easily, leisurely, too fast is not interesting. Going to walk. Let's go by car, there may be a car passing by later, let's take the passing car. It's boring, your personality is still human. Number 16, you were originally created to kill Sun Wukong, right? Number 17 turned to ask the big man number 16. That's right. Oops, I finally spoke, I thought you couldn't speak, although the actions according to Gallo are unpleasant, we artificial humans should also have goals. Number 17 crossed his hands at his waist and continued. Number 16, you are also a human transformed artificial human, right? No, I created it out of nothing. Yes, then we're very different. Number 18 clasped his hands to his chest and spoke in surprise. The 17th, 18th, and 16th waited for a long time, and finally a car was reached. Hey, do you know where Monkey King is? Sitting in the car, number 18 looked at number 17 and asked. I think there will be intelligence coming soon. Then you don't know where he is, oh my god, when will I find him? Sun Wukong's home is in a mountain village in the 439 area of the Eastern District. The 16th suddenly spoke the answer. Oh? Did you know that Dr. Gallo told you? Yes, if you fly, it will only take a few minutes to arrive. That is to say, on the 17th, you actually have to take the car, in vain. That's right, it's fun because it's a wasted effort. The 17th said and started the car. Suddenly. There, that's Goku's home. Knock. Knock. Gohan is back. Hey? It turned out to be Klin. Kiki jerked the door open, and Klin's nose was swollen from being hit by the door. Ah, it hurts. Trunks, she's Goku's wife. Trunks said hello when he heard this. Hey? Who are you? At this moment, Yamcha, who sent Goku back, heard the movement and walked out. Klin. Great, you're okay, I'm worried about death. What about Goku? How is he now? Klin asked Yamcha. He's fine, just took his medicine and is sleeping. Oh? From the future. You're here to bring down the androids. Yamcha noticed Trunks. Me? No. Trunks was embarrassed, he asked himself that he did not have this strength, and took the time machine back in time to find a way to hit the artificial human. Needless to say, I understand, after all, you're also a Super Saiyan, Yamcha interrupted Trunks' next words. Now is not the other time, the target of the artificial human is Goku, it is likely to be here soon, Goku can't have an accident, now everyone must transfer to Wushan teacher's house. Klin said with a solemn expression. Don't bother so much, just transfer to me. The sudden appearance of the voice startled several people in Klin. Everyone turned to look, it turned out that Sun Woomian didn't know when he came. Klin, Trunks, the real enemy is not an artificial human, but Shiru, the time is almost there, go, let's go and meet it for a while. Monkey King continued. The real enemy? Shiru? We don't understand what you said. Klin and Trunks looked dazed. This is a long story, I'll explain it later. Now Trunks will go with me to the capsule company to find Bulma, Klin, Yamcha, you guys look at Goku, by the way, Gohan should be back soon. Then, Sun Woomian took Trunks and left at high speed. Really, since I knew him, he has always been mysterious, really elusive. Klin muttered as he looked in the direction where Sun Woomian had disappeared. Chapter 60. Zidu, Capsule Company. Trunks? Specially to see your young and beautiful mother? Bulma's narcissistic opening completely ignored Sun Woomian. Trunks didn't even know how to speak. Bulma, we came here to ask if someone in the western countryside picked up a strange flying object a few days ago. Sun Wu asked straight to the point. Strange flying object? How do you know? Someone did ask our company that they had picked up incredible flying objects, but they couldn't launch them at all, and asked us to teach them. That's right, it must be Shiru. Shiru? What is that? Bulma was confused for a moment, and continued, later, I asked about the type of flying object, which is obviously a product of my company, but my company has never seen such a product. You see, this is the photo they transmitted, and the word capsule company is on the fuselage. 3 years ago, Bulma wasn't there when Trunks came, so she didn't know what Trunks' time machine looked like. Hey! How so? No way! Trunks took out a capsule from his pocket, obviously my time machine turned back into a capsule and still carried it with me. Later, Trunks came to the yard and turned the capsule into a time machine. Oh? Is this the time machine you're sitting on? It's really like the flying object in the picture. What's going on? I want to know, how many time machines have I built in the future? Bulma asked. How much? Just one fight took all the effort. That's strange, by the way, the location in the photo is probably in the 1050 area of the West, do you want to see it? Yes. I'm going to see for myself. Trunks and Bulma quickly arrived at the location of the photo. This. Look here. I am the hope I wrote before I set off, and this one is also the time machine I sit on. Trunks wiped the dust off the time machine and said in disbelief. But what the hell is going on? this one seems to have been here for a long time. Bulma touched her chin and muttered. This hole is so strange, it seems to be dissolved by the heat. Trunks flew up and found a large hole in the time machine. Who drove it? Click, Trunks opened the door and entered the seat, and at first glance he found Chiru's eggshell. What is it? Trunks, show me. Bulma took 2 eggshells underneath and tried to put them together, like the eggshell of something. Could it be that something was born out of this egg, and this big hole was drilled? Trunks continued to look. The time of departure is AIG 788. 3 years after I arrived, came to this era, about 4 years ago. A year before I arrived, who the hell? Why did you come here? Trunks' voice was terrified. History will change? Is it because of it? In the meantime, the temple. Hey, Tenjin, do you really want to assimilate? No need, no matter what happens on Earth, just have me. Once you assimilate, the Dragon Ball will disappear. Sun Wumian said. The heavenly god did not pay attention to Sun Wumian but was looking at the world, and had a panicked expression. The inexplicable uneasiness in the past 4 years is really not just because of artificial people. I also don't know what the time machine carries, I just know that there are more unexpected creatures than artificial humans somewhere on Earth. What? What's going on? Bike, who was still sitting cross-kneeled, stood up and asked loudly. Indeed. The day seems to have come for me to assimilate with Vic and become a warrior, Tenjin continued to himself. Soon after, the Earth will change dramatically, which is different from the past, and even if you understand it, you will be helpless. Sun Wumian was speechless. Tien Shen and Vic completely underestimated Sun Wumian and overestimated their assimilated self. Even if it is a complete Shailu, the total strength is only 5.9 billion combat power. Although the current strongest Super Saiyan in Sun Wumian is only 4 billion combat power, don't forget that he still has a check-in system. Chapter 61. Trunks, grandparents must be very happy to have time to play. Bulma and Trunks put away the time machine they found and returned separately. On the plane, Bulma turned on the radio. Now continue to broadcast the news. Just now, the western town of Kijia, which completely cut off contact an hour ago, the investigation team rushed to the scene and found that all the residents had disappeared, completely uninhabited, currently. Hearing this, Bulma broke out in a cold sweat, in the vicinity of the time machine location. Could it be? Bulma contacted Klin as soon as possible. Goku, who fell into a deep sleep due to a heart attack, finally moved to Kamea. After all, everyone is there, and it is convenient to take care of. Hey! I'm Bulma, and something terrible has happened. I'm Klin, what happened? You open the TV and every channel is broadcasting, but choose channel 872. Who called? The Turtle Immortal and Yamcha were drinking tea and asked. Well, it's Bulma, tell us to watch TV, Klin said, then turned it on. Now, the latest intelligence is here, the results of the investigation. Many of the victims' clothes were found, and all 15,000 residents disappeared. This is... The Turtle Immortal had a sense of foreboding. Artificial people. They finally got their hands on it. Klin said through gritted teeth. I think it's probably not, Bulma said on the other end of the phone. Trunks must have thought the same way. Coincidentally, Trunks just happened to arrive at the Turtle House. Trunks, you came just in time. What are your opinions after reading the news? News? What the? Trunks was a little puzzled, and then looked at the TV. What's that? I heard the cry. Yes. Help me. There was a cry for help on the TV, and the picture was gone, turning into snowflakes. At this time the temple. Enough. How can you have fun alone? What exactly do you see? Tell me quickly. Vic spoke with a look of displeasure. There's no need to say it, when we become one, you'll naturally know what I saw. It looks like a pretty powerful monster. Vic clasped his hands to his chest and smiled. Hurry up, otherwise more victims will appear. I still have to keep my original appearance, got it? Of course, you are young and your strength is above me, I can only give you increased strength and extensive knowledge. Reach out and touch me. God, Bobo said sadly. Now what is needed on Earth is not gods, but strong people. Vic has changed, the former evil heart gradually disappears, and after assimilation, it can no longer be separated. Thank you for your care, Mr. Bobo. Drink. The dazzling light blinded Sun Wumian's eyes, and on Earth, God was temporarily gone. Appeared, Super Namex Man. Goodbye, God, I hope you don't die. Bobo said. Now I am neither a god nor a bic, but a nemesis who has forgotten his name. Vic turned his head and made a goodbye gesture with a confident smile. I'm leaving. Well, went looking for the monster Shrew. Although Sun Wumian is a little unhappy that Vic and God don't believe in his strength, it doesn't matter, since Vic is so confident now, give a chance to show well. At the same time, Kamea. After the live broadcast was interrupted, it still hasn't resumed. I don't know what happened on the scene. A voice on the TV rang out. Trunks, is it really going to be the guy who ran out of the empty shell? I think it's right. The location is also close. I'm sure what's going on. Hey. Never mind. It's so dangerous. Clin and Yamcha hurriedly spoke to stop it. It's okay, I can be a Super Saiyan. The real scary thing is the android. But... Clin wanted to say something. I'm going to. But it was Gohan who suddenly spoke. Gohan. You can't go. Kiki suddenly appeared and roared. I'll just go alone, you guys must protect Mr. Goku from androids. Chapter 62. The monster has appeared. Vic, who came to the scene, turned his head to look and suddenly was shocked in his heart. Hey! What's going on? The chi felt from this guy. Help me! I'm the richest man in town. Hurry up and save me! The humans caught by Shrew saw Vic as if they saw a lifesaver. However, money is not everything. No money is impossible. After all, the human race will inevitably die, and be sucked dry by Shrew's tail. Now it's your turn, Vic the Great Devil. Shrew looked at Vic and smiled ugly. When Vic heard this, he couldn't believe it. Hey! Why do you know my name and who are you? Hey! Shalo burst out of power, not only Bike's chi on his body, but also Vegeta Goku and others. I am your brother. Even the Frieza father and son had the chi, while Clin, Gohan, Trunks, and Yamcha felt it elsewhere. Hey, what's going on? What is this breath? Even the Turtle Immortal rushed out of the Turtle Immortal house. What's going on? Impossible, in a similar area to planet Vegeta, Vegeta couldn't believe it. Monster! Feel me in detail about your true identity. Vic said with a solemn expression. No need, because you'll be my food right away. Shrew still had an ugly smile. Oh? Not going to say? Vic suddenly smiled. In that case, I won't ask again, just solve you. Hey! Vic the Great Demon wants to kill me? I'm afraid. Before Shayla finished speaking, Vic burst out with more power, which could be seen from the larger pits in the ground. The combat power of Vic at this time exceeded 300 million. It's a pity, I'm not Bike, you recognized the wrong person. At this time, Trunks and Clin were rushing here together, and Clin didn't want to come, but he still had to come. There is a new breath of chi, and it is still a guy of unknown origin. Trunks said as he flew. This guy is Bike. Clin's spirit flashed, and he thought that when everyone in the northern capital was separated before, he guessed Bike's intentions. Well, but... That's right, Vic and God with great power, he's a super nemesis. It's amazing that you can increase your strength to this level. Suddenly, the huge impact made Clin and Trunks involuntarily stop. Hey? What was the shock wave just now? Look at the sky over there, the battle has begun. Clin looked at the energy erupting in front of him and said. At this time, the three artificial people number 16, 17, and 18 had not yet gone out of the north, and they were still driving the snatched truck for a leisurely ride. Phew! An emergency brake, the 17th and 18th came down the door. The atmosphere did shake just now, right? Number 17 stood on the side of the road, clasped his hands to his chest, and spoke. 18 agreed with his hands crossed at his waist. Volcanic eruptions? Still is. It's far away anyway. It's the outskirts of the western capital. The voice of number 16 came from inside the car, and then number 16 also got out of the car. Two powerful forces are probably fighting. Number 16. You have a radar with reconnaissance power, why didn't you say it earlier? Number 17 turned to ask. Because you didn't ask. So that's the case, then can you tell me by the way, who is fighting with whom? There is no information about them, but the strength of one of them is very strong enough to match you. Number 16 positive color road. What? Number 17 didn't believe it at all. Dr. Gallo made another mistake, your radar is faulty. There can be no one in this world who is as powerful as me. How stupid! Number 16. Number 18 said, and number 17 opened the door and got into the car. Number 16. Chapter 63. Ka. Humph. Day. After Vic kicked Faishalu, he spoke thoughtfully, it seems that I feel that you are a powerful monster, and there is nothing wrong with it. Shrew was still smiling ugly. Complete? Is that why humans are attacked? Hey. I absorb the essence of living beings as energy. Vic gritted his teeth to hold back his anger. Answer me. Who used the time machine to transport you to this era? Is it your companion? It was myself, when the light machine was too small for my body, and I had to degenerate myself into an egg. However, it surprised me that you even know about the time machine. But, said Shrew, suddenly making a startling gesture, you don't know about this. Turtle. Send. Gas. Attack. How can it make sense? Vic was so shocked that he almost forgot to dodge. Although he barely dodged, Shrew suddenly appeared behind Vic and locked him up. Woohoo! Humph! Thorn in the arm? Likewise, I want your powerful essence of life. Purring. This Shrew's tail seemed to be sucking water, and quickly sucked one of Bike's arms dry. In fact, Vic deliberately let him be sucked by Shrew's arm, and he broke free as soon as he tried hard. Woo! Call! Vic acted very well, and he put on a breathless look. Hey! Although he fled, one hand was scrapped and the situation was reversed. Shrew spoke proudly. Indeed, the situation is unfavorable and regrettable. Probably you won. Haha. You also have to throw in the towel, and you should feel honored to be part of my strength. Shrew burst out laughing. Before being absorbed, tell me, who exactly are you and why do you have the chi of Sun Wukong and others? The meaning in Vic words is to get an answer before you die. Well, I'll tell you, my name is Shrew, I'm an artificial human. It was Dr. Gallo's computer that produced me. Gallo again. Dr. Gallo collected the cells of the combatant and studied to synthesize them into artificial humans, but gave up halfway through because it was too time-consuming. However, the computer did not stop and continued to operate. When Sun Wukong, Bike, and Vegeta were fighting, the cells were collected. Hearing this, Vic suddenly laughed. Goku at that time? No wonder your turtle school Kigong just now is not very powerful. Dr. Gallo should have said that there are small robots that spy on your movements, small robots like bees, which no one can detect, and which are also responsible for collecting cells. Shrew suddenly pointed into the air. Look, it's coming, it's going to send information about the current situation back to the computer, perhaps, it wants your cells. A Qigong wave from Vic beat the small robot into slag. Hey, it's too late to destroy it, actually, my completion is also in the future in 24 years. How can it be reasonable? Gallows Research Institute should have been destroyed. The computer is in the basement of that institute. Well, it's too much to say, it's time for me to absorb. Last question, what is the purpose of your coming here from the future? It is not enough for me to become a complete body absorbing the essence of human life, I also have to synthesize 2 special life forms, the computer tells me, that are the number 17 and number 18 made by Dr. Gallo. What? That's why I just started to act. The future 17th and 18th seem to be knocked down by Trunks and do not exist, fortunately. Trunks has a time machine, I killed Trunks and came to this era on a time machine. Why this era? I don't know, Trunks said it, I just pressed the button, and the computer told me that if I can become a complete body, I will gain unimaginable and terrifying power. Why? Why do you want to have overwhelming power? Boring question. Maybe it's because I have Saiyan cells and Vic cells. So that's it, thank you for helping me solve the mystery. Wow! Vic drank slowly, and his arm grew back in, it's very informative. You're trying to paraphrase me. Shayla was stunned. Chapter 64. It's really dull, I didn't find that my arm can be regenerated, Shaylu, even if you add the energy of absorbing my one hand, my strength is still above you, take your life. It's quite a brainstorm, deliberately losing a hand to let me tell the truth. Shaylu didn't seem to be flustered at all. I have the wisdom of God. What? So it is, you are Vic and God's union. Shrew was surprised for a moment and thought to himself, in other words, the Dragon Balls have disappeared because of this, and no one who dies can be resurrected, but for me, it is good news. No wonder the strength is so strong, but the appearance is the great demon king of Vic. Well? Shayla said, suddenly turning his head to look into the air, it turned out that Trunks and Clin had arrived. Sure enough, Vic and God are combined. Clin spoke, the guy over there is. It's the monster that ran out of that empty shell. Shrew was surprised, Trunks. He also came here using a time machine. Stupid guys, killed by me in the future, the same here. He killed the residents of Chica Town. Yes. Watch his tail, they all disappeared because of the tail. Vic reminded. Why? Feel Goku's chi from him, Clin's bald head said with sweat. Let's talk about the details later, clean him up before that. Clean me up? Do you think it's that simple? Shrew spoke calmly. Spoke in. The monster actually spoke, and Clin and Trunks were shocked. You have no chance of winning in this situation. Vic said. Indeed, I should have left here. Don't think about escaping, the previous Turtle Sect Qigong doesn't work anymore. Turtle Pi Qigong? Will he also perform Goku's Turtle Pi Qigong? Clin, who was on the sidelines, was in disbelief. Clin, it's not just that, if I want to, even the Genki bomb is no problem. Surprisingly, you actually know my name, and Goku must be surprised to know it. Oh? Is Monkey King still alive? Of course, Clin said of course. Yes, he's still alive. Sure enough, it's not the same history as I know. I must absorb the 17th and 18th, and it will be in vain that you try to stop me. Shayla suddenly made a familiar stance, sun fist. They. Intense light temporarily blinded Bike, Clin, and Trunks, and when they came to their senses, Shrew had fled. Damn, he slipped away. MS, isn't Sun Fist a move from Tianjin Rice? The direct burst of the big gas. It's not hard to learn Sun Fist, Goku and I will," said Klin. Syllable. Vic flew into the air, looked for a few laps, and did not find it. Shiro would also hide his chi. Abominable. The chi completely disappeared, and it turned out that he would also do that trick. Vic fell back to the ground, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. His fists clenched, and he burst out with amazing chi. Ms. I was too careless, I should have taken him down as soon as possible, ugh. Just as Vegeta arrived. Vic Bike. What's the matter, he suddenly has such strong combat power. Boom. Vegeta fell in front of the three. Tell me what happened here. Tianjin Fan is rushing here, wait for him to come and talk together. Vic clasped his hands to his chest, already regaining his calm. Humph. So I want to know one thing, are you really Vic Bike? He and God are united again. Trunks answered first. Oh? What a fit, just like that. The combat effectiveness is so much stronger. If I hadn't surpassed the Super Saiyan, maybe I wouldn't have been his opponent. After a few people waited for a while, Tianjin meal arrived. After that, Vic told the details to everyone. Chapter 65. Oops, you have to quickly find the guy named Shalo just now. After understanding the details, Klin spoke worriedly. Can you find it? That guy must secretly hide his breath and constantly absorb human energy. Trunks was not optimistic. In any case, if you don't stop Shiro from absorbing number 17 and number 18, it will be a shame. Tianjin Fan said firmly. So we have to find the whereabouts and kill him, or find the 17th and 18th and kill them. I think the only way to defeat Shalo is to take him down before his strength increases. Vic makes the final decision. Humph. It's really troublesome, so let him become completely well, reduce the number of opponents, and save trouble. Vegeta said with an unhappy look, I don't care what the enemy becomes. Just kill it. Don't underestimate Shalo's power. As the first to fight Shiro, Vic still has a lot of say. Whatever you like, whatever you want. Vegeta dropped a word, and the man flew away. Hey, Trunks, wouldn't it work to use your time machine to go back in time and destroy the androids? Klin asked. Yes, the future of that dimension has nothing to do with this dimension. Then, now to Gelo's Research Institute, is it useless to destroy the unfinished Shiro? No, we still have to destroy it, at least, there will be no Shalo born in the future of this dimension. You two go to the Research Institute, and Tianjin Fan and I will look for Shalo around here. Vic spoke. Well, if you can't find it, go to the Turtle House when the time comes, and maybe you can find his whereabouts through the TV news. Klin nodded, and then headed for the northern capital with Trunks. The ruins of the Institute, Klin was cold to the point of shrinking his neck. Is there really a basement? How to find? Simply turn over all here. Klin. With that, it should be here. Trunks quickly found an underground entrance. Look, this thing must be Shiro. Go into the basement and see the computer in action. Good. Do it. Klin said that he was going to send out Qigong waves to destroy this place. Slow. Slow down. Trunks suddenly saw the blueprints on the table. Oh? Is it Shalo's blueprint? Nope. You see, it says number 17 here, just show this to your mother, maybe you can find the weakness of number 17. Trunks opened the drawings and looked at them, and he was excited, he dreamed of killing number 17 and number 18. Thundered. The two then destroyed the basement and left the place. Trunks, great! There was a windfall. After Trunks was happy, he fell silent, as if considering something. Klin, please help me bring this to my mother. Hey? You're not going with me? Klin wondered. I want to practice with my father. Good is good, but I don't think Vegeta will let you follow. I don't want to be with that kind of father either, but practicing in battle progresses faster than practicing alone. Alright. Come on. Vic and Tianjin Fan searched for Shiru to no avail, so they could only return to the turtle house first. So, 2 days, 3 days. The latest report, the monster appeared in the big town in the 48th location of the southern district this time, and half of the residents were killed. Damn, this time it is the southern district. Shailu, you should stop at enough. Vic stared at the TV, gritted his teeth. Sand. Syllable. Suddenly, there was movement outside the house, the window was suddenly opened, and when I looked out the window, Bike's face was green, and the artificial people number 17, 18, and a large artificial person who did not know him came to the door. Strictly speaking, this is the first appearance of Cyborg 16, 17, and 18, and Vic has only described 2 of them by Trunks. Previously, when they found Gallo's research institute in the northern capital, Gallo was killed, and the androids 17 and 18 had already left. Hey! Is Monkey King there? Number 17 asked, with his hands in his trouser pockets. Vic did not answer, but thought to himself, damn, come to the door at this time. Monkey King doesn't seem to be here. Instead, number 16 opened his own mouth. Yes. The 17th now simply does not believe in the capabilities of his radar. In fact, Goku was sleeping in the room on the 2nd floor of Kamea at this time, and the energy radar of number 16 did not perceive it. Get up, the worst guest is coming. Vic turned to call out to Klin and Yamcha, who were sleeping. After staring at the TV for a long time for 3 consecutive days, Klin and Yamcha could no longer stand it, even martial artists had to rest. Get out of here, Monkey King is not here. Coming outside the house, Vic said unceremoniously. Oh? So, please tell me, where is he? Number 17 was not angry and continued to ask. Do you think we'll be honest? Vic asked rhetorically. How did you find this place? Klin interjected suspiciously. If you don't say it, then I have to force you to say it by force. Number 17 laughed. Is it? Then try it, opposite an uninhabited island, we will go there to fight. Vic said, pointing to the opposite island. Oops. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Number 17 scoffed. You don't use it, and it's useless when you come. Vic glanced back at Klin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Rice, and then flew to the opposite island with the 3 artificial humans. Klin. Will Vic win? Although Yamcha was unwilling to his strength, he still asked. It's hard, there are 3 people on the other side, 2 of them are Trunks, said number 17 and number 18, and there is another unexpected artificial human. Tianjin Rice and came out of the situation is not optimistic. What can I do about this? Goku's illness is not good yet, and this guy Gomen's game disappears again, and I can only hope that Vegeta or Trunks will come to fight quickly. Klin clenched his fists and muttered. On an uninhabited island, number 16 is immersed in the scenery of nature, and number 18 sits cutely on a large rock with his hands on his cheeks and a relaxed expression. Number 17 rolled up his sleeves and got ready to fight. Bang! Vic dropped his gravity suit, intending to use his full strength at the beginning. Number 17 stepped forward and spread his hands. I really don't understand, you know that there is no chance of victory, why do you have to fight, to buy time, or are you a fool yourself? Humph! Bike's solemn expression disappeared, replaced by the excitement before the battle. Okay, let's get started. Are you the only one fighting me? Number 17. Of course. Just by you, I didn't have to make a move. Hearing this, Vic thought to himself, very good. If there is only one opponent, defeating any of them will prevent Shiru from becoming full. Vic turned his fist into a claw and began to explode. The whole uninhabited island shook, flying sand and stones. Vic breath exploded, and the combat power was 310 million. Not bike. On the 16th. Something was wrong. What? Number 17 looked at number 16 in disbelief. Chapter 66. Kamea, Gohan, who was still taking care of Goku, ran downstairs. Uncle Vic. Is the opponent Shailu? No, it's an artificial human. Klin said. No, Uncle Vic will be killed, I'm going to help. Gohan. Come back, your current degree is too different, it's useless to go, it will only get in the way. The familiar voice. Daddy. Goku. It's you. Are you cured? Goku. Why did you run out right away when you woke up? Kiki also rushed out at this time. Sorry to worry you, my illness is completely better. You've just recovered, you have to go back and continue to lie down. In my dream, I heard what everyone said, I understand the general situation, it doesn't look good. You're all wearing a martial arts uniform, are you going to fight now? No way. Don't worry, I won't fight hard, now Vic is better than me, and I already know that Vegeta has surpassed Super Saiyan, and I want to surpass too. Beyond Super Saiyan. The turtle immortal walked out at this time. Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, and Gohan were all surprised by Goku's words. Well, I plan to practice for a year, if I don't do it, I will give up. A year? So long? Everyone opened their mouths, and the yellow cauliflower was cold after this practice. Don't worry, there is a place where 1 day equals 1 year. Hey! Kiki, I'm going to take Gohan with me, okay? Ah! No kidding. However, it's useless for me to stop it, there's really no way. Thanks, I'm hungry now, do you have anything to eat? On the uninhabited island, number 17 was shocked and distracted when he heard no 16's words. Vic slashed at number 17 in the back, and number 17 stumbled a few steps forward and almost fell. Barely steadying his figure, as soon as he turned around, he was punched in the face again. In the face of Vic's continuous attacks, 17 took a while to slow down, grabbed his opponent's arm, and kicked and flew. Vic saw that he was about to crash into the hill, and he turned in the air and rushed back with one foot. The two continued to fight, hitting from the ground to the air. Vic attacked fiercely and gained the upper hand, and the 17th kept parrying. Caught off guard, number 17 was beaten down. Immediately afterwards, Vic fell, looking at number 17 lying on the ground, expressionless. Just as number 17 was about to stand up, Vic stretched out his right hand, held his right arm with his left hand, and a gas wave hit him. Boom! After the explosion, 1/3 of the island was blown up, and rubble flew around. Although number 17 had been evaded in the air, it appeared to have been injured. The 17th is not right, flicked the earrings, and be serious. The two fought again with fists and feet. After that, Vic hit a Qigong wave, and number 17 smiled slightly and easily dodged. If one can't work, then a few more. Vic began to use the prince's combat method, and his hands fired waves continuously, but all failed. Still can't, then come to a big one, seeing this on the 17th, crossing his hands and preparing to take the call. The 17th carried the Qigong wave of Vic and threw it hard, and the Qigong wave exploded in the air. The more excited the battle became, the two collided together again, and the sea water that exploded below appeared a rainbow, running between the two. Just when the two confronted, number 18 saw that they were fighting endlessly, and stood up impatiently, saying that he wanted to fight instead of number 17. The two were fighting hotly, of course, they didn't want to. Vic rushed up again, and another continuous Qigong wave was hit, but none of them could hit. Stupid, where are you fighting? Vic ignored the words of number 17, and it was still a continuous Qigong wave that hit, all of which were deviated. Number 17 felt that something was wrong, and when he looked back, he was already surrounded by Qigong waves. You have no way to retreat, go and die. Vic clasped both hands, and countless Qigong waves hit number 17 in the middle. Everyone in Kameya clearly saw the huge explosion. Hey? What happened? Hey! The corners of Bike's mouth curved, thinking that the 17th must be dead. However, the smoke cleared, and number 17 was surrounded by blue light, a shield that he used to block the deadly attack. Vic has a green face, this is not an open hanging. What a pity. You almost succeeded. Number 17 put away the shield and spoke. Humph. The fun has just begun. Let's fight in another place, so as not to destroy this small island, and cherish nature. Proposition 17. The fierce battle is indeed about to blow up this uninhabited island. At the same time, Shailu, who was in the southern district, felt the fluctuations of the battle just now. This fierce Chi is the Vic Great Demon King who merges with the gods. He will use such a powerful force, the opponent must be number 17. Finally found it, I'll go right away, wait for me. My power has surpassed theirs. Shailu excitedly went to the battle site, ready to absorb Cyborg 17 and 18. And Vic and the androids come to a new island. It's not an artificial human, but the strength is so strong, it seems that it is not the Great Demon King of Bike, but I am not interested in your identity, I just want to know where the Monkey King is, don't you really say? The 17th asked again about the whereabouts of Sun Wukong. In fact, when Gaku woke up, number 16 could know, but he was busy paying attention to the battle, and Gaku was already in the temple at this time. Your purpose is to kill Sun Wukong, how could I tell you? Then continue to fight until you say, this time, I will use my true skills. This time, number 17 learned to be smart, in order to avoid Vic using long-range Qigong attacks, it was hand-to-hand combat. Number 17 first made a false move, successfully attracting Vic to attack the head with a fist, and number 17 took the opportunity to bend over and punch Vic in the chest. Another elbow hit Vic in the back, and Vic was knocked down. Vic Carp turned over straight, number 17 swept with one foot, and Vic followed the backflip to open the distance. Bah! Vic spat out a mouthful of blood and moved his neck, the speed is good, but it's a pity that the power of the fists and feet is too light. What? How dare you say such a thing? I am the strongest cyborg in history, number 17. The 17th is not happy, they are all beaten like this, and they have to install a wave? The 17th rushed up, and it was another false move, and a hand knife was slapped in the back of the head by Vic Kerr. Vic was also powerful, reflexively kicked back, hit number 17 in the jaw, wanted to take advantage of the situation to kick again, empty. The 17th landed and returned a punch, and Vic's return fire was fast, the head hammer attacked, and the two fought up and down, and separated again. Cyborg number 17 infinite energy, his own combat power of 300 million, has now been equal to the opposite gesture, and if he fights again, Vic is likely to lose. Chapter 67. Ha 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 ha. Shailu, who was rushing in, was extremely excited and laughed ugly, the day I have been waiting for a long time has finally come, and it can become a complete body. The 17th, 18th are waiting. And Vic and number 17 are completely unaware of the proximity of Shailu, they are still fighting fiercely, you punch me and I hit, it becomes turn-based. On the Kameya side, Tianjin Fan and Klin were still at Kameya at this time and felt unwilling that they could not participate in this level of battle. Wow! Vic is still fighting, Klin said. Damn, we can only stand by and watch. Hey! Klin suddenly turned his head, what's going on? Close at this time. Sand. Shailu. Tianjin Fan also felt the rapidly approaching Qi, opened his mouth wide, and almost couldn't speak. "Klin," Bulma called and said that she had found the weakness of the artificial human. At this time, Kiki came out with the phone and shouted. "Hey! Klin, there are emergency stop loops on the 17th and 18th, the controller I have already prepared, as long as you stop them with the controller, you can easily destroy." On the phone, Bulma's voice was heard. "Bulma, can you take it right away? Vic is fighting the androids." Klin replied. "Good. I'll come right over." At this time, the battle between Vic and number 17 had entered a fever pitch. The 17th kicked Bic, and Bic, who opened the distance, returned his hand and released a Qigong wave. Then the two landed on the island again. Vic was already out of breath, and number 17 felt nothing. "The strength is evenly matched, but the physical strength begins to gap, and my energy will never decrease," said number 17. "Woo! Call! Call!" Vic clenched his fists and did not speak. While Vic was still thinking of a way to bring down number 17, Shrew didn't know when he came to the island. Frightened Vic's face turned green. Oops, focused on the battle, didn't spot his approach. "That monster! Who is it?" Number 17 looked puzzled. Vic wondered why they didn't know Shrew. "Hee, a memorable day, the day when I and number 17 and number 18 become a complete body is coming." Shrew spoke to himself. Number 16 looked indifferent, and number 17 and number 18 looked over unkindly. "Hey? Who is he? Judging by the badge of the Red Ribbon Legion on his chest, is it also an artificial human made by Gallo? Forget about certain old models, don't pay attention to him." Shailu just glanced at it and ignored it. Boom! Shrew came to everyone, clenched his fists and began to constipate. "Hey, haha!" After Shailu's roar, his body emitted a golden light, which turned out to be similar to Super 1, and became a Super Saiyan bug. This seems to be true, because Shrew also has Saiyan blood in his body. The combat power is as high as 390 million. Shrew walked past Bike. "Bike, what do you want? If you want to stop it, don't hesitate." Hee. Vic turned green in surprise. "Your power boosts so much. You. How many lives were sacrificed?" "Sacrifice? It should be an honor to be part of my strength." Shrew only thought it was funny. Vic gritted his teeth, speechless, seeing such a brazen person for the first time. At this time, the turtle house. "What's going on?" Shrew's chi is unbelievably high. Klin was so frightened that he trembled. To be honest, there is no way to do it. Tianjin Fan felt desperate. "Bulma will stop the artificial human controller to bring it, it will take at least 20 minutes. The turtle immortals are leisurely, and even hold drinks in their hands. I flew to get it, and if I flew desperately, I would definitely be faster than Bulma's plane." Kling flew out. "Klin," Tianjin Fan felt too useless. "I'll help Bike, even if I can't help, it's better than standing here." Tianjin Rice. "Come back." The turtle immortal stopped loudly, but it was useless. "Do you want to send death for nothing? Damn, now I can't do anything." Snap! The turtle fairy squeezed the drink bottle in his hand popularly. "I really miss the era when I was known as the world's #1 Wuxian teacher. On the island, number 17 doesn't take Shrew seriously at all. I don't know who you are, get out of here, don't disturb our duel." Shout! Shrew moved his tail and got into action. "Number 17. This guy wants to kill you, suck you into your body, run away." Vic immediately reminded loudly. Shailu stuck a needle into number 17, and number 17 quickly dodged, after which Shrew grabbed No 17's left hand, threw it to the ground, and then stepped on his right hand. When he was about to be absorbed, Vic kicked Shailu away. "Is this guy trying to absorb me? What's going on?" Number 17 stood up and stood shoulder to shoulder with Bike. This guy is a monster created by Gallo's computer, named Chiru. Vic explained, it's not done yet, and it won't be complete until you and number 18 are absorbed. You should be happy that when you become a part of my body, the invincible ultimate warrior is born, this time Dr. Gallo's ultimate purpose. Stop dreaming, who wants to be absorbed by you? The ultimate warrior is already here. Thumbs up 17 to himself. Whether you like it or not, you are destined to be absorbed. Chiru continued. Ugly. You stop. After making the deflated gesture, number 17 is ready to fight Chiru. Number 17. Run away. The strength of the enemy is too strong. At this time, number 16 suddenly spoke, can't let him become a complete body, his purpose is not Sun Wukong, but the entire universe. I thought you were going to say something, it turns out that you wanted to tell me to escape. Don't underestimate me. The 17th rushing towards Chiru was a punch. Chiru dodged and knocked number 17 to the ground with one elbow. Abominable. Seeing this, Vic rushed to the rescue of number 17. But Bike's attack was useless, and he was beaten to the ground and kicked away. Did number 17 and Vic have mercy? Number 18 asked strangely. No, it's that one named Chiru who is too strong. Number 16 spoke, number 18, run away, number 17 will not listen to advice, if even you are absorbed, then the world will be over. So what are you going to do? Number 18 looked at number 16. At this time, Vic, who was beaten up, stood up with difficulty, his hands were held in the shape of a ball in front of his chest, and he condensed a Qigong wave with all his strength. Fierce light bullets slammed into Chiru. The huge Qigong wave exploded, and most of the island was blown up. Down with him. The 18th believed that Chiru had been killed. No, he doesn't even have any injuries. Number 16 calmly told the truth. Sure enough, Chiru came out of the water unscathed and walked in front of Bike, who was already powerless to resist at this time, and suddenly, he shouted number 17 to run away. Chiru punched him and picked up Bik again, finding that Bike's neck had been broken. Then a Qigong wave knocked Bik through and casually threw Bik into the sea. Chapter 68. Temple. Uncle Bike. Gohan feels the daddy Bik's anger disappear and rushes back to save Bike. Too late. Goku hugged the sad Gohan and told him not to be impulsive. After all, the dead father and the fathers. Gohan looked back and thought that he still had to take revenge. Just then, a voice sounded. Gohan, don't worry, Vic was just beaten into the sea, not dead yet, don't worry. It turned out that Sun Wumian, who had disappeared for a few days, appeared. Moreover, as soon as it appears, spoilers are also no one. Gonaman? You said that Vic is not dead, then it must be right. Mr. Bobo said that you went to Namex to find God's successor, hey? This little Bike? Could it be? Seeing Sun Wumian return, Goku was overjoyed. It turned out that in the past few days, Sun Wumian ran to Namexing to find God's successor. Originally, Sun Wumian thought that it was very simple, casually said that someone would be willing to come to the earth to be a god, but he thought wrong, it was simply a great effort, soft and hard, and even coaxed and deceived to successfully persuade Dandy to come to the earth to be a god. No way, the current situation is that Dandy is not good friends with Klin. Is Uncle Vic really not dead? Gohan will believe in doubt, it is normal, he does not believe Sun Gomayan's words as much as Goku, and he does not know the magic in the words. On the battlefield, Vic is solved, and next Chiru will absorb artificial humans. I'm not that easy to deal with. Number 17 was not convinced, rose up to resist, and was soon defeated. It really seems like you should escape. In this situation, the 18th thought that he was going to escape. You can go alone. The 16th agreed with her. What about you? I'm going to kill Chiru. Number 16 said seriously, the time for battle has come, before meeting Sun Wukong. The 16th walked towards Shiru. Number 16, what are you doing? You'll be killed. To know 18's words, number 16 smiled mechanically, you are good people, do not arbitrarily kill human or animal life, and I am very happy to travel with you. And Tianjin Fan, who was watching the battle on the island, was a little strange. What does that guy want to do? Does he want to fight Shiru? Shailu, who has already subdued number 17, opens his mouth and is ready to absorb. Let go. Ugly monster. Number 17 resisted with both hands. At this time, number 16 patted Shailu's shoulder and smiled slightly, which was a punch. The beaten Shailu chrysanthemum was tight, and the footing was unstable. Hey! Is there another guy who doesn't know if he's alive or dead? Shailu's smile was still so ugly. Number 16, what do you want to do? Do you want to fight him? The saved number 17 asked instead. There is no other way. Are you trying to kill yourself? According to calculations, the strength of me and Shailu is evenly matched. At this time, the combat strength of the 16th was 380 million. Boom! The 16th rushed up and grappled with Shiru. The two were equal and on a par. After quickly separating, they collided together again, looked at each other. And Shailu said, what do you see? Number 16 said, look at you. This Shailu pissed off, and the tail pin was immediately inserted into the neck of number 16 to absorb no 16's life essence. Good guy, Shiru is directly a good guy, and the 16th turned out to be a pure robot. Number 16 grabbed his tail, smashed it to the ground. And then rushed down and stepped on it, pulling hard. Ka! Shiru's tail was ripped off. The 16th thought that in this way, Shiru would not be able to absorb the 17th and 18th. Unfortunately, I also have Vic cells. Shiru got up and laughed, ha ha ha. Sure. Enough, Shiru's tail grew again. So, the only way to stop you from becoming a complete body is to kill you. Number 16 was expressionless. The two sides fought again, and Shiru burst into anger, kicked the number 16, and followed with another punch. Number 16 fell to the ground, and when Shiru rushed up again, number 16 suddenly turned around, and his fist actually left his arm and hit out. Just hit Shailu, number 16 quickly followed, caught his fist, punched Shailu again, and then lifted Shailu. Drink! Slammed into the ground, Shiru was knocked into the ground. Number 16 broke his arms, revealing two gun ports, and aimed them at Shiru. At this time, the hair of the 16th is windless automatically. Flash of hell! The ground shook, and the entire island was blown apart. The big move is over, the arm is replaced, and the 17th and 18th are shocked by the strength of the 16th, and they are still in a daze. What are you doing, number 18? Didn't you tell you to run away? Number 16 shouted. What does it matter? Didn't you knock him down? Number 18 smiled charmingly. Shailu is not dead. Although the attack just now injured him, it couldn't kill him. Number 17. You also take advantage of now. Hurry up and escape. Just kidding, isn't he hurt? Let me fix him. Number 17 shouted loudly, come out. It absorbs me. Ugh. Tianjin Fan's third eye found that Shailu appeared behind number 17, behind. I'm out as you wish. Shiru opened his tail and absorbed number 17 at once. Oops. The 16th simply did not have time to stop it. Haha. Shailu, who swallowed number 17, began to tremble. A violent light flashed. The first order of Saru evolved into the second order, Sausage Mouth Shiru. At this time, Shailu's combat power is as high as 520 million. Number 16 immediately pulled up number 18, pulled out his legs and ran. However, the gap in speed, the two could not run away at all, and Shailu caught up with a sprint. At this time, Tianjin Fan, who has been making the audience, is ready to play with the mood of death. And Shailu is so cool that he can't help his soaring speed, and he wants to try his strength. Just as the 16th immediately gave him a punch, right in the middle of the door. Shailu, who had no nose, did not feel anything. The roll of Klin cells appeared, a Qigong wave flew number 16, knocking off half of No 16's brain case. Oh! The strength has also increased a lot. After the Shailu strength test, the barrier of number 16 was removed, and the next step was to absorb number 18. Just as Shailu was about to approach number 18, No 18's right hand touched his chest and warned Shailu that his chest was not flat. Well, no, if Shailu gets closer, she'll blow herself up. Seeing this, Shailu smiled slightly, and the voice of number 17 came out of his mouth. Number 18, don't hesitate. We can inherit the will of Dr. Gallo and defeat the Monkey King and gain the whole world. You're not number 17. We hate Gallo who has transformed us without permission, so that we don't call him Dr. Gallo. In this way, Shailu has nothing to do and intends to use the strong. Chapter 69. Just as Shailu was about to make a move, a high-speed flying figure arrived and landed in front of Shailu. It's Vegeta. You are Shailu. Vegeta smiled wickedly. Are you? Vegeta. What are you doing here? Wouldn't it be ridiculous to say that he came to bring me down? I'm not here to bring you down, I'm here to make you crush your bones and have no bones left. Vegeta took out his fist and said contemptuously. When Shailu heard this, his face turned green. Just by you. I'm really shocked that my cells are being used by an ugly monster like you. What should I do? Only by killing you can I solve the hatred in my heart. Boom. This meeting, Trunks also followed. It turns out that there are companions, and it is useless to come a few people, but is it necessary to wait for more people to come? He is only here to visit, and I alone will be enough for you to die without a place to die. How could the haughty Vegeta join forces with someone else? What? You say that you alone are enough and want me to be crushed? Shailu felt like he had heard a big joke. Yes, do you have any comments? I don't have an opinion, I just don't want to hear such stupid words. Number 18 on the side also believes that Vegeta is not Shailu's opponent, and wants to take the opportunity to escape with number 16. But number 16 wanted to see them fight, because he calculated that Vegeta's combat power was not so simple. Vegeta smiled slightly, clenched his hands into fists, and began his daily constipation. Shailu. You'd better look carefully, and I'm going to make your nasty ugly smile disappear immediately. Hey, hey! Shailu was unimpressed. Vegeta continued to explode, lightning bolts were released throughout his body, and then his muscles continued to expand. After a loud roar, surpass the Super Saiyan and become a quick party tragedy tower. At this time, Vegeta's combat power is as high as 750 million. Sure enough, Dad, he has long surpassed the Super Saiyan. Trunks knew it in his heart. Vegeta's shot was a heavy punch, and Shailu who hit him screamed and retreated, and then hit Shailu with an upper hook. It's really useless. Shailu. Vegeta walked slowly towards the fallen Shailu. Hey, hey! You seem to be good. Shailu, who got up, did not yet realize the seriousness of the matter. Shailu constantly attacks Vegeta, but he can't hit it, and he can't capture Vegeta's actions. Shailu was no match for Vegeta at all, his body was dented, and he was finally hit by a kick, smashing a mountain. It's unbelievable, this. Number 18, who was watching the battle, was shocked by this scene and didn't know what to say. It's incredible. The seriously injured number 16 said with difficulty. Hey, you two, what are you still watching? Shouldn't you have escaped? I don't know when, Sun Wumian appeared in front of them, and behind him was Vic, who still had a little breath. Before the 16th and 18th could react, and before they could even see who it was, the person disappeared. "It is important to save people," Sun Wumian dropped a sentence, and immediately brought Vic back to the temple and asked Dandy to help with treatment. Number 16, who was that just now? Number 18 was very puzzled and couldn't help but ask. "I don't know, it's a bit like a guy named Yamacha, but it's definitely not. After calculations, his combat power is even far above the current Vegeta. It's really strange, if he is Bike's companion. Why not kill Shiru? In fact, it's not that Sun Wumian doesn't make a move, he is also very busy. He wants to find the successor of the god, resurrect the Dragon Ball, and save Bike. Moreover, Vegeta has arrived, so give him a chance to show it." Moreover, Goku and Gohan entered the Spirit Time House to practice, and it was left to them to fight Shiru. How to improve without fighting? Only if they improve quickly, Sun Goman's own improvement can be accelerated. At the scene of the battle, Shiru climbed out of the pile of rubble and began to cannon. "Humph! It seems that you are really here. It was originally for real. You are welcome, although on. If Vegeta doesn't wave, it's not Vegeta. Drink." Shalo once again increased his strength and combat effectiveness, reaching 570 million. "Ha, the strength has improved a lot, but what can be done?" Vegeta smiled crookedly. Trunks, who was watching the battle, could see that Vegeta had won. Is it really Vegeta and the other is Shiru? Klin, who got the controller, also arrived at this time. After the promotion, Shiru went up and punched Vegeta, and as a result, only the gums appeared. "Hey!" Vegeta wiped the corners of his mouth. "Sure enough, it seems that the gap between us is too big. How can it make sense? Are you Vegeta? Isn't it?" Vegeta extended his thumb. "Oh wow, fast party Vegeta! Super Vegeta!" Shalo's face turned green. "What's going on? It's too troublesome to explain them one by one, just imagine it." Shiru couldn't face the fact that he couldn't beat Vegeta. "How? Are you already desperate?" "Shiru." Vegeta continued to strike him. "You don't dream. How could I possibly be desperate?" Shiru was not convinced and attacked Vegeta again. The gap in strength swings, and Shalo's attacks are all in vain, but Vegeta is beaten into the sea. "Wow! That's awesome!" Klin above the battlefield muttered, "That's new Vegeta? It's amazing!" Vegeta went into the sea in pursuit and beat Shiru up again. Shalo, who returned to the shore, gasped for breath, and his heart was struck. "It seems that you have done your best. I thought how powerful you were. It was really disappointing." Vegeta frowned. "It's easy to kill you. Abominable. Damn it." Xiao Yu beat his chest angrily. "As long as I can become a complete body. Just by Vegeta. Damn it. How?" When Vegeta heard this, he smiled. "You said that if you can become a complete body, you won't lose me. That's right. Strength, velocity, moves, brain, spiritual power. It will all be perfect. This is the answer that the computer tells me." Shiru stared at number 18 not far away. Vegeta flew up and kicked Shiru away. Bang! With such a huge difference, you say that becoming a complete body can win me? I've already said that with your level, I can definitely win. Oh, Vegeta suddenly laughed, and the Saiyan Super Wave attribute was activated. Hey! You seem to be considering. Vegeta, you Saiyans are a natural fighting people. I like to fight the most, and the stronger the opponent, the more excited it is. That's right. You also want to fight me who has become a complete body. Humph. You really know the Saiyans. Well, I'll go and become full as you wish. Chapter 70. Down with useless you, I have nothing to be proud of. Shiru. I'm waiting for the show. Vegeta raised his hands and waited for Shiryu to become full. Dad! Can't make him a complete body. Trunks was anxious and stood up to stop it. However, at this time, Trunks had not entered the Spirit Time House to practice, and Shaylo was lazy and rushed straight to the location of number 18. Number 16 stepped forward again and blocked the front. Hey, hey! On the 16th, don't be stubborn, you're going to scrap. Vegeta was also willing to help me become full. Sausage Mouth Shiryu spoke. Abominable Vegeta! Klin, who was holding the controller, scolded. He also knew that he could not stop Shiryu with his own strength, and even if he got the controller to stop the android, it would not be useful. Dad! You're wrong, you can't make him a complete body. What if our forces cannot resist by then? Trunks did not die and continued to persuade Vegeta. Humph! Didn't you want to see how much he became? Don't want to. I'm fed up with the hellish future. At the same time, Vic of the Divine Realm saw Vegeta's brain-dead behavior and his face turned green. On the battlefield, Klin rushed up to attack Shiryu, was punched flying, and the 16th Iron Fist attacked, to no avail, was slapped over. Number 18 rose up to resist, but was grabbed by Shiryu, his tail was open, and number 18 was absorbed like this. Shiryu began his final evolution, his whole body shining, and even the clouds in the sky were pushed away by a strong aura. Vegeta is excited that he is about to have a super strong opponent. Trunks did not want Shaylo to complete his evolution, launched the Prince's battle method, and successive Kigong waves bombarded Shaylo. A shield appeared all over the transformed Shiryu, and Trunks' attacks were ineffective. Shaylo's body was surrounded by lightning, his breath continued to skyrocket, and at this moment, the entire earth was trembling, and then Shaylo's body began to change. This huge breath made the people in the distant Namex people feel it, all the Namex faces were scared green, and the Namex people realized that in this way, the whole universe would be threatened by this evil force. Finally, Shaylo's protective shield slowly disappeared, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Shaylo appeared completely. Hehe, it's not good to be completely physical, but the appearance is even smaller. Vegeta didn't think Shiryu could be so powerful, and opened his mouth to taunt. Shiryu ignored Vegeta's words and looked at his hands, seemingly immersed in the joy of becoming full. But... damn it! Dare to put the 18th. Wow! AAA Klin was angry for no reason and rushed directly to Shiryu to attack. At this time, Klin's combat power is up to Gundam, 450,000. But Shiryu treated him completely as air, and Klin took a step back, hit Shaylo with a Chi-Yuan slash. The Chi-Yuan slash that did not cut anything had no effect on Shaylo, and Shiryu kicked Feklin, and Klin lost consciousness on the spot. Trunks hurried to the rescue. Fortunately, he had the fairy beans that Klin had given earlier. Humph! Vegeta let out a proud sigh and came to Shiryu. Do you feel happy to deal with that kind of waste? It seems that although you become a complete body as you wish, it is not good. You're so rude. Shaylo glanced at Vegeta, then, you can help me with the warm-up exercise. Okay, I'll let you finish your warm-up exercise. Please advise. The two put on a posture. And the tragedy tower is about to explode at any moment. Oops, Vegeta will be killed. Klin, who had recovered from eating the fairy beans, opened his mouth worriedly. Hey? But... Dad has surpassed the Super Saiyan. Trunks didn't want to believe that Shiryu would become so much stronger. Compared to you Saiyans, I'm really nothing. But I can at least understand how strong the other party is, although I only touch him a little, but I know his horror. Klin said with trepidation. The chi I feel now can't be used as a reference at all. Klin looked at Shiryu and continued, that guy hides even more amazing power, just like Sun Wu face him. That's right, Klin, but I can't beat Shiryu right now. The sudden sound startled Klin. Ganaman! You suddenly appeared again. Klin was used to Sun Wumian's teleportation suddenly appearing. Daddy, he will it really be killed? Even though he is so arrogant and indifferent, I don't want to see him killed. Trunks was extremely worried. Don't worry, Vegeta can't die. Sun Wumian looked at the battle between Shailu and Vegeta, raised his hands, and said easily. Vegeta attacked first, and Chiru blocked it all without dropping a punch. With fists and feet to no avail, Vegeta uses the true prince's tactics and constantly pursues Chiru. Shailu did not fight back, blindly dodging. Vegeta came to the Prince of Bow battle method, and Shailu ate all the Kigong wave attacks. The smoke and dust rose, and when the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Shailu. It turned out that Shailu had already come to Shailu's back. Abominable fellow, you didn't exert your full strength. Vegeta gritted his teeth on the opening. I said it was a warm-up exercise. Chiru smiled playfully. Give it your all. You should be very angry when I beat you so badly. Vegeta roared. Then I'll try my hand at it. Chiru flashed and came behind Vegeta. Vegeta turned and kicked Shailu in the head. However, Chiru only smiled slightly. Shailu, who tried his skills a little, had a combat power of 980 million at this time and easily crushed Super Vegeta. Vegeta finally understood the power of completely Chiru and couldn't help but tremble. Hey, hey! Super Vegeta! Seeing Vegeta standing there in a daze, Chiru scoffed, what's wrong, what about your majesty just now? That's ridiculous, Vegeta! Chiru lifted his foot and kicked Vegeta into the air, smashing a mountain, and Vegeta barely managed to stabilize his figure. Oh? You said that the battle with such a big gap is not interesting, can it only be said with the mouth? Chiru continued to taunt Vegeta. Number 16, who was behind Chiru, wanted to sneak up on Shailu, but he had already expected it. Number 16, don't bother in vain. What will turn out, I think you know very well. On the other side, Vegeta breathed slowly, suddenly opened his hands, and began to gather his breath. Vegeta's whole body was shining with golden light, and the atmosphere was disturbed. Then he grabbed the plate with both hands and aimed it at Chiru, surrounded by lightning. At this time, Vegeta's combat power ready to use a unique move reached 1.4 billion. Shailu. Even if you have become full, do you have the courage to take this trick? Haha, impossible, right? You're just a coward. Chapter 71. Humph. Shailu smiled, it seemed that he was going to hard connect. He is provoking Shailu, so that Shailu does not dodge the attack. Trunks saw Vegeta's intentions. Is he really going to perform that trick on Earth? Klin feared that Vegeta's blow would destroy Earth. It was at this time that Vegeta attacked. The ultimate glitter thundered. This trick grazed the edge of the earth and hit out. It seems that it was hit, and Chiru looked pained. Wow! Woohoo! Rotten! Oops! Shailu's acting skills are so strong, it's a pity not to be an actor. Hey! Deserve it, haha! Ha ha ha! Vegeta laughed. This! How can it be? How could I be a complete body? Abominable, abominable! Chiru is in the play. Ha 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 ha! Vegeta laughed even louder. Don't be complacent. I'm kidding you. Shailu smiled slightly, idiot, have you forgotten that I have Vic cells in my body? Hey? Vegeta couldn't laugh anymore. I saw Shailu drank lowly, and the half of his body that had been knocked off recovered as before. Vegeta gritted his teeth and didn't carry it like this. Very disappointed, hey. Chiru moved his newborn arm, okay, it's time to fix you. Then slowly walked towards Vegeta. Vegeta once again uses his mastery, the prince's combat method. Chiru slapped Vegeta against the Kigong wave, kicked him into the air, and then dodged behind Vegeta and knocked him down with an elbow strike. Super Vegeta immediately lay on his stomach, Vegeta lost consciousness, and his blonde hair turned back to black. Hey! It's so tenacious, it seems to be barely alive. Vegeta, I'll make you feel good right away. Shiryu wants to kill Vegeta, it's not okay. Sun Gomayan directly transforms into a Super Saiyan and comes to Shiryu to confront him. Oh? Finally about to strike? Interesting, I noticed you a long time ago. Shailu looked excited. Sun Yumian didn't say nonsense, and directly raised his foot to attack Shailu, who blocked it with his left hand. Then the two began a rapid attack and defense, and soon hit the air from the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Trunks and Klin immediately fed the unconscious Vegeta fairy beans. It's finally time to unravel the mystery. The reason why everyone trusts Gomu so much. Trunks looked at the two in the battle and thought silently. So strong, is this the real strength of Gohan? Klin spoke in disbelief. Damn it! Vegeta's regained self-esteem was dealt a serious blow, their strength. How can it be better than me, a Saiyan prince? On the battlefield, Sun Wu was punched by Shailu, and at the same time Shailu was also kicked, and the two separated. That's the end of the warm-up exercise. I'm interested in your true power. Shiryu suddenly smiled and spoke. It's a complete Shiryu, as powerful as I imagined. Sun Wu said lightly. Hey, hey! The time has come to understand how powerful I am. After the two of them blew a wave of business, Sun Yumian was ready to use his full strength. I saw him squatting slightly, crossing his hands, and the golden aura of his whole body crackled. The powerful aura makes the entire island tremble, the surrounding rubble floats, and the sea water rolls. Sun Wu's crossed fists were relieved, and then raised high, his breath rushed straight into the sky, and the poor clouds were once again emptied. After the explosion, Sun Yumian shone with golden light, which was also the first time he used the full power of Super Saiyan. And his combat power was as high as 4 billion. Awesome! Terrible! The realm is really amazing. Seeing this powerful power, Trunks was stunned. Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat and was speechless. Such a strong momentum, this has surpassed Shailu, win! Klin shouted excitedly, but it was too early to say. Next is Shailu. Drink! Shailu spread his wings, clenched his fists, roared, and suddenly the wind was fierce, and Tianjin Fan and Klin, who were watching the battle, almost couldn't stand firmly. After Shailu exploded, his body flashed purple light, and his combat power was as high as 4.5 billion. Sun Yumian slowly walked towards Shailu, and the two stood face to face, comparable in height. The next moment, Sun Yumian struck, hitting Shailu with a punch and an elbow. Shailu, who was beaten halfway, wiped the purple blood from the corner of his mouth, but instead smiled hatefully. Lean, this Shailu is too able to pretend. Sun Yumian is not happy, directly used the classic prince battle method, continuous one-handed Qigong waves smashed over. Knowing that Shailu has a protective shield, why begging himself to use the prince's combat method? In fact, this is a tactic, the continuous Qigong waves are all false moves. Sun Yumian instantly moved behind Shailu, and smashed the other party to the ground with a fierce kick. Gee! Let you pretend, this is cool. However, Shailu is Shailu, and his combat power is indeed much stronger than Sun Yumian at this time, and he quickly stood up without showing all his strength. What is this move? Why do you suddenly appear and disappear? Want to know? Go for yourself. Sun Yumian didn't want to tell him. The two continued to fight, fist to fist, knee to knee, and a wave of wrestling began, followed by a dizzying high-speed movement battle in the air. Once again, Sun Yumian teleported and hit Shiryu to the ground again. However, this time, Shailu stabilized his figure halfway through and landed firmly on the island. Sun Yumian also fell. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Shiryu burst out laughing, and then crossed his arms. It turned out to be the four-body fist of Tianjin's unique move. Shailu turned into four people and surrounded Sun Wumian. Shailu, with your skills, this boring move can also be used. This kind of old-fashioned trick confirmation did not work for Sun Wumian and he cracked it by dividing it by two. Later, Shailu used tricks such as the Kiwan Slash and the Magic Light Killing Cannon. Of course, they were also ineffective. As the battle continued, the gap in combat effectiveness was reflected, and Sun Wumian gradually fell into the downside. This battle ends here. Sun Wumian suddenly stopped and changed back to his normal form, indicating that he would not fight. Mainly because he was already tired and panting. Oh? Why, the fun is just beginning, you can eat a fairy bean again. Shrew is right, Clin, bring the fairy beans. Trunks heard this and spoke. Trunks? Don't you have Saiyan pride? Saiyans win in that way, preferring to die, Vegeta scolded. Forget it, I admit that it's not your opponent, Shailu, isn't your real target Sun Wukong, wouldn't it be more interesting to wait for him to finish his practice to fight you? Sun Wumian continued. Monkey King? Can he be better than you? Shrew asked. Maybe, I can only say that someone is much stronger than you and is more suitable to clean you up. In that case, then, let's hold a martial arts conference, and the time is set for 10 days later. Let me have a good fight then. Shailu thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. Martial arts conference? What the hell is going on here? Trunks looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask. Before, there was a martial arts conference called the world's first martial arts conference, and I want to make it reappear. Shrew explained, but your opponent is only me, and you take turns to fight me one-on-one. Chapter 72. The detailed location, I will let everyone know through TV. Shrew said, ready to leave. Wait, Shailu, what is the purpose of the martial arts conference? And what is your ultimate goal? Trunks asked loudly. The purpose of the martial arts conference is to confirm my power and spread terror to the whole time. And it can also use it to induce my power. Shailu turned his head and said, however, there is no special ultimate purpose, conquering the world is such a mundane thing, I am not interested, even the original purpose I was created, killing the Monkey King, now there is no point. After Shailu finished speaking, he snapped and flew away. Damn it, they play us like monkeys. Vegeta gritted his teeth and was very upset. However, who has to participate? Even Gohan is not an opponent who is so powerful. Clin was embarrassed. Don't worry, Goku and Gohan, who entered the Spirit Time House, will come out immediately. Sun Wumian said. Spirit Time House? What is that thing? You say Kakarot practices there? Oh, I forgot to tell you about this. Spirit Time House, 1 day outside, 1 year inside, Goku father and son are cultivating there now, and after coming out, the strength will far surpass you, Vegeta. What kind of place is there? Very good, only let me use it for a day, I will definitely be able to solve the Shailu kind of guy, when the time comes, I don't need you guys, and I don't need Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists, full of confidence. I'm going to participate too. At this time, the almost broken number 16 suddenly walked over. Please, take me back to the capsule company and help me fix it. Trunks didn't want to think about it, so he spoke. All right. I promise to take you. Clin was silent for a while and said, Trunks, don't worry, I don't think he's a bad person, even the 2 artificial humans absorbed by Shrew are not that bad, they are different from the future you are in. Humph. Vegeta said arrogantly, and everyone left. Following. Shrew really appeared on TV. Good morning, people all over the world. Now, I'm going to disturb you for a moment. On the TV, Shrew continued, in fact, I am bringing good news to all of you who live in peace and happiness, so that you can be happier and more exciting every day. My name is Shiru. I think you all know very well that many humans were destroyed by monsters a few days ago, and after the monster transformed and evolved, it was me. What? All mankind was shocked. Don't worry, I don't need life energy anymore. As for the good news, I said, at noon on May 17th, 9 days later, a martial arts conference called Shalo Game will be held, which will be held at 25 KS 5 northwest of Zhongdu. Unlike the first martial arts association in the world, I am the only one who fights with all the humans, and I take turns to fight against me, and the rules are almost the same as the first martial arts association in the world. Surrender or part of the body touches the field, even if you lose. At the same time, I don't plan to show mercy to my subordinates, so being killed is considered a loss. What? Clin, who was watching TV, was surprised. If the contestant represents all defeat under me, I will kill the human race all over the world. Looking at the face of human fear, one by one the killed pieces of armor are not left, so I hope that those who have confidence in their strength will participate as much as possible. Looking forward to the coming of the martial arts conference. This guy is terrible. After reading Shalo's speech, the turtle immortals were terrified. Killing means killing people all over the world. Even Goem lost, even Gaku, said Clin worriedly. Capsule companies, Vegeta, Trunks and Bulma also saw the news. Abominable Shiru, Trunks said angrily. Vegeta, where are you going? Going to special training? Bulma asked when she saw that Vegeta was changing into her combat clothes. Of course. I'm going to a place where that day equals a year. I don't care how many Earthlings die, but if you don't kill that guy, I'm not willing. Shalo's televised broadcast shook the world and people were in a panic, but they still had a savior in their hearts, and that was to kill him, Satan. Just a few days ago, the 24th Tianxia No. 1 Martial Arts Association, Awesome Him Satan won the championship, and his daughter won the junior championship. At this time, the temple, Vegeta, Trunks, Tianjin Fan, Vic, Mr. Bobo and Dandy are there. How long until Goku and Gohan come out? Trunks asked Bobo. It's 3 hours to go for a full day. Humph. It seems that they may not come out on time, they will definitely be insatiable and exceed a lot of time. Vegeta said bluntly. Don't worry, there are still 9 days left. Next, let me go first. Vic spoke. This is a real waste of time, the future field is only us Saiyans, forget it. Please, but the remaining 8 days are all mine. Vegeta spoke disdainfully. Unfortunately, that Spirit Time House can only be in for 2 days, 48 hours, at most, Vic laughed. What? What happens after 48 hours? The exit will disappear and will not be able to come out again. Bobo explained. Hey! Suddenly, everyone looked at the exit of the Spirit Time House and Goku and Gohan seemed to come out early. What? Why so fast? Vegeta hurried to the point of anger and looked over. Hey! Vegeta and Trunks are both in. Can feel the breath of Shiru, he is still alive. Goku and Gohan walked out. Hey! Is that Gohan? It's like 2 of them. Vic was most concerned about Gohan's appearance. What happened, tell me? In front of everyone where Goku came, he asked. Here's the thing, Vic repeated what had happened. Strange. Are they Super Saiyan? No. It feels a little different, Vegeta thought to himself, focusing on the usual Super Saiyan state of the 2 now. Naturally, I don't like that state. So that's the case, the martial arts conference? His idea was funny. Listening to Vic say what happened, Sun Wukong said. You. Interesting, you say? Vic was a little speechless, the Saiyan really didn't understand what he thought. How? Kakarot, do you have the confidence to win against Shiru? Vegeta asked. I don't know, because I haven't seen him as a complete body, I'll take a look now. Gaku said, and really went to see Shirou, using teleportation. Chapter 73. Hey? Gohan, have you finished your practice? For the sudden appearance of Sun Wumian, everyone is not surprised. Originally, Sun Wumian should have come over earlier, but yesterday after a big battle with Shailu, he got up late. Well, Dad said that we had reached the limit and came out early. Not bad, but now with our strength, no one is Shailu's opponent. Sun Gomian patted Gohan's shoulder, so, I'm going to take you to a place to develop your potential and bring down Shirou. Hey? Do I have that potential? Sun Wuhan was confused when he heard this, and so were the others, who couldn't understand what medicine was sold in Sun Wu's gourd. He was talking about the Realm King Excalibur. With Gohan's current strongest combat power of 4.2 billion, it should be enough to pull out that Excalibur, and then he could let the old Realm King God release Gohan's potential. Stop laughing, you mean to let Gohan fight Shirou then? It can't be, although Gohan's strength has improved impressively, it can't be Shirou's opponent. Ugh! At this time, Gaku returns after seeing Shirou. How, is there a way to win Shirou? Trunks asked what he cared about most. To be honest, I didn't expect him to become so powerful, judging from that chi, I don't know if I don't try, but in the current situation, I probably can't win him. Although he can't win, Gaku said it quite lightly, and he didn't seem to be worried. Is it? How? How could it be? Trunks heard this, and his expression became solemn. Hey? Ganun is also here, what do you seem to be discussing? At this time, Wukong saw Sun Wumian and asked suspiciously. He wants Gohan to fight with Shirou, and also says what potential Gohan has. How is this possible? Hey, do you know this kind of thing? In the Spirit Time House, I did find Gohan incredibly powerful. Gaku said in surprise. Yes, so I plan to take Gohan to the Realm King God Realm to stimulate the potential power. Sun Wumian said. Realm King God Realm? What is that place? Could it have something to do with the King of the Realm? Gaku guessed uncertainly. What? World? Realm King God? World? Bick was shocked. He knew that the Realm King God was the supreme god in the universe, although he didn't know what the strength of the Realm King God was, he only knew that this god position was famous in the sky. And the Realm King God realm is the time of the Realm King God. Vic is so scared? Then what kind of god must be very powerful? I also want to see it. Gaku was curious. Is it? Then without further ado, let's go to the Realm King first. Ugh! 3 figures appeared in front of the Realm King, and immediately disappeared again. Although Sun Wumian can't feel the chi of the Realm King God, Broly is in the Realm King God realm, so when you come to the Realm King, feel Broly's chi, you can pass it with teleportation. Ah, what a strange world, is this the place where Gohan's potential can be unleashed? Coming to the Realm King God realm, Gaku glanced around and said to himself. Hey? Are you the King God of the realm? Sure enough, I can feel that the power is not ordinarily strong. Then, Gaku looked at Broly and said. Hey? No, I'm not the King God of the realm, he is. Broly said, pointing to the little man next to him. Oh? Are you the King God of the realm? Strange, how dare you not say breath? Sun Wumian, who are these two? What's going on? At this time, the Eastern Realm King God spoke. As I mentioned to you before, Son Goku and Son Gohan, they will be the main force against Majin Buu. Sun Wumian introduced. Hey, the Realm King God realm was originally a holy domain where even gods or realm kings could not come, let alone humans. Do you know, you broke the rules again. Jebet held his hands behind his back and questioned Sun Wumian with a look of displeasure. Jebet, forget it, don't worry about this. The Realm King God waved his hand. The main thing is that there is a little trouble on Earth right now and requires great power, so I hope that Lord Kaiwang God can allow Gohan to use the Realm King Excalibur. Sun Yumian continued. Realm King Excalibur. Jebet closed his mouth in amazement. It is impossible for humans to use the Realm King Divine Sword, and even several Realm King God Lords cannot use that legendary sword. How do you know if you don't try? Try it or follow me. Realm King God Xian is very good at talking. So, the Realm King God led everyone to the place where the Realm King Excalibur was. They soon came to a straight mountain, and there was really a sword stuck in the mountain. This is the Realm King Divine Sword. As far as I know, no one can pull out this sword. The Realm King God said. Gohan, come on. Son Gohan said to Gohan. Ah. Not. If you can pull out this sword, what will be the use? Although I am willing to fight, do I really have that potential power? Son Gohan hesitated. According to legend, you can get untold energy. The Realm King God said. Really? This sword looks quite terrifying, it seems to be sharp. Goku curiously touched the hilt of his sword that was exposed. Don't worry, it's impossible for humans to pull it out anyway. Jebet poured cold water. Come on, Gohan, hurry up and try it. Goku greeted Gohan. But if you really have incredible power, it's still daddy, come on. Gohan shook his head. Gohan, you still have to come, how can Goku have the potential like you? Son Gomi patted Gohan's shoulder and encouraged. Well. Gohan said, trying to pull out the Realm King Excalibur. Triple A. Wow. It hurts. No, don't move. Gohan tried it, but the Realm King Excalibur didn't move. I'll just say. Jebet smiled crookedly. Gohan, if it doesn't work, try it again with all your strength. Gohan clenched his fists and used his full strength, Super Saiyan full power. At this time, the combat power reached 4.2 billion. I see the results the same. Jebet didn't forget to mock. Drink. Gohan tried again. Drink, It's useless. There have been several Realm King gods who have tried, but they have not succeeded, let alone humans. Jebet was confident in his judgment. Wow, whoa. Ugh. The Realm King Divine Sword actually moved, and it was pulled out little by little. Jebet didn't dare to say anything more this time. Gohan. Come on, it's coming out right away. Goku cheered Gohan on. Swish. Yikes. Chapter 74. Yikes. The Realm King Excalibur was pulled out by Gohan. It's done, Gohan, well done. Goku praised. How? How could it be? Jebet was incredulous. Sun Yumian was very indifferent, because this was originally expected by him. In fact, for the Realm King Divine Sword, Sun Yumian had long guessed that the old Realm King God was sealed in it because he had offended Beerus. But the reason why Beerus sealed the old World King God for so long was because he was worried that one day when he was sleeping, the old World King God would be killed. In this regard, the real reason why Beerus sealed the old Realm King God was to protect himself. Since it was to protect himself, then Beerus would definitely think that after he sealed the old Realm King God, there would definitely be a new Realm King God taking office. Perhaps during his sleep, some powerful Realm King gods appeared, and with their strength, they might be able to pull out the Realm King Divine Sword. In this regard, Beerus did some tricks and feat on the Realm King Excalibur, and there was a layer of prohibition on the Realm King Excalibur. As long as it was the Realm King God could not hold it, let alone pull out the Realm King Excalibur. Of course, these are all Sun Yumian speculations, and the real situation has to be asked by Beerus. No, the author of Dragon Ball should have been asked. Gohan, what do you think, has it really become stronger to pull out this sword? Goku asked curiously. Well, Gohan barely swung his sword, it's heavy to pick up, and I don't think it's powerful yet. Are you sure? The Realm King God couldn't believe it. Does this sword really have magical powers? Could the legend be? Gohan suspected that the legend was unreliable. What do you mean by that? This is the strongest sword in the legend of the Holy Domain, Jebet said resolutely, it's just that your shaky swing like this certainly has no power, and if you can't use it as you like, it won't be useful at all. Well, since you said so, then you come and take it, it's really heavy. Gohan said as he handed the sword to Jebet. Wow! Jebet couldn't catch it, and the Realm King Excalibur fell directly to the ground, and the ground was smashed into a sword-like pit. Drink! Yay! Jebet tried to pick it up, but couldn't hold it anyway. Woohoo! Jebet gave up the attempt breathlessly, blushing and turning his back. Ordinary, ordinary, heavy. Everyone! Listen, anyway, learn to use this sword freely. Jebet can only say this, give himself a step down. In this way, Sun Wumian, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wuhan quickly passed one day in this King God realm. The Realm King Excalibur has been trained by Gohan, and he can already play the sword flower. Wow! Powerful, powerful, to be able to manipulate this sword so skillfully in one day. Goku applauded excitedly. So, next, let me try how sharp this sword is. Sun Wumian spoke. Hey? That's what I thought, so give it a try. Goku laughed. Nonsense, of course you think so, this is originally your line, Sun Wumian thought to himself. I saw Sun Wumian raise his hand, and a huge square object appeared above. Hey? Isn't this the hardest metal in the universe, Thunderbolt Steel? It is exactly what I want to say to test the sword. Realm King God Xian could see at a glance that Sun Wumian conjured up Thunderbolt Steel. Gohan, pay attention, it's coming. Sun Wumian reminded. Of course, he did it on purpose, knowing that the sword would break, and the purpose was to let the old Realm King God come out. Go! Sun Gomye threw it hard, and a huge Thunderbolt Steel flew towards Gohan. Drink! Sun Gohan swung his sword to meet him. Boom! Click! The Realm King God and Jebet were stunned. No, break! It's broken, Gohan looked at the half-cut sword in his hand, speechless. How? How could it be? Realm King Excalibur! Actually! The Realm King God Xian opened his mouth wide, the most. The strongest. Sword, the legend seems to be too exaggerated. Sun Gohan threw away the half-cut sword in his hand and moved his hands, however, thanks to his blessing, my wrist strength has increased a lot, and I can't do it because I practice how to use this sword, I have gained great strength. Yes, it must be so. The Realm King God said excitedly. Is that so? It always feels like something is wrong, Goku said, because Gohan's improvement was really limited. Hey! It's not like this suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. Scare! Hey! Who is this old man? Goku looked over and asked curiously. The old man is the god of the Realm King 15 generations ago. Hey! 15 generations ago, the king god of the realm. The Eastern Realm King God felt incredible. Yes, a long, long time ago, there was a strong and bad guy who sealed me in this sword, because he was very afraid of the old man's horror. The old Realm King recalled. Wah! When the Eastern Realm King God and Jebet heard this, they quickly stood up straight, not daring to be disrespectful. Ahem! Finally came out. It seems that this old grandfather is not very powerful. Goku felt it, and did not feel that the old Realm King God was powerful at all. Yes, Gohan agreed. Okay, let me try him. Hey! How to try? Snap! Goku sent out a Kigong strike with one hand towards the old Realm King God. Hit directly in the face. Wow! Ancestor, are you all right? Big bastard! What a thing, stinky turtle king bastard! The old Realm King God directly broke his mouth and cursed, mess! Idiot! Actually treated the terrifying Realm King God like this. Really just a bragging grandfather. Goku scowled. Let's. It is not my strength that scares the enemy, but the terrible ability of the old man. Hey, terrible abilities? What is it? Goku asked, leaning in. Humph. I won't tell you, blah. Well, since it was Gohan who pulled out his sword and rescued you, you can use that ability to help Gohan draw the potential power out. At this time, Sun Woomian spoke. If it goes on, Goku and the Old World King God will have to discuss things that are not suitable for children. You know, Gohan is still underage. Hey! How do you know what the old man is capable of? However, you are wrong, the old man can not only draw out his hidden power, but also make him beyond the limit. Oh! Jebet and the Eastern King God were so impressed by this magical ability that their mouths turned into an O shape. What? It doesn't seem to be a great ability. Goku was a little disappointed. What are you talking about? Above the limit. Understand? Above. The old Realm King God is not happy. Chapter 75. Hey, the guy who pulled the sword up, come here. The old Realm King God beckoned. Son Gohan stepped forward when he heard this. People like you who can pull up and swing their swords, meet me, and can definitely become the first in the universe. The old Realm King God continued. However, I thought that the person who pulled out the sword and let me out would be which Realm King God, but I didn't expect it to be an Earthling. It's really a generation that is not as good as a generation. Yes. I'm sorry. The Eastern Realm King God felt very ashamed. Okay, young man, you stand well, don't move. The old Realm King God opened his hands and began a strange ritual. Good. Let's go. Everyone watched nervously. La la, la. 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 I saw the old Realm King God circling around Gohan. Yay. Excuse me, this is... Gohan was a little confused and couldn't help but ask. Quiet. This is an important ceremony. Excuse me, this... How long will it take? Goku asked. The ceremony takes 5 hours and the strength boost takes 20 hours. Hey! Gohan exclaimed, it had been too long. I'll go take a nap, Gohan, come on. Goku just slipped away. Ha! I'm also a little sleepy talking about it. Sun Woomian did the same, and found a shade tree nearby to rest. How so? Gohan put on the mask of pain directly. If we also run to sleep, it doesn't seem to be okay. Said the Eastern Realm King God. Probably. Jebai nodded, the old Realm King God is their ancestor, how can he slip away? The la la, hey ha. Ritual continues, and Gohan and the Eastern King God and Jebet have to endure this boring taste. In this way, several hours passed, and the sky darkened. Although there is no night in the Realm King God realm, there is a time period similar to night. At this time, Son Gomayan, Goku, and Broly were having dinner. Realm King God. Has it been some time since Gohan's powerful power was drawn out? Goku asked. I don't know, I thought. Probably no problem, he seems to be very confident. However, the confident old Realm King God in Xian's mouth was napping at this time. Woo! Woo! Old Realm King God, Gohan shouted. Hiss! Hiss! Was answered by a snoring voice. Realm King God. Hey? How? What's wrong? You just fell asleep. Nonsense, how can I fall asleep, of course awake. Is it? Haha, to layman, maybe it's like falling asleep, in short, the Realm King God can't lie. Gohan suspected in his heart that this old Realm King God was fooling him at all. Okay, now is not the time to say this, sit down, continue. The old Realm King God hurriedly changed the topic. The day passed quickly. Grandpa, more than a day has passed, isn't it over yet? Sun Wukong waited impatiently and asked. Yes, old Realm King God, the time has come. Gohan also spoke. Oh? The time has come, and it is not over because your potential is too strong and amazing. The old Realm King God said. Gee! I can't take it anymore. Gohan snapped to his feet, you're talking nonsense. Powerful forces burst out. This. What's going on, this powerful force, is that me? Gohan looked at himself in disbelief. Sit down quickly, it will take longer to do some extra things. The old Realm King God spoke calmly. Really? I'm really sorry, I was rude just now. Gohan heard this and sat down. Well. It's so powerful, it's really not an ordinary bad old man. Goku, who was watching from the sidelines, sighed. The Eastern Realm King God and Jebit were surprised and speechless. Latent ability, is it the real power that was originally unknown? Goku turned his head and asked the Eastern King God. I think so. This. No, Gohan, this kid hides more power than I thought. Finally. After a few more hours, the boring ritual was finally over. How does it feel, Gohan? Show us with all your strength. Sun Gomain was a little curious about Gohan's current strength. Not only Sun Wumian but also everyone was curious to see it. Don't worry, release the power, this is the Realm King God realm, it can't be broken. The Eastern Realm King God said confidently. Sun Wuhan directly exploded, and his body spewed out a large amount of strong white and silver chi, and the solid Realm King God realm almost couldn't withstand the constant tremor. Appeared, mysterious teenager Gohan. Gohan's appearance in this form is not much different from the norm, but the outline of his facial features is more defined. At this time, Gohan's combat power is as high as 42 billion, which directly doubles 10 times, and it is open. This. Is this still Gohan? Goku opened his mouth wide. This was also unexpected, he thought that Gohan at this age would be almost the same as if he led to 10 billion combat power. This kind of good thing must not let the old Realm King God give himself a set of rituals to bring out his potential. However, before Sun Gomain, he still signed in with the mysterious teenager Gohan. Ding, sign in mysterious Gohan, sign in successfully, the host's strongest combat power has increased by 4 billion, and it can currently transform into Super Saiyan 2. Old Realm King God, can you help me and Goku bring out our potential by the way? After completing the check-in, Sun Wumian asked. You too? Not. You don't have much potential power, so there's no need to waste your husband's time. Hey? What the? Sun Wumian was shocked. This, is the Saiyan bloodline fake? It's uncomfortable, Sun Gomye doesn't want to stay in the Realm King God realm longer, and returns to Earth with Goku and Gohan.